The Great Feng Imperial Dynasty. Northern Domain, Shingon Commandery. Lu Nianli, the sun is already high in the sky. Why are you still in bed? An enraged roar echoed through the inner residence of the northern stabilizing king, jolting the slumbering Lu Nianli awake in his bedchamber. He opened his eyes. Four distinct, strikingly beautiful faces came into view. Chunyu Xiaochan Shuyue Dongxue, good morning. Still half asleep, Lu Nianli greeted the maids out of long-formed habit. Good morning, Shitzi Dianxia. Let us begin. As soon as Lu Nianli spoke, the four maids stepped forward in unison. With seamless coordination, they lifted him from the bed and swiftly carried out a full waking routine, reducing puffiness, shaking off dreams, dressing him, washing him, and feeding him, completing every step required for him to rise. Lu Nianli had lived such a hand-to-mouth life of effortless luxury for nearly 18 years. He was not originally of this world. 18 years ago, he transmigrated here and became the heir apparent of the northern stabilizing king of the Great Feng Dynasty. From birth, he possessed inexhaustible wealth and honor. He had thought his life had begun at its very peak, never expecting this to be a world where cultivation was possible, while he himself lacked even the spiritual root required to cultivate. In the secular dynasties, martial force ruled all. He, exalted as the heir of the northern domain, held a status that few across the entire Great Feng Dynasty could match, so the number of people who wished him dead was beyond counting. To occupy such a lofty position, while lacking a corresponding level of martial cultivation, could only lead to a single end, death. At first, Lu Nianli had brooded over this for a long time. Yet when he finally realized that no matter how he strove, he could not change his fate, he chose in the end to simply give up and lie flat. And then, a blissful, carefree life began. Bang! Just as Lu Nianli was savoring his comfort, the door was kicked open. A woman strode in, her face beautiful yet suffused with heroic vigor. Only her expression was rather fierce. Second sister. The newcomer was the nemesis who refused to let him lie flat. His second elder sister, Lu Changle, the northern stabilizing king's younger daughter. Unlike him, Lu Changle was not only a born prodigy of the martial path, but also a commander gifted in strategy and war. At merely 20 years of age, she had already ascended to the realm of a martial grandmaster. Lu Nianli, just how long do you plan to wallow in decadence? Toward this younger brother of hers, Lu Changle felt both deep concern and bitter disappointment. No matter how formidable she might be, she was in the end still a woman. The burden of guarding the northern domain would sooner or later have to be handed over to Lu Nianli, the heir apparent. Second sister, life is short. One must seize joy while one can. Lu Nianli spread his hands with a smile. Stop tormenting me. How can I be blamed for being born a useless good-for-nothing? Lu Changle's willow brows shot up in fury. So what if you cannot cultivate? The northern stabilizing king's residence teems with experts at your beck and call. You need only study the art of war, plan from behind the lines, and win battles from 1,000 miles away. In the golden ages of bygone dynasties, there were non-martial rulers who still commanded vast realms and shook the borders of the world. If they could do it, you, Lu Nianli, are in no way inferior to anyone. Listening to his second sister's lecture, Lu Nianli felt as though his ears were growing calluses. He knew she meant well, but lying flat was just so comfortable. Sister, in truth, you could be the one to inherit the title of Northern Stabilizing King. Throughout his years of lying flat, the thing Lu Nianli had heard most was all manner of motivational speeches, so he immediately launched his own counterargument. Marching to war and devising grand strategy were impossible for him. Only lying flat every day and enjoying life. That was the true path. Lu Changle frowned. I am a woman. How could I possibly inherit a king's title? Who says women are inferior to men? Lu Nianli spoke with righteous conviction. In the flourishing eras of antiquity, there were female sovereigns who suppressed the men of their age, unmatched beneath heaven. So what if you are a woman's second sister? In your younger brother's heart, you are in no way inferior to that empress whose name shines through the ages. Seeing her little brother's solemn expression, Lu Changle nearly let herself be talked into it. She did not dare compare herself to an empress whose glory illuminated all ages. Do not think you can deceive me. Calming her emotions, she spoke gravely. I came today because there is something important to tell you. If this succeeds, it may allow you to truly step into the realm of martial cultivation. It is useless. Lu Nianli lay sprawled on the bed, enjoying the massage service of the four maids of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Martial cultivation. He had long since given up on that. Over the years, the northern stabilizing king had sought out countless mystics and eccentrics to help him, yet none could cure his five-element crippled physique. In the past, hearing of such possibilities might have stirred him. Now he only wished to declare that lying flat was sheer bliss. To lie flat for a moment is bliss for a moment. To lie flat forever is bliss beyond the heavens. This time is different. Lu Changle's expression turned solemn. As long as you agree, then in future any beauty featured on your rouge ranking whom you wish to meet, Your elder sister will invite her here for you. How about it? The Rouge ranking was the most proud creation of Lu Nianli's lying flat career. To be listed on the Rouge ranking, one had to be a renowned beauty of the Great Feng Dynasty. Mere classical praise, such as fish sinking, geese falling, moon clipsing, flower shaming, was only the baseline. Each had to possess distinct qualities to merit inclusion. Within the Great Feng Dynasty today, the Rouge ranking he compiled was revered by countless kindred spirits as an authority in the field. It was also the only achievement by the Northern Stabilizing King's heir for which the world knew his name. Deal. Lu Nianli agreed in one breath. He thought that if this attempt failed, as well his second sister would finally stop interfering with his life of lying flat. I want you to enter into a marriage alliance with the eldest princess of the Ming Dynasty. Lu Changle's words were astonishing. A marriage alliance. Lu Nianli's body jolted. Absolutely not. What kind of joke was this? With his status as heir of the Northern Stabilizing King, he could have whatever he wanted. Once he entered a marriage alliance, he would be giving up an entire sea of flowers for the sake of a single bloom. It would severely disrupt his life of lying flat. Whether you agree or not, you will do it. Lu Changle glared. You just promised me. If you dare go back on your word, I will stand guard at your door every single day. See how you like that? Lu Nianli was on the verge of tears. It was over. His second sister was truly serious. How was he supposed to lie flat now? Just then an electronic chime suddenly sounded in his mind. Due to the host's long-term commitment to lying flat and neglecting proper business, the lying flat system has been activated. This system is dedicated to helping the host lie flat in greater comfort and with better justification, allowing the host to lounge in ease and play in joy. Effort is absolutely out of the question. Commence lying flat. The sudden voice stunned Lu Nianli for a heartbeat, then wild delight surged within him. He had spent 18 years in this foreign world. The system had come late, but it had finally arrived. At last. What are you laughing at? Seeing her younger brother's improper grin, Lu Changle felt her temper rise anew. I have already received reliable news. The eldest princess of the Ming Dynasty possesses a rare innate physique. It is certain she can compensate for your lack of a spiritual root. Tomorrow, the eldest princess and the Ming Dynasty's diplomatic entourage will arrive at the Northern Stabilizing King's residence. I hope you conduct yourself well and seize this opportunity. Do not disappoint, father. Later, Mr. Qi from the academy will speak with you and teach you the way of life. Today marks the beginning of the day when you Lu family's Qilin child cast off the dust, reveal your edge, and ascend to the very pinnacle. After a round of lecturing, Lu Changle left in a huff. Watching his second elder sister's figure recede into the distance, Lu Nianli's lips curled, and he simply lay back down. His lazy voice sounded beside the ears of the four maidservants. Spring rains pound my back. Summer cicadas press my legs. Autumn leaves fan the breeze. Winter snow dance by my side. Rather than striving himself, it was better to let his second elder sister work hard to inherit the Jinbei prince's residence. A life of deliberate idleness was wonderfully pleasant. At the same time, the voice of the system once again echoed within his mind. Ding. Primary slacking behavior detected, rejecting second sister's lecture. You have gained 10 slacking points and 1 lottery draw. Would you like to use your lottery chance? Use it. Lu Nianli moved his will, and lines of text seemed to flash before his mind's eye. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intelligence organization Baixiatang. Baixiatang, from the heavens above to the earth below, there is nothing they do not know. Just as the information flashed through his mind, a scholarly man in elegant robes suddenly appeared in the room. Assassin. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The four maidservants reacted swiftly. Swords hidden in their sleeves flashed as they thrust toward the scholar, yet he easily evaded every strike with an astonishingly uncanny movement technique. The four were about to attack again when the scholar suddenly knelt before Lu Nianli. Baixiatang's Baixiatang pays respects to His Highness the Shitsi. Shitsi, this is. The four maidservants were stunned. They had accompanied the Shitsi since childhood. How had they never seen this man before? Rise. Lu Nianli lifted his hand, his gaze settling upon Baixiatang. He had not expected that this Baixiatang, who looked like a frail scholar, would possess such astonishing movement skills that even the four maidservants, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, could not touch him. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were not merely his personal maidservants. They were death-sworn, cultivated by the Lu family, each possessing the level of King Kong realm. Working together, they could even hold off a Wenshuan expert. In this world, martial practitioners were divided into 1st to 9th grade. Beyond the 9th grade were the King Kong realm, the Wenshuan realm, and the Nirvana realm. Nirvana was the stage at which martial Tao shed its mortal husk and first glimpsed the gates of immortality. Above the Nirvana realm, such experts were rare within mundane imperial dynasties. Only the greatest powers could seat 1 or 2 such figures in town. Most of these mighty ones had already cast off worldly disputes, seeking entry into immortal sects and blessed lands in pursuit of the path of ascension. Baixiatong, what realm are you at? Lu Nianli asked. Reporting to the Shitsi, this subordinate is of the Wenxuan realm, adept at concealment, escape, and movement techniques. In matters of hiding and fleeing, even Nirvana experts are inferior to me. Baixiatong replied respectfully. Lu Nianli nodded in satisfaction, then asked, how many people does Baixiatong have in total? Including this subordinate, there are 30,000 members hidden throughout the lands under heaven. Baixiatong cupped his hands. As for intelligence concerning the mundane imperial dynasties, the Shitsi need only speak and Baixiatong can deliver it before you within 3 days. Not bad. Lu Nianli pondered briefly. First, bring me intelligence on the Grand Princess of Daming. That the Grand Princess of Daming was willing to marry a good for nothing like him could not possibly be as simple as it appeared on the surface. She very likely harbored deeper designs. His father and second sister had merely set aside further investigation for the sake of allowing him to step onto the martial path. Understood. Baixiatong concealed his presence and departed. The 4 maidservants beside him were stunned, eyes wide with shock. So the Shitsi had secretly nurtured such a terrifying intelligence network. Of course, how could the Qilin son of the Jinbei prince be a useless wastrel? What are you all standing there for? Keep pressing. Lu Nianli had no intention of becoming diligent because of Baixiatong's appearance. Since even the system supported his slacking, what reason did he have to work hard? Seek eternal life. Better to seize joy in the moment. Shitsi, you are truly remarkable. The maidservants came back to their senses and began to flatter Lu Nianli. Gentle breezes rose from their fans, making his heart itch. As his death-sworn spring, summer, autumn, and winter gave him no cause to fear any leak of information. Even if his father, the Jinbei prince, personally issued orders, the 4 would still prioritize obedience to him. Such death-sworn had from the moment of his birth regarded him as their entire world. If he lived, they lived. If he were to die, the 4 would die one step ahead of him. Shitsi, are you within? Just as Lu Nianli was savoring his enjoyment, a voice sounded again from beyond the door. He had heard that voice many times. It belonged to Mr. Qi, the great scholar of Jinbei Academy. Every so often his second sister would invite Mr. Qi over, attempting to awaken him from his slacker's life. Mr. Qi's teachings had made Lu Nianli deeply realize that striving to live was too exhausting. Slacking off was the true way. Time and again, they had only strengthened his resolve on the path of idleness. Please come in, Mr. Qi. Lu Nianli waved his hand, instructing the maidservants to open the door and withdraw outside. Qi Xian greets the Shitsi. Upon entering, Mr. Qi first offered a bow, then sat down beside the bed. Looking at the Shitsi sprawled there like a salted fish, he let out a deep sigh. He could only hope that this lecture would finally bring the Shitsi to a sudden awakening. Mr. Qi, please speak freely. Lu Nianli sat halfway up, hands pillowed behind his head. Do not feel pressured. I am someone who never listens. A second sister knows this and will not blame you. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. If Mr. Qi feels that lecturing is too tiring, the Shitsi can instead expound to you upon my Tao of slacking. Mr. Qi had heard this term, slacking, several times from Lu Nianli's lips and roughly understood its meaning. Yet he was a great scholar of the age. How could he be swayed by such words? Shitsi, in a short while it will be your comingafage ceremony. Mr. Qi began, this time I shall speak to you of my past life. Time cannot be turned back. I hope you may gain some insight and one day look back upon life without regret. When I was about your age, I too delighted in beauty. Once I saw a woman of great charm, I could not forget her and thought of her as though mad. This is the nature of men, I can understand. At 25, I was framed by nobles of the imperial capital. My reputation and achievements were ruined in an instant. Friends and kin all urged me to bow my head and admit fault. Yet how could we scholars bend our brows and bow our backs to serve the powerful, making ourselves unable to smile from the heart? At 36, I rose again from obscurity. Riding the spring wind with swift hooves, in a single day, I saw all the blossoms of the city. My heart was carefree, I was greatly pleased with myself. Time flowed on. At 47, and so on. Until today, past the age of 70, I have finally grasped a few threads of life's principles and am now revered as a great scholar of the age. Yet when I look back upon my life, there are far too many regrets. I only hope that the Shitsi's life will be free of regret. A man's ambitions should span the 4 corners of the world. To be lost in beauty is not acceptable. Having spoken, Mr. Qi smiled knowingly and stroked his beard as he looked at Lu Nianli. In the next instant, the expression on his face froze. Shitsi, how have you fallen asleep? Wake up. Feeling himself being jostled, Lu Nianli woke from his drowsiness. Where had you reached? Just, yes. When a man is 18, his blood runs hot. If he meets a beauty, he cannot forget her and thinks of her as if mad. So sir, you are a kindred spirit to me after all. This Shitzi sincerely invites you to take part in the selection for the Rouge Review. Would sir have any interest? Seeing Lu Nianli's utterly sincere expression, Mr. Chi's mind fell into chaos. Eyes could not lie. He was certain the Shitzi had truly fallen asleep just now, and the light in the Shitzi's gaze now was pure, fervent passion for the Rouge Review. His assessment was addled by lust, illness sunk to the marrow beyond all remedy. Even immortals could not save him. After a long moment, Mr. Chi rose, bowed to Lu Nianli, and spoke with difficulty. The Shitzi's Tao of slacking surpasses my own. Chi Xian takes his leave. Walk slowly, sir. Lu Nianli waved in farewell. Come by often when you have time. When life is at its most joyous, one should indulge to the fullest. I guarantee that when you see the great beauties in the Rouge Review, even at 70, you will think of them as though mad. On the small path beyond the courtyard, Chi Xian, hearing the Shitzi's call, shook his head and sighed. How had the Jinbei prince, whose martial merits overshadowed all, and whose might shook the imperial dynasty, ended up with such a slacker Shitzi? The Jinbei prince's residence, truly bereft of successors. As Chi Xian departed, the system's notification sounded once more in Lu Nianli's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has performed a primary level lying flat behavior. Counter-preaching to Mr. Chi. You have gained 10 lying flat points and 1 lottery draw. Would you like to use the lottery chance? Hearing the prompt, Lu Nianli brightened with delight. It turned out that reverse brainwashing Mr. Chi also counted as a lying flat behavior. Use it. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eat, Drink, and Play Lying Flat Essential Package. Eat, Drink, and Play Lying Flat Package. Upon use, it will automatically grant Divine Culinary Arts, Divine Wine Arts, Divine Painting Arts, and Divine Music Arts. In this world, life boils down to nothing more than eating, drinking, and merrymaking. The system had just prepared all of it for him in one stroke. If such a generous reward came merely from a primary lying flat behavior, then what about the others? Would he not be able to lie his life flat into a blooming spectacle? System, how are the levels of lying flat behavior evaluated? The greater the impact of the host's lying flat behavior on the world's environment, the higher the level of that behavior will rise. There are 4 levels in total. They are primary, intermediate, advanced, and super. The system's explanation sparked even more cheerful ideas in Lu Nianli's heart. Not doing proper work. Was that not precisely what he excelled at? In a few days it will be time for the release of the Rouge rankings. Lu Nianli pondered inwardly. Every year the announcement of the Rouge rankings draws countless young masters to fawn and chase, but the past rankings were never truly authentic. This time, with Baishao Hall collecting intelligence from all under heaven, I must compile a Rouge rankings that will shake the entire Dafeng dynasty. With that thought, Lu Nianli tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he sat up, half reclining against the bedhead. After a long while, he reached a decision. He decided to reward himself. It has been so long since I last went to the pleasure quarter to listen to songs. Staring at the bright moon beyond the window, he thought once more of those pitiful and helpless young ladies, standing alone in dark alleys in forms that were far from noble. As the heir of the northern region, how could he allow such pitiable women, selling themselves to bury their fathers, raising younger brothers, sacrificing themselves for the nation, to be neglected? Justice had to be carried out. Acting the moment the thought arose, Lu Nianli disguised himself, left the prince's residence, and headed straight for the largest brothel in Jinbei City. At dawn the next morning, within Xiangming courtyard of the prince's residence, Chi Xian hurriedly sought out Lu Changle, his expression extremely unsightly. Mr. Chi, what has happened to you? Seeing Chi Xian's complexion, Lu Changle felt a vague sense of foreboding. How did your sermon with the heir go last night? Chi Xian is incompetent. I could not out-argue the heir. Chi Xian said with a wry face. The heir's Tao of lying flat has sunk deep into his very bones, branded upon the depths of his soul. Forgive my disrespectful words, but His Highness the heir is beyond saving. Alas, Mr. Chi cannot be blamed for this. Lu Changle ground her teeth. She had often heard her younger brother mention the term lying flat. At first she had not taken it seriously, but now it seemed her own brother truly intended to rot down to his very bones. Even the greatest scholar of the age, Mr. Chi, had been angered into such a state. Who else could possibly persuade her younger brother? Today was the day when the Grand Princess of Daming and her delegation would visit the Jinbei prince's residence. Rumor had it that the Grand Princess of Daming was cold and proud. If she were to see her younger brother in such a state of depravity, she would likely refuse the marriage alliance, and then her brother would never again be able to step onto the martial path. He would only sink further into self-abandonment, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. Zinio, go and summon the heir. She immediately ordered the guard. Since Mr. Chi had failed, she would personally take the field, no matter what she had to bring her younger brother back from his misguided path. My lady, the heir is not in Wutong Courtyard. Guard Zinio quickly returned with a reply. Not in Wutong Courtyard. Lu Changle's chest rose and fell with anger, her voice suddenly dropping into a heavier tone. Then where has he gone? According to the maids of Wutong Courtyard, he should have gone to the pleasure quarter to listen to songs. Zinio replied in a timid whisper. Knowing full well that the daming delegation was coming, the heir still dared at such a critical juncture to go to the pleasure quarter to listen to songs. Today the second young lady was likely to go mad. A mighty power burst forth from within Lu Changle, like a wrathful Vajra, glaring with furious eyes. Lu Nianli, you wretch. Pleasure. Quarter. Listening. To. Songs. Not. Doing. Decent. Things. Send people to look for him immediately. Before the daming delegation arrives, no matter what, the heir must be brought back. Manchun Pavilion. The largest brothel in Jinbei Prince City. Lu Nianli, disguised as a wealthy young master, was having the time of his life seated beneath the performance stage, freely critiquing the various women alongside a crowd of dissolute scions. It was precisely the time for the selection of Manchun Pavilion's new courtesan queen. Countless rich and powerful patrons were competing fiercely, all vying to win the honor of her first night. And the one throwing money most recklessly was naturally Lu Nianli. He would not permit any young wastrel in the northern region to surpass him in the art of lying flat. Your Highness. At that moment, Bai Xiaodong's voice sounded in his ear. Bai Xiao Hall has already obtained the intelligence on the daming delegation. This time the delegation consists of 38 people. The highest ranking among them are the Grand Princess of Daming Song Qing at the early stage of the Wenshuan realm, and the Little Princess Song Ran at the early stage of the King Kong realm. Among the remaining 36 guards, there is one at the peak of the Wenshuan realm, 2 at the mid-stage of the Wenshuan realm, 7 at the King Kong realm, and the remaining 26 are all 9th rank warriors. In addition, the constitution of the Grand Princess Song Qing has been ascertained. She is born with a 5 elements reversed body. Once this physique is cultivated to the peak of the Wenshuan realm, it must be tempered through dual cultivation with a 5 elements wasted body. Only by allowing the wasted body to continuously absorb the reversed qi within her can the Tao of balance be attained, otherwise the reversed flames will attack the heart and lead to death. Bai Xiao Hall's intelligence was exceedingly detailed. Lu Nianli understood at heart. So that was why the Grand Princess of a mighty daming dynasty would be willing to marry a good for-nothing like him. There was another scheme beneath it all. Was this not a severe impediment to his lying flat ambitions? Your Highness, there is one more piece of news. Bai Xiaodong's voice sounded again. The little princess of the daming dynasty did not accompany the delegation to the Jinbei prince's residence, but instead has disguised herself as a man and come to Manchun Pavilion. This news stunned Lu Nianli for a brief moment. The dignified little princess of the daming dynasty possessed such a peculiar pastime. Where is she? Lu Nianli's interest was piqued. He found this little princess rather entertaining. At the very least, far better than that grand princess who seemed intent only on draining him dry. She has arrived. The one who just entered dressed in black brocade is the little princess of daming song. Lu Nianli turned to look in that direction and saw the person Bai Xiaodong had described. Among women, Song Ran could be considered tall, but dressed as a man she seemed rather short. Her disguise technique was not bad, yet anyone attentive could tell at a glance. Still, compared to his own skills, she was far inferior. Song Ran swept her gaze around once, then fixed it near where Lu Nianli sat and walked straight in his direction. The gathered young masters and nobles stared at this unfamiliar figure, their eyes filled with doubt. Which family's young lord was this? None of them had ever seen him before, yet his attire was luxurious and radiated wealth. To dare walk toward this area, could he be the descendant of some high official in the imperial capital? While the young masters murmured in astonishment, Lu Nianli simply smiled and patted the seat beside him. This gentleman's face is unfamiliar. Your first time visiting Manchun Pavilion. Sit here beside me. Once Lu Nianli spoke, the other young masters dared not say another word. Many among them could guess his identity. To dare sit before them with legs crossed sipping tea, there could be none but the northern region's #1 wastrel heir. Many thanks, sir. Song Ran clasped her fists with a smile and sat directly down beside Lu Nianli. The moment she sat down, a large hand rested upon her shoulder, then, as if unintentionally, slid naturally down toward her chest. The little princess's heart instantly leapt into her throat. This fellow, what does he think he is doing? Brother Ren also has his eye on this courtesan. Lu Nianli leaned against Song Ran's shoulder, chatting carelessly. Of course. The little princess Song Ran did her utmost to act like a decadent wastrel and declared proudly, if you also wish to vie for the courtesan, then let us see whose gold is more plentiful. Brother Ren is quite confident, Lu Nianli teased. However, the courtesan's first night has already been reserved by the Shitsi. In this Jinbei city, if the Shitsi fancies something, even the Emperor of Defeng would be of no use. At the mention of the word Shitsi, A sharp gleam flickered in Song Ran's eyes. You know the Shitsi of the northern region? She had come to Manchun Pavilion earlier than her elder sister precisely, because she had heard that the Shitsi of the northern region delighted in frequenting brothels to listen to music, indulging most in romantic dalliance. She intended to use a memory stone to record the Shizi's licentious conduct. Thus, she could shatter her sister's desire to marry the Shitsi of the northern region. Watching Song Ran, who pretended to be worldly, yet was in truth a little fool, Lu Nianli obligingly nodded. More than knowing him, Shitsi is my sworn brother. In his heart, he was already thinking that he would soon let this naive little princess witness his own moral depravity. The little princess Song Ran would inevitably report it to Song Qing. Perhaps then the eldest princess would abandon her intention of marrying him. I have long heard that the Shitsi of the northern region delves deeply into the art of pleasure and has single-handedly created the rouge appraisal, which countless noble signs admire. I too have long yearned for his reputation. Song Ran smiled. Might Brother Ran be willing to make an introduction? There shall be generous recompense after. Lu Nianli arched a brow. The Shizi's status is exalted. He is not someone one can meet just because one wishes to. Brother Ren must show sufficient sincerity, otherwise it will be difficult for me to act on your behalf. I would like to ask Brother Ren, what would be considered sufficient sincerity? Song Ran kept a carefree smile on her face, while secretly cursing in her heart. These northern region nobles truly were rotten to the core. The Shitsi was without virtue, the northern region without hope. Better to abandon feudal struggle and merge directly into the territory of the Ming imperial dynasty. Come with me. As she was thinking this, Lu Nianli had already seized her hand and was leading her toward an elegant room upstairs. Some words are inconvenient to speak here. Let us go to an upstairs private room for a secret talk. As he spoke, Lu Nianli wore a meaningful smile. Song Ran felt a chill in her heart. Could this man perhaps have a penchant for other men? She had long heard tales of the corruption of noble families, that some idle young masters delighted precisely in such tastes. For the sake of her sister's future, she would temporarily endure. If this man dared misbehave with her, she would not hesitate to cut him down. The two of them arrived at the elegant room upstairs. Lu Nianli deliberately teased, Brother Ren's hand is pale and tender as jade, as delicate to the touch as a woman's. Truly exquisite. Hearing this song, Ran did not know whether to feel pleased or sorrowful. Since the Shitsi of the northern region was this man's sworn brother, there was a high chance he shared the same proclivities. So long as she could see some incriminating evidence against the Shitsi of the northern region, her elder sister would not have to marry such a man. Even if her father the emperor wished to use marriage to win over the Jinbei king, he would have to seek another means. I have already displayed my sincerity. When will you introduce me to the Shitsi of the northern region? No need to rush. Lu Nianli, having finally found some entertainment, naturally was in no hurry to let it go. Of late, I have been delving into the Tao of painting. I would like to invite Brother Ren to offer a few critiques. The little princess Song Ran was puzzled. What exactly did this man intend? Why did he suddenly wish to discuss painting with her? A person like him would surely paint filthy subjects that would stain the eyes. As her words fell silent, Lu Nianli had already begun to paint. His brush fell as though guided by gods. With only a few strokes, he summoned forth the very essence of the scene upon the paper. This man does possess some skill, she murmured. Song Ran watched from the side. She had studied zither chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had achieved modest attainment in these arts, yet her level was far from reaching this man's realm. Yet, she soon fell into a daze. Why is he painting a man? Was he intending to dispense with any concealment and confess directly to her? Fortunately, she herself was a woman, or she would surely have her heart's eyes polluted by this man. No, something is wrong. Song Ran quickly sensed an anomaly, for the person in the portrait seemed somehow familiar to her. The Shitsi of the northern region, Lu Nianli. In the next instant, she cried out in alarm. Though she had never met the Shitsi in person, she had collected plenty of intelligence on him. Yet the Lu Nianli in the portrait appeared even more handsome than the report suggested. Brother Ren has keen eyes, Lu Nianli said with a smile. The one in the painting is precisely my sworn brother, the Shitsi of the northern region, Lu Nianli. I ask Brother Ren to critique. How is my skill in the Tao of painting? At first, Song Ran had felt some resistance within, yet now, as she fixed her gaze upon the man in the painting, she found herself increasingly entranced. What she did not know was that once the Tao of painting attained a divine level, a single painting could capture a person's very soul. Lu Nianli had precisely reached this realm in the Tao of painting. The flawless template of Lu Nianli had already, without a sound, been carved into the depths of Song Ran's mind. After staring blankly at the portrait for a long while, Song Ran gave a wry smile. Young master, your attainment in the Tao of painting has reached its peak. Forgive my poor eyesight, I am unable to offer any critique. Unable to critique. Lu Nianli frowned and shook his head, turning as if to leave. Since Brother Ren's sincerity is lacking, let us part ways here. Wait. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from within Song Ran, locking onto him in an instant. You are not allowed to leave. Tell me the whereabouts of the Sheetsea of the northern region, or die. Since soft methods failed, she could only resort to hard ones. Even as he was locked by her aura, the smile on Lu Nianli's face did not fade. His gaze slid downward as he quipped. Why is it that when Brother Rin gets angry, his pectoral muscles become so exaggerated? At his words, Song Ran's face flushed red. She looked down. Somehow the bindings that had constrained her chest had been torn apart, revealing her female form. She was a master of the Vajra realm, since, when had her mind become so unstable? Could it be because of that painting just now? This man was certainly no simple figure. Who exactly are you? Song Ran drew her sword and pointed it at Lu Nianli. If you do not confess at once, do not blame this young master for showing no mercy. Tisk tisk. Lu Nianli gave a playful smile. Since you are a little white rabbit, why force yourself to pretend to be a great fierce wolf? I shall not play with you any longer. We shall meet again if fate allows. As his words fell, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside Song Ran. Yellow smoke spread through the elegant room. When her vision cleared, Lu Nianli had already vanished, leaving only the furious little princess Song Ran and that single portrait. Gazing at the lifelike figure within the painting, Song Ran once again fell into a trance. For some reason, a faint trace of yearning rose within her heart. She felt an urgent desire to meet the Sheetsea of the northern region, to behold his true visage and see whether he was truly like in the painting, as graceful as jade and peerlessly handsome. She rolled up the painting and quickly left Intelligence Pavilion. At the same time, the Daming diplomatic mission, led by the eldest princess Song Qing, had already arrived at the Jinbei king's residence. The Jinbei king Lu Wudi personally received the eldest princess Song Qing. For the northern region, the matter of marriage was an urgent affair. In the main hall of the northern king's mansion, King Lu Wudi sat majestically on the main seat, exuding an air of authority. As the only prince of a different surname in the Great Feng Dynasty, Lu Wudi controlled the northern region's affairs, earning the title of the Iron-Blooded Butcher, having once galloped across the battlefield in his youth, slaying countless enemies. Now, cultivating his mind and tempering his nature, he exhibited a certain restraint, yet still conveyed a palpable pressure that commanded respect without anger. The princess of the Great Ming, Song Qing, sat in the guest seat, adorned in a stunning crimson gown radiating noble grace. Her face was strikingly beautiful, with features as if painted, a delicate nose and lips embellished with rouge that complemented her red dress. Her fair and elegant neck was slightly raised, adorned with a brilliant gemstone necklace that gleamed upon her proud bosom, while the tailored gown accentuated her slender waist to perfection. Only her jade-like feet, partially concealed beneath the dress, sparked the imagination. Uncle Lu is the heir, truly so busy with government affairs. Song Qing took a sip of tea, her tone laced with teasing. Before coming here, she had already investigated Lu Nianli and knew that this heir preferred a life of indulgence, having even published a list called Rouge Rankings, which was adored by a group of like-minded noble sons. But that was fine. This heir devoid of ambition suited her intentions perfectly. Do not worry, Your Highness, Lu Wudi smiled. I have instructed the guards to notify Nianli he will arrive shortly. As for his son's innate shortcomings, he as a father felt helpless, but understood the despair within his child's heart and found no reason to scold him. Fortunately, he had finally found a way to address it. Although the Great Ming princess was clever and ambitious, as long as Nianli took to the martial path, Lu Wudi had confidence in paving a bright future for his son. Sister, I'm back. Just then a clear voice came from outside the main hall. Lu Wudi and Song Qing turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a young girl was making her way in, dressed in a white brocade robe with golden trims, holding a folding fan. Though she was a youthful girl, her attire resembled that of a refined young noble. Upon entering, her gaze swept over the room and settled on Lu Wudi as she curtsied in greeting. I am Song Ran of the Great Ming. Greetings to the Northern King. There's no need for such formality, the Northern King laughed heartily. Come, let the young princess take a seat and serve tea. He took a moment to observe her. Compared to the aloof and regal Princess Song Qing, the young Princess Song Ran was charming and adorable, making her a more suitable match for Nianli. Princess Song Ran did not hold back and boldly sat beside Song Qing, whispering a few words in her. The slightly smiling Song Qing suddenly furrowed her brow. Was the heir of the northern region inclined towards a relationship with men? If that were true, the matter of this marriage alliance would become complicated. She could tolerate Lu Nianli's occasional indulgences, but she could not accept him engaging in such distasteful affairs. No, wait. She quickly realized. Given Lu Nianli's debauched nature and his overwhelming power in the northern region, if he truly harbored such preferences, it would be no secret, and would have long been known among the nobility. The person Song Ran encountered in the pleasure house was likely Lu Nianli. Having been pampered since childhood and sheltered from the world's song, Ran must have been toyed with by the heir of the northern region. This flaw was easily discerned by Song Qing. As her brow relaxed, a broader smile emerged on her lips. Hearing Song Ran mention it, she suddenly took an interest in this heir of the northern region. What was the reason for Lu Nianli's deliberate defamation? Was it out of a desire to avoid a marriage alliance with her? She was confident in her talents and beauty. Compared to the top tier on the Great Feng Rouge rankings, she was equally unmatched. Interesting, Song Qing mused, taking the painting from Song Ran's hands, placing it on the table to unfold, and smiling. Uncle Lu, this painting was created by a talented individual from the common folk for the heir. What do you think of it? As the scroll unfolded, their gazes were fixed upon it. The Northern King remained unfazed, but a surge of waves stirred within Song Qing's heart. In that fleeting moment, the painting's spirit resonated with her cultivated Dao heart. Looking at the figure in the painting, a graceful young noble with a demeanor like jade, those bright eyes seemed to truly gaze at her, as if Lu Nianli stood before her. How could she, with her questioning cultivation, feel such an absurd sensation? She began to doubt her previous assumptions. Was the painter truly Lu Nianli, or was it one of his friends? To capture the essence of the heir of the northern region with such mastery, based solely on her mental image, how much must that person care? The northern king Lu Wudi was equally astonished. At first glance, the figure in the painting resembled his son Lu Nianli, but upon closer inspection, the aura was worlds apart. The Lu Nianli in the painting resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Little princess, who created this painting? Lu Wudi asked proactively. I do not know either, Song Ran. I encountered this person in the Spring Bloom Pavilion. He said he was a sworn brother of the heir, and then gifted me this painting before leaving. A sworn brother of Nianli. Lu Wudi was puzzled. He had never heard of Nianli having any sworn brothers, only a group of idle companions. Could that person have been someone Nianli disguised himself as? But when did Nianli's skill in painting reach such heights? Uncle Lu, there's something I am unsure whether to say or not, Song Ran said. Speak freely, Lu Wudi replied. The heir, knowing he is to marry my sister, still maintains a close relationship with this painter. This is somewhat disrespectful to my sister. Facing the renowned Northern King, Song Ran showed no signs of fear. She came here to ensure her sister would not become a victim of their father's ambitions by marrying that heir of the northern region. Speaking bluntly posed no issue. After all, following this, they would no longer tread in the northern region. If they were to return, it would be when the Great Ming Dynasty completely annexed the Great Feng Dynasty. Little Ran, do not be rude to Uncle Lu, Song Qing gently admonished. Without evidence, we cannot slander the heir. It's fine, Lu Wudi interjected, smiling even more cheerfully. Having watched his son grow up, he believed that although Nianli had become a bit disheartened, he would never possess such a penchant. It was certainly just Princess Song Ran who had been toyed with by Nianli. To avoid this marriage alliance, Nianli had indeed put in considerable effort. Song Ran's cheeks puffed in anger, unaware that she was the only naive one in the room. Song Qing smiled, saying, Uncle Lu, the tea time has passed, and the heir still refuses to meet us. Why don't you take us sisters to visit him at Wudong Courtyard? A question mark appeared on Song Ran's forehead. How was the situation different from her expectations? Instead of retreating, her sister was becoming increasingly proactive. That heir was merely handsome. Aside from his looks, what else did he excel in? When did her sister become so superficial? Lu Wudi's eyes lit up. He had thought this plan would be quite challenging, as the Great Ming princess might not be willing to marry, but unexpectedly Song Qing did not mind these matters. Nianli's manners were lacking. I apologized to the princess, he said, leading Song Qing towards the direction of Wudong Courtyard. Song Ran stood frozen in place for a moment, struggling internally. Forget it, that heir is indeed good-looking. Just a glance shouldn't be seen as betraying my heart. She quickly persuaded herself. She rolled up the painting from the table and chased after them. In the Wudong Courtyard, just returning from Mansion building, Lu Nianli sneaked into his bedroom, ready for a good sleep, only to find his fierce second sister, Lu Changle, already sitting on his bed. Lu Nianli, do you even know how to come back? Lu Changle gritted her teeth. Do you know how much our father has sacrificed to put you on the path of martial arts? It was clear that Lu Changle was genuinely angry. The Great Ming Dynasty is the enemy state of the Great Feng Dynasty. With our father's stature, he should not have any ties with the Great Ming Dynasty. At such a time, the Emperor of the Great Ming proposes an alliance with the Northern region, aiming to put the Northern region in a difficult position, forcing a choice between Great Feng and Great Ming. If our father agrees, it is tantamount to risking it all. How would the old Emperor of Great Feng think of the Northern region's heir marrying the Great Ming's princess? As the only foreign royal in Great Feng, our father's extraordinary accomplishments have already made that old emperor wary, wishing to eliminate him at once. Therefore, for all these years our father has been cautious, leaving no room for the court to find faults, yet for your sake, he still took risks. Can you not be a little more ambitious? Consider this a plea from your sister, will you? As she spoke, Lu Changle's eyes turned red, her tone carrying a hint of supplication. The usually strong and fierce second sister suddenly displaying such a demeanor made Lu Nianli feel a pang of guilt. He had been transported to this world since infancy, and his second sister had cared for him since he was a child. Naturally, he felt sorry for her. However, he did not need the help of the Great Ming's princess. With the system in place, even if he slacked off, he could at least ensure his family's safety. As for scheming against the court, his personality held no interest in such matters. Second sister, even without marrying the Great Ming's princess, I can still protect our home. Lu Nianli rarely became serious. To Lu Changle's ears, however, this was a different sentiment. She glared at her younger brother. In this world, martial prowess is revered. Why is our father able to command respect in the northern region? Because he is a master at the nirvana stage. If you do not practice martial arts, how can you protect our home? How can you ensure the northern region's peace? Her voice turned into a sarcastic laugh at the end. You don't practice martial arts. Are you planning to cultivate immortality instead? Cultivating immortality. Lu Nianli thought seriously for a moment. Compared to practicing martial arts, if one achieves a fortuitous encounter, cultivating immortality isn't bad, but I prefer to slack off. Martial arts comprise 9 ranks, followed by the golden body inquiry into mysteries and nirvana stages. Above nirvana is the creation stage, where one gains protection from immortal affinities and builds the bridge of creation. This marks the beginning of the path of cultivation. It is said that some study for 10 years, and one day they achieve a fortuitous encounter. However, in Lu Changle's eyes, her little brother could not possibly have such an immortal affinity. No matter how many wonders there are in the world, she had never heard of anyone who spends their days indulging in pleasures and slacking off, yet somehow achieves such a fortuitous encounter. You. Lu Changle was almost enraged to death. I don't care. In any case, you must agree this time, or I will run away from home and never speak to you again. With our elder sister absent, and me gone, you are the only heir left. Let's see what you choose. She was filled with indignation. She would force her younger brother to take on this responsibility. Lu Nianli found it amusing. Is this how a woman's mind works? If she couldn't win an argument, she would threaten to run away from home. In his heart, he held a different view from his second sister. He believed that women could also reign as kings and emperors. His second sister cared for the people of the northern region, clearly more suited to inherit it than he, the slacker. As the two argued, noise came from outside Wudong courtyard. Lu Changle's expression changed, and she glared at her younger brother again, reminding him, Nianli, I've said everything I needed to say. Oh, I hope you will be wise. Do not waste our father's hard work. Moments later, King of the North Lu Wudi arrived at Wutong courtyard with the Great Ming's Princess Song Qing and the little Princess Song Ran. Lu Nianli, sporting dark circles under his eyes, walked out lazily, bowing greetings, father. Nianli. Looking at Lu Nianli's haggard appearance, Lu Wudi's lips twitched as he forced a smile, saying, let me introduce you. This is the Great Ming's Princess Song Qing, your fiancée, and beside her is the little Princess Song Ran. Hello. Lu Nianli greeted them indifferently. Princess Song Qing was even more beautiful than described in the reports. In both appearance and figure, she was capable of rivaling the top beauties in the world. It seems that beyond Great Feng beauties are abundant as well. He should take the opportunity to develop a beauty rating encompassing the entire immortal martial continent. Implementing this beauty rating and appreciating the flowers of the world was one of the few proactive actions in his slacker life. However, no matter how beautiful Princess Song Qing was, he understood one principle: there are beauties everywhere, and he must not hang himself on one tree. I've heard that the heir is exceptionally talented and handsome. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable. Princess Song Qing looked at Lu Nianli, her eyes full of smiles. Oh my! Lu Nianli suddenly felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Didn't the report say that Song Qing was cold and proud, and that even the princes of the Great Ming Dynasty couldn't catch her eye? Why did she look like a loyal admirer? In his disheveled state with bleary eyes, he was actually referred to as exceptionally talented and handsome. He didn't believe it himself. That was too flattering. Or was it that this princess truly had taken a liking to him? The scenario was different from what he had imagined. In his plan, Princess Song Qing should mistakenly believe he had a preference for men, and upon seeing his disheveled appearance, develop disgust and shout, I want to break off the engagement. Then he would angrily shout, 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River, do not bully the youth's poverty. Finally, they would set a 3-year agreement. Then he would feign effort and continue slacking off. Princess Song Qing's flattery made even Lu Wudi, her father, unable to bear it as he chuckled dryly, saying, Nianli, the princess has traveled a long way to the northern region. You must not disappoint her good intentions. After the meal, take the princess around to see the sights. Our northern region has beautiful scenery, and I believe the princess will like it as well. All right. Lu Nianli agreed on the surface, but had already devised a countermeasure in his heart. He wanted to see how long this princess could endure. He didn't believe that this legendary, cold, and noble princess would actively pursue him. Uncle Lu, you are busy with affairs. You need not linger with us. Princess Songqing smiled. Nianli and I are both young. We will get along well. Lu Wudi was very satisfied. That's right, you young people chat. I'll go busy myself. After saying this, Lu Wudi cast a glance at his son and left with Lu Chang'e. Soon only Lu Nianli and the two great Ming princesses remained in Wudong courtyard along with the 4 maidservants of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. You all sit. This heir is tired from listening to music last night and needs to catch up on sleep. Once King of the North left, Lu Nianli immediately began to slack off. Fancying my body. Then this heir will just leave you hanging like a salted fish. Hey. Princess Songqing remained calm, but little Princess Song Ran could not sit still. Isn't the heir being too rude? Your sister personally came to visit, yet your attitude is so terrible. If you don't fancy your sister, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Lu Nianli ignored Song Ran entering the bedroom without looking back and firmly closing the door. As Song Ran said, if they were fated to part ways this time, their next encounter would only be as enemies, rendering any semblance of courtesy meaningless. Sister, look at him. Song Ran exclaimed angrily. Even with such a rare beauty like you before him, he doesn't even spare a glance. He clearly prefers men. In my opinion, this marriage proposal is unnecessary, Song Ran said deliberately loudly. Hearing this, Lu Nianli in the room couldn't help but smile. Little Princess Song Ran was truly a supportive ally. Though a bit foolish, she was quite adorable. It's all right, Songqing said, a smile always on her lips. Even when so neglected, she felt no anger, only an increasing sense of intrigue towards the heir of the northern domain. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not raise a dog's son. She did not believe the heir of the northern domain was as incompetent as the world claimed. If Lu Nianli were truly a debauched wastrel, he should have been unable to move his legs upon seeing her, yet he did not spare her a glance. Clearly he possessed an extremely resolute heart. However, she could not guess what made the heir's heart so steadfast. Was it to avoid the vigilance of the emperor of the Great Feng? Or was it for the sake of enduring concealment, waiting to make a stunning revelation? In any case, it was certainly not for a life of indulgence and depravity. She was certain that the heir harbored grand ambitions. Interesting. The colder Lu Nianli became, the stronger Songqing's curiosity grew. Sooner or later, she would make the heir reveal everything before her eyes. Sister, are you out of your mind? Song Ran found it incomprehensible. Even for the sake of father and the great Ming dynasty, we need to win over the king of the north, but you don't need to hypnotize yourself like this. What else is interesting about the heir of the northern domain besides his looks? Songqing glanced at her frustrated sister and said with a light smile, you are still young and do not understand. The heir of the northern domain is not as simple as you think. Song Ran pouted. He's just the biggest wastrel in the northern domain, destined to die at the hands of women. You will find out soon enough. Songqing said no more. The two patiently sat in the courtyard of Wutong courtyard waiting for an entire afternoon. The sun set in the west. Dusk was also a beautiful sight. Lu Nianli woke from a beautiful dream and stretched lazily. Chunyu, is the great Ming princess still in the courtyard? Chunyu glanced and replied, reporting to the heir. Songqing and Song Ran have been in the courtyard all day without leaving. Lu Nianli. Is she really relying on me? It seems the great Ming princess is far more difficult to deal with than I imagined. Ding detected host's basic slacking behavior, leaving the great Ming princess in the sun all day, earning 10 slacking points and 1 lottery chance. Would you like to use the lottery chance? Yes. Lu Nianli's gloomy mood lightened a bit. It seems Songqing was not entirely useless. At least she could help him accumulate slacking points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Invincible Domain Coverage Area, King's Manor of the North. Invincible domain. Within this range you can push through everything. You are invincible below immortals and can exchange with those above. In an instant, Lu Nianli felt a connection between himself and the entire King's Manor of the North, as if everything within the manor was under his control. No subtle movements could escape his perception. With this ability, he no longer had to worry about being assassinated within the manor. In his youth, he had suffered 3 assassination attempts, each fraught with danger. Fortunately, the lazy have their blessings, and he had survived each time. With the protection of the invincible domain, slacking became even easier. Host, you currently have 30 slacking points, which can be exchanged for corresponding items in the system shop. Enter the system shop. Lu Nianli focused his thoughts, and a virtual interface appeared before his eyes. Host Lu Nianli, age 18, martial arts realm mortal, slacking points 30, weapon items, none, defensive items, invincible domain, fixed coverage, King's Manor of the North, other items, none, other skills, culinary arts, alcohol arts, music arts, affiliated forces, 100 knowledge hall. After viewing his personal information, Lu Nianli momentarily experienced the feeling of being poor. He looked at the shop interface again. The prices range from high to low, a dazzling array. Snow Dragon Knights, 1 row troops, the snow leaves no trace, the Dragon Knights roam freely, the Snow Dragon Knights dominate the world, and 5,000 armor can crush rebirth, required exchange points, 1 points. Famed sword, Tianwen ancestral dragons, treasured sword questioning the world, invincible, when drawn, a required exchange points, 1 points. The most expensive items Lu Nianli merely glanced and skipped over. 1 slacking points. He only had 30 now. Can't afford it, can't afford it. It seems slacking is also a tough job. He looked again at the cheap discount section at the bottom. Mysterious rubber needs no inner strength to activate. Mysterious rubber helps you block. A must-have for a happy life, required exchange points, 1 point. Mahjong life is dull, essential for slacking, required exchange points, 1 point. Crit cloth, easy to tier, but worth it, highly rated, required exchange points, 1 point. Small theater, not convenient to say more, please pay to watch, required exchange points, 1 point. After browsing, Lu Nianli was nearly blinded. Almost fell behind on nutrition. After careful consideration, he finally made a decision, spending a hefty slacking point to exchange for crit cloth. With such a trendy outfit, he didn't believe Song Qing could still accept it. Item selected, crit cloth, exchange. The moment the slacking point was deducted, many things appeared in the system space. No wonder it's a slacking system, it truly doesn't do human affairs. Lu Nianli pushed the door open and swaggered to sit in the lounge chair. Both princesses are truly patient, actually waiting for this heir for an entire day. It's no trouble for us to wait. Song Qing stared intently into Lu Nianli's eyes and said, as long as the heir sleeps, while taking care of your health is important, after all the body is the foundation of cultivation. Does the princess truly favor me so much? Lu Nianli propped his legs up, enjoying the maid service. Even in such a posture, no ripples appeared in Song Qing's eyes. Does the princess truly favor me so much? Lu Nianli propped his legs up, enjoying the maid service. Even in such a posture, no ripples appeared in Song Qing's eyes. Song ran on the side, was dumbfounded. What on earth has happened to her sister? It was hard to believe such proactive words came from her usually taciturn sister. Even if father issued a decree, it wouldn't go this far, would it? Yet Song Qing remained incredibly clear-headed, as the world only knew her as the noble great Ming princess adored by all, but little did they know her true goal was never these. She hid her ambitions deep. Her goal was to become the supreme empress of the Great Ming. And the only one who could help her achieve this, winning in the prince's struggle for the throne, was none other than the future king of the North, Lu Nianli. Faced with Princess Song Qing's bold advance, Lu Nianli felt a pang of exasperation. Were it not for his cherished vision of a carefree, languid future, he would not hesitate to deal with this imperial princess on the spot. Your Highness, your forwardness catches me off guard. I'm simply unaccustomed to it. Lu Nianli resorted to stalling. Life is long. Let us take our time getting to know one another. Oh, Princess, Song Qing smiled faintly. I had assumed his lordship preferred fleeting encounters, but it seems you cherish deeper bonds forged over time. Since you favor slow understanding, I shall accompany you step by deliberate step. Lu Nianli fell silent. Through their exchanges, he had pieced together Princess Song Qing's true intent. Her unprecedented initiative could not possibly stem merely from his so-called wasted constitution. What truly mattered to her was his status as heir of the Beiyu domain. Though nominally part of the Great Feng Imperial Dynasty, the Beiyu domain held an exalted, autonomous position, so much so that even the Feng Emperor dared not interfere in its internal affairs. Should the Beiyu domain ever be driven to raise the banner of rebellion, the Great Feng Dynasty itself would teeter on the brink of collapse. And it was not only the Feng court that coveted Beiyu's authority. Several neighboring imperial dynasties had long sought alliance with Beiyu, striving to draw it into their own spheres of influence. The Great Ming Dynasty sharing a border with Feng most aggressively so. Yet Lord Lu Wudi, the Beiyu vanguard king, remained unwavering in loyalty, possessing both the strength and stature to found a new dynasty, yet refusing to rebel. Thus those with ambition turned their gaze upon his heir instead. Princess Song Qing unfurled a painting Lu Nianli had created at the Mansion Pavilion. His lordship, this piece. Is it yours? Sister, what are you implying? Huh. Song Ran, standing nearby, remained bewildered. Wasn't this painted by his lordship's sworn brother? Little fool, Song Qing murmured, gently stroking her younger sister's head. Can't you see it yet? The man who teased you at the Mansion Pavilion wasn't some sworn brother. He was his lordship himself. Oh. Song Ran froze, eyes wide, mind utterly adrift. How infuriating. Her disguise had been seen through all along, and yet this heir had dared touch her, fully aware of her identity. No wonder he'd quipped, "Don't play the fierce wolf when you're really just a little white rabbit." Princess Song Ran's cheeks flushed crimson. "You?" Song Qing sighed deeply. Raised in privilege, sheltered beneath a canopy of adulation, you've never known the treachery lurking in human hearts. You must learn, and learn well. I. Chastised thus, Song Ran wished the earth would swallow her whole, mortifying beyond measure. She'd believed her plan flawless. Yet she'd been manipulated like a puppet in the hands of the Beiyu heir. Under Lu Nianli's stunned gaze, Song Ran covered her face and fled the Wutong courtyard. Song Qing's gaze, however, never left Lu Nianli. Her slender fingers traced the figure in the painting. His lordship's mastery of the brush rivals even Master Wu of the Great Feng Dynasty, the legendary painter sage, who would surely declare upon seeing this a prodigy beyond compare. He'd underestimated it entirely. Lu Nianli inwardly groaned. How could a casual sketch by an ordinary man ignite such reverberations? To master painting is to commune with the divine, truly awe-inspiring. Would his lordship honor me with a portrait? Song Qing shifted closer, voice soft as silk. Even if marriage remains uncertain, let this artwork serve as a lasting token of remembrance. Lu Nianli's hand twitched midair. Was this a test of character? I'll paint, he agreed, nodding. But strictly on my terms. Of course, Song Qing replied without hesitation. Follow me. Lu Nianli beckoned her into his private chamber, and she entered without a trace of fear, composed and unreserved. Then her expression shifted, strange, unsettled. Upon his bed lay an array of bizarre, revealing garments, some scarcely concealing what they ought. Were the world to learn that the august princess of Great Ming wore such attire, she'd be likened to courtesans of the pleasure quarters. Go ahead, choose freely. Lu Nianli issued the instruction with practiced ease before turning to assemble his easel. My lord, Song Qing stood still, her smile fading slightly. Were another to demand such things, I'd sever his head and erase his bloodline to the 9th generation. But you are different. You are my future consort. My entire being belongs to you. I will give all I have, if it pleases you. In Song Qing's eyes, Lu Nianli was already chosen, not by passion, but by necessity. No other would do, for only he could fulfill her deepest ambition. She would ascend the dragon throne as Empress of Great Ming. Before Lu Nianli could react, her crimson gown pooled at her feet, revealing pale, luminous skin in stark, arresting contrast. Blimey, she's serious? Lu Nianli's heart lurched, his eyes betrayed him. As a mortal man, he was sometimes powerless against instinct. She stripped without warning, utterly ruthless. His lordship is refreshingly honest. Song Qing teased, her cheeks flushed, but her composure intact. The indomitable princess never yielded, not even now. For a fleeting moment, Lu Nianli imagined himself staggering out, leaning heavily against the wall. No, he recited a calming mantra instantly. Though the princess was exquisite, his longing for the future rouge rankings eclipsed even her allure. Nothing, not even decadent idleness, would be denied. Not even a princess bearing herself. In a daze, Song Qing had already changed, drawing 2 involuntary glances from Lu Nianli, before he steadied his resolve anew. Even critical strikes proved futile. My lord, am I pleasing to your eyes? Song Qing posed with feline grace, one silken leg draped over the other, her posture radiating seductive elegance. From below she rose like peaks, viewed hidden or from the side, each angle revealed a new breathtaking contour. It wasn't merely mortals who faltered, immortals too would find themselves defenseless. Lu Nianli lifted his brush. Fortunate indeed. He possessed the transcendent mastery of ink and line, slipping effortlessly into the painter's trance, his focus absolute. Before him, Song Qing dissolved into pure composition, no longer flesh and blood, but harmony made visible. Song Qing's astonishment deepened. Faced with her unveiled presence, he painted on, unmoved, unshaken. Such discipline defied the reputation of a mere playboy indulging in wine and verse. Her earlier suspicion had been correct. The heir of Beiyu, like herself, concealed profound ambition, biding his time, awaiting the turning tide of destiny, aiming for the celestial throne itself. Lu Nianli, our ambitions align perfectly, she mused inwardly. Then let me see how long your resolve holds. You understand well enough, marriage to me is the sole path to mutual triumph. At last the portrait was complete. Lu Nianli groaned inwardly. What now? This woman would not relent until she claimed him. All he'd wanted was to drift through life in tranquil disarray. Why had fate delivered such a fiercely ambitious woman into his path? As he pondered, escape footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. His spiritual sense registered 2 approaching presences, his father Lord Lu Wudi and Princess Song Ran. Where are Nianli and the princess? Lu Wudi frowned. Did they go out for leisure? Um, Uncle Lu Song Ran whispered at noon. I saw them enter the room. Lu Wudi's face lit up. Truly the son of Lu Wudi. In half a day matters had progressed that far. He cleared his throat and called into the chamber. Nianli, are you within? Today is auspicious. I've summoned chefs from the drunken Immortal Pavilion to prepare a feast. After a long pause, Lu Nianli emerged, followed closely by Princess Song Qing. Her cheeks, burning her bearing, flustered her robes, slightly askew. In that instant, Lu Wudi beamed, the widest, warmest smile he'd worn in 18 years. My son has finally come of age. Princess Song Ran stood frozen, struck dumb. Could it be? Had her elder sister truly surrendered so completely? In the capital city of Defeng Chang'an, within the Yangxin Hall, the ailing emperor, whose breath was weak and spirit diminished, lay half reclined on his dragon bed, while the palace doctors and maids stood nervously by attending to him. Suddenly the old emperor spoke. You may all leave. I need to rest for a while. We take our leave, Your Majesty. The doctors and maids responded, relieved, and bowed as they exited the Yangxin Hall. Once the servants had withdrawn, a figure appeared beside the dragon bed. Your Majesty, the hidden guards report, he said. The eldest princess of Deming, Song Qing, and the youngest princess Song Ran have both arrived at the Northern King's residence, and the evidence of their intended marriage is conclusive. Cough, what a formidable Lu Wudi. The old emperor's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. I am not dead, yet he is preparing to collude with the Ming dynasty to swallow the territory of Defeng, showing great disrespect for me. The shadow spoke. Your Majesty, the rebellion in the northern region is evident. You can no longer hesitate. The only way to ensure the eternal stability of Defeng is to eliminate the Northern King. I have been too lenient, the old emperor sighed. I had intended to wait until Lu Wudi's death to reclaim military power in the northern region, allowing the Lu family to live in glory and wealth for generations. Yet he does not recognize a good situation, scheming to pass the throne to his useless son. Does he really think that this waste can defend the northern region? Looking back at the past, the old emperor felt regret. Had he not issued the decree granting the Lu family hereditary rights to the Northern King's power, he could have rightfully reclaimed the military authority in the northern region. Alas, fate is capricious. His old illness had recurred, and he had little time left to live. The past feelings had long since faded in his eyes. He only wished to pave the way for the future inheritance of Defeng before his death. If the northern region does not submit, he would die with regrets. Your Majesty, I have a plan, the shadow proposed. The eldest and youngest princesses of Deming are now at the Northern King's residence. If they were to die there, the Emperor of Deming would surely be furious. At that time, not only would the marriage alliance between the Northern region and Deming be shattered, but perhaps the Emperor of Deming would in his rage send troops to the Northern region. Then amidst the turmoil in the Northern region, Your Majesty, you could not only denounce the Northern King from the perspective of the common people, but also take the opportunity to divide the internal forces of the Northern region. This plan is indeed quite good, the old emperor smiled. The powerful officials within the northern region are all loyal followers of the Northern King, but they will not submit to a son who is obsessed with women and lacks any skill. At that time, the death of the eldest princess of Deming, along with the ensuing chaos and suffering of the northern people, could be blamed on this son, leading to instability and disintegration in the northern region. Your Majesty is wise. Then I will leave this matter in your hands. The old emperor instructed. Lu Wudi is a master at the early stage of nirvana. Infiltrating the Northern King's residence to carry out an assassination will not be easy. Be careful not to mess it up. Understood. The shadow vanished. The old emperor gazed at the golden pearl hanging in the hall, sighing deeply. Lu Wudi, do not blame me for being ungrateful. If your son were to remain a carefree and indulgent dandy, I would not touch your Lu family. It is you who forces me to act. The northern region at the Northern King's residence. In a good mood, the Northern King instructed the chef to prepare several more nourishing dishes. He looked at the shy eldest princess and his own weak son. In his heart, he praised, as expected from my Lu family's Qilin child, he has the demeanor of his father in his prime. Lu Nianli was quite speechless. He seriously suspected he had been tricked by Song Qing. The eldest princess crafted an image of a flower that had just endured a storm, hoping to make his father mistakenly believe that they had already consummated their marriage. At the dining table, Song Ran leaned over to whisper in Song Qing's ear. Sister, what kind of clothes are you wearing underneath? They look so shy. Song Ran's eyes were sharp. She was very concerned about whether her sister had indeed given herself away. She had noticed it. A long, dark, somewhat transparent stocking had appeared on her sister's smooth, fair leg. Though somewhat strange, it exuded an unusual allure. And also, her sister's undergarments were no. Considering her sister's previous behavior and her various deductions, she could conclude that her sister not only gave herself away, but had also enjoyed it thoroughly. Little children should not ask too many questions. Faced with her sister's inquiries, Song Qing did not know how to respond as she herself was unsure of what she was wearing. Eldest princess, how do you find spending time with our Nianli? Is it enjoyable? Lu Wuti asked with a smile. Uncle Lu, from now on we will be family, just call me Xiao Qing. Song Qing's face was calm and her heart steady. The son of the house has profound knowledge and understands many things. Spending time with him feels like a breath of spring, very comfortable. Lu Nianli. How could the grand eldest princess of Deming give herself away to such an extent? Without even trying, how could she claim it was comfortable? Nianli, how do you feel about Xiao Qing? Lu Wuti asked again. Father, as you know, feelings develop over time. How can one rashly judge the sanctity of love after just one day together? Lu Nianli spoke earnestly. Lu Wuti's forehead twitched with two black lines. Was his son planning to deny it after the fact? He absolutely would not allow such a disgraceful family tradition to emerge. Just as he was about to reprimand Lu Nianli, Song Qing spoke again. Uncle Lu, the son is right, feelings need to be nurtured. Even if I fell in love with him at first sight, I cannot ignore his feelings. Xiao Qing will certainly strive to adapt to the way of getting along with the son. Good. Lu Wuti laughed heartily. Then it will trouble Xiao Qing. Rest assured, Nianli is a responsible person. With the mandates of parents and the matchmaking words, the two are destined to become a couple. The identities of the northern region's heir and the eldest princess of Deming are also a fitting match. In Lu Wuti's heart, he had already regarded Song Qing as a daughter-in-law. Song Qing patiently chatted with Lu Wuti, discussing not only future life and national affairs, but also the affairs of the martial world, and she could speak fluently. Lu Nianli was dumbfounded. How did he become an outsider? The better Song Qing performed, the more he resisted. Marrying this woman would be a serious insult to his laid-back lifestyle. Xiao Qing, you and the little princess have come here with great difficulty. Why not stay a few more days at the residence? Lu Wuti began arranging again. Tomorrow I will have Nianli take you to tour the northern region. How does that sound? Since it is Uncle Lu's kind intention, Xiao Qing would be remiss not to comply. Song Qing nodded in agreement. There's no need to arrange a room. I see that there are empty rooms in Wudong Courtyard, so I will stay there. Lu Nianli's mind was filled with countless thoughts. This woman wouldn't come to climb into his bed at night and take a heavy-handed approach, would she? How terrifying. Sister, have you been possessed? Song Rand, blushing, whispered. Even if you truly fell in love with the son at first sight, as a woman, how can you be so proactive before marriage? If this gets out, how would the world view you? Song Qing smiled and remained silent. Get out. That would only align with her intentions. Looking at her sister's smile, Song Ran realized that her sister was hopelessly lost, straying further down the road of self-giving. Returning to the Wutong Courtyard, Lu Nianli was preparing to enter seclusion to study the annual Rouge evaluation, while Song Qing followed closely behind him. Princess, could you possibly be a bit more reserved? Song Qing chuckled and said, the heir has already seen my pure body. Do you expect me to backtrack now? As she spoke, she lifted her long skirt, revealing her delicate feet wrapped in black silk. Is this the heir's preference? I actually think your design is quite nice. If you like, I could wear it for you every day. Lu Nianli cast a glance at her and then turned his gaze elsewhere. He felt he could hardly endure it any longer. I have serious business to attend to, please leave. What is the heir's serious business? Song Qing asked, showing no intention of leaving. I have some understanding of worldly matters, perhaps I can help you. I am studying the new Rouge evaluation. Lu Nianli looked at her. What does the princess also wish to discuss the beauties of the world with me? Why not? Song Qing replied without any annoyance. Discussing the heroes and beauties of the world is quite an enjoyable matter, isn't it? Lu Nianli thought that the princess merely appeared carefree, but to his surprise, she was genuinely bold. Suit yourself. He was too lazy to say more and took out a document. This was last year's Rouge evaluation, which had received a 99 approval rate among the elite circles of the northern region, with everyone praising him for his discerning eye and accurate reviews. However, he felt that previous evaluations were not truly valid because there were some great beauties he had not seen or dared not include in the Rouge evaluation. For instance, the current empress of the Great Feng Dynasty. This time he intended to make a grand statement showcasing the most remarkable failures. He had already sent people from the Baishaotang to gather information, believing this Rouge evaluation would surely astonish the world. Song Qing watched with great interest, occasionally stretching her back and bending her legs to perform seductive. Even Lu Nianli had to admit that the princess was indeed impressive. If the people of the Great Ming Dynasty were included in the Rouge evaluation, she would at least rank among the top 3. First place in the Rouge evaluation, Chen Jinjia. Song Qing glanced at the information on the document. It was her first time paying attention to the Great Feng Rouge evaluation in many years. Daughter of the governor of Jiangnan, possessing a heavenly fragrance, physique unforgettable to the senses, elusive as a songbird, unparalleled in talent and charm. Second place in the Rouge evaluation Luo Wuxin. Suspected to be a castaway from a celestial sect, yet distinguished in the Great Feng martial world graceful as a startled swan fierce by nature and unrivaled in swordplay. Third place in the Rouge evaluation Chu Lian. The exiled princess of the Great Chu Dynasty radiant as spring blooms beautiful as the autumn moon captivating in her glance stirring the hearts of many. Fourth place in the Rouge evaluation Wang Qingru. Daughter of the Minister of War Wang Zhenxian, a great general of the Heavenly Dynasty, as radiant as a flower gentle as a pearl. After reviewing the Rouge evaluation Song Qing was not angered but chuckled. The heir's vision is indeed remarkable. I wonder which of these beauties has captured your heart the most. Lu Nianli paused for a moment and replied with a smile, if I could have them all I would prefer that. I detest favoritism. Fairness is the way of balance. Shouldn't this make you angry? Song Qing took a moment before saying the heir is broad-minded. As a wife, I shall assist you. Lu Nianli felt a headache coming on. Is this even possible? Could it be that the princess appears diligent but is actually a slacker? Impossible. He quickly dismissed this thought. How could a slacker marry so far from the Great Ming to the northern region? Just as Lu Nianli was contemplating how to shake off Song Qing, he suddenly sensed an uninvited guest infiltrating the northern king's residence, swiftly approaching. The target was none other than the Wutong courtyard. Again here to assassinate me. Lu Nianli had long grown accustomed to such assassination attempts. However, this time the assassin seemed exceptional, as the experts within the residence had not detected anything at all. In the blink of an eye, the figure leaped over the wall and entered the Wutong courtyard. Had it not been for the existence of the Invincible domain, he might have actually fallen prey this time, not knowing which faction bore a grudge against him. Whoosh! The door was suddenly smashed open and a shadow rushed in. Get out of the way. At this moment Song Qing finally sensed something amiss. She suddenly pushed Lu Nianli backward while drawing a soft sword from her sleeve, blocking the sudden assassination attempt. The four maidens of spring, summer, autumn, and winter also joined forces to attack. The assassin wielded a crescent moon blade in each hand. With a simple sweep, all four maidens were sent flying, and Song Qing was knocked back as well. Nirvana realm. Song Qing felt her heart sink, wanting to exhaust all her strength to send Lu Nianli out of the room, fighting for a slim chance of survival. She had no choice but to take the gamble. She bet that the assassin's target was Lu Nianli and would not kill her. Because if Lu Nianli died, it would be difficult for her to leave the Northern King's residence alive, so she must protect this northern heir at all costs. But the assassin's strength was beyond her expectations. Just as her hand touched Lu Nianli before she could exert any force, the crescent moon blade was already slashing toward her. With just a light sweep, the northern heir would be severed from the living. She shut her eyes in fright. Thud! Blood splattered, striking her face and causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Why? Why did it turn out like this? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately transforming into a surge of fury. Oh! She gripped the soft sword and thrust it forward with all her might, piercing into flesh with a squelch. Are you crazy or something? A familiar voice rang in her ears. Instinctively, Song Qing took a step back, opening her eyes to see a handsome face, which left her completely stunned. The assassin. Dead. She pinched her thigh wrapped in black silk fiercely. It wasn't a dream. Really dead. What just happened? How did a Nirvana realm assassin die without a sound? There were no other wounds on the body, only the sword she had just thrust into the corpse. Woo-woo. The next moment, Song Qing rushed towards Lu Nianli with tear-filled eyes, a strong scent of milk wafting towards him, followed by a sensation of breathlessness. Lu Nianli felt like crying, but had no tears. I am just an ordinary person without martial cultivation. The overwhelming pressure was simply suffocating. He seriously suspected that Song Qing was deliberately setting him up. What normal person would exhibit such a face-washing posture when startled? Moreover, she was the ambitious princess. Forget it. Since he could not resist, he as an ordinary person could only choose to enjoy it. Outside the shattered door, the frightened little princess Song Ran also rushed in. However, as soon as she entered, she saw her sister in a highly inappropriate position with the heir with four other onlookers like her nearby. Why is it that every time I come to see my sister it is this kind of scene? Even being attacked by assassins is no different. It seems my sister is either giving it away freely or is on the path to do so. Cough cough. Half an hour later, Song Ran could no longer bear it and offered a kind reminder. Sister, the assassin is dead. You should get off the young master's body. She was filled with doubt. When did her sister become so timid? Ever since they arrived in the northern region and met the young master, her sister seemed to have completely changed. Faced with her sister's kind reminder, Song Qing wanted to strike someone. How infuriating. It was just a little bit more. She could sense that the young master was about to enter a state. Wait, something's wrong. Song Qing suddenly woke up. Why had no experts arrived for such a serious assassination attempt at the Northern King's manor after such a long time? The Northern King himself was a master at the Nirvana realm. It was impossible for him not to notice, unless someone had shielded the external perception to prevent the event here from being exposed. That leaves only two possibilities. Either the young master had at least a master at the transformation realm protecting him, or the young master himself possessed extraordinary cultivation. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, it confirmed her earlier speculation that the young master of the northern region was no ordinary person. Young master. Song Qing looked at Lu Nianli with fiery eyes. You have hidden it from me so well. I said, how could the Qilin son of the Lu family possibly be a waste? Don't misunderstand. Lu Nianli said seriously. Misunderstand what? I am not a Qilin son. Ooh, I am truly a waste. Lu Nianli spread his hands. The way you pressed me just now, nearly suffocating me. Does it look like I was pretending? If I had that kind of strength, would I let you bully me like this? Song Qing fell into deep thought. His words didn't seem wrong. Just now she had indeed sensed that the young master was struggling to breathe, which didn't seem like an act. After all, she was at the asking the mysterious realm. No matter how Lu Nianli pretended, she should be able to pick up on some clues. However, from all indications, the young master truly seemed like an ordinary person. That meant there was a powerful figure protecting the young master. She recalled the young master's talent in painting, which might have caught the eye of some great figure from a celestial sect who then took him as a disciple. So that's how it is. Song Qing suddenly understood and bowed to the heir above. Master, please rest assured, I will not leak a single word about today's events. Seeing Song Qing's expression changing layer by layer, finally dawning on her, Lu Nianli was stunned. He couldn't imagine what kind of grand drama Song Qing had conjured up in such a short time. In that brief moment, he suddenly found the schemes of the two sisters quite endearing. He clearly stood at the first layer. The princess had somehow calculated him to be at the atmospheric layer. Song Ran rushed in as well, first glancing at her sister, who was full of herself, and then at the weak young master. She then poked at the dead Nirvana realm assassin with her finger. Finally, her gaze settled on a hanging painting not far away which depicted a sister who was completely different from her impression. She was not the noble and elegant princess, but rather a seductive and beautiful courtesan, captivating and irresistible. Sister and the young master can rest assured I Xiao Ran will also not disclose a single bit of today's events. In just a short time, Song Ran had conjured up a grand drama in her mind. Since sister loves the young master so deeply, I will not obstruct her and wish her happiness. Having said that, Song Ran left the room with mixed feelings. Lu Nianli touched his damp face, equally stunned by the two sisters' imagination. Spring, rain, summer, cicadas. He waved his hand and instructed, chop this assassin up and feed him to Xiao He. Do it cleanly, and don't let anyone else in the manor find out. The two maidservants widened their eyes. A Nirvana realm master was chopped up to feed a dog. Truly deserving of being the young master. Lu Nianli stretched lazily. It was indeed he who had shielded the external perception of the Wutong courtyard. There was no other reason, it was just to slack off. If his father and second sister discovered that a Nirvana realm master had died in Wutong courtyard, his carefree lifestyle would be severely disrupted. Song Qing was in a great mood. Her desire to marry Lu Nianli grew even stronger. She picked up the scattered items on the ground and was about to continue researching new makeup with the young master when she caught a glimpse of a stranger out of the corner of her eye. Another assassin. Song Qing's hair stood on end, her expression tense. However, the assassin did not make a move, but knelt before Lu Nianli, respectfully greeting him. Bai Xiaotong pays respects to the young master. Peak of the asking the mysterious realm. Song Qing could sense the visitor's aura deep and vast, at least at the peak of the asking the mysterious realm. Moreover, his concealment techniques seemed even more sophisticated than the previous Nirvana realm assassin. Such a capable and extraordinary person actually showed great respect towards the young master. Have I received everything I wanted? Lu Nianli spoke indifferently. He didn't bother to avoid the imaginative interpretations of the two sisters. Anyway, they would automatically conjure up reasons without him having to explain. Please take a look. Bai Xiaotong presented a heavy bag of scrolls. You may leave. Lu Nianli waved his hand. Continue to gather the information this young master wants. Yes. Bai Xiaotong vanished into the darkness. Lu Nianli emptied the scrolls from the bag, revealing many strange stones. Shadow stones. Song Qing immediately recognized the item. Shadow stones were quite precious, produced by celestial sects, and all major forces' intelligence departments would keep some for recording important intelligence. For example, the imperial guards of the Great Ming Dynasty often kept such items. She gazed intently. To send so many scrolls and shadow stones at once indicated that the young master must have gathered even more intelligence. The young master's ambitions were likely far greater than she had imagined. Song Qing smiled brightly. Has the young master finally stopped hiding? With such a large volume of intelligence, your scheme must be beyond just the Great Feng Dynasty, right? Indeed, the mere Great Feng Dynasty cannot satisfy this young master. Lu Nianli nodded. As expected, Song Qing sighed. You finally admitted it. Lu Nianli nodded. I have never denied it. Didn't you say you wanted to help me? Now is the time for you to assist me. Being in this situation, it is indeed easy for me to lose my way. Song Qing took a deep breath. The young master was finally willing to accept her. Good, then, I will join the young master in plotting for the world. She gazed into Lu Nianli's eyes with unprecedented seriousness. You and I shall work hand in hand, not only for this Great Feng and Great Ming, but for the entire world. All the worldly dynasties shall bow before us. Lu Nianli. Is the princess out of her mind? What world submission? What dynasties bowing down? What nonsense is she talking about? Song Qing, filled with passion, picked up the largest scroll among them and waved it in front of Lu Nianli. Seeing that he did not object, she excitedly opened it. At that moment, she fantasized about many things. If the young master truly wished to plot for the world, she would willingly give up her position as the Empress of the Great Ming to assist the Emperor of all dynasties in ascending the throne. As the scroll opened, her gaze was fixed. Song Qing's delicate body trembled, her grand ambitions instantly shattered. The dream of world submission and dynasties bowing down dissipated like smoke. What she saw was not any intelligence but a painting of a woman bathing. It was clearly the bathing portrait of the current Empress of the Great Feng Dynasty. Clatter! The scrolls fell to the ground. Song Qing frantically opened the other scrolls, her hands trembling. Without exception, they all contained pictures of beautiful women. The ambition of conspiring for the world, she understood, seemed to differ from the ambition in the young master's mind. What the young master desired was to judge the beauties of the world, and it had nothing to do with the stability of the nation. Are you okay? Lu Nianli approached, looking at Song Qing's shocked expression, feeling a sense of relief. Surely this time, he would retreat upon realizing the difficulty. He could hardly believe that the Grand Princess of the Ming Dynasty would truly wish to indulge in idleness with him. Song Qing stared intently at Lu Nianli. She had thought she had seen through this young master, yet now she was lost in confusion. Could it be that not even the Emperor of the Great Feng could manage such a vast intelligence network, while the young master used it to collect information on beauties, studying a frivolous beauty contest? Was everything the young master did truly just for a more beautiful life of romance and poetry, and not for the Great Feng's territory or the stability of the nation? In her bewilderment, Song Qing saw Lu Nianli picking up the scroll from the ground, beginning to appreciate it one by one, with the first picture naturally being that of the Great Feng Empress emerging from a bath. Tisk marvelous! Lu Nianli exclaimed, by shouting. Truly is impressive, managing to obtain the image of the Great Feng Empress during her bath. Looking closely at the scroll, it was evident that Bai Xiatang's spies had exceptional skills capturing every detail vividly. No wonder the old emperor kept this new empress hidden so deeply, unwilling to let the world see her. She is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Nianli mused to himself. The Great Feng Empress possessed more charm than Chun Jinjia, the daughter of the Jiangnan governor, who had been the previous beauty contest winner. After all, Chun Jinjia was an untouched maiden. Though she had an ethereal quality and unmatched talent along with an unforgettable natural fragrance in certain aspects, she still could not compare to the Great Feng Empress. Perhaps it was the lack of the human touch flavor. The beauty of the Great Feng Empress stemmed from her noble elegance, a maternal grace that Chun Jinjia could never possess. Furthermore, both women were near the pinnacle of their respective fields. The former represented purity and elegance, a refined lady, while the latter was a model of mature charm and grace. The Great Feng Empress could truly be described as possessing an immortal beauty unparalleled in her magnificence. She would surely be a stunning beauty remembered throughout history. Truly remarkable. Lu Nianli admired, enjoying the view for a while longer before putting the scroll away. Her inclusion in the Great Feng Empress list would likely cause a stir in the dynasty, making the noble young masters exceedingly uncomfortable. After all, not everyone had the identity of the Northern Domain's young master like him. Other nobles dared to speak of the Empress at the cost of their lives, risking decapitation and the annihilation of their clans. But Lu Nianli was different. He was openly flaunting this situation. Meanwhile, Song Qing remained dazed, and at this moment, she finally understood what the young master meant by one can easily get lost. How could one not get lost while looking at so many beauties? Oh, this one is nice. Wow, this one is also good. Oh, this piece is quite beautiful as well. Lu Nianli was too preoccupied to pay attention to Song Qing, having thoroughly examined the scrolls sent by Xiaotong and earnestly given his critiques. Ding detected host's preliminary indulgence behavior, spending a large amount of time critiquing beauties and neglecting important matters, earning 30 indulgence points and 1 lottery chance. Would you like to use the lottery chance? Yes. Lu Nianli did not hesitate and immediately used it. Each reward was aimed at making the next indulgence even more enjoyable. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host has obtained the assassin organization 6 Sword Slaves. 6 Sword Slaves, a top-tier assassin organization capable of killing enemies invisibly and protecting their master safely. Each of the 6 Sword Slaves has given up their freedom and real name in pursuit of greater power. United as one, they obey absolutely. The moment the system notification finished, 6 figures in black suddenly appeared in the room, 4 men and 2 women like snakes lurking in the shadows ready to take the lives of their prey. The Sword Slaves pay their respects to the young master. The 6 knelt in unison. It was only when they spoke that the Grand Princess Songqing noticed, her heart startled again. Who were these people? Her mind was already a muddled mess. The events of today had repeatedly overturned her understanding. A master of the Nirvana realm had perished instantly after failing to assassinate. An intelligence organization widespread across the land solely to collect information on beauties. Now there were 6 sword masters. She could not fathom bowing as slaves. What on earth was happening in this world? Allow me to report. Lu Nianli looked at the 6 sword slaves. He just happened to need an assassin organization to help him deal with some obstacles on his path of indulgence. With the 6 sword slaves, he could indulge even more securely. He could relax at home. He could also relax. Reporting to the young master, each of the 6 sword slaves is at the initial stage of the Nirvana realm. When using the united attack of the 6, they are not inferior to those in the initial stage of the creation realm. The Vajra-seeking profound and Nirvana realms are considered experts among most forces. However, they are not enough to be taken seriously among transcendent forces like the Dynasty or the Northern Guardian's mansion. As far as Lu Nianli knew, his father had a master at the creation realm stationed beside him, one of the ultimate trump cards of the Northern Guardian's mansion. There was one beside the Northern Guardian, and it goes without saying that the old emperor had one too. Most of the creation realm experts remaining in the secular dynasty are elderly, without hope for the immortal gates, or those who find it difficult to sever their worldly desires. Such individuals are rare. Only the top powers have such a protective Buddha beside them. You may leave. Lu Nianli waved his hand as he did not yet need the 6 sword slaves. Following the principle of indulgence, it is better to do less than more. He wouldn't take the initiative to stir up trouble, but if trouble came to him, he wouldn't mind eliminating it directly for good. The 6 sword slaves disappeared. Songqing was panting heavily, her chest heaving. The pressure they had given her was too strong. She could not understand why such powerful sword masters were so devoted to the young master willingly submitting. Her mind was filled with countless guesses. Yet none could surpass the fact before her: this young master truly did not engage in serious matters, at least not in her sight. No way. This princess must get to the bottom of this. The more mysterious Lu Nianli became, the more curious Songqing was. She absolutely could not believe that a young master who did not engage in serious matters could truly command so many talented individuals to willingly submit. Besides, painting, the young master must have other unknown strengths. Even if she stayed in the northern domain, without leaving guarding the Wutong courtyard, she had to uncover the young master's strengths to experience the charm he possessed. In the capital of the Great Feng Chang'an, in the Yangxin Hall, the Shadow Guard stood beside the old emperor. Your Majesty, I have made a grave mistake. The assassins sent to kill Lu Nianli have not returned for 3 days. They must have met with misfortune. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The old emperor's face was haggard. A Nirvana realm assassin has died without a sound. What a well-hidden king of the north. The shadow continued. That young lord must also be extraordinary. As far as I know, the princess of the Ming dynasty has been unwilling to leave the side of the young lord in the northern region since their meeting day and night, watching over him. Oomph. The old emperor's gaze turned icy. The northern region is merely a gift I bestowed upon the Lu family. Do they truly believe it belongs to them? Do they wish to occupy the northern region for generations and claim kingship? The northern region's rebellious intentions are glaringly obvious. The shadow said solemnly, Your Majesty, you can no longer be merciful. If you do not exert pressure on the northern region, the Great Feng Dynasty will be in peril. The old emperor's mind flashed with memories of the past. At that time, Lu Wudi was one of his fierce generals, loyal and brave, achieving numerous military feats. When he was deep in enemy lines, it was Lu Wudi who single-handedly risked his life to rescue him from amidst the chaos of the battlefield. That time, Lu Wudi nearly lost his life. Afterward, Lu Wudi saved the Great Feng multiple times, winning one stunning battle after another. In the chaotic lands, this formidable general skilled in warfare carved out a bloody path, laying the foundation for the Great Feng Dynasty and earning the devotion of countless soldiers. It can be said that without the king of the north, Lu Wudi, there would be no Great Feng Dynasty today. On the day of his ascension, he personally conferred upon Lu Wudi the title of the only non-imperial king of the Great Feng, granting him the 4 prefectures of the northern region as fief, allowing the Lu family to inherit the title of king of the north for generations. Decades have passed. The trust he once believed to be unbreakable now seemed trivial. He finally understood why emperors throughout history had to eliminate their meritorious subjects, because if those people did not die, the stability of future generations would be hard to secure. For the sake of the Great Feng's longevity, he had to make a choice. Lu Wudi, do not blame me for being heartless. The old emperor sighed. Shadow, do you have any good strategies to deal with those treacherous ministers in the northern region? The shadow had already devised a strategy. Your Majesty, the world speaks of King of the North Lu Wudi as loyal and righteous, possessing 300,000 cavalry in the northern region, but never interfering in court affairs, only to guard the borders of the nation. It has been 10 years since you last summoned the King of the North to court. The shadow continued. In a month it will be the Queen's birthday. Your Majesty can use this as a reason to host a banquet for the world and invite Lu Wudi into Chang'an. If he does not come, it would be a disrespect to you, and the Queen considered an act of disloyalty. At that time you can take the opportunity to attack, and the world will not say you are unjust. Instead, they will believe that the King of the North has harbored rebellious ambitions while holding onto the northern region. If he dares to come. The shadow's eyes were filled with ferocity as he slowly made a gesture of slice. Once the King of the North dies, the ministers of the northern region will surely not accept Lu Nianli as their lord, and then the northern region will fall into chaos. Your Majesty should draft a decree to suppress the internal turmoil, dispatch troops to the northern region, and you will certainly be able to regain military control of the northern region in a short time. Good. The old emperor laughed heartily. He knew in his heart that doing so would inevitably lose the people's trust. But for the sake of the Great Feng Dynasty's enduring legacy, what did it matter if he lost the people's trust? He was already a dying man, and it was his duty to bear all the blame and pave a path for future generations. Summon the Minister of Rights, Gong Sun-jun. The guards outside heard the call and immediately relayed the message. Half an hour later, the Minister of Rights hurried in, bowing with trepidation. I am Gong Sun-jun, greeting your Majesty. Recently, the dynasty has been tumultuous. The old emperor's health was concerning. All the princes were vying for supremacy, scheming and plotting, and nearly all the ministers had already taken sides with several princes. In this struggle for power, it was inevitable that some ministers would become sacrificial victims. As the Minister of Rights, Gong Sun-jun naturally chose to align himself with the Crown Prince. Though the Crown Prince was theoretically the heir to the throne, it remained uncertain who would ultimately ascend, as the other prince's powers were also formidable. Gong Sun-jun lived in fear every day. Being summoned by the emperor himself, he dreaded having offended the emperor's mood, fearing for his position. The old emperor lay in bed looking at him sideways. In a month it will be the Queen's birthday. You know that I favor the Queen for this birthday. I wish to host a banquet for the world. Your Majesty's affection for the Queen I deeply admire, Gong Sun-jun said respectfully. The old emperor continued slowly. Since it is a banquet for the world, the high-ranking ministers in the court naturally cannot be absent. It is easy to summon you, but the King of the North is stationed in the northern region and requires someone to personally invite him. The King of the North has made great contributions to our Great Feng and cannot be treated lightly. The identity of the person delivering the invitation cannot be too low. After much thought, I believe you have a good relationship with the King of the North, and you are the Minister of Rights. It is most suitable for you to deliver the invitation. Gong Sun-jun trembled slightly. The King of the North, Lu Wudi, had not entered the court for 10 years. In this turbulent time, the emperor suddenly wanted to summon him to Chang'an. It was likely not just for the Queen's birthday. The emperor must be looking to take this opportunity to regain control of the northern region and pave the way for the next emperor. I shall obey your command, Gong Sun-jun said, feeling distressed. He had a long-standing friendship with Lu Wudi and shared a bond of life and death. He did not want to go, but he had no choice but to accept the command. Otherwise, the entire Gongsun family would become victims of the old emperor's bloody methods. Lord Gongsun, the journey to the northern region is fraught with danger. I will have General Zhao Chuanshan of the Shadow Dragon Guard escort you to ensure that the invitation reaches the King of the North. The old emperor's tone turned icy. Remember, if the King of the North returns, you return. If the King of the North does not return, you know what to do if you defy the imperial decree. Gong Sun-jun's body shook. It was over. The Gongsun family was finished. You may leave. The old emperor waved his hand and continued to close his eyes to rest. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Gong Sun-jun trembled as he exited the Yangshin Hall. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was cloudless, yet he felt as if he were wading through mud dazed. This trip to the northern region would certainly lead to a conflict of loyalty and righteousness. The king of the north could not possibly be unaware of the emperor's intentions, and he would never foolishly enter Chang'an to meet his death. What should he do then? Lord Gongsuan, at this moment of dilemma, a deep voice rang in his ears. General Zhao, looking at the newcomer Gongsun Jun, felt even worse. This person was Zhao Chuanshan of the Shadow Dragon Guard, one of the old emperor's most trusted confidants. This trip to the northern region seemed to be to have Zhao Chuanshan escort him, but in reality, it was to supervise him. This is the invitation, he said. Zhao Chuanshan handed Gongsun Jun a gilded invitation adorned with the image of a dragon and phoenix. He smiled and said, "The queen's birthday banquet is of utmost importance to the emperor. Lord Gongsun must take good care of this invitation and personally deliver it to the king of the north." "That is natural," Gongsun Jun forced a smile. "I will trouble General Zhao with this invitation. To avoid worrying the emperor, we will set off tomorrow at noon." "Good." Zhao Chuanshan laughed heartily. "I have long heard that the cavalry of the northern region is unmatched in the Great Feng Dynasty. Oh, I cannot help but want to witness it myself. Tomorrow at noon, I will personally come to the Ministry of Rites to welcome Lord Gongsun." In the blink of an eye, Princess Chang and the little princess had resided in Wutong Courtyard for 3 days. Throughout these days, the Chang princess Song Qing accompanied the young master, Lu Nianli, in the bedroom, not even stepping outside. Meanwhile, the little princess Song Ran was in the adjacent room deep in thought. Each day, she listened to the cheerful chirping of the birds next door, a sound both painful and joyous, which plunged her into contemplation. She strained to listen. It seemed there was no sound from her sister. Yet she was curious. Did her sister join in? If not, how could she endure it? If she did join, how could she withstand it? Finally done. In the bedroom, Lu Nianli cheered, his dark circles evident as he clutched a roll of parchment. The parchment detailed a new Rouge review. Compared to previous reviews, this one was more authoritative, featuring illustrations for the first time, with every beauty on the list accompanied by a hand-drawn portrait. Once released, it would undoubtedly shock the entire Defeng Empire. "Chang princess, why aren't you happy at all?" Lu Nianli looked at the soft and wilted Song Qing beside him, saying, "This is a monumental work that I have poured my heart and soul into, and you were part of it. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Song Qing held her head, feeling close to madness. She had tried hard to adapt to the young master's ways, but in just 3 days she was on the verge of collapse. For 3 whole days the young master had either played music with 4 maidens or fussed over the useless Rouge review. It was truly abysmal. In these 3 days, the only new term she learned was to slack off. Lu Nianli said that slacking off was the first principle of life. When you find that effort yields no results, perhaps slacking off could lead to a different kind of elevation in life. As for Lu Nianli's mysterious strengths, she had yet to discover them. "Chang princess, I had the house's scholar calculated." Lu Nianli smiled. "A month from now is an auspicious day for peach blossoms. I plan to release the complete Rouge review then. What do you think?" Song Qing's eyes turned slightly red, perhaps from lack of sleep or a twinge of heartache. "Young master, is the Rouge review really that important to you? As the future king of the north, you carry the lives and welfare of countless commoners on your shoulders. Do you really have no aspirations at all? Do you truly have no ambitions as a man?" The king of the north once said that the men of the northern region aim for the world, their hearts linked to the realm. Don't you have the ambition to conquer the world? A good man should hold fast to his original aspirations. Surely you had grander ideals as a child, only shaken by the storms of life. Unable to hold back, Song Qing asked one question after another. Lu Nianli's expression grew increasingly heavy. Silence. Song Qing thought, could it be that my words have awakened the young master? After a long pause, Lu Nianli spoke. "You are right, a good man should adhere to his original aspirations." Song Qing was somewhat surprised the young master had finally gained insight. Lu Nianli tightly embraced the Rouge review and declared solemnly, "The Rouge review is very important to me. My life's ideal is the Rouge review. Not only must it evaluate this mundane world, but it must also assess the fairies in the heavens. What the Chang princess said is absolutely correct. I should not waver. How could I be content with merely critiquing the Defeng Empire? One day, I will raise the Rouge review and open the gate to heaven. I ask which fairy in heaven would dare to come to this world." With a puff, Song Qing, infuriated, felt a surge of resentment rise within her. She forced her weary body to stagger over to her younger sister's room. "Sister, what's wrong?" Seeing her sister in such a state, little Princess Song Ran was taken aback. The young master was truly heartless. How could he treat her sister this way? "Sister, oh sister, with your status, countless noble sons in Deming wish to marry you. Why do you need to settle for this northern region? Even if you do, why endure it so thoroughly? Don't you know that among men 8 or 9 out of 10 are unfaithful? A woman who settles for less is destined not to be cherished." "Little Ran, what are you mumbling about?" Song Qing glanced at her blushing sister. This little girl. What nonsensical thoughts was she lost in all day? Nothing. Sister, why aren't you playing with the young master? Playing with him is boring, Song Qing pouted. That guy only has women on his mind. I don't believe it. Song Ran burrowed into her sister's embrace, nuzzling her. Sister, it seems you've grown up again. I heard from the maid that only after being with a man in that way can one truly grow up. You're asking for it. Song Qing's cheeks flushed. The two sisters began to playfully tussle. Outside the North Town, Lu Changle sat on a white horse with a silver spear, gazing at the caravan approaching North Town from afar. The caravan slowly drew near. Leading them was Zhao Chuanshan of the Shadow Dragon Guard. Behind him within the carriage, the Minister of Rights Gongsun Jun lifted the curtain and smiled at Lu Changle. Long Lu, it's been years since we last met. You've grown into a beautiful young lady. I've met Uncle Gongsun. Lu Changle sat atop her horse, merely clasping her fists in greeting. I heard Uncle Gongsun was coming, and my father has long prepared a banquet at the residence waiting for you. It's been a long time since I saw Lu Xiong, and I have missed you greatly. Gongsun Jun laughed heartily. Please lead the way, Long Lu. Under Lu Chongle's guidance, the caravan headed directly to the North King's residence. After you. Lu Changle first invited Gongsun Jun inside. Zhao Chuanshan attempted to follow, but was stopped at the door. No outsiders are allowed to carry weapons within the royal residence. But I am a swordsman serving in front of the emperor. Zhao Chuanshan glared at Lu Changle, revealing the aura of a Xianjing expert. I can carry a sword before the emperor. What can a mere North King's residence do to me? Or do you think Miss Lu believes that the emperor's dignity does not surpass that of the North King? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Chuanshan was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall outside the residence. He didn't even see who it struck. Only a distant voice echoed. If you dare to offend the North King again, sow discord, and insult the emperor's name, you shall be killed without mercy. Zhao Chuanshan glared with a sinister look toward the departing Lu Changle, not daring to act recklessly. He could only obediently disarm himself and enter the residence with the Minister of Rights. In the main hall of the royal residence, Lu Wuti was already waiting at the banquet. His gaze met Gongsun Jun's, both bearing complex expressions, knowing that loyalty and righteousness are difficult to balance. Lu Xiong, Gongsun Xiong. The two greeted each other with smiles. It's been so long, I trust you've been well. Lu Xiong remains as formidable as ever. Gongsun Jun remarked. Living away from the court is indeed peaceful. The later Zhao Chuanshan also respectfully saluted. I've met the North King. Standing before the North King, the ruthless butcher, he didn't dare to be disrespectful, fearing a single strike might end his life, and even the emperor might not avenge him. General Zhao, please take a seat. Lu Wuti smiled kindly. Knowing Zhao Chuanshan's visit was not for goodwill, he still treated him with courtesy. He then instructed, Changle, since Uncle Gongsun rarely visits, go to Wutong Courtyard and call Nianli the Chong princess and the little princess over. Lu Xiong, I've heard that the young master intends to marry the Da Ming Chong princess. Is that true? Gongsun Jun inquired. Men should marry when they grow up, and women should marry when they mature. Lu Wuti did not shy away from the topic and casually replied, the two youngsters get along well, and it's a good match. Their marriage would indeed be a beautiful thing. Congratulations, Lu Xiong. Gongsun Jun congratulated him. Last time I saw the young master, he was just a babbling infant. After all these years, he must be as formidable as Lu Xiong. They are here. Lu Wuti smiled, looking toward the hall entrance where Lu Nianli was strolling in with the two princesses. Nianli, this is the Minister of Rights of the Great Feng Dynasty, and also a close friend of my father Gongsun, Lu Wuti introduced. Uncle Gongsun. Lu Nianli smiled and called out. In the blink of an eye, the young master has grown into a dashing gentleman with such a handsome appearance. I wonder how many women of the northern region he will captivate. Gongsun Jun exclaimed. If the princess were to return and see the young master, she would surely be filled with countless joys. In Lu Nianli, Gongsun Jun saw the reflection of the enchanting princess Nangong Liuli, especially the sorrow in her brows and eyes so similar. Though the young master lacks the demeanor of a martial artist, he surely possesses a heart like that of the princess, one that cares for the world. Lu Nianli had never met his mother in this life. When he was just born, before he could even open his eyes, his mother Nangong Liuli had already left. Nianli. Nianli. This name represents both parting and the longing for his wife Liuli. According to his father, his mother was a saintess of the Immortal sect who fell in love with his father during her worldly experience, but after giving birth to him, she was taken away by the people of the Immortal sect. Since then, there had been no news. Later, his sister Lu Qingxue showcased extraordinary talent and successfully entered the Immortal sect. Initially, his elder sister said she would search for their mother in the Immortal sect and bring her back, but so much time has passed, and not only has there been no news of their mother, but his sister has also disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the need to support him, as the young master, his father would probably have long given up the northern region's fief and joined the elusive Immortal sect. At the dining table, the few of them chatted for a long time about the past and family matters. As the banquet was about to conclude, Gongsun Jun's expression gradually turned heavy. He truly did not wish to speak of these matters to his friend, but for the sake of the Gongsun family's future, he had no choice. Brother Lu, in a few days it will be the birthday of the new empress. Gongsun Jun spoke with difficulty, taking out the invitation. The emperor is preparing to celebrate the emperor's birthday and host a banquet for the realm, specifically asking me to invite you, Brother Lu. Lu Wudi accepted the invitation with a smile. It's been 10 years since I entered the court. It's rare for the emperor to remember this old general. The emperor has always been concerned about the prince. Zhao Chuanshan finally spoke. Having stayed in the remote northern region for so long, the prince must miss the emperor, right? That goes without saying. Lu Wudi laughed heartily. What I miss the most are the days of life and death alongside the emperor. After not seeing him for 10 years, it is indeed time to pay a visit. Brother Lu, are you agreeing? Gongsun Jun asked in disbelief. He had thought Lu Wudi would remain indifferent, yet he did not expect him to accept so readily. Lu Wudi smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Brother Gongsun? The emperor is celebrating the empress' birthday and has sent you an old friend to deliver the invitation. How could I refuse? Brother Lu, let me toast you another cup." Gongsun Jun felt touched. He did not know whether to be happy or sad. If Brother Lu truly dared to enter Chang'an, it would certainly be a perilous endeavor, and perhaps the entire Lu family would face annihilation because of it. Even Zhao Chuanshan was stunned. The situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that the northern king Lu Wudi would be arrogant and would choose to turn a deaf ear or resist the emperor's decree, but it went surprisingly smoothly. Where did Lu Wudi's confidence come from, daring to venture into the dragon's lair in Chang'an? The banquet concluded. Gongsun Jun became incredibly drunk, and in his emotional state, he even began to cry in the prince's residence. Everyone knew of his inner turmoil, but did not call him out on it. Yet Zhao Chuanshan did not wish to linger a moment longer. Within this prince's residence, he could feel an invisible pressure from within. He felt like a leaf adrift in a vast ocean. No wonder all the heroes of the northern region revered the northern king Lu Wudi. Oh, such a formidable man indeed possessed a unique charm far beyond that of the princes in the court. Unfortunately, he was just a king, not an emperor. Ultimately, he would become a mere skeleton of the imperial dynasty's grandeur. Your Highness, the invitation has been delivered. I have many matters to attend to with Gongsun Darren in the court, so I won't stay long. We shall meet again in a month at the Empress' birthday celebration. Zhao Chuanshan bid farewell and was about to leave. General Zhao, wait. At that moment, Lu Nianli, looking at the northern region's young master who exuded no martial aura and appeared frail, Zhao Chuanshan frowned. What did this kid want? His purpose for coming was not only to supervise the Minister of Rites delivering the invitation, but also to complete another task. That was to see for himself whether the northern region's young master was truly a natural waste. Now that the young master of the northern region was before him, he could confirm that this young master was indeed a born failure, likely never to set foot in martial arts. What does the young master wish to discuss? Zhao Chuanshan looked down on the person before him, but had to put on a smile. Otherwise, if this spoiled young master gave an order, he would have to face dire consequences. Here, under the eaves, one must bow their head. This is for you. Lu Nianli handed him a carefully crafted sheepskin roll adorned with gold edges and smiled. Isn't the empress' birthday in a month? This is a gift from the young master to the empress. This young master has admired the empress for a long time, and I asked General Zhao to ensure this gift reaches her. Zhao Chuanshan admired the empress for a long time. How dare Lu Nianli say such words in public? Does he really think the world belongs to the Lu family? He had long heard that the young master of the Lu family was infatuated with women, indulging in pleasures and shirking responsibilities. It seems there was no mistake. Daring to think of the empress. Perhaps he thought he could desecrate a celestial being infatuated and foolish as the young master of the northern region. Young master, this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? What's inappropriate? Lu Nianli smiled and said, since the emperor has invited the realm, all officials in the court must present gifts. As the young master of the northern region, isn't it reasonable to send a gift first? Zhao Chuanshan was taken aback by his reasoning. It did seem to make sense. But it felt somewhat strange, mainly because Lu Nianli's words about admiring the empress made him deeply uneasy, fearing it would lead to some trouble. After careful consideration, Zhao Chuanshan decided to accept the item. If Lu Nianli truly dared to insult the empress with this artwork, it would conveniently give the emperor a more legitimate reason to eliminate the northern region. What the young master says makes sense. Since this is a heartfelt offering, I will definitely deliver it. Zhao Chuanshan accepted the thick sheepskin roll and boarded the carriage for his return journey. Behind him, the Grand Princess, Song Qing, stood there, her heart churning in turmoil. How dare he? How could he dare? Only Song Qing among those present knew what that sheepskin roll contained. It was the latest version of the Rouge appraisal. She had personally reviewed its contents, which were indescribable. The brilliance of it was self-evident. She could not imagine what kind of splendid expression the Emperor of the Great Feng would have upon seeing this painting. The procession of Gongsun Jun, the Minister of Rites, departed. The smile on the face of Lu Wudi, the King of the North, gradually faded. He knew well that entering Chang'an was akin to facing certain death. Yet he agreed without hesitation, not only for the sake of loyalty, but also to make his son aware of the cruelty of the imperial family. In the future, North region storms would brew, and he must train Nianli's abilities. Otherwise, the Lu family would be reduced to mere bones in the struggle for the dynasty. Father, are you really going to Chang'an? Lu Changle's eyes were red, as she understood well what kind of perilous place it was. Even with unparalleled experts by her father's side, once in Chang'an there might be no turning back. Lu Wudi nodded. My Lu family has always been loyal ministers. Since the imperial decree has arrived, we must comply. If not for you, perhaps it would be easier to relinquish the title of King of the North. In regard to power, he did not place much importance. However, blood ties and familial love are an inseparable part. If he were to lose his title as King of the North, the Lu family would likely be annihilated in an instant. For the sake of his children, he must persevere. As long as the emperor does not go too far, the Lu family will never rebel. They are willing to guard the national gates of the Great Feng Dynasty forever. Of course, if the old emperor is unkind, he will not sit idly by. Nianli, come here. Lu Wudi beckoned, looking at the young master who was oblivious to the world and indulged in pleasures. Can you see the ruthlessness of the imperial family? I see it. Lu Nianli nodded. Peace was originally established by generals, yet they are not allowed to enjoy peace. He had read countless examples of this in his past life, and now that disaster had befallen him, he felt it even more deeply. The founding emperor, in order to secure the future of the dynasty, could not allow subordinates to gain power and gather troops. Previously, I did not push you because you were still young. Now the Great Feng Dynasty is tumultuous, and the struggle for the throne among the princes will inevitably lead to bloodshed. The North region cannot remain unscathed. As a father, he did not demand that his son harbored ambitions of conquering the world, but he hoped he could ensure the peace of the North region, allowing the Lu family to have a legacy. Lu Nianli nodded. If others do not offend me, I will not offend others. I will protect you and my sister. He said this with conviction. He chose to slack off, yet he could not allow outsiders to trample over him. In his past life, he wanted to lie flat, but was obstructed by capital at every turn. But this time he had the confidence to slack off, no one could control him. However, inheriting the position of King of the North and managing so many troublesome affairs did not interest him, as it did not align with his principle of slacking off in life. Nianli, you should also master a force of your own. Lu Wudi smiled. To protect the Lu family, relying solely on yourself will not suffice. It's over. Lu Nianli's heart trembled. This was a sign that he was about to be given a task. Do you know about the Chaos City? Lu Wudi asked. I do not know. Lu Nianli shook his head. After slacking off for so many years, he had not paid attention to the situation of the world. He only slightly cared about the location of the most beautiful women on the rankings. For example, he knew quite a bit about Jiangnan County, where the previous top beauty Qin Jianjiao was located. Chaos City is the border between the North region and the Great Ming Dynasty, and it is also the most chaotic place in the entire dynasty. Lu Wudi clearly had a plan. Outside Chaos City, there are 30,000 refugees. They have managed to survive in the most chaotic place, each possessing extraordinary skills. If we can organize this group of refugees, they could become a formidable team. Lu Changle was surprised. Father, do you want Nianli to organize Chaos City and subdue those refugees? Isn't that too difficult? Lu Wudi chuckled. Am I not the prodigy of the Lu family? Can't I even manage 30,000 refugees? 30,000 refugees seemed trivial compared to the 300,000 iron cavalry of the North region. These people were all desperate, making them quite difficult to manage. However, if they could indeed be subdued, they would indeed count as a strange force. Most importantly, it would train Nianli's management skills. The North region was vast, and he could provide his son with many opportunities to learn from mistakes. Even if he failed, he could start over. Can I not go? Lu Nianli naturally did not want to deal with those refugees, let alone subdue them. Wasn't it more pleasant to slack off at home? You must go. Lu Wudi, knowing his child's temperament, immediately set conditions. For a month before the emperor's birthday, if you can subdue 30,000 refugees, I will not urge you to do anything else. Really? Lu Nianli's eyes brightened, pointing to Song Qing beside him. Then can I not marry her? Song Qing. What? Is marrying her a burden? Lu Wudi's expression darkened. The eldest princess has feelings for you. Moreover, you already have a marital bond. Can the eldest princess marry someone else? Lu Nianli nearly spat blood. What marital bond? They were simply having a friendly conversation in the room, okay? He looked at Song Qing, hoping this eldest princess could clarify. However, she blushed and put on a shy demeanor. What a drama queen. Uncle Lu, please don't put too much pressure on the young master. Song Qing smiled sweetly. Qing'er believes that with time the young master will definitely understand my Looking at Song Qing, who had him wrapped around her finger, Lu Nianli felt overwhelmed. He had already tried hard enough, but the eldest princess' imagination was too strong. Every time she could elevate him from the first level of imagination to the atmosphere. Forget it. Just slack off. As long as he refused to get married, his father surely wouldn't force him to hold a wedding. I'll go. Lu Nianli, feeling helpless, thought that staying at home would only subject him to sermons from his second sister and father. It would be quieter to change locations. Second sister, can Chaos City have brothels? This was Lu Nianli's most concerned question. Lu Changle's lips twitched. No, Chaos City has no brothels. Your father sent you to Chaos City to curb your cravings for brothels. In the future, you will understand that the carefree life you think you are living is merely wasting time and life. Yes. What second sister says is true. Lu Nianli had no desire to refute. No brothels. That was fine. He could invest in opening one himself. Could the noble heir of the North region not afford to open a brothel? Where the heir of the North region is, how could there be no brothel? Wouldn't that make him the laughingstock of all the young masters in the world? Suddenly a goal emerged in his mind. The first lesson in slacking off in Chaos City: open a brothel and spread the spirit of leisurely enjoyment throughout every corner of the North region. To restore the glory of brothels, it is the duty of the heir of the North region. In the city of Chang'an, within the Yangxin Palace, Minister of Rites Gong Sun-jun and Imperial Guard Zhao Chuanshan request an audience. The eunuch's voice echoed. Let them in. The old emperor lay atop the dragon bed 3 zhang away. A thin veil obscured the view behind which the figure of a voluptuous woman danced. Seeing the officials arrive, the woman ceased her song and dance. I, Gong Sun-jun, Zhao Chuanshan, pay my respects to your majesty. You may rise. The old emperor's voice drifted from behind the veil, sounding more joyful than in previous days of pallor. Gong Sun-jun and Zhao Chuanshan bowed, and then rose. The two men stole a glance at the figure behind the veil, swallowing involuntarily. They had only seen the empress once, but that fleeting glimpse was unforgettable. She was the most delicate and charming woman in the world. Every frown and smile, every gesture captivated the soul. Even the emperor kept her hidden away in the harem, wishing to limit her appearances to the world. Your Majesty. Gong Sun-jun regained his composure and bowed, saying, King of the North Lu Wudi has received the invitation and will arrive in Chang'an in a month for the Empress' birthday banquet. Oh, the old emperor was quite surprised. It seems King of the North is still quite loyal. But loyalty was no longer important. As long as the King of the North dared to enter Chang'an, he would not let him leave the northern domain alive. By then none of the Lu family would survive. Well done, reward Minister of Rites Gong Sun-jun 10,000 taels of gold, and reward Imperial Guard Zhao Chuanshan 1,000 taels of gold and a fine sword. The old emperor was in high spirits, waving his hand to bestow rewards on Gong Sun-jun. Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. Gong Sun-jun felt conflicted. Having exchanged the life of an old friend for 10,000 taels of gold, he feared he would be scorned by the world for the rest of his life. Your majesty, I have one more matter. Zhao Chuanshan, trembling in fear, held a thick sheaf of parchment. On his way back to Chang'an, he had contemplated opening it several times, but remembering that it was a birthday gift for the empress, he refrained. He was now very afraid. Having exchanged the life of an old friend for 10,000 taels of gold, he feared he would be scorned by the world for the rest of his life. Your majesty, I have one more matter. Zhao Chuan, compared to the King of the North attending the banquet in Chang'an, other matters hardly caught his eye. Zhao Chuanshan said nervously, the heir of the northern domain, Lu Nianli, has sent a gift to congratulate the empress on her birthday, and I have brought it here. Lu Nianli has sent a gift. The old emperor was taken aback. Did this useless heir of the King of the North not realize that the Lu family was doomed? How could he still prepare a birthday gift for the empress? Ridiculous. Empress, since it is the heir's goodwill, you should accept it. The old emperor smiled. Let me see what this heir has to offer. Thank you, your majesty. The empress' voice was like a gentle stream, refreshing to the heart. She did not step out from behind the veil, merely beckoned, and the thick parchment flew into her hands. Everyone stepped back. Having obtained the parchment, the old emperor dismissed the attendants and turned to the voluptuous empress. Yunxian, open it and take a look. Upon receiving permission, Empress Su Yunxian untied the strap of the parchment and slowly opened it, revealing several large characters. Defeng Yanji Ping 4th edition, and a line of small text beneath to inquire about the most beautiful women in the world. The truth is seen in the Yanji Ping. This was an advanced copy uniquely gifted to Empress Su Yunxian as a birthday present. Further down was a scroll of painting along with information about the woman depicted. Just a glimpse of the scroll left Su Yongxin's heart shaken as she calmly rolled the Yan Ping back up. Your Majesty, it is the Yan Ping authored by the heir of the Northern Domain. Yan Ping. The old emperor laughed. This Lu Nianli is overly confident. Does he truly think that those playboys will hold him in high regard that the Yan Ping could catch my eye? What insights could a mere heir of the Northern Domain possess? The women depicted in the Yan Ping pale in comparison to Yunxian, like fireflies next to the bright moon. Your Majesty overpraises me. Empress Su Yunxian smiled charmingly. Then do you still want to see the Yan Ping? Seeing you is enough for me. The old emperor was extremely fond of this new empress and did not bother to look at the inconsequential Yan Ping any longer. Su Yunxian also did not continue to open it, placing the parchment aside and starting to dance once more. Watching her voluptuous form graceful dance and captivating eyes, the old emperor felt the pain of his illness lessen, and he drifted off to sleep with a smile. After the old emperor fell asleep, Su Yunxian ceased her dance, picked up the Yan Ping from the table, and quietly exited the Yangxin Palace, returning to the harem. Upon returning to the palace, Su Yunxian immediately unrolled the parchment. Her enchanting eyes fixated on the revealed image. The top layer was shrouded in swirling clouds, within which was a half-raised arm, making a motion as if wiping something. Below it was a fragrant shoulder sculpted from jade-like flesh. 3,000 strands of hair were elegantly tied up, with only a few strands cascading onto the shoulder, vividly depicted by the artist. It felt as if one were present in the scene. The woman in the painting turned her head slightly enough to glimpse her world-shattering beauty. Below her fragrant shoulder a haze wafted, with the partially concealed scenery being even more alluring. Gazing at this painting, Su Yunxian felt her breath quicken, her cheeks flushed, for the woman in the painting was herself a scene captured during her bath. The details in the painting, from the pool, the drapes to the carvings, were strikingly similar to her bathing experience. It was as if the artist had sat beside her during her bath. But that was utterly impossible. It must be that someone from the Northern Domain's heir had infiltrated the palace, and that person was either the emperor or one of her trusted confidants. Otherwise, it would not be possible to capture such clarity. Is the heir of the Northern Domain truly so formidable? Has he secretly infiltrated the palace? Su Yongxin's heart trembled, her chest heaving, her heart racing fiercely. Looking again at the content of the parchment, it boldly stated first place in the Dafeng, Yan Ping Empress Su Yunxian. She remembered that in previous years the Yan Ping would be made public. What about this time? Would it also be made public? Su Yongxin's heart suddenly constricted. If this image were to be revealed, the world would surely think she had some unclear relationship with the heir of the Northern Domain. The old emperor would rage with fury upon seeing it. What exactly does Lu Nianli intend, she pondered. The heir of the Northern Domain dared to be so bold. Certainly, he had some backing and was not afraid of the emperor's retribution. Is he threatening me? Or does the heir of the Northern Domain desire my body? Su Yunxian was confident that all the men she had encountered were captivated by her beauty. She had long heard of the heir's lecherous reputation, and it was only natural for him to covet her body. What should I do? Her heart could no longer remain calm. Since the heir's people could approach her silently and record everything without her knowledge, they had the ability to assassinate her. Informing the emperor would be futile and could even lead the naturally suspicious old emperor to believe she was a promiscuous woman. Moreover, she already harbored disdain for this inept emperor of Dafeng. After a while, Su Yunxian took out a special piece of paper and swiftly wrote down a few words before wrapping it up. Hongyu. She summoned her most trusted assassin and whispered, "Help me deliver this to the heir of the Northern Domain. Be sure not to let anyone else find out." Hongyu was visibly taken aback. When had the empress developed ties with the heir of the Northern Domain? But as an assassin, she knew what she had to do and did not ask further, taking the paper and leaving. Su Yunxian gazed northward. She wrote to the heir of the Northern Domain, seeking to uncover the truth and hoping he would not reveal her portrait. Her curiosity grew deeper. This man, labeled as a natural failure, the most extravagant son of Dafeng, what schemes had he laid in secret? This Yan Ping was likely just the beginning of the Northern Domain heir's ambitions being revealed. In Jinbei City, on the bustling streets and alleyways, young men shouted loudly, "Don't miss out, the latest rouge evaluation by the young master is out. The pricing is set by the young master himself. 3 per copy, fair and square." The youth's shouts quickly drew a crowd, as the young master's rouge evaluation was in a sense a unique feature of the northern region. "Hey kid, I'll take one." A wealthy young master threw out a couple of silver coins. "Thank you, sir." The boy promptly handed the wealthy young master a copy of the rouge evaluation. Why is it different from before? The young master frowned. "Why are there only 7 people? Didn't the Rouge evaluations in previous years always have 10? However, this time it even includes illustrations, which is quite nice. The boy selling the papers smiled. What you don't know, sir, is that this time the young master deliberately left some suspense. The top 3 will only be announced a month later. But this is definitely worth more than its price. Just look at this artwork, how exquisite. The young master smiled. The young master is truly getting more clever by the day. Also, I have another piece of news for you. Those who made it onto this Rouge evaluation were all personally painted by the young master, and you can only see them at the city gates of major towns. I saw those paintings. They were so lifelike, as if they were right in front of you. The young master's artistic skill is truly extraordinary. The boy continued to praise. Word spread quickly, and soon everyone in Jinbei City knew about the release of the new Rouge evaluation. The normally lively city gates of Jinbei were suddenly filled with a massive crowd, as both wealthy young masters and ordinary citizens couldn't help but come to catch a glimpse of the new Rouge evaluation. At a distance on a watchtower, Lord Lu Wudi of Jinbei sat observing this scene. Watching this, he sighed inwardly, wondering why his son devoted so much effort to such trivial matters. If only he could apply half of the effort he used on the Rouge evaluation to studying military affairs, it wouldn't cause him so much worry. Nianli indeed has a talent for capturing people's hearts, but it's a pity he doesn't use it for the right purposes. Father, but my younger brother's artistic skills seem truly remarkable. Beside him, Lu Changle gazed at the portraits in the Rouge evaluation, momentarily lost in thought as the charm of the paintings stirred her heart. Indeed, even I was touched after seeing them. Lu Wudi was not joking. He had seen the individuals in the Rouge evaluation, and while he felt no waves at their real-life presence, he found himself moved by the painted figures. It can only be said that Nianli's artistic skills have reached an astonishing level. I have a premonition that my younger brother will soar to great heights one day. Lu Changle sighed. I feel the same way. Looking at the pinnacle of artistic achievement, Lu Wudi thought back to the prosperous Tang dynasty where Mr. Wu, known as the Sage of Painting, achieved transcendence through his art. At the city gate, the young masters were still discussing. The 4th place in the Rouge evaluation is it the daughter of the governor of Jiangnan, Chen Jinjia. Am I seeing this wrong? Wasn't Chen Jinjia first in last year's Rouge evaluation? The young masters gazed at the increasingly beautiful portraits, each exclaiming. Especially Chen Jinjia, who was the dream girl of countless young masters. She was truly unforgettable, haunting their thoughts like madness. Such a beauty, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, who had dominated the top spot for 3 consecutive years since the Rouge evaluation was introduced, had surprisingly fallen to 4th place this time. Who then are the top 3? If it weren't for the fact that the young master was not to be trifled with, they would have wanted to block the door right away and demand the young master reveal the top 3 of the new Rouge evaluation immediately. While the noble young masters of the entire Defeng Empire were astonished by the emergence of the new Rouge evaluation, its initiator Lu Nianli was already driving away from the northern region. Arriving at the most chaotic border area, launching, the carriage slowly approached the city gate. The golden ornate carriage instantly attracted the attention of countless refugees, their eyes filled with greed. As unencumbered refugees, their fear of the nobles was far less than that of ordinary commoners. They even dared to rob wealthy young masters traveling here under the watchful eyes of the city guards. Since the last time the son of the magistrate of Yuzhou County was killed by a mob in launching, it had been a long time since any wealthy nobles dared to come to the refugee city so ostentatiously. The refugees stirred restlessly. Especially a few small groups of refugees openly scrutinized the luxurious convoy. Inside the carriage, Lu Nianli lay comfortably on Chunyu's lap, sound asleep, dreaming of spring and autumn, while his 3 maids Xiachuan Qiuyue and Dongxue fanned and massaged him. What on earth is he here for? Song Ran, who had been forced to come along, muttered softly, does he really think he can win over those refugees just like this? Does he think everyone is afraid of his identity as the young master of the northern region? Song Qing rolled her eyes. Maybe he just wants to play in a different place. She had been following Lu Nianli for a while now, day in and day out, and had never seen him do anything serious. She was unwilling. Whether it was military campaigns, or strategizing, or even diligently cultivating, she at least wanted to see the young master do something serious before she would agree to leave. The turmoil in the Defeng Empire was soon to come, and she didn't believe the young master could continue to slack off indefinitely. At that moment, a voice sounded at the city gate. The magistrate of Wanqing pays his respects to the young master. It was actually the magistrate of Wanqing who had personally come out to welcome him, and the surrounding refugees suddenly changed their expressions. The young master of the northern region actually came to Wanqing for a visit. This is going to be interesting. I heard the young master of the northern region is a natural waste. Why isn't he staying at the Jinbei Wangfu? Is he seeking death by coming to Wanqing? If the young master dies here, the northern region will surely be turned upside down. The refugees whispered amongst themselves. No need for formalities. From within the carriage, Lu Nianli's lazy voice drifted out. He didn't even glance at the magistrate of Wanqing, casually ordering, "Let's enter the city." "Young master, it seems the magistrate of Wanqing is quite displeased." The maid Chunyu said. Pei Wen is a subordinate of the governor of Lingnan, so he surely doesn't like the young master, but it doesn't matter. The young master never needs their approval. Xiaochan added. The high officials of the northern region all obey Lu Wudi of Jinbei. However, those who follow Lu Nianli are few and far between, and among the 4 prefectures of the northern region, the governor of Lingnan is the one who dislikes Lu Nianli the most. He once advised the Jinbei Wang to take another concubine and bear another son. He believes that handing over the northern region to Lu Nianli will surely lead to its ruin. No worries, Lu Nianli was unfazed. He wasn't a treasure, so why would so many people like him? As long as this county magistrate didn't ruin his plans, he couldn't be bothered to care. The carriage headed straight for the Wanqing government office. Along the way, Lu Nianli couldn't help, but Sayu Wanqing was indeed chaotic. After all, it was a border area where fish and dragons mixed. Pei Wen, Lu Nianli called out. At your service. The magistrate of Wanqing replied blandly. Before dark, arrange a building for this young master in the center of the city. Do you understand? Lu Nianli instructed. May I ask what the young master intends to do? Just do as I say. Lu Nianli glanced at him and smiled. This young master will teach you how to govern a county and develop the local economy. After settling the most important matter, Lu Nianli wasted no time and left the county office, quickly finding the best inn in the chaotic city for the group of women. How does the young master plan to govern those refugees? Song Qing asked. Lu Nianli lay on the bed and nonchalantly replied by doing nothing. Though this bed was not as comfortable as the royal residence, the absence of lectures from his second sister and father made it quite suitable for his idleness. Doing nothing is a well-known principle of governance. It emphasizes minimal interference and fully unleashing the creativity of the people, meaning to act without overstepping and to follow objective laws. However, the chaotic city is entirely unsuitable for such a method of governance. She wanted to say something more, but turned to find Lu Nianli already asleep. You're such a pig-headed fool. Song Qing muttered quietly, then sat down on the floor to begin her cultivation. Around her, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. The asking mystic realm, the second stage for martial artists above the 9th grade, marks the beginning of transcending the physical body and refining mental strength. The stronger the mental power, the more spiritual energy one can mobilize. She was born with a reverse constitution of the 5 elements, allowing her to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a rate far exceeding that of ordinary martial artists. However, this also meant she would absorb many impurities of the 5 elements into her body. At a lower realm, she could still endure, but once she entered the asking mystic realm, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy would undergo a qualitative leap. If she did not dissolve these impurities, she might never progress, or worse, her meridians could burst and lead to death. There are only 2 ways to dissolve them. One is to consume the immortal grade 5 elements spirit flower to change her constitution, but that is something only found in immortal sects, and she could never obtain it. The second is to find a waste of the 5 elements using their method to draw out the impurities. A waste of the 5 elements cannot cultivate and will naturally expel the impurities from their body. However, such a constitution is rare, as most normal people can cultivate at least a little. Song Qing couldn't help but glance at the sleeping Lu Nianli. Only the young master could fulfill her ambitions and resolve her physical defects. No matter what, she had to marry this young master, even if it meant giving up her noble status as a princess. The spiritual energy continued to gather within her. Song Qing felt uncomfortable, as if something was blocking her meridians and she needed to expel it quickly. This was the case every time she cultivated, and it was becoming increasingly severe. As evening approached, Lu Nianli awoke from his sweet dreams. After all, he was just a mortal, and feeling fatigued from overexertion was quite normal. He opened his eyes and glanced nearby, spotting a figure collapsed on the ground. The floor was covered in black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Lu Nianli quickly got up. If the princess died in his room, it would severely impact his lazy life. He stepped forward and discovered that Song Qing's breath was highly erratic. Even he, an uninitiated mortal, could sense it. Could it be that she has gone into a frenzy while cultivating? Lu Nianli summoned 4 maidservants. Xiaochan, who had studied medicine, quickly determined the cause. Young master, the princess must have her meridians blocked, causing the spiritual energy to flow backward and leading to a cultivation mishap. If this is not resolved, the princess may never be able to cultivate again. As long as she is not dead, that's good enough. Lu Nianli waved his hand. Move her to the bed and let her rest for a while. Finally, it has calmed down. Young master, there's a young lady outside asking to see you. She says she's here regarding the rouge evaluation. Another voice came from outside. Let her in. Lu Nianli guessed roughly what it was about. Soon the door opened and a beautiful young woman entered and respectfully saluted. This servant greets the young master. What is it? Lu Nianli asked indifferently. Hong Yu looked around, her gaze wary, and did not speak. Especially when she saw the damning princess lying on the bed with a flushed face, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. We are all on the same side. There's no need to worry, Lu Nianli smiled, and said, the Empress sent you here, didn't she? The young master is indeed perceptive. Hong Yu was shocked. What an impressive young master, he could tell, just from a glance, that she was sent by the Empress. Did the young master already have ties with the Empress? Feeling increasingly respectful, she presented the letter from the Empress to Lu Nianli. This is a letter from the Empress to the young master. Please have a look. A letter. Lu Nianli smiled. The Empress actually wrote to him. It seems she is not a docile person. He opened the envelope. There were only a few elegant lines. Congratulations on ranking first in the young master's rouge evaluation. It is a blessing for Yunqian. Your artistic skills are unparalleled, comparable to the painting saint of the past Tang dynasty. However, the accompanying illustration is rather inappropriate. I hope the young master will spare Yunqian's face and not publicize it. She will certainly reward you greatly in the future. Should the young master be inclined, please visit Chang'an City for another painting, and Yunqian will surely accompany you. After reading, the letter spontaneously combusted, without fire, turning to ashes that scattered. To avoid leaving evidence, many pieces of information are stored on this phosphor paper, which will automatically burn as soon as opened, leaving no trace. Interesting. Just a few sentences had already piqued Lu Nianli's interest. The new empress was able to have the old emperor in his frail old age suppress the opposition and dethrone the previous empress to establish herself. She must possess extraordinary means. It is impossible to maintain a foothold in the harem solely based on beauty. Thus it can be seen that the new empress Su Yunqian is likely a femme fatale, with deadly fangs hidden beneath a captivating exterior. From the last line, should the young master be inclined, please visit Chang'an City for another painting, and Yunqian will surely accompany you. It is clear that the new empress will never be docile. Perhaps in the grand drama of the princes vying for the throne, Empress Su Yunqian will also stage a performance of a beauty disrupting the realm. Lu Nianli casually tore off a piece of paper. He wrote a reply. If I visit Chang'an in the future, this young master will certainly paint another work for the empress. The beauty of the empress is far beyond this, and beneath the thin mist, it is even more promising. As for using phosphor paper, there's no need. Even if discovered, it would only provoke a few futile rages from the emperor. The old man is already planning to kill his father, the Northern King, and annihilate the Lu family. He certainly wouldn't be intimidated anymore. The maid Hong Yu saw that Lu Nianli was so unreserved as to write such brazen, teasing words on paper. It truly was a bold move. For ordinary subjects, merely looking at the empress would be a capital offense. The young master's actions could warrant the extermination of 9 clans. She could only marvel that he truly was the young master of the northern region, doing what no other subjects dared to do. What made her even more curious was the past between the empress, who had never left the palace, and the young master of the northern region. Hong Yu takes her leave. After securing the letter, Hong Yu hurriedly departed. Lu Nianli walked out of the inn. The evening was beautiful, a perfect time to rebuild the glory of the entertainment district. Your Highness, the county magistrate has instructed us to wait here. Stepping out of the inn, the officials from the county were already waiting. This young master's request, of course, cannot be neglected. Led by a minor official, Lu Nianli and the 4 maids arrived at the center of Luanqing, one of the few bustling areas in the chaotic city. Wherever there are people, there are social hierarchies, and Luanqing is no exception. However, the situation in Luanqing is unique. The leaders of the desperate rogues hold positions even higher than the county officials, which is one of the fundamental reasons for the chaos. The officials are ineffective. The one with the strongest fist dictates the truth. Your Highness, that building is what the county magistrate prepared for you. What do you think? The minor official pointed to a 3-story building across the long street. This building was originally purchased by a wealthy gentleman who intended to turn it into a shop, but that wealthy gentleman mysteriously disappeared, and the building was subsequently requisitioned by the county office. Not bad. Lu Nianli nodded and walked towards the large building. On either side, taverns, inns, and tea-houses were bustling with patrons who scrutinized the elegant northern region young master, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, greed, and even murderous intent. They were all curious about what this young master was doing in Luanqing. Compared to the prosperity of Jinbei City, Luanqing was no different from a place of exile. In the distance, a few rough-looking refugees dressed in coarse clothing watched Lu Nianli enter the large building, their faces twisted into mocking smiles. Is everything ready? Since the northern region young master has come to Luanqing, we must greet him with the unique welcoming ceremony of this city. Absolutely. Damn it, this good-for-nothing only has good luck in reincarnation. How can he be worthy of being the Northern Region Young Master? Today is his death day? 4 of us at the Golden Body Realm will block his 4 maids, and the rest can shoot this good-for-nothing dead with a rain of arrows. The leaders of the refugees spoke, their expressions growing increasingly frenzied. Having struggled at the bottom for so long, they had faced countless trials before achieving their current modest status. Why should a good-for-nothing young master, who possesses nothing, be above them? If they were to take on the role of the Northern Region Young Master, they would undoubtedly do 1,000 or 10,000 times better than Nianli. Just thinking about it is thrilling. If the Northern Region Young Master dies and launching, the entire world will surely descend into chaos. The more chaotic the better. Chaos is our opportunity. Only in chaos can we have the chance to overthrow these corrupt officials and rise to greatness. The Emperor takes turns sitting. Next year, it will be my family's turn. Ha ha. The laughter abruptly stopped. Dogsheng choked. The other refugees were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter again. One pushed the brother who had just laughed too hard, and his head fell with a clatter. Blood spurted like a pillar from the clean cut. A cold voice resonated in everyone's ears. Do you know why you can only be refugees? Because you lack brains. You think the world is in chaos, and you'll have a chance to turn the tables. Ridiculous. In the inn, a pair of twin sisters, each wielding a long sword at their waist, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Are you with the young master? The refugee leader exclaimed in shock. The only response to him was a spray of crimson blood, as he, at the initial stage of the Golden Body Realm, didn't even have time to react before he was silenced. Meanwhile, the refugees lurking in the tea houses and taverns along the roadside aiming to assassinate were all. Nianli smiled faintly. From the moment he entered, launching, the entire city had already been under the surveillance of the 100 Knowledge Hall. This was merely to serve as a warning. He had no interest in reforming the refugees. If someone had to disturb his enjoyment, then they would have to be a. Shouldn't you hang up the plaque? Arriving at the large building, Nianli ordered the maids to hang up the plaque that had been prepared long ago, named Chasing Moon Tower. Those with sharp eyes immediately discerned Nianli's intentions. Is the young master planning to open a brothel in launching? As expected of the young master, I thought he came here under the orders of the Jinbei king to reform launching, but it turns out he came for pleasure. I also support the young master. Unfortunately, there are already few women in launching, and with no order, Chasing Moon Tower might struggle to operate. The citizens of Launching were stunned by Nianli's actions. On the first day of inspecting Launching, he showed no concern for the people suffering and the corrupt officials, but instead opened a brothel. Truly unprecedented, living up to the title of the most notorious playboy of the Great Feng Dynasty. Nianli smiled as he looked at the many citizens. This young master merely has a fondness for music and dance. Launching can do without anything, but a brothel cannot be lacking. If any of you are skilled in singing and dancing, you are welcome to apply at Chasing Moon Tower. This young master only values talent. If your performance is excellent, you will be handsomely rewarded. As for the rest, it depends on your personal interests. In the brothel, there were quite a few women who sold their skills without selling themselves. Moreover, the top performers were protected by the brothel. Each brothel had powerful backing, making it difficult for ordinary families to provoke. Some women, having fallen into worldly dust, became worthless instead. Nianli's words moved many women. Living in Launching, they had no control over their own fate. Before the young master arrived, they were bullied by those coarse refugees, and the government turned a blind eye, enduring humiliation without even earning a penny. At least in the brothel, they could receive protection and earn some silver. If one day they were favored by a gentleman and bought their freedom, even if they became a concubine, it would still count as a form of home. Your Highness, could I participate? Finally, a girl rushed out from the crowd. She looked disheveled and quite untidy, yet her features were striking. The girl said softly, Your Highness, I originally came from a noble family in the Daming Dynasty, but I was chased by enemies and fled here. I hope Your Highness can give me a chance. Certainly. Nianli nodded. With his experience with women, he could tell at a glance that this girl had practiced dance. With one person taking the lead, more women quickly joined. For these women, Chasing Moon Tower was their way out. Ding, detecting hosts' initial slacking behavior, opening a brothel, gaining 30 slacking points, and 1 lottery opportunity. System prompt sounded. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ming Sword Taya. Taya Sword, a world-renowned sword, a weapon of authority, once the divine sword of the Great Chu Dynasty during the spring and autumn period. With unparalleled majesty during the spring and autumn period, it gathered talents from the 3 realms, and with ancient seals, it cast illusions of 1,000 armies, reversing the flow of the river. Nianli focused his mind, and within the system space, a magnificent orange sword appeared. The sword was a fine weapon. The only downside was that he could not use it, he could only hold it for its beauty. To swordmasters, a world-renowned sword was nothing more than a piece of scrap iron to him. Enter the building. Enjoy the music. Lu Nianli lazily led the way into Chasing Moon Tower. As for who would be responsible for running the establishment, the four maids had already arranged everything. He only needed to focus on enjoying himself. In the crowded throng, some gazes occasionally swept over Lu Nianli's back, quietly following him into Chasing Moon Tower. In the Ziyu Tower, the stage had long been set. Lu Nianli sat beneath the stage admiring the graceful dances of the courtesans. Though the city was chaotic, it was not lacking in talent. Among the courtesans, several were not women of the Great Feng, and their dances were ones Lu Nianli had never appreciated before. Wonderful. Reward money. Anyone who caught Lu Nianli's eye was rewarded with 100 taels of silver. 100 taels was enough for many ordinary people to live a lifetime, yet Lu Nianli scattered it, as casually as water. The other spectators were stunned. Initially, they had looked down on these women, but now they regretted not being courtesans themselves. Why did the young lord not watch men perform? Otherwise, he would surely have stepped up to perform and earn a smile from the lord. Dignity. Integrity. In the face of silver, these were worth nothing. Among the crowd, a figure wearing a conical hat was observing Lu Nianli. Although the princes of the Great Feng are all ruthless, they possess the ability to govern and care for the common people. Yet this young lord of the northern domain spends his days in revelry, neglecting his duties. Indeed, he deserves to die. He had countless poisoned darts hidden in his sleeves ready to strike. Caution is necessary. We must ascertain the details before making a move. Previously, the leader of the homeless in the city suddenly died, and he sensed something was amiss, knowing that there were hidden experts protecting Lu Nianli. Otherwise, this young lord would not be able to appear so brazenly. A single strike cannot kill him. It might be my own death. The figure under the hat continuously analyzed like a snake hidden in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow to its prey. Wonderful performance. Reward again. Below, Lu Nianli threw money around like dirt. In his ears, the voice of the informant echoed. Young Lord, the left protector of the Taiping sect Long Kuei has arrived, and the golden-masked assassin Frost from the Seven Kills Tower is also present. One of the four holy guards of Prince Su Qingshu, the Qinglong Guard, has entered the chaotic city. The third prince, Su Qingping's martial brother Wei Zong, is on his way here. The eighth prince, Su Taiyan, left Chang'an last night. His target is likely also the chaotic city. Lu Nianli stretched lazily. He had only come to the chaotic city to indulge, so why had all these formidable figures gathered here? It seemed that those princes were quite concerned about him, the young lord of the northern domain. As soon as he left the North Town, he stirred the winds of the entire dynasty. And the so-called Taiping sect was the largest uprising organization within the Great Feng, killing the aristocracy while professing to aid the poor and advocate equality. The Seven Kills Tower was even more terrifying. It was a transcendent force that transcended the 100 dynasties. As long as the price was right, the Seven Kills Tower dared to undertake any task, even assassinating the emperor. It seems there are quite a number of people who do not allow this young lord to indulge. Lu Nianli chuckled. The identity of the young lord of the northern domain was comparable to that of a prince, and it was only natural for others to covet it. He paid no mind and continued to scatter money. The time spent listening to the performances was always delightful, yet fleeting. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night, and Lu Nianli was starting to feel fatigued. The night was deep, yet the number of people in the Ziyu Tower was increasing. Those with ulterior motives mingled with the onlookers, ensuring that tonight would not be peaceful. Lu Nianli stood up from his chair and looked at the guests, who were still eager for more, smiling as he said, "Thank you all for coming to support the Ziyu Tower. To show my sincerity, this young lord has specially painted a piece for the Ziyu Tower today, wishing it prosperity and wealth." After finishing, the four maidens had prepared the easel and paper. The guests cheered. They had heard of the matter regarding the rouge evaluation. Everyone in the northern domain was talking about it, saying that the young lord's paintings were divine, masterful, and his casual strokes more lifelike than real people. Lu Nianli began to paint. Using the stage of the Ziyu Tower as the grand backdrop, he meticulously depicted the courtesans who had just performed, capturing the essence of their respective dances. Looking at their likeness in the painting, one courtesan shed tears. At that moment, they felt a sense of respect. The young lord was different from other men. He appreciated their rehearsed dances and operas genuinely, not merely for their bodies. Otherwise, this painting would not have resonated with them. It turned out that the seemingly frivolous young lord was the true, refined gentleman they yearned for. For those who had endured hardships and coldness, the young lord was like a light of salvation radiating in the Ziyu Tower, illuminating their hearts. "Thank you, young lord." The courtesans wept on the stage. The guests in the Ziyu Tower were all dumbfounded. What was happening? They had never seen a collective outpouring of gratitude from courtesans towards their patrons. Even if the young lord was generous, showering them with silver, it shouldn't have made them cry like this. It was as if the young lord were their spiritual salvation. "Why are you crying?" Lu Nianli couldn't understand, This young lord has not taken advantage of you. He continued painting. The courtesans were merely a small part of the painting. After finishing the background and the courtesans, he began to depict the myriad expressions of the guests in the Ziyu Tower. Wonderful. Absolutely amazing. The young lord truly is a contemporary master of painting. This painting once completed might be worth 1,000 or 10,000 times more than the entire value of the Ziyu Tower. The guests all praised him, but only a few had complex expressions. Upon closer inspection of the painting, the figures of several guests stood out, including a tall man, wearing a conical hat leaning against the corner of the building, a girl holding a sword sheath, and a rugged swordsman with a dragon tattoo on his arm. The few people highlighted in the painting felt a surge of unease, their scalps tingling, a chill shooting straight from their feet to their heads. Have I been discovered? The young lord of the Northern Domain clearly had not looked back. How could he depict my position so vividly? The figures in the painting were indeed Long Kuei, the left protector of the Taiping sect, Frost, the golden-masked assassin from the Seven Kills Tower, the Qinglong guard of the prince, and Wei Zong, the martial brother of the third prince. There was little Lu Nianli could do. He chose not to expose them. He hoped these individuals would recognize the situation and leave, not disturbing his leisurely life. Let's act together. Unfortunately, reality did not align with wishes. Long Kuei, the left protector of the Taiping sect, exposed himself and jumped into action, thinking this was an opportunity. As long as several experts acted together, the young lord of the Northern Domain would undoubtedly die. Although they were not from the same faction, he believed their goals were aligned. Whoosh! A poison dart flew from Long Kuei's hand, but was blocked by a sword that appeared out of nowhere. A black-clad figure emerged, and with just 3 strikes, he killed Long Kuei, the left protector of the Taiping sect. The other 3 who were about to strike felt as if they had been doused with cold water, their hearts chilling. Dead. The peak of the Xinyuan realm, Long Kuei, had died just like that. They hadn't even seen the black-clad figure's sword. The battle had already concluded. What bad luck, Lu Nianli sighed. Someone dragged this assassin out and feed him to the dogs. After saying that, his gaze turned to the other 3. What business do you 3 have with this young lord? If there's something to discuss, let's talk it over. Don't resort to violence at the drop of a hat. The world values harmony. Don't do this next time. It's fine if you die, but it would ruin this young lord. The 3 of them under Lu Nianli's gaze trembled. Their opponent was merely an ordinary person, yet they felt unprecedented pressure. Lu Nianli's arrogant demeanor, which seemed to disregard everyone, only ignited their anger further. But they knew they had no right to be angry. How ridiculous! Everyone had underestimated this extravagant young lord. The frivolity and allure of the Rouge evaluation were merely a facade. The young lord of the Northern Domain harbored great ambitions. The sudden turn of events caused the guests to hastily exit the Jiayue Tower. The bustling Jiayue Tower instantly turned desolate. The assassin Frost, the prince's guard Qinglong, and the third prince's senior brother Wei Zong all dared not move. They could sense an invisible sword intent locking onto them. As long as they dared to act recklessly, they would meet the same fate as the left protector of the Taiping sect, Long Kuei. Everyone sit down, don't be nervous. Lu Nianli pointed to the nearby stool. This young master came to Chaos City just to experience life. I didn't expect you all to be so enthusiastic coming to support the newly opened Jiayue Tower. Looking at the smiling Lu Nianli, the 3 were forced to squeeze out smiles, which looked more like crying. What's the matter? Why are you looking for this young master? Lu Nianli took a sip of tea and asked leisurely. Your Highness, I am here at the request of the prince to seek an alliance with you. Qinglong said bitterly. As you know, among the current princes, the prince still holds the most power and has the greatest chance of inheriting the throne. As long as you support the prince's ascension, you will still be the king of the north when he ascends. Oh, Lu Nianli replied playfully, does that mean if I do not support the prince, this young master will cease to be the king of the north? The emperor has acknowledged the hereditary nature of the Northern Domain. It seems you do not regard the emperor highly. Since that's the case, this young master will clear the way for the emperor. As soon as the words fell, the twin sisters dressed in black acted simultaneously. With just 3 moves, the corpse of the prince's guard Qinglong was once again dragged out to feed the dogs. The remaining 2 felt a surge of panic. They could sense that the 2 who had just attacked were not the same as those who had tortured Long Kuei. How many extraordinary experts are by the side of the Northern Domain's prince? It's your turn. Lu Nianli said calmly, looking at the third prince's senior brother Wei Zong. Wei Zong is a direct disciple of the legendary sword god Wei Hongyue from the Jianghu of the Great Feng. According to legend, the sword god has reached the peak of transformation, mastering the Red Moon sword technique to the point of perfection, and has long since withdrawn from worldly disputes. Indeed, the identity of the sword god's disciple can intimidate most people. However, Lu Nianli did not care. He was unafraid of heaven and earth, fearing only discomfort. King Qi also hopes to join forces with you, Your Highness. Wei Zong began. King Qi is the title of the third prince, Su Qingping, who was granted the title 10 years ago, governing the 5 prefectures of the southeast. What are the benefits? Lu Nianli asked casually. I have heard that you, your highness, have a particular fondness for the Yinji ranking. King Qi said that as long as you are willing to ally with him, he can bring any woman from the Yinji ranking that you desire. Anyone can be brought. Of course, as long as you are willing to ally with King Qi, even the daughter of the Jiangnan governor Chun Jinxiao can be delivered to you. Looking at the self-assured Wei Zong, Lu Nianli smiled joyfully. Then I want the first place in the new Yinji ranking. As long as King Qi can deliver the first place from the new Yinji ranking, this young master is willing to wholeheartedly assist him in ascending to the throne. Wei Zong was overjoyed. Is your highness serious? Lu Nianli replied with a smile. This young master's word is worth 1,000 gold. I have never gone back on my word. However, if King Qi cannot do it, he should not blame this young master. King Qi will certainly not disappoint your highness. Wei Zong said confidently. Although the women on the Yinji ranking are all extraordinary beauties in the face of the imperial court's power, they are merely precious commodities. If King Qi wants them, how can those women resist? It seems he should inform King Qi to prepare early. On the day of the emperor's birthday, this young master says the top 3 of the new Yinji ranking will be announced. As long as he sees the names regardless of who the first place on the Yinji ranking is, be it the wife or daughter of a great official, King Qi will certainly capture them without hesitation. The struggle for the throne is becoming increasingly fierce. One must act decisively. You may leave. Lu Nianli waved his hand, letting Wei Zong go. Remember to tell King Qi that this young master is waiting for him to personally deliver the first place of the Yinji ranking. Thank you, your highness. Wei Zong left happily. With this young master's promise, King Qi's chances in this struggle for the throne have greatly increased, and he might even surpass the prince. Surely King Qi will be pleased to hear this news. Beside him, the 4 maidservants of spring, summer, autumn, and winter couldn't help but laugh. The young master truly knows how to play. I wonder what expression King Qi will have when he sees the first place of the new Yinji ranking on the emperor's birthday. After Wei Zong left, Lu Nianli turned to the last person, the golden masked assassin Frost. There are 4 ranks of assassins in the 7 Kills Tower. They are ghost, gold, silver, and copper. The golden masked assassin belongs to the 2nd rank, and only assassins who have successfully killed peak experts of the Wangan realm can receive the honor of being a golden masked assassin from the 7 Kills Tower. Thus, a golden masked assassin is at least a peak Wangan realm expert, or even in the Nirvana realm. Someone has paid to hire me to kill you. The golden masked assassin Frost spoke, her voice cold, devoid of emotion, and straightforward. Then why don't you act? Lu Nianli asked. I won't act unless I can kill you. Frost replied, my sword must leave its sheath to kill. If I cannot kill you, I will not draw my sword, even if it means dying here. Who hired you to kill this young master? Lu Nianli did not immediately deal with Frost. Killing an assassin is useless. Eliminating the employer is the way to solve the problem. The rules of the 7 Kills Tower, your highness, should be aware. That's true. The 7 Kills Tower has strict confidentiality regarding employer information, and the assassins do not know the employer's details. Only the responsible person at the 7 Kills Tower knows. First, imprison her. Lu Nianli waved his hand, instructing the 6 sword slaves to seal Frost's meridians and imprison her. There is also an important reason why he did not kill Frost. Because Frost's sword reminded him of a person, someone he had never met before. That person ranked 2nd on the new Yinji ranking, a swordsman from the Li family, the guardian of the Li family's sword tomb, named Meng Xia. Meng Xia has never revealed himself in the Jianghu. If it were not for the exaggerated infiltration abilities of the 100 Knowledge Hall, he would not even know such a figure existed. Looking at Frost's sword, it seemed to have countless connections with the Li family. Lu Nianli spared Frost's life not to get closer to the Li family, nor out of fear of them. He merely wanted to meet the beauty Meng Xia, who ranked 2nd on the new Yinji ranking. He wanted to have a deep conversation, chatting about life and discussing ideals. He was not afraid of the Li family causing trouble. Not to mention that the 300 Iron Cavalry of the Northern Domain could easily crush the entire Jianghu of the Great Feng. Even the 6 sword slaves would be enough to face the Li family's retaliation. After taking care of a few nuisances, Lu Nianli felt great. That could be considered a true case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Next, surely no one would be foolish enough to stop him from indulging, right? The next day, the events of last night did not bring peace to the chaotic city. Instead, it became even more tumultuous. 9 heads of refugee leaders hung at the city gate. All 9 had participated in the assassination attempt against Lu Nianli yesterday, unaware that their every move had been anticipated by the Bai Xiaodong. From the moment they harbored murderous intent, their fate was sealed. The North region's heir comes with ill intentions. Pei Wen, the magistrate of Wanqing, felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially thought Nianli was just a frivolous wastrel, but unexpectedly, he had quietly eliminated the most significant leaders of the refugees. The plan of the county magistrate is likely to fail. In the 4 counties of the North region, Cheng Huai had once been the top general under the Northern King. After the establishment of the Great Feng Dynasty, Lu Wudi was conferred the title of Northern King, while Cheng Huai took the initiative to serve as the governor of Lingnan County, managing the most chaotic Lingnan County in the North region for Lu Wudi. Cheng Huai's loyalty to the North region was beyond doubt. His hostility towards the North region's heir was also well known. Pei Wen was filled with dread. Yesterday, the county magistrate had ordered him to leave the chaotic city, hoping Nianli would perish amidst the turmoil. Now that he had returned, the outcome was entirely different from what he had imagined. He could not understand what this heir truly intended. If the heir wanted to rectify the chaos in launching, he had not interfered in any official matters, but instead opened a brothel and listened to music all night. If the heir was merely indulging in pleasures, he had nonetheless swept through the entire refugee group with thunderous force, even killing the left protector of the Taiping sect, Lun Kuei. Other factions that sought to assassinate or threaten the heir were also being toyed with. The heir is likely playing a grand game. Pei Wen thought to himself as he arrived at the county office, only to see a sea of people gathered outside the office with many refugees crying out their grievances. The county magistrate is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the gazes of the refugees fell upon Pei Wen, who was soon surrounded by this group of unruly commoners. Pei Wen cursed inwardly but forced a smile as he said, "Why are the townsfolk gathered here so early in front of the county office? What do you wish to report?" County magistrate, the government has not opened the granary to distribute grain for a long time. The townsfolk can hardly survive anymore. We beg you, county magistrate, please help us. The refugees pleaded incessantly. Facing this seemingly pitiful, yet deeply scheming group, Pei Wen felt quite troubled. He knew there were instigators behind the refugees. If the government dared to refuse the refugees' request, the refugees outside the city would revolt, and with nearly 30,000 refugees, the government would find it hard to suppress them. Every time the government opened the granary, certain individuals among the refugees would intercept the grain. The amount that truly reached the refugees was minimal. In this world, being born at the bottom is such a tragedy, struggling to find enough food and clothing. Forget dignity, they don't even have rights. County magistrate, I heard that the heir opened the Zhuyu Tower yesterday, lavishly spending 10,000 taels of silver. Why don't you take us to see the heir and let him help us? Yes, the heir is wealthy, oh, why not rescue us? If the heir truly cares about the people of the North region, he should distribute his wealth to us, and that would bring true peace to the North region. The cries of the refugees grew increasingly intense. A glint of light flashed in Pei Wen's eyes. If this were the case, it would be better to direct the trouble towards the heir, letting him bear this responsibility. Moreover, caring for the common people was indeed the duty of the North region's heir. The heir likely spent all night enjoying himself at Zhuyu Tower, and probably hasn't even gotten out of bed yet. Pei Wen feigned difficulty. The moment he said this, the refugees became even angrier. Why should the North region's heir revel every night while they starve? Let's go find the heir and demand justice. If the heir does nothing, there is no hope for the North region. Then we shall rebel. The refugees encouraged one another, their courage growing bolder. They knew that as long as they gathered to cause a disturbance, the government would certainly compromise. With 30,000 of them, the government would not be willing to expend effort to contend with them. A martial arts master would never slaughter ordinary people. The refugee group quickly found the inn where Nianli was staying. Nianli, who was having sweet dreams, was awakened by the ruckus outside. Chunyu, what is going on? Reporting to the heir, there is a disturbance among the refugees. It seems they are demanding the government to open the granary for grain, Xiachan said. I've long heard that the government in launching does nothing, being led around by the refugees. It seems that is indeed the case. I remember that Luancheng's taxes are the lowest in the entire North region, and its geographical location is close to the grasslands suitable for both farming and grazing. As for the wars, there have been no large-scale conflicts at the borders for 10 years, having very little real impact on ordinary people. So these refugees are truly asking for trouble. They could easily improve their lives with just a little effort. Why must they beg others? Heir, what do you mean? The maidens looked at Nianli. The prince sent the heir here to subdue the 30,000 refugees. If the heir does nothing, it would likely be difficult to report back to the prince. Let them wait. Nianli enjoyed the maidens' massages and was too lazy to care about these refugees. Since there had been precedents, even if the granary was opened, it would only nourish the laziness of these refugees, making them think that whenever trouble arose, someone would always catch them. Though he liked to indulge carelessly, he would not affect others. These refugees were no longer just indulging, they had become like blood-sucking parasites. After saying this, Lu Nianli instructed the four maidens to block out the sounds from the outside and continued to sleep. The refugees looked fierce but dared not rush into the inn, as they knew that there were unmatched masters around the heir, and rushing in would only lead to death. All they could do was wait, to exert psychological pressure on the heir. Thus the refugees waited outside the inn for 5 full days, eating buns and wild vegetables when hungry and sleeping on the ground when tired. Doing nothing, just exhausting themselves. Little did they know that the heir they were anticipating had already slipped out of his room and gone to Zhuyu Tower to listen to music and enjoy performances. With nothing to do, Lu Nianli even painted a portrait for each of the courtesans at Zhuyu Tower, which delighted them, and they practiced their singing and dancing day and night. Should the heir take an interest, he might even personally teach them the music pieces. His skill in music was astonishing, rivaling his talent in painting. With just a casual tune, he could strike deep into their hearts. They would exclaim, "One tune can break my heart. Where can I find a kindred spirit at the ends of the earth?" Every night, listening to the heir play, the courtesans would weep, pouring out their sorrows. In just a few days of interaction, they had already regarded the heir as their savior. They carefully treasured the paintings the heir had made for them. The faces in the paintings captured the most beautiful moments of their lives. Their past insecurities and weaknesses seemed to vanish upon seeing themselves in the paintings. They realized they too had shining qualities. That evening, when returning, the Princess Songqing, who had awakened from her stupor, could no longer hold back. "Are you really planning to spend a month like this in watching?" That evening, when returning, the Princess Songqing, who had awakened from her stupor, could no longer hold back. "Are you really planning to spend a month like this in watching?" "Do them then." Lu Nianli looked up at the anxious Songqing and replied seriously, "Who said this heir wants to subdue the refugees? I have already said I would govern by inaction. The refugees can do as they please, and when they have figured things out, they will find their own way. How wonderful it is to listen to music at the pleasure quarters. Princess, why worry about these trifles? Isn't it much nicer to indulge in laziness together with this heir?" "Hopeless." Songqing was infuriated and could only sit at the edge of the bed sulking. Just then she sensed that the commotion outside among the refugees had lessened considerably, and upon careful inspection discovered that most of the refugees had been drawn away. And those who had drawn away the refugees were actually the courtesans from Zhuyu Tower. "Fellow villagers, gather here." The courtesans led the displaced refugees to a tea house far from the inn. Though puzzled by the courtesans' intentions, the refugees obediently followed. "Hey, what do you women of ill repute intend to do? Speak plainly. We are not of the same world. We could be of the same world, if you show us sincerity." The refugees burst into coarse, unrestrained laughter, hurling vulgar insults at the courtesans. Yet the courtesans remained unruffled. Their spirits had long been elevated by the prince, rendering them disdainful of such petty quarrels. After all, they were all wretched souls. The refugees' suffering was one the courtesans themselves had endured, and even surpassed. The tea-house doors swung open, revealing 2 massive barrels of plain rice porridge and a mountain of embroidered pouches. Those with keen eyes could glimpse fragments of silver coins peeking through the seams. "This porridge and modest travel funds have been prepared for you by His Highness the Prince." The lead courtesan spoke calmly. "We shall now distribute these provisions. Please form an orderly line one by one." The refugees stared in astonishment. One man challenged, "If His Highness truly wished to aid us, why did he not appear in person, instead sending women like you?" "Because His Highness knows. We too are wretched souls. And thus we understand your anguish more deeply than anyone else. You call him a cold-hearted, dissolute nobleman, but you are mistaken. His Highness's magnanimity and spiritual refinement far surpass ours." Tears streamed down the courtesan's cheeks as they spoke. "You assume he indulges only in pleasure, serenading us night after night. Yet you do not hear the sorrow woven into his melodies, a lament for all the common people's suffering. How else could he compose such heart-wrenching music, unless he had walked among the people, felt their grief firsthand?" Their words left the refugees stunned into silence. Several courtesans immediately began to play, melancholy haunting strains swirling around the refugees, soothing their wounded hearts and summoning memories of their former selves. Some refugees broke down sobbing on the spot. What had begun as relief distribution swiftly transformed into a vast collective outpouring of grief. "Mother, your son is unworthy. I have failed you. My wife and children, where are you? Wait for me. I will find you." Under that wave of sorrow, the refugees could no longer contain their deepest sorrows. "This is the prince's own composition. Our skill is limited. We cannot ascend to his spiritual heights, nor convey even half the depth of meaning held within his heart." The refugees' resolve wavered. Such profoundly sorrowful music could only have been born of first-hand experience, of wandering the realm bearing witness to the people's suffering. They had misjudged the prince. Seizing the moment, the courtesans distributed the porridge and silver coins. Warmth spread through their chilled bodies as the porridge touched their lips. The courtesans continued playing, never once casting a glance of contempt upon them. Only shared sorrow, two castaways adrift beneath the same vast sky. Here amid chaos and ruin, such tenderness still existed. We wronged the prince. The prince is good. He avoided us not out of indifference, but to awaken the true self buried deep within each of us. Indeed, my wife, my children, my parents, they wait for me far away. How can I sink so low? Hope flared anew in their hearts. A gentle smile bloomed upon the courtesans' faces. Now that you grasp His Highness's profound intent, please do not disturb his rest. We have prepared more porridge and silver. Go summon your fellow villagers, so all may receive their share. Once you've received these provisions, if you wish to rebuild your lives, leave this ruined city. Those able may even cultivate grain outside its walls. Do not linger in despair. His Highness seeks not merely to feed your bodies with porridge or ease your poverty with silver, but to heal your souls. Do you understand? Their words rang with quiet sincerity. Shame flushed across the refugees' faces. As they murmured among themselves, a towering 8-foot man, "Sisters, might you speak to His Highness on our behalf? Ask him to grant us honest work. A simple meal and modest wages would suffice." At once others echoed his plea. Among the refugees were fathers and sons who, having regained clarity, could no longer bear seeing their families suffer. "Yes, if it means feeding my parents and children, I'll march straight to the battlefield. We have strength, we need only a blade, and we'll fight. Though His Highness commands peerless masters, he must also forge his own force. We beg to be tested. Perhaps serving the future Lord Protector of the North, we might rise to become generals and ascend swiftly to glory." Their excitement swelled. The already wavering quickly fell in line. One converted, another, then another, until nearly all had shifted their stance. "Have you truly considered this?" the courtesans asked. "To enlist and march to war is no trivial matter. It claims lives. We fear not death. Death holds no terror. Only living in numb oblivion does. This life has worn me raw." "Well said. I too am done waiting to die. Better to seize honor and advancement on the battlefield. I am no scholar. I wield no brush, write no verse. Only brute strength flows in my veins. Kind sisters, please draft a joint petition for us. Those who wish to join will affix their names and seals. Those who decline may seek other paths. No coercion intended." A refugee offered the idea. Others eagerly agreed. Nodding, the courtesans summoned the tea-house proprietor for ink and brush, composed the petition, and watched as the refugees bit their fingers, pressed blood seals, and signed their names. "Sisters, wait here. We'll fetch the others." Having sealed the pact, the refugees dispersed, spreading the word tenfold, then 100-fold, until every displaced soul had gathered. Once mass momentum took hold, its effect was extraordinary. Spurred by the first group's fervor, most of these aimless wanderers affixed their names to the petition. Only a small handful quietly slipped away. After a day and night of relentless labor, distributing supplies and collecting signatures, the courtesans collapsed, limbs trembling, heads spinning. The moment they returned to the moon-chasing pavilion, they tumbled onto their beds and sank into deep, dreamless sleep, smiling softly in their slumber. In their dreams, they beheld the Northern Realm reborn. A peaceful age of harmony, doors left unlocked at night, lost goods untouched on roads, men tilling fields, and women weaving cloth, all dwelling in tranquil prosperity. The next day, a thick letter, stained crimson with dried blood, was delivered into the hands of Nianli, the prince of the Northern Realm. Gazing upon that parchment, imbued with the collective will of the refugees, Princess Chonggong Songqing and Princess Xiaosong Ran stood frozen, as if confronted by a specter. This is the prince's charisma. A joint petition from the refugees of the chaotic city. Seeing a large stack of signed letters, Nianli was somewhat surprised. He instructed the 4 maidservants to spread out the letter, which was written in a very elegant script. "To the heir of the northern region, Nianli, we the foolish refugees do not know the hardships you endure. After listening to your melody of the people's suffering, we gained enlightenment through the guidance of the 16 sisters from the chasing moon tower. The heart of the heir does not lie in the superficial corruption of the northern region, but in wanting to rectify the very roots of the chaotic city. Such heights are beyond our reach as mere refugees. If the heir does not abandon us, we are willing to follow you through life and death, seeking only a little silver to support our household, living on simple meals, and we will surely dedicate ourselves to the cause until death." A joint petition from the refugees of Chaos City. The moment Songqing saw the main text, her expression turned very strange. What happened? Although she hadn't been by Nianli's side these past few days, she knew he spent all his time at the Chasing Moon Tower, indulging in pleasures. Why did those refugees suddenly want to follow the heir? Beneath the main text, names were scrawled haphazardly with some refugees unable to write their names fully, yet they still left their marks amidst the dense writing. The heart of the heir does not lie in the superficial corruption of the northern region, but in wanting to rectify the very roots of the chaotic city. Looking at this line, Song Qing fell into deep thought. Could it be that the heir, while appearing to indulge in pleasures, is actually seeking the root of corruption within the northern region, trying to find an opportunity to eliminate the chaos altogether? She fixed her gaze on Lu Nianli and smiled. Your strategy is truly remarkable. I admire it. It turns out the heir already knew that his status was too noble. If he directly negotiated with those refugees, they wouldn't trust him. Thus he established the Chasing Moon Tower to support those unfortunate women. By conversing with these unfortunate women, expressing heartfelt emotions through music, the artist, who shares the same plight of being a refugee and of lowly status, can easily sway the refugees. Such a method I have learned from it. Song Qing's analysis was logical and convincing. Song Ran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although she didn't fully understand, she was greatly shocked. Lu Nianli was filled with questions, thinking, I really just wanted to slack off. Spending silver on the artist was merely because I was too wealthy and didn't want to freeload. How did it turn into love's persuasion? Once again forced from the first layer to the atmosphere by the princess of... After days of despair, Song Qing's heart finally ignited with hope. She knew the heir would not disappoint her. His forbearance was merely for the grand ambitions of the future. At first, who would have thought that the establishment of the Chasing Moon Tower was the beginning of winning the people's hearts? Her heart turned expectant once more, looking forward to the heir revealing more governance strategies. Heir, how will you handle those refugees now? Will you recruit them into the Northern Region army? Song Qing asked. Let them continue to wait. Lu Nianli lay on the bed lazily, saying, anyway, once the month is up, this heir will leave Chaos City and return to North Town. Song Qing frowned. If we let them wait any longer, the effect may backfire. 30,000 refugees with some training could become a formidable fighting force. No need. Lu Nianli turned to lie on his side, ignoring Song Qing. A joint petition from 30,000 refugees. That won't stop me from slacking off. Ding detected host's preliminary slacking behavior, rejecting the joint petition from 30,000 refugees, earning 1 lottery chance, slacking points 60. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shura Sword Intent. Shura Sword Intent. At the peak of hell, amidst the Shura Blood Sea, when the sword is drawn, tens of thousands of bones wither, capable of calming the world's slaughtering sword. Shura Sword Intent flows like the yellow springs, its killing intent converging like the sea. The system prompt sounded. Lu Nianli felt a sword hovering in his mind. As his thoughts moved slightly, he touched the sword. In an instant, Song Qing Song ran, and the 4 maidservants felt a terrifying sword intent sweep past them, as if a Shura had descended. Their minds went blank in an instant, as if they had fallen into the Shura hell. Even the 6 sword slaves who had been hiding in the shadows were forced to reveal themselves. That sword intent was something they as sword masters could never reach, even when working together. Heir. The women looked incredulously at the source of the explosive sword intent. Lu Nianli still lay there on his side, motionless, his aura no different from an ordinary person. Could it be an illusion? The terrifying sword intent, just now how many lives must have been slaughtered to cultivate it? Even the so-called iron-blooded butcher of the Northern Town does not possess such an aura. Outside Chaos City, a girl who had been walking with her head down suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as a sword, gazing towards the inn within the city. Shura's sword intent. To have such a powerful sword master in this small Chaos City. The girl quickened her pace, following her earlier sensation, to an inn at the center of Chaos City. She could sense 6 auras inside the inn that were similar to her own. No wonder Frost has no ability. Facing these 6, even she might not be able to withstand them, let alone Li Shuanger, who is merely the sheath of the Li family's treasured sword Mulioma. Then where did that terrifying Shura sword intent come from? The girl pondered. Could it be that beside the heir of the northern region, there is a powerful expert that even I cannot sense, perhaps the protector beside the Northern Town King? Li family sword Tu Ming, CS seeks an audience with the heir of the northern region. The girl spoke, her voice reaching Lu Nianli's room within the inn, waking him up, and he thought he had misheard. Chun Yu, go check if there's someone outside. Your Highness, there is a girl with a sword on her back. Chun Yu smiled. This girl is quite strange. The sword she carries is actually without a sheath, and she is wearing a veil on her head, making it hard to see her face. Let her in. Lu Nianli smiled, thinking that her appearance was just like the information provided by the 100 Knowledge Hall. The visitor is indeed the sword genius from the Li family's sword Tu Ming Xia, who ranked 2nd in the New Rouge evaluation. His guess was indeed correct. The assassin Frost from the 7 Kill Tower had a close relationship with this Meng Xia girl. Hey miss, my lord asked you to come up. Chun Yu opened the window and shouted loudly to Meng Xia downstairs. The next moment, a knock sounded at the door outside the room. "Come in." Lu Nianli sat up from the bed smiling as he looked at Meng Xie entering the room, and then instructed Xia Chan go bring frost over. Without Lu Nianli needing to say anything, Meng Xie had already found a chair to sit down. "Your Highness, I am here to take frost back. What conditions do you have? Feel free to state them." "Indeed, you are the guardian of the Li family sword tomb, speaking with such dominance." Lu Nianli smiled, and said, "However, since Li Shuang'er attempted to kill this young master, she should have already become a corpse by now." "Guardian of the Li family sword tomb." Song Qing was astonished. The Li family sword tomb is a renowned swordsmanship family enduring through multiple dynasties and still persists in the world today. Although the current Li family is relatively declining, it still possesses a strong foundation. As long as the new generation of Li family sword gods emerges, they can once again revitalize the Li family. Moreover, several geniuses from the Li family have long since joined the celestial sects belonging to one of the transcendent powers. Shuang'er was at fault. First, do I apologize on her behalf, and hope the young master can forgive her. Meng Xie said the young master should be able to see that Shuang'er has a mental defect. Her arrival and launching this time was due to being misled. Oh, she has never truly killed anyone. The golden-masked assassin has never killed anyone. I did all the killing. Meng Xie took the initiative to admit it, but offered no further explanation. In truth, the most crucial reason for Li Shuang'er becoming an assassin was to hone her killing intent, to nurture her sword sheath. The one who truly kills is Meng Xie. You two certainly know how to play. Lu Nianli also noticed. The sword that Li Shuang'er held in her arms was merely the sword sheath, while the real sword was in Meng Xie's hands. Since the young master understands, please release Shuang. Meng Xie's voice was cold, her beauty hidden beneath the veil. I can let her go. Lu Nianli smiled, and said the conditions I propose are quite simple. Please, young master, speak. Meng Xie was unafraid. She knew that with the current turmoil in the empire, various powers were vying for the assistance of the Li family sword tomb, and the king of the north had also sent someone to seek out the head of the Li family. Thus the young master would not offend the Li family. She had already guessed the condition the young master was about to propose. Lu Nianli smiled. Let me have a look. Meng Xie was taken aback, her cold voice wavering slightly. Look at what? She had thought the young master would take this opportunity to ask the Li family for help in the northern region, but it seemed different from her expectations. Of course, I want to see the beauty of swordsmanship. Lu Nianli said earnestly. Everyone knows this young master loves to critique the beauties of the world. The new rankings of the top 3 in the Engji evaluation have been published. One of the spots, I believe, is perfectly suited for Miss Meng Xie. Buzz. In an instant, the famous sword behind Meng Xie, Mu Lu Ma, erupted with a sharp sword cry. The young master must be joking. After a moment, Mu Lu Ma settled down, and Meng Xie calmly said, Meng Xie is merely an ordinary woman with minor achievements in swordsmanship, unworthy of being compared to the beauties in the Engji evaluation. Lu Nianli did not respond, leaning against Xia Chan in a feigned slumber. Actions have consequences. This act was merely a bargaining chip. Meng Xie sat there, evidently struggling to keep up with Lu Nianli's train of thought. If this young master were a normal person, he should be using this to exchange for the Li family's assistance in the northern region rather than wanting to see her face. What good would it do to look? Even if she was beautiful, it would only yield a moment of pleasure and was trivial compared to the opportunity for the Li family to assist the northern region. Could it be that the young master of the northern region is truly a womanizer, only caring for beauty and disregarding the kingdom? Sigh. After a long while, Meng Xie sighed and slowly removed her veil. What came into view was an almost perfect face, her gaze sharp as a sword, cold as ice, with features more exquisite than the Empress of Defeng, Su Yunxian. However, her figure and aura were slightly lacking. Compared to Su Yunxian, whose mature charm captivated all, Meng Xie was too cold, and the sharp aura from years of sword training gave people a sense of distance. She resembled a celestial sword, immortal, descended to the mortal realm. No matter how beautiful she was, it was difficult for mortals to feel close to her. Have you seen enough, young master? Just as Lu Nianli was silently admiring, Meng Xie had already put her veil back on, concealing her cold and stunning beauty. Release her. Lu Nianli waved his hand. He kept his word. He did not need to see all the beauties in the Engji evaluation. He simply enjoyed looking at beautiful women. Once an unknown elder remarked, one must look at beautiful women every day, not for any other reason, but to keep one's spirits uplifted. What a strange person. Meng Xie thought to herself. Only one glance, and he lets her go. She had expected the young master to continue making some unreasonable demands. Li Shuang'er was released from her restraints. One girl held the sword sheath, while the other carried the sword body, creating a rather peculiar combination. Meng Xie spoke again. Young master, Meng Xie has one more thing she wishes to ask. That will cost extra. Lu Nianli said leisurely. This young master never takes things for free, nor does he allow others to take advantage of him. Miss Meng Xie, please think it over. Those who practice swordsmanship must maintain a calm mind. Meng Xie said, if this matter cannot clarify my doubts, I will find it hard to remain calm after returning, so I hope the young master can help resolve my confusion. When the top 3 of the Ingji evaluation are announced, I will need you to make an appearance. Lu Nianli immediately stated his requirement. The world knows the Li family sword tomb, but they do not know that this generation's guardian of the Li family sword tomb is Meng Xie. When the top 3 of the Ingji evaluation are announced, having 1 or 2 appearances will also enhance his credibility, otherwise people might think he created it out of thin air. No matter what, he cannot ruin the reputation of the Ingji evaluation. This is his proudest work in his aimless life, and he plans to expand his business to the entire mundane world, the Xianwu continent, and even beyond the Heavenly Gate. Meng Xie pondered for a moment, gently nodded, all right, I agree. A month later, when the Ingji evaluation is announced, I will appear before the world. Before entering Wanqing, I sensed a sword aura within the city like a Shura, descending. The one who released this sword intent must be the young master's guardian, right? Meng Xie's eyes shone with fervent light. As sword cultivators, we are mad for the sword. I have never heard of such a powerful sword master in the northern region. Please let Meng Xie meet that sword master. From the moment she sensed the Shura's sword intent, Meng Xie's heart could not calm down. This. Lu Nianli did not expect Meng Xie to be so formidable, able to sense the fleeting Shura sword intent from outside the city, truly worthy of being the guardian of the Li family sword tomb. What does the young master mean? Is it that the elder does not wish to meet me? Meng Xie became anxious. No. Then why? Because that elder is also not someone this young master can summon. Oh, it depends on his mood to appear. Lu Nianli started to deceive her. Depends on his mood. The Mu Lu Ma behind Meng Xie continued to tremble, the sword intent hard to contain. Then I will wait for the day when that elder is willing to show himself to meet me. She took Li Shuang'er downstairs, asking the innkeeper to open another room. Meng Xie believed that the elder, because the ancestor once said all sincere swordsmen in the world can receive the favor of the sword path. In the city of Chang'an, the prince's hall. Your Highness, the Qinglong guard has been killed. The news from Wanqing was quickly reported to the prince by the other 3 guards. Killed. The prince, Su Qingshu, furrowed his brows. Was it done by the expert beside Lu Nianli? Yes. The guard replied. On the first day Lu Nianli arrived in Wanqing, various factions sent people, including the left protector of the Taiping sect Long Kuei, the disciple of the sword god, and Wei Zong, a senior brother of Prince Qi. Also there was Li Shuang'er, a young prodigy from the Li family's sword tomb. The prince sneered. It seems this young master from the northern region is quite popular. What was the final outcome? Long Kuei is dead and Wei Zong and Li Shuang'er have been captured. The guard meticulously recounted the intelligence, adding his speculation. It is said that Wei Zong left the chasing moon tower with a smile, indicating he must have reached some sort of agreement with Lu Nianli. As for Li Shuang'er, her fate remains uncertain. The young master from the northern region might be using her as leverage to force the Li family to join his camp. The prince fell into deep thought. If the northern region collaborates with Prince Qi, his advantages in the struggle for the throne would vanish, and he might even fall into a disadvantage. After all, the northern region holds a transcendent position in the Defeng Empire with 300,000 northern cavalry capable of toppling the dynasty. Prince Qi's scheme is rather clever, Su Qingshu remarked with a smile. Unfortunately, he has miscalculated one thing: the young master from the northern region will soon become a stray dog. Once the queen's birthday arrives, Lu Wudi will surely be dead. By then, what use would Lu Nianli be? It would be wise to secure the support of the northern region's powerful officials as soon as possible. Su Qingshu, having spent a long time in the palace, was privy to more information than the other princes. He had already learned of Lu Wudi's arrival in Chang'an for the banquet a month later, which is why he was unconcerned about Lu Nianli's attitude. In his eyes, the Lu family was already a group of corpses. In the southeastern region, Jiangdong County. At the Qi King's residence, Wei Zong rushed back home in a hurry. Qi Wang's Su Qingping was in the main hall sipping tea and looking at his beaming senior brother, mirroring his smile. Senior brother, you look so happy. Is there good news? You guessed it right. Wei Zong sat down on a chair, drank 2 big gulps of tea, and then said, the young master from the northern region, Lu Nianli, has agreed to cooperate with us. Really? Qi Wang was ecstatic. If he had the support of the northern region, he would surely prevail in the struggle for the throne. What are the conditions? Qi Wang knew that nothing comes free in this world, and the young master from the northern region wouldn't help without reason. But compared to the supreme throne, no condition mattered. Wei Zong held up 2 fingers. The young master from the northern region has 2 conditions. First, after you ascend to the throne, nothing in the northern region can be changed. Second, on the day of the queen's birthday, the top 3 beauties of the New Rouge evaluation will be announced publicly. He requires you to personally deliver the #1 beauty to his bed. Qi Huang was taken aback. Is that it, eh? He had prepared himself for a painful concession, but he didn't expect the conditions to be so simple. The first point was straightforward. As long as the northern region didn't fall into chaos, even the new emperor wouldn't dare to act against them. As for the second point, it was even simpler, just a mere woman. No matter who this woman was, he would capture her and send her to Lu Nianli, allowing this young master from the northern region to enjoy himself fully before helping him. The #1 beauty of the new Rouge evaluation. What of it? In the entire Defeng Empire, there were only a handful of women that Qi Huang couldn't reach. In the southern region, in the wilderness. At the Taiping sect's headquarters, the sect master had just hunted down a fierce beast and was heartily eating meat and drinking wine, feeling quite pleased. Report. Sect master, urgent news from the northern branch of the sect. The left protector Lung Kuei was killed by an expert beside the young master from the northern region, Lu Nianli. Bang! As the words fell, the wine bowl in the sect master's hand shattered instantly. A violent aura erupted. Lu Nianli. How dare he kill the left protector of my Taiping sect? Old grievances unresolved and new enmities formed. The young master from the northern region must be exterminated by all. The doctrine of the Taiping sect is to kill the rich, to help the poor, advocating equality and creating a prosperous society without wealth disparity. They despise the wealthy and powerful the most. Among these powerful individuals, the young master from the northern region, Lu Nianli, consistently ranked first. Such a wastrel lost in pleasures and indulgence was viewed by them as the chief culprit, bringing suffering to the common people. Previously, the Taiping sect had attempted an assassination against Lu Nianli. However, the numerous experts from the Northern King's residence made that attempt fail, resulting in the loss of a vice sect master instead. This also provoked the fury of the Northern King Lu Wudi, who thoroughly investigated the entire Taiping sect's influence in the northern region and uprooted them completely. The northern branch of the Taiping sect was forced to flee to the border of the Ming dynasty near the chaotic area close to launching. The humiliation of that year had always lingered in his heart. Sect master, why don't we give it another shot? The right protector proposed. We still have 50,000 disciples at the northern region border. If we launch a surprise attack, we might be able to break through launching, and at that time Lu Nianli would have nowhere to escape. 50,000 disciples. Even if there are experts protecting Lu Nianli, he is bound to die. The physical strength of a martial arts master is limited. To kill 50,000 trained soldiers, at least a peak expert of the transformation realm would be necessary. The Taiping sect master was intrigued. The young master from the northern region was hated by countless poor people. If he were killed, it would surely ignite the hearts of the masses with the holy fire of the Taiping sect. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The death of 50,000 disciples might bring forth millions of hopes, leading to a true era of peace. The vice sect master also said this plan can work. Currently, the northern king is suspected by the old emperor and is preoccupied, while the governor of Lingnan, Cheng Huai, is particularly displeased with Lu Nianli. If we send troops, the governor of Lingnan will likely choose to look the other way. He might even hope for Lu Nianli's death more than we do. Good. The Taiping sect master was excited. Killing this top wastrel of the Defeng Empire was a matter that would benefit the common people. It would also intimidate other powerful figures. The tragic events of the rich feasting, while the poor freeze, would surely be eradicated by the efforts of the Taiping sect. Notify the vice sect master of the northern region. The Taiping sect master ordered. Within 5 days, gather all the experts from the eastern and western regions to launching. Let the brothers rest well, and after 5 days we will attack launching. Take the head of the young master from the northern region. The North Town King's mansion. In the fragrant tea courtyard. Father, my younger brother has achieved some accomplishments in launching. Despite being separated by 1,000 miles, Lu Chengel had always been keeping an eye on his younger brother Lu Nianli. Oh, tell me more. Lu Wudi stroked his beard and smiled. He had not been following his children's progress closely. He had merely dispatched experts to protect them secretly, and unless absolutely necessary, the hidden guards would not intervene. Father, guess what my younger brother did on his first day in launching? Lu Chengel asked. Did he beat up the magistrate of launching? Lu Wudi was aware that Cheng Huai, the governor of Lingnan, had a strong aversion to Lu Nianli, and Pei Wen was Cheng Huai's confidant. Nianli, having just arrived in launching, would undoubtedly face opposition. He knew this, yet he arranged it deliberately. He intended to temper Nianli. He wanted Nianli to understand that to survive, one must recognize the harshness of the world. Even with him as a father paving the way as the heir, he should still fulfill some responsibilities. From now on, he would gradually lay the groundwork for Nianli to successfully conquer the major powers of the northern region and truly inherit the legacy of the North Town King. No, not at all. Lu Chengel shook his head. On his first day in launching, my younger brother opened a brothel and listened to music all night. This kid, Lu Wuti was both amused and exasperated. Why was Nianli so fond of indulging in music and entertainment? I thought Nianli would sink deeper into decadence, but his subsequent actions truly showcased his talent for governance. Lu Changle's eyes lit up. This method is something even I couldn't have thought of, yet he managed to make 30,000 refugees willingly submit in just a few days. Really? Lu Wuti was quite excited. He had expected Nianli's first experience to end in failure and had already prepared to clean up the mess. He hadn't been paying attention because he wanted his son to stir up some trouble. Whether he lost or won as his father, he could cover for him. He didn't expect Nianli to surprise him. Of course it's true. Lu Changle began to narrate. My younger brother first utilized the opening of the Jua building to help some refugee women shed their identities, then pretended to seek pleasure, bestowing large amounts of silver to the courtesans and lowering his status to play music alongside them. The courtesans were touched seeing my younger brother as a kindred spirit, willingly offering the wealth he had given them to assist the refugees. As fellow wanderers in hardship, the courtesans easily gained the empathy of the refugees. Seizing this opportunity, the courtesans sought to restore my younger brother's name, expressing the ideal that the heir cares for the people of the northern region and is concerned with their suffering. The refugees suddenly awakened to the realization that sinking deeper was not a long-term solution, so they sought to ally with Nianli for a way to survive. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lu Wuti clapped his hands in appreciation. No wonder he is my son Lu Wuti. He could devise such a perfect scheme. To gain the people's hearts is to gain the world. It seems Nianli has grasped some of the principles of kingship. Lu Changle smiled in agreement. It appears we have all been deceived by my younger brother. He might be preparing to astonish us with a grand surprise. The father and daughter were filled with anticipation. Achut. Far away in launching, Lu Nianli was enjoying the soft and gentle warmth when he suddenly sneezed and almost fell into the mud. Young master, you caught a chill. Chiu Ye's face turned slightly red as she giggled. Shall we call it a day for now? This young master would never be this weak. Lu Nianli frowned. Someone is definitely cursing this young master from behind. We shall continue. In the adjacent room, Li Shuang'er and Meng Xie were practicing swordplay. Hearing the escalating noises next door, Meng Xie felt somewhat annoyed. Isn't young master tired of being immersed in such shallow desires all day? Meng Xie remained here only to see that senior who unleashed the Azura sword intent. After waiting all night, she had not seen the senior, but the noises next door had not ceased. The young master seemed like an ordinary person, but was far from ordinary in that respect. Li Shuang'er laughed. Meng Xie, you don't understand. Pak. Meng Xie blushed. Do you, Shuang'er? The two girls were playfully teasing each other. Buzz. The wooden flow horse on the table suddenly trembled. Something's happening outside the city. Meng Xie quickly stood up and gazed into the distance, only to see smoke rising from outside the city. A large group of people was attacking the city. It's the Taiping sect. With just one glance, Meng Xie recognized the banner raised among the ranks. It seems they are targeting Lu Nianli. Li Shuang'er stated, the Taiping sect robs the rich to help the poor. They despise those who enjoy wealth and status, yet do nothing. The young master of the northern region is undoubtedly a prime example of such a person. To kill Lu Nianli, they are underestimating the situation. Meng Xie scoffed. Not to mention that senior who unleashed the Azura sword intent, just those 6 sword masters and the guards around the great Ming princess Songqing are not a force the Taiping sect can shake. Moreover, the North Town King Lu Wuti is a god of war. Such a massive commotion cannot escape his eyes and ears. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Shuang'er pouted. You just know by listening. Meng Xie laughed. Listening to the sounds next door? How lively. Given the ability of those under Lu Nianli, the Taiping sect's attack must have been discovered long ago, but Lu Nianli doesn't seem to take it seriously at all. It seems to be the case. Li Shuang'er nodded in confusion. The sounds seem to be getting louder. Is it that much more thrilling to play in such situations? Perhaps. It is. The two young masters of the sword path stood on the rooftop, gazing at the rising smoke in the distance, exchanging words with each other, one sentence after another. Outside the city, the Taiping sect's 50,000 disciples surrounded the city, and the guards of Wanqing were no match for them, falling in less than half an hour. The magistrate of Wanqing Pei Wen was nowhere to be found. The deputy leader of the Taiping sect Yu Guan led the charge, shouting, the Taiping sect acts without regard for civilian lives. We come only to take the head of the northern region's young master. Anyone who does not wish to die should step aside. Those who dare to obstruct are the dogs of the unscrupulous nobles, and shall be killed without mercy. Faced with the overpowering Taiping sect, the remaining soldiers chose to abandon resistance, allowing the Taiping sect to enter the city, slaughtering their way through. Just as the Taiping sect was advancing triumphantly, a dozen beautifully dressed women suddenly blocked the street ahead, trembling, yet refusing to take a step back. Taiping sect, out of the way for the idol. Yu Guan frowned at the women ahead, but he did not strike to kill. Slaughtering civilians was against the principles of the Taiping sect. You cannot kill his young master. The women spoke with resolute gazes, raising their voices. You have all misunderstood his young master. He is not an unscrupulous noble, and he has never done anything wrong to the common people. The words, "The prince has never done anything to wrong the common people," spoken by the courtesans who are usually treated as mere playthings by the powerful, undoubtedly carried a shocking weight. Yu Guan, the deputy leader of the Taiping sect, was momentarily bewildered. These women of the dust had developed feelings for the prince of the northern region. Yu Guan spoke coldly, "A group of fallen women, simply brainwashed playthings of the powerful. How could you possibly comprehend the depth of the prince of the northern region's sins?" Under Yu Guan's sharp reprimand, the powerful pressure left the courtesans shivering. Yet they did not back down and countered, "You claim the prince is guilty of great crimes. Then fine, if you can name just one, my sisters, and I will not stop you." Yu Guan suddenly realized that aside from not having martial arts skills, the prince Lu Nianli seemed to have never harmed anyone. He had never heard of Lu Nianli using his power to oppress the common people. Even in places of indulgence, no woman had ever spoken ill of this prince. Instead, they all praised him. Without any merits, there was also no fault. "What? Can't you say anything?" The lead courtesan scoffed, as she was the first courtesan to join the Zhu building, having fled here from the Ming dynasty, and she despised people like the Taiping sect, because her parents had been killed by the rebel organization. However, her parents were well-known local philanthropists, often distributing wealth to relieve disasters. They were exterminated by the rebel organization under baseless accusations simply because they held immense wealth. In her eyes, the Taiping sect was no different from those rebel organizations. Perhaps the original intent of the Taiping sect was noble, but it had now become a tool for certain people's power struggles, viewing all officials and wealthy individuals as villains. They brought war to various places. The Taiping sect's advocacy of absolute fairness was fundamentally an impossible and distorted doctrine. Compared to these people, the prince of the northern region clearly did better. Looking at the unyielding courtesans, Yu Guan's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "To possess immense power, yet remain inactive, is the original sin." The courtesans' gazes were filled with disdain. "The prince is inactive. Then what has your Taiping sect done? The common people live in peace and contentment, and the taxes in the cities of the northern region are the lowest in the entire dynasty. Oh, everyone is living happily. You ambitious ones bring war to the dynasty to satisfy your personal desires, while claiming to fight for the people. Oh, it's disgusting. Slander. You seek death." Yu Guan, enraged, swung his spear towards the obstructing courtesans. With a clang as the spear was thrust out, a shadow descended, stepping onto the spear's tip, while a sharp sword aimed at his throat. Yu Guan still attempted to evade. Around him, 5 more figures appeared out of nowhere, executing a combined attack that left him defenseless. In just one exchange, he was defeated and captured. 6 Nirvana realm experts. Yu Guan's heart sank. When did there become so many experts at the Taiping sect could now be considered one of the transcendent powers in the Defeng dynasty, but only the leader was at the peak of the Nirvana realm, while he and another deputy leader were only at the early stage. He had come here believing that Lu Nianli had at most 2 experts at the Nirvana realm by his side. Facing 2 opponents alone, he thought that with a bit of delay the others could easily capture the naturally useless prince of the northern region, yet he never expected the number of experts beside Lu Nianli to far exceed his imagination. Not far away, Lu Nianli arrived leisurely in a palanquin before Yu Guan. "What have I done to provoke you? This is already the 3rd assassination attempt on me by your Taiping sect. I merely wish to enjoy my life peacefully. Oh, why must you press me so?" Lu Nianli patted Yu Guan's face and pointed at the courtesans beside him. "Look at these beautiful sisters, how understanding they are. As people, how harmonious my interactions are with them. Now look at you, all you think about is killing me. How can there be peace in the world like this?" Yu Guan glared furiously. "Bah, hypocritical scum. You outdated noble families deserve to die. Not a single one of you deserves to live in this world. You have indeed done no harm to others, but your extravagant and decadent lifestyle is the greatest wrongdoing." Lu Nianli replied, "Is it a crime for me to spend my own money? Aren't you just lucky to be born well?" Yu Guan angrily retorted, "The money you spend is not your own. It is the money of the Lu family, the money of the common people of the northern region." "Ah, yes. Seeing Yu Guan's twisted expression, Lu Nianli ceased to argue. As someone who embraced a laid-back lifestyle, how could he argue fiercely with others? "Kill him and feed him to the dogs. Do you dare to kill me?" Yu Guan's eyes reddened. "As long as I die, the Taiping sect's catapult will unleash poison bombs into the chaotic city. All will die with me." "You are getting anxious." Lu Nianli maintained his smile. "Attacking courtesans and threatening common people with poison bombs. Is this what your Taiping sect calls peace?" Yu Guan gritted his teeth. As long as I can kill you, it will instill fear in the other nobles of the Feng Dynasty. Then peace will naturally follow. The sacrifice of the citizens of the chaotic city is for the greater good. What the hell? What a skilled liar. Lu Nianli finally understood why the Taiping sect could brainwash so many people. Killing and arson could be spun into upholding justice. What couldn't they twist? Haha, you're scared. Seeing Lu Nianli's changing expression, Yuguan burst into loud laughter. Crack. The laughter abruptly ceased. Yuguan felt a chill in his neck, his smile froze on his face, and his consciousness plunged into darkness, unable to close his eyes. The four maidservants spat. Dare to say the prince uses others' money. Bah. Do you know how much the prince has contributed to the northern region? Just the income from selling cosmetics could last for 100 years in the largest brothel of the northern region. After a brief shock, screams erupted from the crowd, filled with intense panic. The deputy leader of the Taiping sect, Yuguan, is dead. The prince. You don't have to worry about us, just go. The courtesans, seeing the situation, showed sorrowful expressions and urged Lu Nianli, who still stood still, to leave first. On the rooftop, the grand princess of the Ming dynasty, Song Qing, and the little princess Song Ran frowned. Inside, the Nianli Shuang'er and Meng Xie were equally puzzled. They could not see any panic on Lu Nianli's face, and even the several path-protecting experts beside him showed no intention of taking the prince away. At this moment, the enormous poison bomb had appeared above the chaotic city, and the citizens looked on in fear, while the courtesans cried, wet with tears, surrounding Lu Nianli. What are you all crying for? Lu Nianli smiled. Look up, the stars I picked for you are coming. The poison bomb was launched particularly high at night. A fiery line traced across the sky. Boom. A violent explosion echoed in the sky, and dazzling light suddenly emerged, drawing everyone's gaze toward the sky above the chaotic city. The courtesans were dumbfounded. The anticipated poison gas did not appear. Instead, it was a brilliant and splendid firework blooming at the most chaotic border, seemingly possessing a unique romance. The fireworks formed into two large words in the night sky. Warm congratulations on the zoo building being in business for 10 days. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by young Master Lu. The dazzling fireworks painted the night sky in a myriad of colors, as if the setting sun had donned a splendid gown, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The panicked civilians stood frozen in awe, their eyes filled with shock. Where are the poison bombs that were promised? Who spread such rumors? So beautiful. Your Highness, is this a special display prepared for the sisters of the Moonchase Pavilion? Who in the heavens truly understands my heart? Only Your Highness. Your Highness, I am utterly in love with you. As they gazed at the magnificent fireworks lighting up the sky, the courtesans were overwhelmed with joy and tears, feeling that all their sacrifices had found a worthy reason. They did not regret standing before the peaceful teacher's procession, risking their lives. Sister, the fireworks are so beautiful. The little Princess Song Ran's big eyes were fixed on the sky, filled with anticipation. Oomph. The eldest princess, Song Qing, said angrily. This princess traveled thousands of miles to accompany him, yet he uses enough explosives to destroy a city as fireworks to please a group of courtesans. Am I invisible? But it's truly beautiful. Song Ran clasped her hands over her chest like a little fangirl. If Your Highness created such a fireworks display for me, I would surely fall in love with him. Then why not just marry him? Song Qing's anger grew with her thoughts. Sister, would you really mind? Song Ran giggled. If you don't mind, I could be the little wife. You little brat, you deserve a beating. Song Qing blushed, realizing her sister was teasing her, and they began to playfully bicker. Meanwhile, Li Shuang'er and Meng Xie, standing atop the inn, were stunned by this exchange. The splendid fireworks continued to burst forth with increasingly intricate patterns. They not only formed words, but even outlined the silhouettes of the courtesans. Such superb fireworks craftsmanship completely exceeded their understanding. Meng Xie sighed. With so much gunpowder, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out the entire peaceful teach in the north, yet Your Highness has turned it into fireworks, quietly replacing the peaceful teach's poison bombs. So it means that the actions of the peaceful teach have been under Your Highness' control from the very beginning, and he could easily trap and kill these people from the peaceful teach. Yet he chose the most extravagant and impactful method. The two women exchanged glances and laughed. Truly, the North's young master is a remarkable person. As the crowd was stunned, Lu Nianli received a system notification in his mind. Detecting hosts slacking behavior, spending the most money on useless activities, earning 1 lottery chance, slacking points 90. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Beast by Zay Cub. Divine Beast by Zay, a legendary, auspicious beast capable of speech, understanding the emotions of all beings, knowing divine matters, appearing only when the sovereign has virtue, able to expel all evils from the world. In the palanquin beside Lu Nianli's seat, a small creature with a body covered in white fur with two horns resembling an antelope appeared. It looked somewhat silly and cute, a tiny being with shimmering fur free of any dust. Is this the divine beast by Zay Cub? According to legend, deep within the blessed lands of the Immortal sect, ancient divine beasts still existed, though few had seen them, and Bai Zai belonged to the highest echelon of divine bloodlines. Lu Nianli waved, and the Bai Zai cub jumped out of the palanquin, landing on his shoulder. Oh, what a cute— The four maidens spotted the Bai Zai cub. How did it come out of the young master's palanquin? This is a spirit beast cub that was found outside by Bai Xiao Hall. Lu Nianli casually explained. The four maidens were familiar with Bai Xiao Hall, which they believed to be capable of anything. Any information to the young master wanted could be obtained from Bai Xiao Hall. For instance, this fireworks banquet had been secretly arranged by Bai Xiao Hall. Before the peaceful teach in the north had even acted, Bai Xiao Hall had already uncovered their plot and stealthily swapped the poison bombs for fireworks. As for where the fireworks came from, it was naturally obtained by Lu Nianli from the system store. The fun items in the system store were quite cheap, the expensive ones were for serious business, and as long as one didn't engage in serious matters, the joy the system provided was unimaginable. The brilliant fireworks finally came to an end after lasting a full half hour. Let's go back to the Moonchase Pavilion. Lu Nianli climbed back into the palanquin, while the four maidens couldn't take their eyes off the adorable Bai Zai. Unbeknownst to them, this was a legendary, auspicious divine beast rarely seen even in the blessed lands of the Immortal sect. Within the city, after a moment of astonishment, the crowd ignited with the shout, "Tonight, all expenses at the Moonchase Pavilion are covered by the young master, let's go." At that moment, all the civilians rushed towards the Moonchase Pavilion, fearing that if they were a moment late, they would miss out on a spot. Although they had once looked down upon the Moonchase Pavilion and even swore that they would never step foot there, the absence of a cost changed everything. After all, the structure of the Moonchase Pavilion, the songs, the drinks, and the dances, all were unparalleled in the north. And the ladies of the Moonchase Pavilion were truly enticing. People Song Ching sighed as she observed this scene. The citizens who had vehemently opposed the establishment of the Moonchase Pavilion were now as frenzied as ever. Outside the city, the members of the peaceful teach who had yet to enter were ambushed by the scattered refugees and members of Bai Xiao Hall, suffering heavy casualties, with only a few dozen managing to escape in disarray. Not all civilians supported the peaceful teach. In the eyes of the 30,000 refugees, the members of the peaceful teach were also prey and a token of their loyalty. At this moment, the refugees finally realized the terror of the North's young master. Several newly emerged refugee leaders felt fortunate. Luckily, we never considered dealing with His Highness, otherwise we wouldn't know how we would die. The young master's schemes are truly brilliant. With the heads of the peaceful teach as tokens of loyalty, he should choose to accept us, right? The newly emerged leaders were the masterminds behind the attack on the members of the peaceful teach. Under the covert guidance of Bai Xiao Hall, they caught the peaceful teach off guard. The annihilation of 50,000 members of the peaceful teach in Wanqing quickly reached the ears of various factions. In just a few days, this incident shook the entire Great Feng Dynasty. It was especially a significant blow to the several princes who eyed the north and the old emperor, who was wholeheartedly paving the way for future generations. In just 10 days since the North's young master arrived in Wanqing, he achieved such a feat. Could it be that this so-called waste of the Lu family, the Qilin's son, has finally come out of hiding to shine in this chaotic world? On the 5th day after the fireworks banquet incident, which was also the 15th day since Lu Nianli arrived in Wanqing, the second princess of the North, Lu Chang'e, also arrived in Wanqing. Not only Lu Chang'e, but other major factions also sent teams to converge in Lingnan Prefecture. Second sister, why are you here again? Upon seeing Lu Chang'e, Lu Nianli felt a wave of despair. After finally finding a quiet place to slack off, he still couldn't escape the lessons from his second sister. What do you mean again? Lu Chang'e raised her brows. It is only natural for an elder sister to miss her younger brother. If you say that, it will make me sad. If only you would actually feel sad. Over the years, every time his second sister got angry, it wouldn't take 3 minutes for her to be fine again, and Lu Nianli had long since grown accustomed to it. Oomph. Lu Chang'e rolled her eyes. Not knowing how good your sister is when you were young, and still not knowing now. You did very well during this trip to Wanqing. Upon hearing the news, father has not stopped smiling at home. You've finally grown up. It's not easy, Lu Nianli replied. Actually, I just want to slack off, do you believe me? You came all the way here just to praise me, right? To praise you is father's intention. Lu Chang'e smiled. In your sister's eyes, this is merely how you should perform as the heir of the northern region. There is another matter for which I came here. You should have heard right. The auction of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce will be held in Lingnan Prefecture, likely in Wanqing. I haven't been paying much attention to the specifics. Lu Nianli shook his head. But I do know about the Baichao Chamber of Commerce, known as one of the two supreme secular powers. Its business spans the entire secular world of Baichao, and it is suspected to be backed by a powerful immortal sect. The two supreme secular powers refer to the two top forces whose business encompasses the entire secular world of Baichao. They are Baichao Chamber of Commerce and Qisha Tower. I came this time to buy something, and I must have it. Lu Chongle's expression suddenly grew serious. It is called the spirit-constructing flower, which has a chance to allow those without spiritual roots to generate a virtual state of spiritual roots within their bodies after consumption. Although you could step into martial arts by dual cultivating with the Princess Songqing, having this virtual spiritual root to assist may allow for faster cultivation. What the heck? Lu Nianli thought. Here she is again trying to stop me from slacking off. He almost cried. After enjoying the pleasure of slacking off, he had no desire to cultivate at all. Father said that this time, even if it means spending the family fortune, he must obtain the spirit-constructing flower. Lu Chongle's tone was resolute. Thank you, second sister. Lu Nianli secretly made up his mind that no matter what he could not let his second sister win the spirit-constructing flower. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely force him to cultivate every day. After Lu Changle left, Lu Nianli immediately summoned Baixiatong. Can you intercept the spirit-constructing flower in advance? Reporting to the heir, the Baichao Chamber of Commerce has a master at the transformation realm overseeing each auction. No force in the secular world can forcibly snatch the spirit-constructing flower. However, I do know a method. Before the Baichao Chamber of Commerce officially announces the auction list, you can exchange for what you want with items of higher auction value. The Baichao Chamber of Commerce is a business organization. As long as they can gain a higher profit, they will naturally not refuse to trade in advance. Check if there are any items that can be exchanged for the spirit-constructing flower. To maintain a more enjoyable life of slacking off, Lu Nianli was indeed putting in a lot of effort. He estimated that if father found out, he would be unable to hold back from using the divine artifact Seven Wolves to beat him up. Baixiatong pondered for a moment and said, the Baichao Chamber of Commerce's exchange rules usually require the other party to provide a higher tier substitute item similar to the needed item, or other items of value far exceeding the required item. Lu Nianli thought for a moment and already had a plan in mind. He then asked, how is the intelligence gathering for the Empress of Baichao? The new Baichao Rouge ranking has not yet been released, but he has already begun a longer-term plan. He wants to create more astonishing masterpieces. The Baichao Empress ranking will be his next work, followed by the rankings of the Elders of the Blessed Land, the Holy Maidens of the Immortal Sect, the Celestial Maidens of the Heavenly Gate. Slacking off is inevitable, and he will remain unwavering in his dedication to it. Collecting intelligence on the Baichao Empress is quite difficult. So far we have only gathered information on 10 empresses, so please wait a bit longer, heir. No rush. Lu Nianli waved his hand. Life of slacking off is long. Enjoying it slowly is the true joy of life. Rushing for results means he is no longer slacking off. The system interface appeared in his mind. Host Lu Nianli, age 18, martial realm mortal, slack off points 248, weapon items Taya, sword, cultivation techniques, Shura sword, intent, defense items, invincible domain, fixed range, Northern King manor, other items, divine beast cub, by Zay, other skills, wine path, to divinity cooking path, to divinity music path, to divinity, affiliated force by Xiaohal. Up to now, he had only used 2 slack-off points, exchanging them for various styles of black silk and custom fireworks. He focused his thoughts and opened the spiritual medicine sales page of the system mall. Fire-shaped grass. After use, one can obtain a fire attribute. Spiritual root requires 100 exchange points. Nirvana pill. After use, one can directly step into the Nirvana realm with the side effect of overdrawing talent, requires 210 exchange points. So expensive. Lu Nianli looked at the substitutes for the spirit-constructing flower, but the prices were too high. With so many slack-off points, he could afford to let all the beautiful girls in the northern region wear pretty black silk. His gaze quickly scanned, and finally, amidst the dazzling array of goods, he found something that was a great deal. Insightful wine. Low level. After consumption, one can gain a brief moment of enlightenment. The specific duration depends on the consumer's own talent. The more times it is consumed, the weaker the effect will be. Requires 240 exchange points. Note, if you already possess the wine path to divinity realm, you will automatically obtain the recipe when exchanging for this wine. This is the one for me. Without hesitation, Lu Nianli immediately exchanged for the insightful wine. Although this item had no effect on him, it was certainly one of the most cost-effective among many items. In the future, he could often feed it to the divine beast by Zay cub. He could also give his second sister a bit more. Perhaps after reaching a certain realm, she would develop ambition, and at that time, it would be perfectly justified for her to inherit the family business. Then he could achieve the ultimate form of slacking off in the embrace of his second sister. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Having obtained the insightful wine, Lu Nianli simultaneously summoned Baixiatong and the 6 sword servants. By Xiaodong, go gather these materials, the more the better. You 6 take this jug of wine and go to the Baichao Chamber of Commerce to exchange for the spirit-constructing flower. Understood. Bai Xiaodong and the 6 sword servants received their orders and left. After arranging all this, Lu Nianli lay back on his bed and let out a sigh of relief. He estimated that his second sister would be furious this time. But his second sister was also doing it for his own good, and he couldn't bear to see her sad. Once the insightful wine was made, he would send some to his second sister. He hoped his second sister would soon become the Northern King, and even an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Lu Nianli suddenly felt that in addition to various rouge rankings in his slacking-off career, he should also add a plan called the Emperor's Cultivation Plan for Second Sister. The border of the Defeng Empire. A luxurious convoy slowly made its way along the forest path. The banner at the front of the procession fluttered in the wind, clearly displaying the 4 characters of Baichao Merchants Association. Ordinary merchant caravans fear bandits the most, yet the members of Baichao Merchants Association were drowsy, secretly hoping for some blind bandits to come along for a bit of excitement. Halt! The guards at the front of the convoy suddenly stopped, their expressions grave as they gazed ahead, where 2 figures cloaked in black appeared. Who goes there? A voice emanated from the palanquin in the center of the carriage. The 2 black-clad figures flickered, appearing before the palanquin in the blink of an eye, coldly stating, "Our master has summoned us here for a trade. Please come in." The voice from the palanquin was quite calm. The black-clad figures were indeed the second of the 6 sword servants Zhuang Pe and Miahun sent on behalf of Lu Nianli for the trade, while the other 4 were stationed at a distance for backup. Inside the palanquin sat a middle-aged man, one of the vice presidents of Baichao Merchants Association, the renowned peak expert of the Nirvana realm, Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu held 2 jade orbs in his left hand, slowly turning them. Upon seeing Zhuang Pe and Miahun, his expression shifted slightly, followed by an even broader smile. Such experts were actually willing to acknowledge him as their master. It seemed that the person trading with the Merchant Association this time was of no small significance. "My master wishes to exchange for a spirit cultivation flower," Zhuang Pe stated directly. "The spirit cultivation flower. This item is not inexpensive," Xue Tianyu replied with a smile, already forming a guess in his mind. The spirit cultivation flower had 2 purposes. Firstly, it was used to refine spirit cultivation pills, which had a chance of purifying a martial artist's or cultivator's root. Secondly, when consumed directly, it could give rise to an ethereal root beyond the 5 elemental roots. This root had limited potential at most, supporting a martial artist's cultivation to the Nirvana realm, with further breakthroughs being nearly impossible. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind. Could it be that the backs of these 2 are connected to the King of the North? Or perhaps the Emperor of the Defeng Empire? Besides the King of the North and the Emperor of the Defeng Empire, Xue Tianyu could think of no one else who would be willing to pay a high price to acquire the spirit cultivation flower. "Since you have come, you should understand the rules of Baichao Merchants Association," Xue Tianyu spoke calmly. "If you wish to exchange for the spirit cultivation flower, you must present items of sufficient value." Zhuang Pe extended his hand and presented a palm-sized wine flask. "How about this?" "Wine?" Xue Tianyu smiled as he took the flask, bringing it to his nose to sniff. His smile immediately froze, replaced by an unmistakable shock. "Is this the enlightenment wine?" As the vice president of Baichao Merchants Association, Xue Tianyu had seen much and had once had the fortune to taste a small sip of low-quality enlightenment wine. It was rumored that the true enlightenment wine was created by the renowned sword Immortal, known even in the celestial sects. Such wine was exceedingly rare in the mortal realm. Later, the sword Immortal's disciples produced a lower-grade version of the enlightenment wine, which remained precious, with only small quantities occasionally circulating in the worldly realms of Baichao. This item could entice even those at the creation realm. It was enough to be a centerpiece at an auction. The other party was actually using enlightenment wine to exchange for the spirit cultivation flower. Despite Xue Tianyu's extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy at that moment. He could not fathom who would do such a thing. A true cultivator would never engage in such absurdity. Unless the other party completely disregarded cultivation, otherwise no one would be willing to waste an opportunity for enlightenment. "Bring forth the spirit cultivation flower." Xue Tianyu was shaken internally. He instructed his subordinates to fetch the spirit cultivation flower and handed it to sword servant Zhuang Pe, his tone growing increasingly serious. "This jade box contains a freshly picked spirit cultivation flower. Please verify it, both of you." Zhuang Pe opened it to take a glance, then turned to leave. "Wait." Xue Tianyu hurriedly called out to the 2. He was almost in a daze. What conditions did they have at home to trade such precious enlightenment wine for a flower and then leave without a second thought? Did they not value the treasure? The more indifferent Zhuang Pi and Miahan appeared, the more serious Shui Tianyu felt. If it were an ordinary force, it would just be greed. But this time it was clear that the other party was not of ordinary origin. Four such individuals by Chao Merchants Association had to choose to cultivate a good relationship. The fact that they did not value the enlightenment wine indicated they possessed even more precious treasures. It was even possible that they were the sons and daughters of celestial sects coming to the mortal realm for experience. Is there anything else? Zhuang Pe looked coldly. If you wish to back out, do not blame me for being ruthless. You misunderstand me. Shui Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. I merely wish to say that the value of the enlightenment wine is far too high and comparable to the spirit cultivation flower. You can still offer some other items. Zhuang Pe thought for a moment, recalling Lu Nianli's instructions, and asked, does your auction house have any other treasures like the spirit cultivation flower that can induce the spiritual roots? None. Shui Tianyu shook his head. If you require it, by Chao Merchants Association can arrange for more to be brought over. No need. Zhuang Pe shook his head. My master has only one request. I hope you will not sell such items in the Defeng Empire again, as it will affect my master's mood. The remaining value of the enlightenment wine shall serve as a token of gratitude. If you can achieve this, we may have the chance to meet again in the future. Before his voice faded, Zhuang Pe and Miahan had already departed together. Shui Tianyu was astonished, sitting in the palanquin staring at the enlightenment wine in his hand. He fell into a state of confusion about life. What on earth is their background? It is understandable to disregard the enlightenment wine, but how absurd is it to say that selling treasures that induce spiritual roots would affect the mood of by Chao Merchants Association? The words affect mood echoed in his mind. No matter how he thought about it, he could not comprehend why treasures that induced spiritual roots would affect someone's mood. Could it be that the other party was a waste who did not wish to cultivate? Upon thinking of this, Shui Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle at himself. How could such a thing be possible? At the pinnacle of martial arts, ascending to immortality was a dream cherished by all. There could not be anyone who did not care about it. In Launching City, at the Chasing Moon Tower, the 6 sword servants who completed the mission immediately handed the spirit cultivation flower to Lu Nianli. Sister, I'm sorry. You're being ungrateful. Don't blame your brother for being heartless. Lu Nianli muttered as she stuffed the spirit cultivation flower into the mouth of the Bai Zhe cub, successfully erasing all traces. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Oh, second sister, since you have repeatedly stopped me from slacking off, then let your brother make you experience the pain of hard work. The family fortune in the northern region is surely yours to inherit. From today onwards, the plan to cultivate you as the Empress officially commences. I hope you can understand the good intentions of your brother, so when you rule the world, I can lie back behind you and enjoy a blissful life of leisure. In Lu Nianli's heart, a malicious plan had quietly been born. The 18th day of chaos in Chaos City. The Baichao Chamber of Commerce announced that it would hold an auction in Chaos City located in the northern domain of the Dafeng Empire. The merchant convoy arrived at Chaos City, and Cheng Huai, the governor of Lingnan County, personally came to welcome them. President Shui, it's a pleasure to meet you. Cheng Huai, as the top general under the Northern King, is a master at the Nirvana realm. In terms of personal strength, the Northern King Lu Wudi wouldn't even make it to the top 3 in the entire Northern Domain. As a king, Lu Wudi could dominate the Northern Domain not only due to his strategic planning abilities, but also because of his unique charisma that inspired loyalty among his subordinates. General Cheng, your reputation precedes you. Shui Tianyu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting to Cheng Huai, his gaze sweeping around as he asked, I heard the Northern Heir is also in Chaos City. Why is he not present? In the past, whenever the Baichao Chamber of Commerce held an auction in any empire, the highest local official would personally greet them, and sometimes even the emperor would come to welcome them. Since the Northern Heir is in Chaos City, it is surprising that he did not come to welcome the Merchant Association. While he wasn't angry, he was slightly astonished. Ever since those 2 mysterious masters exchanged the spirit-constructing flower, he has developed a keen interest in the Northern Heir, especially combined with the recent intelligence. He felt that those 2 mysterious masters were somehow connected to the Northern Heir. The heir is currently at the moon-chasing tower enjoying music. Cheng Huai felt a wave of disgust when mentioning Lu Nianli. Whenever he thought of how the Northern King once fought bravely on the battlefield, shedding blood at the borders multiple times, the name Lu Nianli infuriated him. The prince had a glorious reputation establishing the foundation of the Dafeng Empire and ensuring the safety of the people in the Northern Domain. Yet everything was about to be ruined by the debauched heir Lu Nianli. His disdain was unmasked, and Shui Tianyu noticed it all. The latter smiled and said, I heard that the Northern Heir indulges in pleasure and merriment all day long, and upon arriving in Chaos City, he opened a brothel. Many high officials of your Dafeng Empire resent this heir to the bone. I actually think the Northern Heir is quite genuine. Besides, the northern heir isn't as useless as you say. His recent actions in subduing the refugees and eliminating the peaceful teachings were quite commendable. Shui Tianyu gave a favorable evaluation of Lu Nianli, whom he had never met. Cheng Huai was astonished. He never expected the vice president of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce to pay such close attention to a debauched heir and even go to the trouble of gathering information about Lu Nianli. At the moon-chasing tower, Lu Nianli was teaching the courtesans how to play instruments. The voice of Bai Xiaotong echoed in his ear. Heir, the vice president of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce, Shui Tianyu, has entered the city and Governor Cheng Huai is hosting him. The 8th Prince, Su Taiyan, has also entered the city. Additionally, the old eunuch Chao Zitong from the Imperial Ritual Office is here as well. He is likely here for the spirit-constructing flower. Moreover, several powerful individuals from nearby empires are also attending the event. Bai Xiaotong reported detailed intelligence about the various factions. You may leave now. Lu Nianli understood everything. He didn't care too much and continued to teach the courtesans how to play instruments. Until evening, the Baichao Chamber of Commerce finally released the auction notice stating that the auction would commence at noon the next day, and the list of auction items, excluding the grand finale, was circulated among the major factions. Bang! The door was kicked open and Lu Changel rushed into the room in a panic. Nianli, the spirit-constructing flower, is gone. Sister, don't panic, let me take a look. Until evening, the Baichao Chamber of Commerce finally released the auction notice stating that the auction would commence at noon the next day, and the list of auction items. How could this happen? Lu Changle's face was filled with sadness, tears welling in her eyes, her voice tinged with a sob. This was one of your hopes in stepping into the martial arts. It was clearly on the list a few days ago. How could it be gone today? A murderous intent surged in her eyes. It must be that dog emperor. To prevent you from stepping into martial arts and smoothly inheriting the northern domain, that dog emperor must have replaced the spirit-constructing flower in advance. It has to be like this. That dog emperor. If my younger brother truly has no hope of stepping into martial arts, I will never forgive you. The only person Lu Changel could think of with such a motive was the Emperor of Dafeng. Who else would be so despicable besides that dog emperor? Looking at her heartbroken sister, Lu Nianli muttered to himself, I'm sorry, sister, for the sake of my path of debauchery, I have caused you to suffer. Hate it. Hate this malicious empire. With hatred ascend to the throne and become the unparalleled. Lu Nianli previously had little feeling towards the old Emperor of Dafeng, but now that the old man was determined to annihilate his entire family, he would not show any mercy. He would not endure like his father, who kept tolerating for the sake of past loyalties. Sister, don't be sad, there must still be hope. Perhaps the auction's grand finale item has something even better than the spirit-constructing flower. Lu Nianli gently embraced his sorrowful sister, softly comforting her. Lu Changel wiped her tears away, saying, at tomorrow's auction, as long as there is the slightest hope, I will do everything in my power to help you win it. Lu Nianli was moved in his heart. Although his sister usually appeared fierce, she had always cared deeply. By the way, aren't you going to meet with the vice president of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce, Shui Tianyu? We'll meet tomorrow anyway. All right, then you should rest early. Lu Changel came and went in a hurry. As the second daughter of the Northern King, she was very concerned about matters in the Northern Domain. Since she was in Chaos City, she naturally had to take care of some affairs. After his sister left, Lu Nianli took out the materials collected by Xiaotang for brewing the insight wine. Even if it's just a low-grade version of insight wine, the brewing materials are still quite precious, and what Xiaotang managed to gather in a short time is very limited. He could probably brew around 10 bottles. With his mastery in the way of wine, Lu Nianli was very precise in controlling the brewing process. As for the lengthy processes such as fermentation, he could let the 4 maidservants and 6 sword slaves speed it up with their internal energy. After a day and night, 10 bottles of insight wine were produced. Although the taste was not as rich as naturally brewed wine, once it was taken out, it would still become a sensation among countless martial artists and cultivators. Spring, rain, summer, cicada, autumn, leaves, winter, snow, how does it taste? To his close maidservants, Lu Nianli was generous, taking out a bottle of wine for the 4 maidservants to taste. What kind of wine is this, heir? The maidservants were unaware that this was insight wine. They only felt the rich aroma of the wine, which was intoxicating and made their spirits feel enlightened just from the scent. Insight wine. Lu Nianli did not hide it. The 4 maidservants had served him since childhood, wholeheartedly devoted to him. In his heart, the 4 maidservants were not just unrelated individuals, but family with deep affection. Insight wine. Your Highness, we cannot drink something so important. Please keep it for the second miss. The maidservants immediately shook their heads in refusal. But there is still so much left for my sister. Lu Nianli laughed and said, drink up. The stronger you become, the better you can protect this heir, right? All right then. Thank you, heir. The maidservants swallowed hard and divided a bottle of insight wine into 4 portions. The liquid flowed down their throats. The maidservants felt the internal chi surging to the top of their heads, their minds becoming clear, and many things they had once misunderstood became clear to them in an instant. The 4 of them immediately sat down, focusing their minds and absorbing the insights in their minds. The next day at noon, the auction of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce officially commenced. As the young master of the northern region and the future king of the north, Lu Nianli was naturally invited to participate in this auction. Arriving at the venue with his 4 maidens, Lu Nianli instantly attracted numerous gazes. Before even entering, a beautiful woman dressed in the Baichao Chamber of Commerce attire approached him. "Your Highness, the Vice President has sent me to wait for you. Please follow me to the upstairs pavilion." "No need." Lu Nianli waved his hand. "This young master prefers to stay below." Having said that, he brought his 4 maidens directly towards the main hall on the first floor. The welcoming woman stood frozen in place. The young master of the northern region has quite the arrogance. He even disregarded the vice president's authority. Lu Nianli swaggered to the very front of the hall, occupying the most conspicuous position in the auction, which was also the most sensitive bidding spot for various major factions. In the upstairs pavilion, Shui Tianyu observed this, seeing his gaze slightly tightening. Despite being at the peak of the Nirvana realm, he could not sense any martial aura emanating from the young master of the northern region, nor did his body exhibit many signs of refinement. Could he not be the mastermind behind this? Initially, Shui Tianyu suspected that the mastermind could be this young master from the northern region, but it seemed otherwise now. How could an ordinary person make such a mysterious expert willingly submit? No, wait. These 4 maidens were only at the Diamond Realm yesterday, yet today they have all reached the Profound Realm. The simultaneous breakthrough of the 4 maidens to the Profound Realm made him ponder. As Shui Tianyu quietly observed, representatives from other major factions entered one after another. All top factions were equipped with private rooms, yet Lu Nianli sat alone in the most prominent position in the main hall. The auction quickly began. The host of the auction was a stunning beauty. However, Lu Nianli had grown immune to such levels of beauty after being accustomed to the makeup market. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is the first item of this session. The 7-star lamp. According to the auction rules, the first 3 items are usually relatively precious collectibles, only slightly less valuable than the finale items. The 7-star lamp contains stellar spiritual power. It is a top-grade treasure for assisting in cultivation. According to the Baichao Chamber of Commerce's appraisal, the quality of the 7-star lamp is classified as mid-grade mystic level with a starting bid of 1 gold or 1 spirit stones. Treasures and weapons in the Xinwu continent are divided into 4 major grades named after the elements of heaven and earth. Each major grade is further subdivided into top grade, upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade. As for currency, the common currency in the secular Baichao is gold, silver, and copper coins, while some major factions may possess a few low-quality spirit stones. Under normal circumstances, 1 taels of gold can only be exchanged for 1 ordinary spirit stone. High-quality spirit stones are rarely circulated in the secular Baichao, as resources are entirely controlled by the forces of the Xian sects. 150000. A voice came from the upstairs pavilion. Such high-end items are usually only contended by top factions. 16000. 19000. The competition quickly became intense. After several rounds of bidding, the price was raised to 27 taels of gold. He had little interest in these items. There was only one item in the entire auction that piqued his interest, and it was among the finale items. Well, at that moment, the Baize cub suddenly made a sound, raising its paw and adorably pointing at its mouth where its teeth had yet to fully grow. "You want to eat?" Lu Nianli guessed the Baize cub's intention. The Baize cub nodded repeatedly, constantly acting cute. "Since you want to eat, then let's buy it." Lu Nianli was not short of money. If Baize wanted it, he would buy it. As a pet for a slacker, one must never miss the happiness that can be captured within one's means. The maidens were astonished. "Young master, is there a possibility that you guessed wrong? How could this thing be edible?" "It's fine." Lu Nianli smiled. "If it can't be eaten, then just put it next to the chamber pot. It can be used when you go to the toilet at night." The maidens turned red. Using the 7-star lamp as a toilet light, only the young master could think of such a thing. 300000. Without waiting for them to recover, Lu Nianli had already placed his bid. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Lu Nianli, who was sitting in the most conspicuous position in the hall. With such a shout, it was hard not to look at him. 310000. Moments later, a voice from the upstairs pavilion sounded again, laced with mockery. "The young master is a born waste. Oh, what use is this 7-star lamp to him? Is it to be used as a toilet light?" The person who mocked him was Prince Su Taiyan, the 8th prince of the Great Feng, who held dominion over the 5 prefectures in the northwest. In the private room, Su Taiyan sneered, a jumping clown trying to attract attention, daring to disrupt my affairs. I didn't expect Prince Su to know this young master so well. Using this lamp as a toilet light fits perfectly. Lu Nianli's voice was calm. I heard that Prince Su practices evil techniques, having killed his wife to achieve enlightenment. He hasn't tasted the pleasures of a woman for decades. Prince Su will never understand what it feels like to sleep with 5 people on one bed while lamp is truly needed for nighttime toilet visits. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was in an uproar. All top factions knew that Prince Su had once practiced evil techniques, slaughtering his wives and concubines overnight, and had never touched a woman since this was also Prince Su's lifelong pain. People speculated that Prince Su might have cultivated the legendary heartless and unyielding demon technique, but no one dared to mention it in public for fear of provoking Prince Su's wrath. The young master of the northern region truly had great courage, openly poking at Prince Su's sore spot, seeking death. In the private room, Prince Su Taiyan clenched his fists tightly, dark patterns appearing on his skin, and something long and black writhing like a snake moved beneath his skin. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Baichao auction, he would have already taken the head of this wasteful young master. 350000. Lu Nianli unperturbedly placed another bid. Prince Su no longer competed. With the imperial dynasty in turmoil, he needed substantial resources to train his army and had no leisure to contend with a spoiled young master. 350000 taels of gold going once. 350000 taels of gold going twice. 3500 taels of gold going 3 times sold. Congratulations to buyer number 6 for successfully bidding for the treasure, the 7-star lamp. The people of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce delivered the 7-star lamp. Lu Nianli took it and casually tossed it to the Baizhe cub. Under the watchful eyes of the representatives of various major factions, the Baizhe cub swallowed the 7-star lamp whole. The people of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce delivered the 7-star lamp. Lu Nianli took it and casually tossed it to the Baizhe cub. In the private room, Shui Tianyu's pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene, and his suspicions about the young master of the northern region deepened. He was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Lu Chang'e also squinted his eyes. When did his little brother pick up such a rare beast? Prince Su Taiyan was even more shocked. The 7-star lamp was just eaten like that. That lamb-like pet was surprisingly powerful. Why did it appear to have no aura of a spirit beast? Just like its master Lu Nianli, it seemed like a worthless waste. After eating the 7-star lamp, the Baizhe cub was very excited, and the luster of its fur became increasingly beautiful. As a creature of auspicious omens, it had yet to display any combat prowess, spending its days eating and sleeping. As its owner Lu Nianli was quite fond of this lazy pet, a slacker beast was exactly what a slacker owner should have. After a brief commotion, the auction continued. Whenever Lu Nianli encountered something the Baizhe cub wanted to eat, he would bid on it. This action drew countless sighs from representatives of various powers. Truly, it was a case of comparison makes one feel inferior. They were at least a powerful faction in the outside world, yet here they were outdone by a pet sheep of the young master from the northern domain. Wealth and power indeed allow one to do as they please. In addition to securing what Lu Nianli wanted, other factions were also fiercely competing for some bizarre auction items. As for the rumored opportunity to pick up a bargain, it did not appear. Throughout the auction, Lu Nianli did not see any ancient treasures hidden from the eyes of the great figures. Everything was purchased with considerable amounts of gold and silver. After a series of bidding, the auction finally reached the climax with the final 3 items. Ladies and gentlemen, the next segment will be the highlight of this auction, the bidding for the final 3 items. Please stay tuned. The host continued. Friends familiar with the trading association should know that the final 3 items belong to an absolutely rare category, all being super treasures that are usually priceless. Now let us present the first treasure of the final 3 items. The legendary sword Yushang. The moment the host finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The fabled sword Yushang. This sword was even brought out for auction by the Baichao Trading Association. Everyone should be quite familiar with the legends of the Yushang sword, one of the top 10 famous swords of the mundane realm, known for having slain numerous emperors across dynasties. Its previous owner recently departed from the mundane realm and joined the sacred land of the Immortal sect, severing ties with the past, while leaving Yushang behind in the worldly realm. As the host introduced it, the valiant sword Yushang was brought forth. Its name instilled fear in countless princes and nobles. Its first owner was a famous assassin from the spring and autumn period prior to the era of Baichao, who used this sword to kill many princes and nobles. All who inherited this sword thereafter carried its will. This sword was specifically designed to slay the foolish and incompetent nobles. In room 9, Meng Xie and Li Shuang'er were both excited, as the new generation leaders of the Li family's sword tuned their obsession with swordsmanship had reached an extreme level. Among the top 10 famous swords of the mundane realm besides Meng Xie's Mu Luma, 2 other swords were also housed in the Li family's sword tomb. The greatest dream of the Li family through generations was to one day collect all 10 famous swords into their sword tomb. Naturally, they couldn't let the opportunity of encountering one of the top 10 famous swords Yushang slip by. The starting bid for the Yushang sword is 50,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 1,000 spirit stones. The host announced the price. 50,000 spirit stones equated to 50 million taels of gold. Most factions couldn't even reach the starting bid, and only the top few powers were qualified to compete. 60,000 spirit stones. Meng Xie was the first to speak up. Starting with a bid of 10,000 spirit stones also demonstrated the determination of the Li family's sword tomb to the other factions. 70,000 spirit stones. Sometimes human sentimentality can be useful, but in the face of profit it crumbles easily. Soon someone began to bid, that person being the Prince of Peace Sutian. 80,000 spirit stones. Meng Xie raised the bid again. The brazen attitudes of both sides quickly discouraged the other factions. Although the famous sword was excellent, it was not something everyone could wield. There was no need to compete hard, as lacking the requisite skill would only lead to ridicule. After a fierce bidding war, the Li family's sword tomb ultimately acquired the famous sword Yushang for 110,000 spirit stones. Meng Xie sighed with relief. Her greatest fear was not the Prince of Peace Sutian, but the young master from the Northern Domain, Nianli. The wealth of the Northern Domain was far beyond that of the Li family's sword tomb. If the young master decided to compete, then besides the representative of the Great Feng Dynasty, the elderly eunuch Chao Zidong, from the sea, Li Jian, everyone else would have to bow down. In the hall on the first floor, Nianli had already fallen asleep with his head resting on Chun Ye's lap, while beside him the well-fed divine beast cub Bai Zhe was also sound asleep. The slacker master and pet utterly useless at anything except for eating and sleeping. The bidding for the Yushang sword had come to a close. Young master, wake up. Chun Yu gently called out. The auction for the second final item is about to begin. Oh, is it almost over? Nianli woke from his daze looking towards the stage where the second final item had already been brought up. The host smiled warmly. Dear friends, the second final item is the first masterpiece created after the renowned painter of the glorious Tang Dynasty Master Wu attained enlightenment. It is also the last work left behind by the painter. Master Wu's name was well known throughout the mundane realm. Throughout various eras in the mundane world, there have been those who achieved enlightenment through reading the sage's books, playing music, or savoring wine. In the mundane realm, while martial prowess is esteemed, mastering any path to its utmost can lead to enlightenment. Even through chopping wood, boiling water, or slaughtering pigs, one may have a chance to attain the immortal gate. As for achieving enlightenment through the art of painting, there was only Master Wu. The painting Wu Lao Xian Sheng Wu Dao 2 starts at a price of 50,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 1,000 spirit stones. The bidding begins. Below the stage, Nianli gazed at the painting, its spiritual essence far surpassing that of ordinary artworks. Even for him, attempting to create such a painting would require considerable effort. It would also need a fleeting moment of inspiration to enhance it. Upon reaching a certain level, many factors are required for the birth of great works. It's not merely about technique. The right timing, location, and favorable conditions are all essential. He thought for a moment. While he would never surpass this painter in creating a Wu Dao painting, he believed he could certainly excel in painting beauties. The intense bidding commenced. Nianli still did not place a bid. His goal was only the final item. Ultimately, the Wu Dao 2 was purchased by the elderly eunuch representing the Great Feng Dynasty. The auction was officially entering its final stages. Ladies and gentlemen, there is only one item left for auction. This last item is surely a significant reason why many friends traveled from afar to attend this auction and watching. The host's voice turned more excited. The last auction item is not just any treasure, but an opportunity. An opportunity to communicate with the sacred land of the Immortal sect. The sacred land of the Immortal sect is a place that everyone from the mundane realm yearns for, yet people know little about it. This opportunity will allow you to learn everything you wish to understand. The sacred land of the Immortal sect. The place that countless beings from the mundane realm dream of. Even those masters at the nirvana or transformation stage are filled with longing for it. However, the Immortal sect is extremely strict in recruiting disciples, making it nearly impossible for those from the mundane realm to enter. If one exceeds a certain age, even a master at the transformation stage would not be accepted by the Immortal sect. Those transformation stage cultivators, without hope of entering the Immortal gate, must remain in the mundane realm, living out their lives with the regret of never achieving the path of the Immortals. The opportunity for intelligence exchange with the Immortal sect starts at a price of 100,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction begins. The host announces the starting price. Just for an opportunity to exchange information, the starting bid is equivalent to a legendary sword from the secular world combined with the enlightenment painting of the Sage of Painting. Once anything is connected to the blessed grounds of the Immortal sect, its value far exceeds that of worldly items. 100,000 spirit stones. As soon as the host's voice fell, a sharp voice came from the elegant hall above as the old eunuch Chao Zitong raised the bid again. He has raised the price to 100,000 spirit stones right from the start. Such an attitude is already quite evident. Anyone daring to bid is openly opposing the old emperor. After all, this auction is held within the territory of the Great Feng Dynasty, and most of the forces participating in the bidding are also from the Great Feng Dynasty. Who would dare to compete for what the old emperor desires? After a brief silence, a lazy voice echoed in the hall below, 100,100 spirit stones. Others fear that old emperor, but Lu Nianli is completely unconcerned. Competing openly with His Majesty the Prince of the Northern Domain has some guts. What the Crown Prince would not dare to do, this young master has done. Is he ignorant and fearless? His Majesty originally wanted to eliminate the Northern Domain. The Prince of the Northern Domain is so flamboyant that it will only stoke His Majesty's anger further. I believe it won't be long before His Majesty takes action against the Lu family. Representatives from the major forces sighed, while some watched coldly, taking pleasure in the misfortune. 111,000 spirit stones. The voice of the eunuch Chao Zitong contained a hint of anger. 111,100 spirit stones. Lu Nianli leisurely raised the bid again, lounging on the thighs of his maidens, enjoying himself. Such demeanor is exceedingly arrogant. In Chao Zitong's eyes, this act was nothing but disdain for him and a contempt for the emperor's authority. 150,000 spirit stones. Chao Zitong raised the bid to 150,000 spirit stones. His Majesty sent him here with a reserve of 300,000 spirit stones, instructing him to secure the opportunity to exchange with the Immortal sect no matter what. Such a large amount of spirit stones could probably clear out half of the kingdom. But as long as he can obtain information on how to prolong life from the Immortal sect, it is worth any number of spirit stones. 150,100 spirit stones. Lu Nianli raised the bid once more. The atmosphere in the auction hall became exceedingly delicate, as if just a small spark could ignite the tense environment. From the perspective of other forces, this auction appears to be a competition between a spoiled young master and an old eunuch, but in reality it is a confrontation between the Prince of the Northern Domain and the old emperor. With His Majesty constantly targeting the Northern Domain, is the Prince of the Northern Domain finally unable to hold back? If the Prince of the Northern Domain is forced to rebel, the situation of the dynasty will instantly become chaotic, and even the surrounding major dynasties will be affected. Could it be? Lu Changle thought of something. Since the day my younger brother was born, our mother has left entering that ethereal immortal sect. When he was young, he often asked where. Could it be? Lu Changle thought of something. Since the day my younger brother was born, our mother has left entering that ethereal immortal sect. When he was young, he often asked where our mother had gone. The eldest sister also went to the Immortal sect when the younger brother was little. Oh, perhaps he doesn't say it on the surface, but he has always missed them in his heart. Maybe he wants to take this opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of our mother and sister. Father must miss them a lot too, right? With this in mind, Lu Changle did not stop him, but allowed her brother to participate in the bidding. Besides, the old emperor is too overbearing. It would be good to dampen his arrogance. 160,000 spirit stones. 160,100 spirit stones. 170,000 spirit stones. 170,100 spirit stones. Lu Nianli and Chao Zitong's competition became increasingly fierce, and everyone could sense the thick smell of gunpowder spreading. Especially with the Prince of the Northern Domain raising the bid by 1,000 spirit stones each time, it was undoubtedly a serious provocation. When the price was raised to 200,100 spirit stones, Chao Zitong could no longer hold back. Is the young master deliberately opposing His Majesty? A cold voice echoed in the hall. You speak too harshly, Your Excellency. Lu Nianli replied with a faint smile. This young master simply cannot stand Your Excellency. It has nothing to do with His Majesty. You shouldn't make such wild claims, otherwise my father will be displeased, and you might not be able to leave the Northern Domain. Chao Zitong coldly snorted. Your Majesty personally issued the decree commanding us to bring this opportunity back. Do you dare to defy the imperial edict? Are you nervous, Your Excellency? Lu Nianli said with a rich smile. The decree was issued to Your Excellency. It has nothing to do with this young master. If the opportunity is not secured, it is Your Excellency who has defied the imperial edict and failed in your duties. Boom. In an instant, an immense pressure erupted from the elegant pavilion above. Sharp-tongued. Even the prince of the Northern Domain wouldn't dare to be this disrespectful. Where does a mere young master get the courage? The pressure clashed heat in rushing towards Lu Nianli. Enough. The next moment, a deep voice came from above the auction, instantly dispersing the aura of the old eunuch Chao Zidong. Fighting is prohibited at the auction. The speaker was Shui Tianyu, the vice president of the Hundred Dynasties Chamber. The Hundred Dynasties Chamber of Commerce is one of the two absolutes of the secular world and never participates in the internal disputes of the secular Hundred Dynasties, but the secular Hundred Dynasties also do not dare to offend these two powerful forces. Chao Zidong could only withdraw. Lu Nianli sneered again. I've long heard that Chao Tongzi entered the palace early, preserving his youthful essence. Now it seems true he's as impatient as a child. Representatives from various forces couldn't help but chuckle. This prince of the Northern Domain indeed has a sharp tongue. His sarcastic skills are top-notch. He first mocked Prince Jing Su Taiyan for killing his wife to prove his Tao, then poked at the lifelong pain of the eunuch Chao Zidong, truly reaching the peak of recklessness, completely disregarding human sentiments. 21,000 spirit stones. Chao Zidong had no choice but to forcibly suppress his murderous intent and bid again. Lu Nianli, reclining on Chunyu's lap, instructed, Xiuya, from now on, no matter how much Chao Gonggong bids, you add 1 spirit stone to his bid. Xia Chan covered her mouth and smiled. Young master, you can't just add 1 spirit stone. Oh, their dialogue echoed in the auction hall, and everyone could hear it clearly. Finally, they witnessed how this prince of the Northern Domain, who never attends to serious matters and only seeks pleasure, is so. Their dialogue echoed in the auction hall, and everyone could hear it clearly. Finally, they witnessed how this prince of the Northern Domain, who never attends to serious matters and only seeks pleasure, is so arrogant and unrestrained. Perhaps even all the spoiled young masters of the Great Feng combined would not have such audacity. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lu Nianli really fell asleep, just like that, and his maids were also incredibly bold. Oh, as long as Chao Zidong dared to raise the bid, they would undoubtedly follow suit. At this moment, even the numerous first and second-rank officials of the court, who usually must show respect to Chao Gonggong, were continuously disdained. The final price was raised to 300,100 spirit stones. All the representatives of the forces were left dumbfounded, including Shui Tianyu, the vice president of the Hundred Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. The prince of the Northern Domain is truly outrageous. Chao Zidong sat in the elegant hall feeling like a deflated balloon, powerless. This situation clearly exceeded the emperor's expectations. No one expected the prince of the Northern Domain to be so bold. The host's excited voice echoed, Congratulations to buyer number 6 for winning the opportunity to exchange intelligence with the Immortal sect at the bid of 300,100 spirit stones. With the successful bidding of the last item, the auction finally came to a close. For the Baijiao Commerce Association, this was merely a minor episode. Their team would continue onward, holding new auctions in other empires at certain times, thus perpetuating the cycle. However, for the Dafeng Empire, this auction served as a source of unrest in the eyes of many forces. The actions of the North Domain's heir at the auction would undoubtedly provoke the displeasure of the old emperor. A slight misstep could even lead to a direct war between the empire and the North Domain. As various forces speculated, the system prompt echoed once more in Lu Nianli's mind. Ding detected host's primary negligence behavior. The auction is not human affairs. Awarded 1 lottery chance negligence points 90. Currently in the process of drawing. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stone, an essential item for cultivation in the Immortal sect's blessed land, containing rich spiritual energy. 1 top-grade spirit stone is worth approximately 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Nianli had originally planned to use Dao Enlightenment wine to pay for the auction, but unexpectedly the system provided timely assistance and directly granted him 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is equivalent to 1 million ordinary spirit stones. The opportunity for intelligence exchange in the Immortal sect only costs 310,000 spirit stones, which is negligible in comparison. As expected of the negligent system, Lu Nianli acknowledged the system. Can I exchange top-grade spirit stones for ordinary spirit stones? Of course. As long as it makes the host comfortable, this system will never make the host exert any extra effort. The system believes that if everyone indulges a bit more in negligence, the world will transform into a beautiful realm. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones have been automatically exchanged for 1 million ordinary spirit stones and stored in the system space. The host can retrieve them at any time. Before long, the personnel from the auction found Lu Nianli. After paying the spirit stones, Shui Tianyu personally met with him. North Domain's heir, I've long admired you. Shui Tianyu was quite courteous, cupping his fists in greeting. Lu Nianli smiled. Chairman Shui has also heard of this heir's story. The heir's fame is remarkable wherever one goes in the North Domain. Tales of the heir abound. Shui Tianyu, said, his expression calm. Lu Nianli sighed inwardly, truly worthy of a businessman. Without a bit of shamelessness, one really could not do this job. Chairman Shui, you flatter me. Lu Nianli, feeling disinclined for pleasantries, stated directly, how should this immortal sect intelligence exchange proceed? Please wait a moment. Shui Tianyu instructed a servant to bring over a mirror and then used spirit stones to construct a platform, allowing the mirror to float above it. There were clouds and mist swirling at the edge of the mirror. Dimly, a figure seemed to coalesce within the mirror, and upon closer inspection, it was an elderly man with kind eyes, his white hair and beard flowing gracefully, embodying a certain ethereal charm. Old ancestor, the guest has arrived. Shui Tianyu's demeanor became considerably more respectful, his previous authority faded, replaced by reverence. Let him come forward. As commanded, the elder, known as the old ancestor, said calmly. Yes. Shui Tianyu heeded the order and softly said, heir, please come over. The person in the mirror was an ancestor of the immortal sect's blessed land. Regarding the affairs of the immortal sect's blessed land, one could inquire with him. The ancestor, having compassion for the mundane beings of the numerous empires, set this opportunity to add a glimmer of hope for the world to aspire to the immortal gate. Understood. Lu Nianli walked over. Although this introduction sounded rather like a pyramid scheme, would the so-called ancestor of the immortal sect's blessed land truly be so bored as to resolve the doubts of the mundane people from various empires? Fortunately, his hefty expenditure for this opportunity was not in pursuit of immortal fate. Whether to cultivate or not was of no concern to him. He was curious if the legendary fairies were truly as beautiful, pure as a lotus, and could only be admired from afar without being desecrated. Observing from a distance was uninteresting. Desecration was permissible. I have met the immortal. Lu Nianli offered a slight bow. The beings of the immortal sect's blessed land could only be considered cultivators. True immortals resided above the heavenly gate and had long since ascended, not belonging to the Xinwu continent, but that title was certainly not incorrect. After all, who doesn't wish to be an immortal? Little Dao friend, what doubts do you have? The ancestor inquired. Immortal, I would like to ask, does your sect have fairies? Are the fairies beautiful? Lu Nianli directly asked. The old ancestor's expression noticeably shifted. For the first time in over 100 years, he encountered such a trivial question. Spending tens of thousands of spirit stones to purchase an opportunity, without inquiring how to join the immortal sect's blessed land, nor asking how to attain immortal fate, nor questioning the splendid world of the immortal gate. To ask about how beautiful the fairies are. Such worldly thoughts and indulgence in beauty are not advisable. The ancestor sighed, shaking his head. Little Dao friend, please change the question. But Lu Nianli showed a troubled expression. What should I do if I like this? The renowned wine sword Immortal once left a message for the mundane world, saying that one must enjoy life while in high spirits. With a clear Dao heart, following one's true heart is the path to the supreme immortal gate. If one's true heart is thus, how can it be changed? The ancestor was left speechless. That truly makes a lot of sense. Citing the famous saying of the wine sword Immortal, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The fairies are naturally beautiful. But as you said, those who cultivate should follow their true heart, not change the divine countenance bestowed by heaven. Whether beautiful or ugly is of little consequence. Can I see them? Lu Nianli blinked. No, the ancestor shook his head. The countenance of a fairy cannot be seen. A glimpse at the fairy's face would ruin one's life. Then, Immortal, could you tell me who is the most beautiful fairy in the immortal sect's blessed land? After I join the immortal sect's blessed land, I can visit her. The corner of the ancestor's mouth twitched. He was already cursing inwardly. With your lecherous appearance, you wish to enter the immortal gate. Sooner or later, you will perish in the arms of a mundane woman. If you manage to join the immortal gate, I would directly dash my head against the mountain gate. I worked hard to finally join the sacred land of the immortal sect, spending decades to find a position with some benefits in the outer sect. But in such a position, the fairies wouldn't even bother with him. Not to mention that stunningly beautiful fairy, even the true ancestor of the immortal sect's blessed land would find it difficult to see her, yet this kid wishes to visit. Dream on. After cursing inwardly, the ancestor's expression remained unchanged, maintaining a strong sense of professional ethics, and slowly spoke. The first recognized fairy of the immortal sect's blessed land is the misty fairy of the misty immortal sect. Does the little Dao friend have other questions? What about the second most beautiful fairy? Lu Nianli asked earnestly. That would be the flower fairy of the flower sect. The ancestor silently clenched his fists. And the third most beautiful fairy. The spirit mirror went black. Only a few voices could be heard. The doubts of the little Dao friend have been resolved. This opportunity has come to an end. As the voice fell, the misty mirror dimmed, and the spirit stone platform turned into a pile of dust. So heartless, Lu Nianli cursed. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of the fairy's majestic beauty to create a fantasy ranking of fairies which would surely be immensely popular, leaving a significant mark in his negligence career. Now it seemed that the difficulty was quite substantial. From this ancestor's performance, it appeared that the immortal sect's blessed land also had quite a few capitalists. The plan for the fairy ranking could only be temporarily shelved. Completing the plan to nurture his sister into an empress was the right path. The spirit mirror dimmed. Outside, Shui Tianyu returned to the room and asked with a smile, "Young master, did you manage to obtain the information about the blessed lands of the immortal sect?" "I suppose so." Lu Nianli estimated that the so-called ancestor just now was probably not doing very well in the immortal sect's blessed lands. The useful information he obtained consisted of only 2 sentences. The first beauty of the Piaomiao immortal sect is the Piaomiao fairy. The second beauty of the Baiwa immortal sect is the Baiwa fairy. But that was enough. Isn't the essence of being a slacker just this? The system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding detected intermediate slacking behavior of the host, disregarding destiny and following one's heart, granting 1 lottery opportunity, slacker points 200. Note, intermediate slacking behavior can enhance the probability of the prize pool with a chance to enter a higher level item prize pool. Drawing lottery now. Congratulations, the host has obtained the body technique Piaomiao Yulong Step. Piaomiao Yulong Step ethereal, like an immortal steps like a swimming dragon after cultivating to the great achievement realm, can evade all physical attacks from the transformation realm and below. Given that the host has a natural 5-element waste body and cannot cultivate this technique, you may spend 200 slacker points and the system will automatically cultivate this technique to great achievement for you. Lu Nianli was taken aback. The system could actually help with cultivation. In order to allow him to slack off comfortably, the system truly went to great lengths. Cultivate the Piaomiao Yulong Step to the maximum level. Lu Nianli did not hesitate and immediately spent 200 slacker points to upgrade. After all, he was still an ordinary person. Having an extra means of self-preservation is always beneficial. President Shui, this young master has important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. With his purpose fulfilled, Lu Nianli was too lazy to linger in the auction venue. He estimated that his second sister was probably crying in the inn right now and he needed to go and comfort her properly. Young master, take care. Shui Tianyu watched Lu Nianli depart. Since the auction began, he had been paying attention to this young master from the north, and for a moment he found it hard to discern whether the young master was pretending or truly a wastrel. In the inn room No. 1. Lu Nianli pushed open the door. Looking inside, he saw Lu Changel sitting in a corner chair sobbing softly, her eyes red, extremely dejected. "Second sister," Lu Nianli gently called out. "Nianli, I'm sorry." Lu Changel suddenly looked up, her tear-streaked eyes gazing at Lu Nianli, unable to hold back her tears. "The spirit cultivating flower is lost. That was your hope for advancement. I am useless as a sister. Had I known it would come to this, I should have exchanged my life to retrieve the spirit cultivating flower from the Baichao Commerce Association." "You don't need to blame yourself, sister." Lu Nianli walked over and comforted gently. "We are still young. Father is strong and healthy, though our family has a long way to go. Hope is still there. You should marry the Princess of Chong early," Lu Changel said. "Although relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself, given the current situation, we can only do that. Cultivating together with Princess Songqing is also one of Lu Nianli's methods to step into martial arts. However, compared to having a natural spiritual root, this method is under Songqing's control, and Lu Nianli will always be in a passive position." "Okay, I understand." Faced with the pressure to marry, Lu Nianli could only agree on the surface. If he dared to resist, the onslaught from father and second sister would only become more intense, severely affecting his slacking career. And Lu Changel suddenly remembered something and asked, "Earlier at the auction, you spent so many spirit stones to buy a chance to seek destiny. Did that yield any results?" Over 300,000 spirit stones. Lu Changel felt pained. The entire Lu family's spirit stone reserves amount to only about 600,000 spirit stones. With his younger brother spending this much, half of it was gone. However, she did not express any blame, only saying softly, "Nianli, I know you miss big sister and mother very much. Buying the opportunity to communicate with the immortal sect's blessed lands, you must want to see mother and big sister, right?" Lu Nianli replied. Looking at the deeply affectionate sister, he did not dare to tell the truth. He feared being beaten. "Sister, let's have some wine." Seizing the moment, Lu Nianli began to gradually implement his plan. "All right." Lu Changel nodded and said softly, "Sister knows your difficulties. At this moment, we can only drown our sorrows in wine. Regardless of what the future holds, we siblings will not return until we are drunk tonight." "Thank you, sister." Lu Nianli took out the Dao Insight wine he had prepared long ago and poured a full cup for Lu Changle, saying, "Sister, this cup is to toast you for taking care of me all these years." Finally, a smile appeared on Lu Changle's face. "It's rare to share a drink with you. I'll drink this cup." She downed the Dao Insight wine in one go. The wine fragrance lingered in her mouth, her heart felt ablaze, and it seemed as if countless little people were dancing in her mind, enhancing her liveliness at this moment. "Good wine," Lu Changle exclaimed joyfully. As a master of the Xianjing realm, a wine that could give her sensations was undoubtedly good wine. "Nianli, where did you get this wine?" "A secret," Lu Nianli replied, mysteriously smiling. "No matter where the good wine comes from, just drink it, sister." "That's right, drink." After just one cup, Lu Changle started to feel tipsy. Lu Nianli quickly poured a few more cups. If he waited any longer, the Dao Insight wine would take effect, and his second sister might directly enter a state of enlightenment. Under his encouragement, Lu Changle downed cup after cup. Unknowingly, all 9 bottles of Dao Insight wine were consumed. Such extravagant behavior, if known to the masters of the mundane world of Baichao, would surely lead them to scold Lu Nianli for being wasteful. The disciples of the Immortal sect would marvel at such extravagance. Burp. Lu Changle let out a satisfying burp. She was a bit drunk. "More. I want more. Fill it up quickly." The drunken Lu Changle began to babble. Lu Nianli, to ensure the success of his plan, he intentionally added a large amount of intoxicating substances to the Dao Insight wine. This would delay the effects of the wine, while keeping his second sister from noticing anything unusual. "Nianli, brother." Lu Changle, in a tipsy state, grabbed Lu Nianli's clothing and said intermittently, "Do you know? Do you know how much your sister has sacrificed for you?" In her drunken state, tears glistened at the corners of Lu Changle's eyes, which took Lu Nianli by surprise. Could it be that his second sister was hiding something from him? "Whoa!" Lu Changle cried. "At the time, an immortal from the Immortal sect offered to take me as a disciple and take me away from the mundane world, but I chose to give that up for you." "Lu Nianli, you big fool. You always think that your sister only scolds you, but it's all for your own good. Sister also wants to go to the Immortal sect's blessed land so badly. But if your sister leaves, who will shield you, this big fool, who only knows how to play all day?" Lu Changle spoke in a slurred voice, her volume gradually dropping. Finally, she was left with a soft mumble. "You, this disobedient little brother, must treat your sister well when you grow up. Do you understand?" After her unintentional confession, Lu Changle laid down on the table, completely falling asleep. Lu Nianli sat there feeling heavy-hearted. Did his second sister sacrifice so much for him? The connection to the Immortal sect's blessed land is enough to cause countless fathers and sons, brothers, couples, and rulers to turn against each other. Yet his second sister decisively refused the opportunity of the Immortal sect's blessed land for him. If it weren't for tonight's drinking, he might have never known this secret. Such kindness is worth him giving everything in return. The Dao Insight wine is just the beginning. Sister, what you have lost, your brother will definitely get back for you. I will get it all back. Lu Nianli. The next morning, Lu Changle woke from her bed, and after a brief moment of confusion, her furious shout echoed throughout the inn. She leaped out of bed and rushed next door. Bang! The door was kicked open, startling Lu Nianli, who was sound asleep. As he turned his gaze, he saw his second sister glaring at him fiercely. "Lu Nianli, what did you do last night?" One sentence. Everyone present was stunned. The 4 maids, Princess Songqing and Princess Song Ren, all turned their gazes towards Lu Nianli. What did the young master do? Cough, cough, second sister, mind your language. Lu Nianli coughed. Who would have thought his usually fierce sister had such a gentle heart inside? So much so that he now found it somewhat endearing when she was angry. "What kind of wine did you make me drink last night?" Lu Changle demanded. Recalling yesterday, she realized she completely could not remember what had happened, as she had just entered the Nirvana realm. No, that's not right. She was in the Nirvana realm now. Upon waking, she had jumped several small realms from the midstage of the Inquiry realm, achieving the remarkable feat of Onadi Nirvana. Last night she had a dream. In the dream, she entered a celestial realm, where she obtained tremendous fortune, and an immortal enlightened her, allowing her Tao heart to become clear. The feeling in the dream was so real. Enlightened by the immortal, she broke through realms one after another, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She had thought it was just a dream, but upon waking, the beautiful dream had become reality. After a brief moment of joy, Lu Changle's focus immediately shifted to her younger brother, Lu Nianli. She was very aware of her own talent. Although she was ranked among the young generation, it was impossible to achieve nirvana from just a dream. This kind of leap was too bizarre. If she had to say what was unusual last night, the only oddity was the wine her little brother bought. It was just wine from the tavern. Lu Nianli shrugged in response to his second sister's questioning, expressing helplessness. "What's wrong with you, second sister? Did you drink and get a stomach ache?" "Regular wine." Lu Changle shook her head. "Impossible. Regular wine can't possibly get me drunk, let alone have such miraculous effects." What miraculous effects? Lu Nianli replied, I drank some yesterday too, and nothing happened. Are you sure you're not mistaken, second sister? Lu Changle squinted her eyes and scrutinized her little brother for a long time. There truly seemed to be no abnormalities with him. Could it be that because her little brother was naturally a five-element waste body, he was fine after drinking? Her little brother truly didn't seem like he was lying. There must be something fishy. Lu Changle was not foolish, even though her little brother truly didn't seem like he was lying. There must be something fishy. Lu Changle was not foolish, even though she could not find any evidence. She knew there must be some underlying reason for this. Since entering the chaotic city, her little brother seemed to have become a different person with various strange occurrences consistently linked to him. Let it be, why should I worry so much? After hesitation, Lu Changle dismissed her inner doubts. Whether it was coincidence or a hidden plot, as an elder sister there was no need for her to suspect. Regardless, Nianli was still her brother, still a member of the Lu family. What she had to do was protect him when he was weak and not hold him back when he became strong. After chatting for a bit, Lu Changle turned to leave. Song Qing stared intently at Lu Changle's back. If she wasn't mistaken, the second miss of the Lu family had already reached the Nirvana realm. Yesterday, she had interacted with Lu Changle. She could confirm that when they met yesterday, Lu Changle was still only in the mid-stage of the inquiry realm, just slightly higher than herself, yet today, she had completed Nirvana. Moreover, the four closest maids of the young master had also broken through from the diamond realm to the inquiry realm. Everything must be related to the young master. She was becoming increasingly unable to see through it. The young master's mystery was like a maze. Every time she thought she was about to see the end, she found herself trapped in another cognitive misunderstanding. She truly wanted to find an opportunity to turn rice into cooked rice, to see through the phenomenon to its essence. Unfortunately, the young master even needed the four maids to accompany him closely while he slept, leaving her powerless even if she wanted to. Chang'an City Yangxin Hall. The eunuch Chao Zitong from the Department of Ceremony was summoned. Your Majesty, this old servant has failed in his duties, a crime deserving of death. Entering, Chao Zitong dared not raise his head, crawling on the ground, filled with fear. The opportunity for information exchange regarding the immortal sect's blessed land was seized by the young master of the northern region. What? Cough, cough, cough. The old emperor on the dragon bed was extremely angry. 300,000 spirit stones, and I still couldn't secure the opportunity for information exchange with the immortal sect. In his budget, based on examples from previous auctions, 200,000 spirit stones would suffice. Moreover, everyone knew that the Department of Ceremony represented the Great Feng Dynasty, representing him as emperor. Who would dare to bid openly? In the past, indeed, no one dared. But this time he overlooked the young master Lu Nianli from the northern region. This person was a notorious wastrel accustomed to being a local emperor in the northern region. How could he possibly regard himself highly? Chao Zitong reported, Your Majesty, the young master of the northern region is too arrogant. At the auction, he openly provoked your dragon's might, boasting that no matter what price we offer, he would outbid us by 1,000 spirit stones. This Lu Nianli is so bold. The old emperor was furious, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of black blood. As long as I still draw breath, the young master of the northern region dares to act this way. If I die, the north will surely rebel immediately. Chao Zitong knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Your health is most important. The Lu family won't last long. In 10 days, it will be the birthday of the Empress. As long as we kill the king of the north, this mere young master is nothing to fear. Killing him will not quell my anger. The old emperor said angrily, I want to capture his entire clan, forcing the Lu family's men into lifelong labor. And let the women of the Lu family be prostitutes for generations. I want the Lu family to understand that all their glory and wealth are granted by me. If I reclaim my power, they are nothing but a group of commoners. After repeated provocations, the old emperor's patience had clearly reached its limit. Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from the northern region. Just then another voice sounded from outside. Hearing the words, northern region, the old emperor's body instinctively trembled. There had never been any good news regarding the northern region. Nian, reporting to Your Majesty, the scouts from the northern region have just sent news that the second daughter of the king of the north, Lu Changle, has entered the Nirvana realm, and this matter has been personally confirmed by Prince Jing, who is traveling in the northern region. At that moment, the old emperor felt as if struck by lightning, spitting out another mouthful of old blood. Lu Changle, Nirvana realm. Although his attention to Lu Changle was nowhere near that of Lu Wudi and his son Lu Nianli, he still had some impression of her. In terms of talent, martial realm strategy, leadership abilities, and other aspects, Lu Changle had almost perfectly inherited the grace of Lu Wudi from back in the day. However, Lu Changle was a daughter destined to not inherit the position of the king of the north. In the history of secular dynasties, there have been female emperors who suppressed the world Yet there has never been a case where a daughter could inherit a different surname's royal position. Thus he had never been overly worried about Lu Changel. But a 20-year-old in the Nirvana realm is exceedingly terrifying. If Lu Changel were to secretly take over the governing power of the northern region, while Lu Nianli remained in the open, the Lu family could still firmly hold the 4 counties of the northern region. He absolutely could not allow such a situation to occur. It seemed it was time to take action against this second daughter of the Lu family. In the blink of an eye, Lu Nianli had been in Wanqing County for 25 days. In 5 days it would be the new empress' birthday. Tianzi no. 1 guest chamber. Lu Changel looked at Lu Nianli still lying inert. Her earlier indignation had faded. Her younger brother's conduct in Wanqing County had won her approval. Nianli, I must first return to Jinbei City to consult father about attending the banquet in 5 days. Chang'an City is a den of dragons and tigers. Father will be in great danger. Even with Uncle Jiang's protection, there remains considerable risk. The Uncle Jiang Lu Changel referred to as Jiang Yongning, the North's foremost master, once hailed as the greatest sword god among the secular dynasties who has attained the Zhao Hua realm. The two had met many years ago. Jiang Yongning was the sword whose strength ripened late. Because of his advanced age, he was abandoned by the Immortal sect's blessed land envoys, and then set off alone to cross the sea in search of the legendary Immortal sanctuary. After that he vanished. A few knew where the sword god had gone. In truth, Jiang Yongning had not succeeded in crossing the sea. En route he encountered a terrifying demon beast, was gravely wounded, and nearly died, and finally dragged back his shattered body, where he was rescued by Lu Wudi. Upon his return, Jiang Yongning sank into despondency. Jinbei Wang Lu Wudi cared for him for 16 years, and at last the old sword god achieved enlightenment, re-entering the Zhao Hua realm and elevating his swordsmanship to a higher plane. By then Jiang Yongning's mind had grown clear. He no longer obsessed with the Immortal sect's blessed land. He chose instead to aid his life and death friend to live happily in this mundane world. Lu Nianli had met Jiang Yongning as well. The uncle treated him kindly and showed no contempt for his innate weak constitution. He did not know precisely how powerful Jiang Yongning was, but his father always said the old sword god was one of the North's greatest trump cards. With Uncle Jiang present, there should be no problem. Lu Nianli reassured. Besides, father is meticulous and far better at plotting and arranging than we are. Since he dares to attend a banquet in Chang'an, he must have his reasons. Lu Changel nodded. Then I'm off. Before father departs in 3 days, remember to return. Wait. Lu Nianli called after her. Sister, could you do me a favor? Ugh. So clingy. Lu Changel rolled her eyes. If it's nothing, call me second sister. If it's something, call me sister. It's bound to be trouble. She put on an impatient air. Hurry up, what's the matter? Sister is better. Lu Nianli smiled slyly. Could you take 30,000 refugees away from me? Take 30,000 refugees. Lu Changel was stunned. These were supposed to be one of father's foundational power bases prepared for you. Why hand them over to me? I know. Lu Nianli slipped into his younger brother mode. Sis, just help me out. Let you manage the refugee group for now and return them to me later. How about that? They've already pledged their loyalty to me anyway. All right. Lu Changel nodded. I knew you were fond of play. I'll take the refugees to straighten them out first and later hand them over to you. Thanks, second sister. Your mood turns so fast. Lu Changel snapped with a bad-tempered laugh. Would you die if you called me sister a few more times? Okay, second sister. Lu Nianli felt inwardly elated. His poor second sister did not yet know she was being led step by step into his wicked plan. Oh, sister, you cannot blame me. You want your brother to become Jinbei Wang. The brother wants you to become empress. That afternoon, Lu Changel led 30,000 refugees out of Wanqing. At the same time, an invitation arrived in the hands of the 4 chief maids. Lingnan Prefect Cheng Huai is holding a welcome banquet to welcome the heir's tour of Wanqing. Chunyu read the letter aloud, her face darkening. This Cheng Huai. Since the heir came to Wanqing more than 20 days ago, he has never once paid a formal visit. Now that the heir is about to leave, he holds a welcome banquet. It's clearly a mockery of the heir, Xiachan protested. How despicable. It's an outright provocation, Xiao Yi said angrily. I've also heard Cheng Huai has close ties with Jing Wang recently. With such behavior, isn't he afraid the prince will strip him of his office? Neither Jing Wang nor Cheng Huai are good men, Dong Shui said. Now those two are together, they are likely plotting something harmful against the heir. The maids glanced at Lu Nianli lying on the bed. Heir, will you go? Of course, Lu Nianli smiled. Cheng Huai has shown ample sincerity this time. Sincerity? The maid snorted. Where is the sincerity? Go and see and you'll know. Lu Nianli had already obtained intelligence on Jing Wang, Su Taiyan from Bai Xiaotang. Among the princes, Jing Wang maintained the closest ties with the Jianghu circles. Though his influence at court was weakest, his power in the martial world was greatest, and he had even more experts around him than the crown prince. The expert who most drew Lu Nianli's attention was the witch Luo Wuxin. Luo Wuxin consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Jiu Yinji reviews. Rumors said her temper was mercurial. She would exterminate entire families on a whim, thus earning the epithet the witch. Beautiful in appearance, she was ruthless and merciless. Some speculated that when Luo Wuxin was once expelled from the Immortal sect, she suffered some trauma that hardened her heart, leading to her tendency to wipe out whole households. Through Bai Xiaotang's continual investigation, they finally uncovered traces of the past. When Luo Wuxin had been cast off by the Immortal sect's blessed land and stripped of her cultivation, dumped into the wilderness, she happened upon a band of roving scions. These debauched young masters, arrogant in their youth, seeing Luo Wuxin's beauty, forcibly seized her. 3 years later, Luo Wuxin escaped their clutches by chance, obtained an opportunity, and returned to the martial path solely to avenge those past grievances. The great families Luo Wuxin destroyed were precisely those same scions who had humiliated her. Let's go. Lu Nianli rose dressed and strode outward. The departure of 30,000 refugees seemed to quiet Luanqing considerably. In the more than 20 days he had been here, he had only once visited an entertainment house to hear music, yet he had unexpectedly altered Luanqing's course. Cheng Huai's banquet was not far from the inn. Here, look. Chunyu pointed to a window seat not far away, where Jingwang, Su Taiyan, and Lingnan prefect Cheng Huai were drinking and making merry, deep and lively conversation. Lu Nianli glanced over. He saw a white-haired figure seated on the southern side, none other than the witch Luo Wuxin. She saw him too. In their brief lock of gazes, Lu Nianli felt a palpable murderous intent. Luo Wuxin showed no concealment of her hatred toward him. Perhaps in her eyes, he was no different from those debauched scions of old. Ere shall I clear away all these men? The voice of the 6 sword servants sounded in his ear. As absolute guardians, their purpose was to eliminate any threat to the heir. It would be no fun to kill them now. Lu Nianli waved his hand. Killing Jingwang and Lingnan prefect in public would alarm the Dafeng imperial court and bring great trouble upon his father. There was no need to do so for the time being. Besides, Cheng Huai was indeed loyal to the north and to his father. Killing him would chill the hearts of loyal ministers across the northern territories. That would severely affect the sisters' empress training plan. Within the span of a tea session, Lu Nianli, accompanied by his maids, arrived before the tavern and strode up to the upper floor. The moment he stepped into the tavern, the entire atmosphere turned subtly tense. Young master, you have finally arrived. The governor of Lingnan, Cheng Huai, looked at Lu Nianli with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Since I see Prince Jing is also here, let's invite a few more people to the banquet. I trust the young master won't mind. Of course I don't mind, Lu Nianli replied with a smile. With 3 of you and 5 of us, we fit perfectly at one table. I love a lively atmosphere. Cheng Huai and Prince Jing frowned simultaneously. Before they could speak, Lu Nianli added, please, governor, make some room for Prince Jing to sit with us, and you 4, spring rain, summer cicada, autumn leaf, and winter rain, can sit on either side. As for me. In the astonished gazes of Cheng Huai and Prince Jing, Lu Nianli plopped down beside the murderous-looking white-haired demoness Luo Wuxin. This beautiful white-haired lady, may I sit with you? Luo Wuxin did not respond her murderous intent, and she couldn't understand why the young master of the northern region dared to be so arrogant. At such close proximity, with just a single sword strike, Lu Nianli could lose his head, and even a master of the transformation realm would not be able to intervene in time. Young master, is it really appropriate for a maid to sit at the same table with us? Prince Jing said in a deep voice. Or do you think a mere maid can sit on equal footing with us? What maid? Lu Nianli said seriously. Don't speak carelessly, they are my good sisters who have taken care of me since I was young. We have eaten and slept together since childhood. What's inappropriate about that? Prince Jing must not have had much interaction with women for a long time, which is why he is so resistant. He'll adapt in time. After some thinly veiled mockery, Lu Nianli began to casually pick up food and eat heartily, drinking copiously. Cheng Huai and Prince Jing stood there dumbfounded. Truly, the young master of the northern region is remarkable, managing to turn the tables with just a few words. After a hearty meal, Lu Nianli poured wine and meat for the white fox cub, which seemed a bit disdainful, and only took a few bites before spitting it all out. Cheng Huai and Prince Jing's expressions grew increasingly grim. After a long while, Prince Jing finally spoke. Young master, I have a question I would like to ask. Speak directly, Prince Jing. Lu Nianli did not even look up at him, continuing to savor his meal. What does the young master think about the upcoming situation in the dynasty? If you were king of the north, how would you choose for the northern region? Prince Jing asked straightforwardly without it. It was as if the conflict at the auction had never happened. Lu Nianli disliked dealing with such people the most. In their eyes, any emotion was secondary, and only power mattered. To achieve their goals, they would stop at nothing. Otherwise, Prince Jing could not have done something as extreme as killing his wife to prove his path. Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. Truth comes at a price. Lu Nianli smiled. A single meal is not worth my serious contemplation. What does the young master want? Prince Jing asked again. At least a stunning beauty from the Yinji evaluation. As soon as he said this, intense murderous intent descended locking onto Lu Nianli. Though he did not name anyone specifically, the answer was clear. Lu Nianli, if you dare to offend me again, I will take your head. Luo Wuxin spoke coldly. Prince Jing added, the relationship between Master Luo and me is merely a cooperative one. If the young master truly desires, I can find someone else. So you mean you can't provide it? Lu Nianli scoffed and turned to look at Luo Wuxin. Her eyes were as cold as ancient iron. With just a glance one could feel as if they were plunging into an icy abyss. But this mental assault had no effect on him. Ever since he had nurtured the divine beast, his body felt warm, as if all disasters and misfortunes in the world, all kinds of spiritual disturbances, could no longer approach him. This was the protective aura of the legendary, auspicious beast. No need for combat, just a spiritual shield. The strongest partner on the path of decay. Master Luo, would you be interested in partnering with someone else? In front of Prince Jing, Lu Nianli began to dig the wall. What Prince Jing can offer this young master can offer you double. What Prince Jing cannot provide, this young master can also offer you. With a single operation, he shattered the spirits of Prince Jing and Chenghuai. Even the white-haired demoness Luo Wuxin was stunned. The young master of the northern region truly had great audacity. She had killed many wealthy and powerful figures. Those young masters who encountered her were all terrified, begging for mercy. Yet the young master of the northern region showed no fear, even carrying a hint of amusement. Where did he get his confidence? Being humiliated time and again, Prince Jing was on the verge of explosion. Lu Nianli, you are too arrogant. Do you really think I can't kill you? Do you dare? Lu Nianli remained calm. If you kill this young master, the first to be trampled by the 300,000 iron cavalry will be your 5 northern counties. For the sake of power, Prince Jing can even kill his wife. Surely you wouldn't do something so foolish. A single sentence struck at Prince Jing's core. Yes, he didn't dare. At least not openly. If he killed Lu Nianli, no matter how the struggle for the throne played out, Su Taiyan would surely be the first eliminated. Since you have no intention of cooperating, then this prince will take his leave. Prince Jing stood up. Master Luo, let's go. Master Luo, won't you consider cooperating with this young master? Master Luo did not respond, walking out. Lu Nianli's voice followed from behind. You have seen Prince. Cooperating with such a person is destined to achieve nothing. This young master speaks with sincerity. As long as you cooperate with me, I can give you more than Prince Jing can. Master Luo paused. Master Luo. Prince Jing frowned. Do you really believe the words of a naturally useless person? He cannot help you. Isn't it just killing a few people? Lu Nianli laughed. I will help you track down those who bullied Master Luo. Then you can deal with them as you see fit. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Wuxin felt as if struck by lightning. Those past events were her lifelong pain buried deep in her heart. Few knew about them. How did this young master with whom she had no connection learn about them? It seems the young master of the northern region is far from simple. Since Lu Nianli knows of those past events, accomplishing these tasks must also be easy for him. Alright, I will cooperate with you. In the end, Luo Wuxin agreed. At this moment, Su Taiyan's expression turned completely cold. Lu Nianli's actions undoubtedly served to slap his face repeatedly in front of numerous people. Luo Wuxin, I will make you regret what you have done today. Lu Nianli, you should also understand that someone who can be swayed by your few words to betray me can just as easily betray you. Also, it's best for the white-haired demoness to kill the young masters. You should be cautious. With that, Prince Jing, Chenghuai also stood there in shock, initially expecting a good show, but did not expect that the one leaving in defeat would be Prince Jing. Su Taiyan. What does the young master need me to do? Luo Wuxin felt no guilt as a traitor. Her relationship with Prince Jing was merely one of mutual benefit. Now that there was a stronger partner, why cling to Prince Jing? Cooperation is one thing, it would not change her view of Lu Nianli. After all, she was no longer the innocent and carefree little sister she once was. Just as Prince Jing said, she hated the young masters and those useless, frivolous second-generation heirs the most. Calling herself Luo Wuxin symbolizes that she had long since shed her humanity. Like Prince Jing, she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals and take revenge for the grievances of the past. In Luo Wuxin's view, Lu Nianli's intentions should be similar to those of Prince Jing. It is merely a struggle for power over the world. Perhaps Lu Nianli's motives are more complex, such as an interest in her body. She prays that the young lord does not harbor such thoughts. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to kill this young lord. No need for Luo Zongzhu to do anything. Lu Nianli spoke, offering an answer completely different from what Luo Wuxin had imagined. This young lord merely believes that Luo Zongzhu should not be bound by someone like Prince Jing. Collaborate with me, and you can do as you wish as long as you don't constantly think about harming me. He was not afraid of Luo Wuxin betraying him, for he never intended to truly draw her into his ranks. Once the cooperation ended, they would each return to their own. Luo Wuxin was taken aback then. Lu Nianli smiled. This young lord will naturally fulfill what I promised you. No. Luo Wuxin rejected. Since it's cooperation, there should be contributions from both sides. Don't think that I would be easily swayed like those young girls by a few words. The most unbearable memories surfaced in her mind. Luo Wuxin's killing intent surged, nearly spiraling out of control. She would never trust any man again. Interests were the fundamental truth. In that case, how about having Luo Zhongzhu act as my bodyguard for a month? Lu Nianli casually proposed a condition. He truly had no other thoughts. He had never considered seizing power for himself. Undermining others had only two reasons. First, to annoy Prince Jing Sutian. Second, to seriously appreciate the true beauty of the runner-up from the last beauty contest. Are you toying with me? Luo Wuxin frowned. You have many experts by your side stronger than Prince Jing. It seems it wouldn't make much difference whether I am here or not. Lu Nianli finally realized. Luo Wuxin had no emotions. Only an equal exchange of interests would bring peace to this white-haired witch. In his view, as a slacker, anything that allowed him to live comfortably constituted an equivalent exchange. Identifying those nobles who had bullied Luo Wuxin in the past was merely a matter of lifting a hand. Only one or two would prove somewhat troublesome. Being a bodyguard is not simple. After all, many wish to kill me. Perhaps I might need Luo Zhongzhu. Lu Nianli smiled and turned to leave. As for Cheng Huai, he was completely ignored. Lu Nianli did not wish to interact much with him. As long as Cheng Huai remained loyal to the northern domain, he would be useful when the time came. At the inn, Princess Song Qing watched the newly joined white-haired witch Luo Wuxin beside Lu Nianli and could not help but frown. Is the young lord planning to gather all the top beauties from the new beauty contest? Princess, you are mistaken, Lu Nianli sighed. This young lord has the heart, but not the means. Moreover, some beauties are already committed. I am not like that previous emperor of the Wei dynasty who was infatuated with his wife. However, Lu Nianli changed his tone. If on the day the new beauty contest is announced, the top 10 beauties can all appear at once and a painting could be made, it would surely be a wonderful sight. Song Qing's eyes widened. If anyone else had said this, she would have scoffed. But with Lu Nianli, she believed it. During the month spent with Lu Nianli, she had many doubts and discerned some patterns. One thing was certain: whether or not the young lord hid his abilities and cunning, his fondness for beautiful women was certainly genuine. He simply did not use force like other young masters. What the young lord said he might truly do. But the first place in the new beauty contest was none other than the current empress, the jewel of the old emperor's eye. Did the young lord truly dare to approach her? In 3 days I will return to Jinbei City. Lu Nianli pondered. In 5 days it would be the empress' birthday, and in 3 days his father would set off for Chang'an. His father was willing to risk his life to prevent him from slacking off. He insisted on making a trip to Chang'an. Lu Nianli knew his father would not easily seek death. The northern domain had the qualifications to match the entire Great Feng Dynasty. However, such a clash at this level with the slightest misstep could lead to ruin. Lu Nianli enjoyed his current peaceful life, although he faced frequent assassination attempts. They were relatively minor disturbances. Compared to the upheaval of the world, it could be considered calm. Every day, he listened to music, discussed life with his sister, shared dreams, and occasionally exchanged friendly knowledge about physiology. As a slacker, he was already quite satisfied with such a life. He did not wish for his comfortable existence to be disrupted. With this thought, Lu Nianli dismissed everyone else, leaving only 4 maidservants, and summoned Bai Xiaotong into the room. Young lord, what are your orders? Bai Xiaotong was responsible for organizing all the intelligence of the Bai Xiaodang and reporting the information needed by Lu Nianli. There are 2 matters I need you to attend to. First, find out what backup plans my father has left, and whether the Great Feng Dynasty has any recent actions against the northern domain. Second, investigate the recent movements of the other women from the beauty contest, and see if they will participate in the Empress' birthday banquet. The women from the beauty contest were either from noble families or fallen aristocracy. Since the Great Feng Emperor is hosting a banquet for the world, there might truly be an opportunity to gather all these people together, which would be a significant achievement in the history of the beauty contest. Understood. Bai Xiaotong left to carry out the orders. Lu Nianli was just preparing to enjoy 3 more days before returning, when suddenly Bai Xiaotong returned, holding a piece of red paper. Red. It signified urgent news. Only when his close relatives were in danger would there be such a red, urgent report. Young Lord the Second Miss encountered an assassination attempt on her way back to Jinbei City. The assassins are suspected to be madmen imprisoned in the bottommost layer of the Great Feng's prison, the Sword Demon EK. Sword Demon EK was a top-tier expert in the Great Feng's martial world 30 years ago, obsessed with swords, practicing to the point of madness. In the year he reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, he single-handedly invaded the dynasty to seize the divine sword that protected it. Ultimately, however, he was suppressed by the national teacher of the Qintian Bureau and imprisoned in the bottommost level of the prison. So many years have passed, and the name Sword Demon, EK, has been forgotten by the Great Feng's martial world. Many believe he had died in the prison's depths. Who would have thought he would be used by the Great Feng imperial family? Bai Xiaotong reported all the information. That old man again. He dares to blatantly target my second sister. Lu Nianli's voice turned icy. What is the current status of my second sister? The brothers of Bai Xiaodong are covering the second misretreat, but the sword demon EK is still in pursuit. Bai Xiaodong urged, the brothers of Bai Xiaodong are good at escaping, but not fighting. They cannot match the sword demon EK. They can only hold on for a moment. Please send reinforcements, young lord. 6 sword servants go assist my second sister. Lu Nianli immediately ordered. The sword demon from 30 years ago was already at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He may have entered the realm of creation now, and only the combined strength of the 6 sword servants could contend with him. Understood. The 6 sword servants received their orders and vanished. It seems I am destined to be restless. Lu Nianli thought about slacking off, but being in this position, even if he did nothing, was wrong in the eyes of some. The assassination of my second sister might just be the beginning. Power he could choose not to contend for. But anyone who dared to harm his family must die. Spring rain, summer cicadas, autumn leaves, winter snow. Pack your things. We depart for Junbei City ahead of schedule. And upon learning of her second elder sister's assassination attempt, Lu Nianli revised his plan. Lumen City was indeed an ideal place to idle away time, but joy had been steadily waning. It was time to seek out a more prosperous realm, to behold more resplendent pleasure quarters and hear bolder, more intoxicating melodies. Of course, cultivating the second elder sister as empress was one pillar of his idling strategy. Nianli, when the protective umbrella stood unshaken, could one truly rest in its shade. Upon receiving the order, the 4 maids sprang into action, each attending to her duty with precision, swiftly packing their belongings and settling the inn's final bill. And at last we are leaving. Seeing this, Song Qing exhaled in quiet relief. She had grown utterly weary of days spent lounging in pleasure quarters, listening to songs and doing nothing of substance. In this return to the Northern Realm would be her chance to secure the heir apparent once and for all. If she could not win his heart, she would claim his body. Elder sister, you rejoice too soon. With the heir apparent's temperament, he is likely merely shifting his revelry to a new locale. Are you certain you wish to follow him still? Song Ren stifled a laugh behind her hand. This is my only path. Song Qing knew waiting longer might yield no result, but she had no choice but to stake everything on this gamble. Her ambition demanded this road, and her advancement in the martial Dao demanded it too. Meng Xie, swordless yet bearing a sharp, unsheathed blade, and Li Shuanger, cradling a sword scabbard, both broke into faint smiles. At last the heir apparent is ready to depart. After so many days of waiting, Meng Xie had still not encountered the senior cultivator who wielded the Azura sword intent. Clearly, opportunities for such a master to intervene personally were exceedingly rare. Yet perhaps this journey would prove different. And she sensed it clearly. The heir apparent's 6 strongest sword guardians had already departed. And should danger arise now, that venerable master might well be compelled to act in person. How thrilling! Meng Xie murmured, eyes alight with anticipation. And indeed, at last we shall be spared those cries. Li Shuanger wrinkled her nose. If we lingered any longer, I fear my cultivation foundation would falter. I might even be tempted to sample that very joy myself. Meng Xie replied, exasperated, Shuanger, your talent in the sword Dao rivals mine, but you remain far too susceptible to worldly distractions. A swordsman must cultivate purity of spirit. Refuse to listen, and such sounds hold no power over you. Li Shuanger bristled, unconvinced. Sister Meng Xie, have you ever considered that your sword cultivation may have grown too pure, making further breakthroughs increasingly arduous? The sword Dao demands not only purity, but adaptability. Observing all phenomena is the highest form of adaptation. Now a look of disdain crossed Meng Xie's cool, composed face. Then tell me, what precisely have you observed, I? The pinnacle of the sword Dao is unity of man and blade, the seamless fusion of sword intent and spiritual will. The body becomes the blade, the heart the blade, all things potential blades. Surely, Sister Meng Xie, you've lately felt none of that old, effortless joy while practicing Yan, because you lack nourishment. As she spoke, Li Shuanger unsealed the scabbard cradled in her arms, and the Mu Lu Ma sword strapped across Meng Xie's back resonated with a low, trembling hum. Observe, even a famed blade requires its scabbard for nurturing, just as the heir apparent's pleasures serve a similar purpose. Their outward forms differ, yet their essence aligns. Meng Xie froze. In Shuang'er's mind truly is unhinged. If she can extract sword Dao truths from the heir apparent's hedonism. You overthink. How many times must I tell you? Such base conduct cannot compare with the sublime, peerless sword Dao. In return when your mastery surpasses mine, and then speak to me of your sword Dao. In Meng Xie's view, the sword Dao reigned supreme among all martial paths, while the heir apparent's indulgences were mere vulgar earthly cravings, separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Utterly incomparable. Nianli Shuang'er persisted unwavering in her analysis. Sister Meng Xie, the heir apparent's conduct embodies a truth of the natural Dao itself. Just as you are consumed by sword practice, he is immersed in revelry. From the absolute perspective, your actions hold no fundamental distinction. Shuang'er asks you, why does the keen blade submit to you while the scabbard surrenders wholly to me? Because this path demands we walk it together, side by side. Blade and scabbard are one, symbolizing our inseparability not just in flesh, but in sword. You've long believed you could surpass the patriarch of the Li clan alone, yet your strength wanes. Why not shift course? Train with me in the twin blade formation. Meng Xie frowned, and for the first time she saw Shuang'er dissect the sword Dao with such solemn intensity. At first it sounded absurd, yet upon reflection it carried a disquieting resonance. This, and still she could not accept it. Truths drawn from coarse desire could never apply to the sword Dao. Merely contemplating it caused her inner turmoil. Deep down she refused to sanction it. Yet her own sword Dao cultivation had stalled, stagnant, unyielding. Sister Meng Xie, lately has each stroke of your sword grown more agonizing. Li Shuang'er seemed to read her thoughts. Yes. Meng Xie nodded, admitting it. Shuang'er's expression turned grave once more. As the heir apparent says, some things are painful and pleasurable. What matters most is suitability. Meng Xie. The statement itself held logic. Yet the moment heir apparent entered it, something felt profoundly wrong. A chilling thought pierced her mind. These past days, Shuang'er truly been listening, attentively, to those cries from next door. Given her unconventional reasoning, it was entirely plausible. Just as it was plausible, she'd been misled into attempting to assassinate the heir apparent with a harmless scabbard. Most unnerving of all, Shuang'er had distilled insights from it, and Meng Xie found herself reluctantly persuaded. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Panicked Meng Xie hastily cut her off. Shuang'er, say no more. Upon returning to the sword tomb, I shall reflect deeply. Beware the heir apparent. Do not let him corrupt your path. All preparations complete, Lu Nianli departed the inn accompanied by his retinue. The heir apparent of the northern realm is no ordinary man. Luo Wuxin, the white-haired demoness, murmured amid the crowd. He has even lured both current sword sovereigns of the Li clan sword tomb. Others remained unaware of Meng Xie's existence, but as one of the great Jianghu's foremost demonic masters, Luo Wuxin had crossed paths with her on several occasions. Curiosity stirred within her. Insofar she had discerned no extraordinary charisma in Lu Nianli, no quality compelling enough to bind so many elite cultivators to his service. From nearby, tender melancholic music drifted on the wind, followed by plaintive cries. Your Highness the heir apparent, you are truly departing. Turning, they beheld a procession of gorgeously attired courtesans approaching, the very troop Lu Nianli had personally trained. The courtesans rushed forward, kneeling before the palanquin, whispering fervently, Your Highness, this amulet was woven by my own hands for your safety. Your Highness, this sash was braided by my own fingers with deepest devotion. Your Highness, will you return? I shall master new dances awaiting your Highness's glory. Your Highness, even if my life is dust beneath your feet, I shall preserve my most radiant moments solely for you. Tears streamed like pear blossoms as the courtesans clung to parting hearts breaking. Every courtesan from the Jiue Pavilion had gathered to see Lu Nianli off, eyes glistening, gazes tender, leaving commoners dumbfounded. When other nobles departed the city, they were honored by officials or townsfolk. Nianli, the heir apparent of the northern realm, was escorted by weeping courtesans, an unprecedented spectacle in history. Just how extraordinary was this heir apparent? In that even these famously detached courtesans clung to him with such desperate, tear-streaked devotion. Thus the courtesans followed, weeping all the way, from the inn to the city gates and beyond, until Lu Nianli's entourage vanished into the distance. Yet faint cries still echoed from afar. Your Highness, may you travel safely. Your Highness. Your Highness, without you, how shall I live? Leaving the chaos of launching, the convoy headed south. Lu Jiannu had already gone to provide support, and with his strength he was more than capable of holding off the sword demon Ek, so Lu Nianli was not worried about his second sister's safety. Someone is following us. In the sedan, Meng Xie suddenly spoke. The opponent's strength is formidable, at least on par with mine. I can only sense a faint aura. It seems there are many who wish to kill the young master, Li Shuang'er said with a smile. Unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded. Lu Nianli rested his head on Chun Ye's thigh, enjoying the moment, and not taking the supposed pursuit to heart. Seeing this, Meng Xie said nothing more and closed her eyes to feign sleep. She even felt a hint of anticipation in her heart. The 6 sword masters had already departed, yet the young master remained unafraid, surely relying on the protection of the elder who unleashed the surest sword intent. I truly wish to meet that elder. What kind of extraordinary presence must someone who can cultivate the surest sword intent to such a level possess? In the tense atmosphere, the convoy continued forward, and just as they left the jurisdiction of Luanqing, Meng Xie suddenly opened her eyes. They're here. Before the words had left her mouth, 2 terrifying forces surged from the top of the sedan. Meng Xie's sword was swiftly drawn. Boom. The powerful clash instantly turned the top of the sedan to ashes. Lu Nianli looked up and saw 2 figures, one black and one white, each wielding a sickle resembling the grim reapers of life and death. The ghost-face assassins from the 7-kill building. The 2 ghosts of the Northwest, black and white impermanents, the 4 maidens exclaimed in shock. The 7-kill building, like the Bai Chao Merchant Association, is one of the extraordinary powers of the secular world, but it only has 1 business: bounty assassinations. Anyone can post a bounty at the 7-kill building and can also accept bounties. The internal personnel of the 7-kill building are only responsible for issuing and accepting tasks, never favoring any one power. Within the 7-kill building, the bounty for assassinating the young master of the northern region is exceedingly high. Especially after numerous failed assassination attempts, the price on the young master's head has skyrocketed, even surpassing that of some emperors. Tisk tisk, I finally get to witness the ghost-face assassins in action, Lu Nianli said with an unbroken smile, still the infamous 2 ghosts of the Northwest. The black impermanence's voice was sharp and sinister. Killing the young master is not an easy task. The white impermanence had a charming female voice. No wonder the bounty on the young master at the 7-kill building is so high. Without several ghost faces working together, it would be difficult to even approach him. Want to kill him? First you must pass my test. The white-haired demoness Luo Wuxin intervened, blocking the path of the black and white impermanence. Meng Xie's sword intent also surged high. Both were new leading figures in the Jianghu of Defeng and did not fear the 2 ghosts of the Northwest. Young master, we should leave now. The 4 maidens were somewhat frightened. Although they had broken through to the Wushuan realm, they still found it hard to contend against Nirvana. Thank you, Sect Master Luo and Miss Meng Xie. Lu Nianli cupped his fists in gratitude and abandoned the carriage to continue on horseback. The duel between experts of the Nirvana realm would not easily yield a victor, and once the black and white impermanents departed, Luo Wuxin and Meng Xie would naturally catch up. They continued to run. After covering several miles, they could still feel the aura of the battle between the 4 Nirvana realm masters. We should be safe now. The maidens sighed in relief. Safe, eh? Just then a ghostly voice suddenly echoed in their ears, and at that moment a gray sickle was already at Lu Nianli's throat. The sickle sliced through. It pierced straight through Lu Nianli's neck. However, the scene of his head falling did not occur. Huh, a phantom. A slightly surprised voice sounded in the air, carrying a hint of amusement. Isn't the young master of the northern region just an ordinary person? I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Unbeknownst to Lu Nianli had already leaped onto a nearby tree. This was the perfected movement technique, the ethereal dragon step. The 4 maidens were left in shock. Could it be? The young master is a martial arts master. They hadn't even had time to react to the previous assassination, yet the young master had easily evaded it even though he emitted no martial aura. How did he manage that? So there are not just 2 ghosts in the Northwest, but a 3rd ghost. The gray impermanence. Lu Nianli turned to look at a figure clad in gray standing on a tree opposite him, whose demeanor and physique were almost identical to the black and white impermanence. Yes, but unfortunately everyone who has seen me is dead. The gray impermanence's eyes were covered by a gray band. He was blind, yet he was also the most soul-harvesting judge. No target could escape his perception. The slightest movement of the wind and grass was his clearest sight. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot, and the sickle struck towards Lu Nianli from an extremely clever angle with a bizarre arc, but it still only hit a phantom. Failed again. The gray impermanence's expression changed slightly. During his second attack, his perception became clearer, yet he completely could not capture Lu Nianli's trajectory. Such a terrifying movement technique could probably only be executed by the top assassins of the 7-kill building. Even more bizarrely, he sensed no martial cultivation fluctuations from Lu Nianli. Could it be that the young master of the northern region's realm is far beyond my own? Impossible. The gray impermanence immediately dismissed that thought. Perhaps the young master of the northern region only excels in movement and knows nothing of martial arts. He quickly deduced something, although it was quite strange it was not impossible. In that case, a cold smile appeared on the gray impermanence's face and a terrifying intent to kill erupted from within. If physical attacks won't work, then I shall use my spiritual power. Although Nirvana realm masters cannot traverse the heavens, using killing intent against an ordinary person is more than sufficient. The terrifying killing intent surged like an invisible blade aimed straight at Lu Nianli's soul. Boom. The invisible blade pierced through. At that moment the gray impermanence seemed to see an ancient divine beast with pure white fur awakening, making him feel as if he had offended the mandate of heaven, generating a sense of guilt. Then a strong backlash of spiritual energy suddenly tore through his sea of consciousness. The gray impermanence spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He could not comprehend why Lu Nianli's spiritual strength was 1,000 times more terrifying than his movement technique. Attack. Seizing the moment of gray impermanence's brief daze, the four maidens reacted and simultaneously charged at him from four directions. The latter was just about to counterattack. In an instant, as if Ashura had descended, the ultimate killing sword intent surged into his mind. One sword drawn, 10,000 bones wither. Even this top assassin felt small in the face of such sword intent, as if he were just a little ghost bowing down to the Shura divine sovereign. At the moment he was suppressed by the Shura sword intent, four sharp swords pierced into his chest, completely sealing off the gray impermanence's lifeline. You? The gray impermanence fell from midair, landing awkwardly on the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at Lu Nianli, clearly greatly shocked. No, impossible. The ultimate sword of slaughter in the world, the Shura sword intent. How could you have learned it? He spat out another mouthful of blood. Under the dual blows to his body and spirit, he appeared as if he could not survive any longer. Ultimately, his head drooped, filled with resentment and unwillingness, unable to die with his eyes closed. The maidens who had survived were overjoyed and instantly surrounded Lu Nianli. Young master, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden? It was indeed you who released the sword intent back in the inn. Young master, you scared us to death just now. Oh, it was our fault for not protecting you well enough. The maidens laughed and cried at the same time, feeling very guilty. Silly girls, didn't you all perform well? Lu Nianli smiled as he comforted the four girls, pointing to the cold body of gray impermanence on the ground. If it weren't for you, this young master would not have been able to kill him alone. The maidens sobbed softly. They understood that this was just the young master's way of comforting them. This matter must not be publicized, including to my father and second sister. Regarding the four personal maidens who had grown up together, Lu Nianli trusted them completely. No one else would know about this matter except for them. Azura sword intent. At the moment when Lu Nianli unleashed the Azura sword intent, Meng Xie, who was fighting 10 miles away in the forest, immediately sensed it. It was that senior who made a move. She was initially overjoyed, but then became frustrated. Damn, I missed the chance to meet that senior again. Meng Xie glared at He Wuchang, and after over 100 exchanges, she was able to suppress him. Especially after sensing the Azura sword intent, He Wuchang's fighting spirit was completely extinguished. How can there be such terrifying sword intent? He Wuchang was filled with dread and sorrow, knowing that Hui Wuchang could not escape death. Retreat. Bai Wuchang was also anxious. If that expert who released the Azura sword intent arrived, the two of them would surely meet their end here. Who would dare to take on the assassination mission of the North Domain Son of the World? That would be pure folly. Who the hell set the difficulty at 5 stars? With so many masters guarding it, is at least 7-star level the highest difficulty. The two figures moved with an eerie grace and insisted on leaving. Luo Wuxin and Meng Xie could not stop them and could only let them go. So this is where the son of the North Domain's confidence lies. Luo Wuxin's mindset shifted again. Such a luxurious guard formation was probably not even seen when the Emperor of Defeng traveled. The King of the North truly dotes on the sun. However, the stronger the sun's power, the more beneficial it is for their cooperation. The two hurried towards the direction Lu Nianli had left. When they arrived, they only saw a gray-clad corpse lying on the ground, looking similar to the previous ghost-faced assassin He Bai Wuchang. What is this? Hui Wuchang. Lu Nianli smiled and said, the world thinks there are only 2 ghosts in the northwest, but in reality there are 3. It's just that Hui Wuchang's assassinations are always unexpected, and those who have seen him are all dead. It's a pity that he targeted this son. Oh, it's his misfortune. What about the Azura senior? Meng Xie was only concerned about the senior who unleashed the Azura sword intent. That senior is indeed remarkable, having so easily killed the Nirvana realm Hui Wuchang. You arrived late. Lu Nianli smiled. That senior has already concealed himself. This son doesn't know where he is. Sigh. Am I late again? Meng Xie sighed, but did not lose heart. I will wait indefinitely until that senior is willing to see me. She firmly believed that the senior would surely come out to meet her. Just as the ancestor said, all sincere sword practitioners in the world could receive protection. It will happen for sure. Lu Nianli nodded. Perhaps that day is not far off. After a brief delay, the group continued onward. About 50 miles later, spies from Bai Shouting finally brought news the sword demon Ek was heavily injured and had departed. Lu Changle was now safe. The two teams quickly converged. Your Highness, the Son of the World. Lu Changle's bodyguard Ji Niao greeted him. Miss is injured and is currently resting. I will go take a look. Lu Nianli nodded and entered the carriage. He saw his second sister lying pale on the chair, her lips white, trembling, and emanating a chill from her body. Second sister. Nianli, I heard you were also attacked on the way here. Are you all right? Compared to her own injury, Lu Changle was more concerned about her brother's safety. I am fine, just a few little assassins all taken care of. Lu Nianli replied softly. Who would have thought that just before our father goes to Chang'an for the banquet, the dog emperor still wouldn't let our Lu family go, even releasing the imprisoned sword demon Ek to ambush me. But the sword demon's extreme ice sword intent is indeed troublesome. Originally, Lu Changle held no significant hatred towards the Emperor of Defeng. Influenced by her father, she believed that the Lu family should remain loyal to the royal family. However, with each assassination attempt, her family and her own life were constantly threatened, and Lu Changle's mindset gradually changed. She had developed a killing intent towards the Emperor of Defeng. A ruler so foolish and incompetent does not deserve to sit on the throne. Sister, if you were the king of the north, would you rebel? Nianli, you must not speak carelessly. Lu Changle's expression froze, and then she sternly reprimanded. As long as father is in power, his decisions are our decisions. We will discuss future matters in the future. In the face of my second sister's reprimand, Lu Nianli couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his sister was also quite displeased with the Emperor of Defeng. But due to their father's authority, she could not overstep and act against loyalty and righteousness. The seeds planted by the Empress have already taken root, waiting for the east wind to come and allow them to sprout. Nianli, the 6 sword path masters who blocked sword demon Ek, are all your people, right? Such powerful experts are willing to follow your orders. It seems you have secretly cultivated quite an influence. I knew you would be able to take on father's burden and become the new king of the north. Actually, if you are willing, they could also be your people. Lu Nianli said, there is no need for such a clear division between us siblings. Compared to me, who still has no martial arts cultivation, you are more suited to inherit the family business. You. Lu Changle was exasperated. Other people's children are thinking about how to seize power and profit, yet you avoid the vast family business like the plague. Look at those princes who wish they could kill the old emperor and take the throne immediately. Then look at you. Inheriting the family business is harder than killing you. Sigh. Lu Nianli finally understood. It turns out that those young masters in his past life, who didn't work hard in their careers but wanted to return to inherit their family fortune, were truly suffering. He finally realized it. Sister, think about it. If our mother hadn't given birth to me, would you have inherited the family business? Lu Nianli said seriously. So isn't it true that I, your brother, have helped you bear the responsibilities that should have been yours? In fact, the position of king of the north was originally yours. Lu Changle, I am a woman, so I cannot inherit in place of the male line. Sister, you can be a woman, and you can be a queen, or even an empress. The rules of inheritance are set by the emperor. Once you become an empress, your rules will be the rules of the world. Lu Nianli began a new round of brainwashing. He knew that he could not change his second sister's mindset in a short time. But as long as he instilled this idea over time, he would surely influence her heart imperceptibly. No way. Lu Changle shook her head firmly. If I truly control the North Domain, what would others say about you? They would surely scold you for being incompetent, for only knowing how to hide behind a woman. Sister, your vision is too narrow. Lu Nianli advised. Do you think your brother cares about such things? As long as I live comfortably, I don't care what others say behind my back. As long as I can't hear it, it won't affect me. How many commoners scold the Emperor of Defeng? But so what? He does not care. He is still high above, living a life far more comfortable than all those who scold him. Lu Changle was momentarily taken aback. It seemed there was some truth to it. Lu Nianli seized the opportunity and continued. Even though I have secretly cultivated some influence, without the support of martial arts cultivation, people's hearts are ever-changing. Standing at a high position, I might die even faster. You wouldn't want your little brother to suddenly die, right? This last sentence struck right at Lu Changle's heart. People's hearts are fickle. No one knows what will happen to the little brother once he truly becomes the king of the north. If those around him are blinded by power, the little brother might not even have a chance to resist. It is indeed very dangerous. Perhaps it is only by her taking on all this that she can truly protect Nianli. At that moment, her heart was truly shaken. To avoid inheriting the family business, the siblings engaged in a frenzied game of mutual scheming. In the end, Lu Nianli managed to win a small round. For the first time, Lu Changel began to confront this issue. She had given up the opportunity for her brother to stay in the Xian sect's blessed land precisely to remain in the mortal world to protect him. In the future, her cultivation would only surpass that of her father, enough to ensure that her younger brother could live a stable life in the mortal world across the 100 dynasties. This seemed quite reasonable. As the thought sprouted in her mind, Lu Changles's perspective began to shift subtly. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Lu Nianli's mind. Ding detected the host's preliminary slacking behavior. The progress of persuading the sister to inherit the family business has increased, and you have gained a lottery chance, slacking points 90. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Deathly Sword Qi Low version. Deathly Sword Qi Low version, the sword Qi born from the initial stage of the path of destruction, formed when merging with the divine sword of heaven and earth, capable of exterminating all living beings. The low version can also slay any martial arts master in the mortal world. Attack type methods. Lu Nianli felt a surge of joy. A direct offensive means were exactly what he currently needed. Although he didn't want to provoke others actively, this would be extremely useful if someone came looking for trouble. Sword Qi differs from sword intent. It is a truly lethal attack method, far more practical than the Shura sword intent, which is only for psychological intimidation. As the siblings conversed, the convoy had already arrived at Jinbei City. Second sister, we have arrived. Let me help you down. Just as Lu Nianli prepared to assist Lu Changel out of the carriage, he was repelled by an astonishing chill upon touching her. Previously, the second sister had said there was nothing serious, and he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, she was now a Nirvana realm expert capable of handling even a sword Qi. Now, looking at his second sister, he saw frost gradually forming on her face. Xia Chan. He immediately called upon Xia Chan, who was skilled in medicine. Upon entering the carriage, Xia Chan was startled, quickly grasping Lu Changles's wrist with an increasingly furrowed brow. It seems there is a foreign object within the second Miss body. Xia Chan analyzed. It resembles the goo poison technique from the northwest Yunzhou prefecture. Goo poison technique. It's Prince Jing Su Tian. Lu Nianli's first thought was of Prince Jing. Before leaving the chaotic city, he had already made an enemy of Prince Jing. Now on the way back to Jinbei City, he was immediately ambushed by the two ghosts from the northwest, and his second sister was poisoned with goo. Moreover, Yunzhou Prefecture is one of the 5 prefectures under Prince Jing's jurisdiction, and the goo poison master from Yunzhou is one of the martial world experts beside Prince Jing. It appears that the mastermind is not only the old emperor, but also the hidden blade of Prince Jing. Can you cure it? Lu Nianli silently recorded this grudge in his heart. He didn't know who would win the battle for the throne. Prince Jing must be the first to die. Slacking off does not equate to allowing oneself to be bullied. It means retaliating at all costs when threatened. Difficult. Xia Chan shook her head. The goo poison technique is extremely sinister, and even in the Xian sect's blessed land, there are those who practice this evil path. It is very hard for ordinary people to know how to dissolve the goo poison. If this continues, the second sister probably won't last much longer. The only solution Lu Nianli could think of was to have the old sword god, Jiang Yongning, forcibly suppress the goo poison with his internal energy, and then figure out the next steps. Woo. At that moment, the young Baizhe squeezed in from outside, raising its paw to point at its mouth. A signature move. It was hungry again. Are you hungry again? Lu Nianli casually tossed out a few spirit stones. Truly, his pet was even better at slacking off than he was. It either ate or slept. The young Baizhe shook its head. It leaped gently to Lu Changles's side and let out a strange cry, causing the cold energy within Lu Changle to gradually gather towards her arm. Upon closer inspection, something was wriggling beneath the skin of her arm, eventually breaking through the skin at her. It was a cold white worm, only the length of a pinky finger, yet the chill it emanated could frost the entire carriage. Tianhan Gu. Xia Chan's expression hardened. It really is the handiwork of the goo poison master beside Prince Jing. She reached out to crush the goo worm, but Baizhe was one step ahead, grabbing it with a paw and eagerly swallowing it, then revealing a satisfied expression, its small paw patting its belly in a very human-like manner. Wow, the spirit beast cub is so amazing. Xia Chan exclaimed. The Tianhan Gu, which countless martial arts masters find daunting, was so easily dealt with by the cub. She smiled and patted the young Baizhe. But aren't lambs supposed to eat grass? Why do you also like to eat worms? Hello. The young Baizhe let out a fierce growl as if to say, I am not a lamb. I am the divine beast Baizhe. Well done, you didn't eat for nothing. Lu Nianli tossed a few more spirit stones to feed Bai Zhe. Although the young Bai Zhe had not yet shown direct combat power, it could protect his spirit from any corruption and drive away evils and capture insects, aligning perfectly with his intentions. With the Tianhan Gu expelled, Lu Chongless condition gradually warmed. It seems the son of the Dog Emperor is not a good thing either. Lu Changle clenched her fists. She had never dealt with Prince Jing before, but this time she understood his cunning and ruthlessness. Therefore, no matter which prince ascends to the throne in the future, they will still view us from the northern region as a thorn in their side. Lu Nianli chuckled. To resolve the crisis and ensure lasting peace, there is only one way, which is... Don't say it. Lu Changle interrupted. In Jinbei City, we must not mention this in front of our father. What we need to do is trust our father. He will never put us in danger. Seeing this, Lu Nianli refrained from saying more. He knew his father had left many arrangements, but the old emperor had equally done so. It was still uncertain whose methods were superior. At the moment, the Lu family's convoy entered Jinbei City. In the far distance, a figure in gray clothing called to the flying birds perched on a large tree. He took out a piece of letter paper and wrote a report. The intelligence has been confirmed. The two black-clothed swordsmen trading with the Merchant Association outside the chaotic city for enlightenment wine in exchange for spirit cultivation flowers are indeed the subordinates of Lu Nianli, the son of the northern region. There are a total of 6 black-clothed swordsmen, all at the Nirvana realm, possessing a terrifying combined attack assassination technique and successfully blocking the sword demon, EK, who has entered the transformation realm. Additionally, the son of the northern region seems to have a transformation realm expert who controls the supreme killing sword, intent specifics unknown. The gray-clothed man was a spy from the 100 Dynasty's Merchant Association. On the orders of Shui Tianyu, he tracked Lu Nianli, the son of the northern region, to investigate his background. The birds flew away with the letter. The gray-clothed man also vanished into the dense forest. Only after the aura of the gray-clothed man completely faded did another figure emerge from the nearby bushes, revealing himself to be a spy from the 100 Knowledge Hall, the Northern Duke's residence. In the main hall, Lu Wudi sat at a table with his children, Princess Song Qing of the Great Ming and Princess Song Ran. The once imposing Northern Duke now wore a warm smile resembling a kind old father. Nianli, you did very well on this trip to Wanqing. Lu Wudi did not specify the details, but he kept praising. Father, don't forget your promise. Lu Nianli smiled as he spoke, knowing that some things once revealed could not be hidden, especially since his father commanded a vast power capable of toppling the Great Ming Dynasty. The existence of the 6 sword servants and by Xiaodang had likely been discovered long ago. It was simply that his father chose not to state it openly. Of course, do whatever you want to, I will not stop you. Lu Wudi's expression was cheerful, but his tone shifted. However, there is one matter that leaves no room for negotiation. You must provide a resolution for Xiao Qing's marriage. Xiao Qing, as the Great Ming's crown princess, has traveled thousands of miles to the north to seek you. For so many days she has remained by your side, without a single complaint regarding her reputation. Moreover, she even risked accompanying you to the chaotic city of Wanqing, showing her sincere intentions. As a man, what are your true thoughts? It's time you made a promise to Xiao Qing. Do you intend to make her wait for a lifetime? In Lu Wudi's heart, Song Qing could not only help his son overcome deficiencies in martial arts, but would also be a qualified and well-matched wife. Father, my stomach hurts. Lu Nianli felt like crying without tears. Being urged to marry right after returning was too tragic. Stop. Lu Wudi glared. You want leave until you make a promise to Xiao Qing today. That. Lu Nianli's mind was racing with countless thoughts. Although the crown princess was admirable, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, he absolutely could not become too attached to one tree. In the next moment, he became righteous. Father, with the struggle for the throne approaching and the north still unsettled, I sincerely cannot focus on romantic feelings right now. Once the dynasty is completely stabilized, I am willing to heed your arrangements. Crown Princess, what do you think? Lu Nianli looked at Song Qing. The upcoming struggle for the throne is perilous, and the north will inevitably be involved. I truly do not wish to drag the crown princess into this turmoil. Lu Wudi was about to chastise him. However, Song Qing nodded. Since the young master has said so, let us discuss marriage after the storm in the Great Ming Dynasty settles. She smiled charmingly, but I hope the young master can give Qing'er a promise, writing down a marriage letter that upon the resolution of the storm you will come to marry Qing. What a bold move. Lu Nianli had underestimated the crown princess. It seemed she would not relent until he was thoroughly drained. Though he could accept being passive, he could also take the initiative. Yet being passive every time felt a bit excessive, didn't it? I think it's acceptable. Lu Wudi immediately agreed, not giving Lu Nianli a chance to refuse, and called for a guard to bring paper and pen to draft a marriage letter. With such proficiency, he must have practiced secretly at home thousands of times. Song Qing bit her fingertip, using her blood as ink to write her name on the marriage letter, demonstrating her utmost sincerity. The two collaborated seamlessly. Nianli, it's your turn. Lu Wuti looked at his son with a smile. Crown Princess, I have a question for you. Lu Nianli's mindset was slightly collapsing. If we get married, That's fine. Before he could finish, Song Qing already nodded in agreement. Among the emperors and noble lords, aside from a few deeply affectionate individuals, like Uncle Lu, which of them does not have multiple wives and concubines? If the young master wishes to take concubines, Qing'er shall treat them as sisters. Lu Nianli was taken aback. Women at this moment were indeed sharp-minded. Moreover, when did the crown princess's perspective become so broad? Song Qing smiled sweetly. Can the young master sign now? If you refuse again, Qing'er will truly be heartbroken. Fine, I'll sign. Lu Nianli grasped the pen, but I have one more condition. Nianli, don't go too far. Lu Wuti was already on the verge of exploding. Lu Nianli straightened his expression and said, Crown Princess, we are still too young. I am only 18. Oh, we should be able to wait a little longer. Why not set a 3-year agreement? If after 3 years our feelings remain unchanged and the dynasty is stable, I will personally come to the Great Ming Dynasty to marry you. 3 years. Song Qing's expression was complex, as if contemplating something, and after a long moment, she nodded. A 3-year agreement is not impossible, but the young master must also agree to one condition of Qing'er. Lu Wuti's elderly heart was severely challenged. Today's youth. Just an engagement, why does it feel like they are playing palace intrigues? Back in his day, it took only a few months for him and the princess to go from acquaintances to lovers. They fell in love at first sight and cherished each other for decades, never experiencing any emotional rifts. What condition? Please tell me. Lu Nianli began to understand the layers of the crown prince's cunning. No matter how he circled around, the crown princess would cling tightly to her first target, clearly desiring him, showing a demeanor of having him already. My condition is quite simple. The crown princess moved a little closer to Lu Nianli, a waft of fragrance filling the air as whispers brushed against his ears. I want. Tonight the young master will consummate half of our marriage. Regardless of how the world changes in the future, Qing'er will remain chaste for the young master until 3 years later, when the young master comes to the Great Ming Dynasty to marry me. Half consummation first. Lu Nianli thought to himself. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He had to admit he was tempted, and even a seasoned man like him could not withstand such a test. After all, who could refuse a crown princess offered for free? Song Qing was a beauty who could rival the top 10 women of the Great Ming Dynasty. As long as the young master agrees, Qing'er will belong to the young master. Whether it's given to you early or late makes no difference. Qing'er believes that the young master will definitely keep his promise. Song Qing gazed at him with affection. Lu Nianli gritted his teeth and eventually wrote his name on the marriage letter. Considering how much effort the girl had put in, if he continued to refuse, what kind of man would he be? Moreover, Song Qing was not a femme fatale. When she first encountered an assassin, she instinctively shielded him with her own body, disregarding the danger to her life. In their travels afterward, she had never displayed any improper behavior. In this world of arranged marriages, Song Qing truly qualified as a good wife aside from her occasional ambition. In the end, both reached a consensus. Good. Very good. Lu Wuti laughed heartily, feeling extremely gratified. Just before entering Chang'an, he finally resolved the most concerning issue of his life. The next day at noon, Lu Nianli awakened. Looking back into the room, the beauty was gone, as Song Qing had already left. There was a letter on the bedside. The letter contained a few elegant lines. Husband Qing'er has returned to the Ming Dynasty. Thank you for your I hope you will often think of Qing. Even from thousands of miles away, I will miss you, and I hope you will not go back on your word. Qing'er will wait for you for 3 years. Song Qing was more resolute than Lu Nianli had imagined. A 3-year agreement. It was something he had mentioned offhand, but now it had become a responsibility. However, it was not a problem. This unexpectedly bestowed wife had gradually completed her self-strategy, and it was likely that she would no longer affect his laid-back lifestyle, even allowing him to form a small laid-back family. Thinking this, Lu Nianli leaned against the wall and stepped out. As an ordinary person, he bore an intensity that he should not have at his level. Sigh. What a disgrace. Lu Nianli felt frustrated. Song Qing had gotten up early and fled while he had slept until noon, and had to lean against the wall to get out, highlighting the stark difference. He could only silently clean up the battlefield. Fortunately, the 4 maids were considerate and promptly instructed the kitchen to make a nourishing soup. Looking at the weak young master, the maids felt distressed and secretly criticized the princess for her lack of compassion. Your Highness, please drink the soup. It's good soup. After finishing a bowl of nourishing soup, Lu Nianli felt his spirit and energy greatly restored. Your Highness, the intelligence you requested has been gathered. The informant had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as Lu Nianli had time, he immediately delivered the information. Let's hear it. Lu Nianli scooped another bowl of nourishing soup, lying back leisurely enjoying being fed. Perhaps the reason a laid-back person becomes strong is that they don't have to take care of their own life. The spies from the Baichao Trading Association have followed the trail from Wanqing to Zinbaking. They should have understood the information you intentionally leaked. That's good. Lu Nianli had long known that Shui Tianyu would keep an eye on him. Thus he intentionally revealed some of his cards to the Baichao Trading Association, making them believe he was a potential investment with great promise. At critical moments, he could use this card to his advantage. What about other news? Recently, the entire army of the Dafeng Dynasty has begun to mobilize. The 30,000 iron cavalry in the northern region have been particularly transferred to Xinzhou, Lazhou, and Yuzhou. These three locations can connect to Jiangnan County, directly pressuring Chang'an City. Perhaps it is a show of force by the Xinbai Wang to the Emperor of Dafeng. The Xinbai Wang has other arrangements, but with the current capabilities of the Baixiatang, it is impossible to fully uncover the Xinbai Wang's layout in a short period. No matter. Lu Nianli did not pay much attention. He did not need to know all of his father's plans as long as he understood his intentions. It seems his father still has many contingencies and is not a foolish loyalist. The northern region is not so easily penetrated, otherwise his father would not have held power there for decades without anyone being able to shake it. The informant continued to report. On the side of the Dafeng Dynasty, General Wang Jun has personally led 30,000 imperial troops to guard outside Chang'an City. Additionally, the nearby defenses in Jiangnan have been significantly strengthened. As it stands, General Wang Jun does not seem to support any of the major princes. However, the crown prince, Su Qingshu, has still garnered the support of the vast majority of court officials, and his influence in Chang'an City far surpasses that of the other princes. The 8th Prince Jing Wang Su Taiyan has gathered many experts from the Dafeng Jianghu, and has recently been actively recruiting soldiers, with his followers infiltrating various areas. The probability of Jing Wang inheriting the throne is extremely low. He is likely already preparing to rebel after the old emperor passes away. The 3rd Prince Qi Wang Su Qingping has taken some action as well, but relative to the crown prince, and Jing Wang, his competitiveness is the smallest, and he has less influence in both the Jianghu and the court than the former two. His only advantage is that he is a direct disciple of the sword god Wei Hongyue, who provides him with protection from a visible master in the transformation realm. The entire Dafeng dynasty believes that the Empress' birthday banquet will be the end of the Xinbai Wang, the greatest means by which the old emperor paves the way for future generations. In reality, from the moment the Xinbai Wang agreed to attend the banquet in Chang'an, it was already the beginning of chaos for the Dafeng dynasty. Is it truly a means to pave the way for the future, or a way to destroy the dynasty he established? Everything remains uncertain. The informant continued, Your Highness, aside from the movements of several princes, there is another interesting piece of news. Empress Su Yunxian has recently been in contact with several important ministers in the court. Perhaps the variables in the struggle for succession will appear with this empress. Is it really so? Lu Nianli smiled playfully. Ever since the last time the empress dared to privately reply to me, I knew this woman was not simple. The previous empress, the mother of the crown prince, was suspected to have been killed by Su Yunxian. As a result, Su Yunxian not only was not punished by the crown prince, but instead suppressed the harem by herself, making it so that no other concubines could hold their heads high. Such methods determined that she would not remain docile. However, Lu Nianli looked forward to meeting this empress, eager to see just how captivating she must be to cause such turmoil in the dynasty. What about the information on the other women in the New Rouge ranking? Lu Nianli asked, raising the question most concerning for a laid-back person. Previously, those were minor matters. The publication of the New Rouge ranking was the real important affair. I have already investigated. The 4th-ranked Chun Jianjiao will accompany her father, the governor of Jiangnan, to Chang'an for the banquet. The 6th-ranked princess of a fallen nation, Chu Lian, has already arrived in Chang'an a few days ago to lead the dance for the banquet. The 7th-ranked Wang Qingru, daughter of the Minister of War and General Wang Jun, has been in Chang'an all along. The 8th-ranked. So aside from the unpredictable dream, evil Luo Wuxin, and that scholar from the Black and White Academy, the other women in the New Rouge ranking will all gather in Chang'an in 3 days. How interesting. Lu Nianli's interest immediately peaked. Originally, he had planned to stay in Zenbaking, but now he was going to miss out on the greatest joy of the Rouge ranking. With the gathering of the top 10 beauties of the New Rouge ranking in Chang'an, how could he, the creator of this ranking, possibly be absent? With his father's arrangements and his own methods, it was sufficient to enter Chang'an for the banquet. No matter what grand schemes that old emperor had, he would be able to handle them. Thinking this, Lu Nianli did not hesitate at all. As a laid-back person, happiness was the most important thing. He immediately took out pen and paper. He wrote 2 letters. The first was to Empress Su Yunxian. The letter contained only a few lines. A while ago, Your Highness mentioned that if I had an interest, I could come to Chang'an to create another painting, and Your Highness would accompany me. Hearing that your highness' birthday is approaching, I have been thinking of you, and will arrive in Chang'an in 2 days. We shall meet once again in your palace, and I will create another painting for you. The other letter was for Xinbai Wang Lu Wudi. It contained only one sentence: I will head to Chang'an for the banquet. I will go ahead and wait for you in Chang'an. The next day, outside Jinbei City, the Lu family's convoy flying the northern region's banner set off grandly towards the capital of Dafeng Chang'an. Changlu, where is Nianli? Lu Wudi was most concerned about his children before setting off, and he had to give them extra instructions. My lord, this letter is left for you by the young master. At this moment, a guard came holding a letter. Lu Wudi's expression changed, and a sense of unease arose in his heart. He quickly took the letter, unfolded it, and saw one sentence. I will head to Chang'an for the banquet. I will go ahead and wait for you in Chang'an. Lu Changlu hurriedly asked, what happened, father? Lu Wudi clenched his fists and said solemnly, Nianli has gone to Chang'an. He quickly regained his composure. As a king, the more one is in a predicament, the less one can panic. Given the situation, it was too late to pursue. They could only hurry to Chang'an to protect Nianli's life. Changlu, do not forget what I instructed you. If the situation in Chang'an changes, just follow the plan I outlined. Lu Wudi could only instruct his daughter to take over the follow-up. Understood. Lu Changle's expression was also serious. Father, you should set off early. I hope my younger brother won't do anything foolish. Lu Wudi nodded and issued the order. Set off, head to Chang'an. Chang'an City, the most bustling and prosperous city of the Great Feng. On the long street, Lu Nianli, disguised as a wealthy young master, was wandering. They secretly sighed at the young prince's audacity. If the emperor of the Great Feng knew that the prince had come to Chang'an, he would surely face some. They secretly sighed at the young prince's audacity. If the emperor of the Great Feng knew that the prince had come to Chang'an, he would surely face some difficulties. Compared to Jinbei City, Chang'an indeed has its own charm. Lu Nianli felt quite content. In such a beautiful setting, he had no time to think about unpleasant matters. Having spent 18 years in the northern region, he had never experienced the scenery of the south, and the customs of Chang'an were vastly different from those of the northern region. The northern region's culture is fierce, with even most women fond of archery. This is also why, despite having a significantly smaller population than the Great Feng Dynasty, the northern region can train 300,000 iron cavalry. Chang'an, influenced by the Jiangnan region, is more rustic under the emperor's foot, with simple folk customs, and women who are more beautiful, mostly of the delicate and refined type. After wandering for quite a while, Lu Nianli finally stopped in front of a five-story building. Looking up, he saw 3 grand characters written in an elegant style on the plaque: Luoxian Pavilion. You all go back to the inn first. Stopping in front of the building, Lu Nianli was unwilling to proceed further. Since he had come to Chang'an, how could he miss the essential activity of listening to songs in the brothel? Luoxian Pavilion is the largest brothel in all of Chang'an. It is said that any young flower that walks out of here could become a top courtesan in other brothels. Young master, remember to return early. Chunyu smiled, used to the young prince's habit of visiting brothels. If the prince ever stopped going, that would be truly strange. Young master, you've been working too hard lately. Do remember to moderate yourself, Xiaochan said with concern. The sisters are all suffering alongside the young master. Qiu Yi and Dong Shui put on a pitiful expression. All right, you all hurry back. Lu Nianli waved his hand. These little spirits were becoming more and more bothersome. As soon as the maidservants left, the madam of Luoxian Pavilion immediately came over. The madam had a keen eye, and could tell at a glance that Lu Nianli was either rich or noble. Not to mention, the young master was dressed in fine silk and looked handsome. What ordinary family would bring 4 maidservants when going out, each one a beauty? Surely he must be a descendant of some powerful official. She recognized all the distinguished guests of Chang'an. However, with the empress' birthday banquet approaching, many powerful figures from outside Chang'an had gathered, so Luoxian Pavilion was experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Young master, are you new to Chang'an? The madam approached Lu Nianli with a smile. You have a keen eye. Lu Nianli smiled. You could tell at a glance that I am not a local. I have long heard that the beauties of Luoxian Pavilion are like celestial maidens who have fallen to the mortal realm. Seeing them today, they truly live up to their reputation. The madam chuckled. How do you see that? As Lu Nianli stepped into Luoxian Pavilion, a piece of silver had already fallen into the madam's hands. You can tell just from your presence. Having visited countless brothels, Lu Nianli found that most madams were remnants of their prime, but the madam of Luoxian Pavilion was still charming and retained her allure. This shows that Luoxian Pavilion has good quality. A big customer. The madam's heart blossomed. It was rare to encounter a customer who could throw a piece of silver. If well served, she would surely make a fortune. May I ask your esteemed surname, young master? The madam quickly caught up with Lu Nianli, flattering him. Your name is not important. Lu Nianli's gaze swept across the grand hall of Luoxian Pavilion, where a group of wealthy young masters were surrounding the courtesan on the stage, whistling and bidding. No matter where courtesans are always the most sought after. Because courtesans are usually virgins, this is also their greatest value. Seeing this, the madam immediately introduced. Young master, this young lady is our top courtesan this month. Many young masters are vying for her. Some even offered to buy her freedom. Lu Nianli stood there listening for a while, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed, Chang'an's opera has its own unique charm. I want that one on stage." This? The madam smiled wryly. "Young master, this method does not comply with the rules. If you truly like her, you should compete with the other young masters. I cannot decide on my own. Only if you can outbid the other young masters can you have your way tonight." Lu Nianli pondered for a moment. It seemed he had no time tonight. He still had to go paint for the empress. "I understand about increasing the price. I know how it works." Lu Nianli had done this many times. "You go ask which family made the highest bid. I will offer double that amount." The madam felt a pang of fear. Which young master was so arrogant? The power behind Luoxian Pavilion was known throughout Chang'an. This was the property of the Minister of War and the great General Wang Zhengxian's family, managed by his only daughter Wang Qingru. With such a background, not to mention Chang'an, even throughout the Great Feng Dynasty, few could afford to offend. Aside from a few princes and their direct descendants, the crown prince's confidants, and the legendary first playboy of the Great Feng Dynasty, Prince Lu Wudi, who else would dare to cause trouble in the Wang family's business? She had encountered the former. As for the northern region's young master, Lu Nianli, the style of this young master was indeed similar to that of the northern region's young masters, but how could a northern region's young master come to Chang'an? While the madam was still pondering, Lu Nianli directly threw out a stack of gold notes. 1,000 taels of gold. The madam was stunned. 1,000 taels of gold for a courtesan. Even the richest young master wouldn't spend so extravagantly. Is that enough? After speaking, Lu Nianli strode towards the elegant room upstairs. "I want to see her within a stick of incense." The madam dared not delay and immediately called for the guards of Luoxian Pavilion. "Lao Lu, go send a message to the young lady saying that an unidentified wealthy young master is offering 1,000 taels of gold to buy this month's courtesan. Xiao Yin Ruman, you two go upstairs. First, make sure to serve this gentleman well." The madam had many years of experience in running the establishment. In such situations, it was either a great fortune or a great disaster. If not handled well, she would not only lose her job, but might even lose her life. In Chang'an filled with powerful figures, she was a small fry easily crushed by the big shots. Any unexpected incident could lead to her demise. As the performance on stage concluded, the madam immediately pulled the courtesan aside. "By way, a mysterious young master has offered 1,000 taels of gold specifically for you. He is in the number 6 elegant room on the 2nd floor. You need to go find him now. Leave the other matters to me." Normally 100 taels of silver would be enough to buy a courtesan's freedom, and 100 taels of gold could buy a top courtesan. 1,000 taels of gold. That could buy half of all the girls in Luoxian Pavilion. Shen Baiwei was also taken aback. Even though she had thought about her ending when she entered Luoxian Pavilion, she had heard that some powerful young masters had particularly perverse and cruel preferences. This rather unusual, mysterious young master might very well be one of those perverse nobles. What normal young master would spend so much money on a courtesan? Filled with fear, Shen Baiwei did not dare to resist at all, otherwise the consequences would be even more severe. In such a world, small characters must act and speak with utmost caution. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. She trembled as she walked upstairs, hoping that the young master wouldn't be too perverse. "Young master, this humble servant Shen Baiwei greets you." Outside the door, a knock sounded. "Come in." The door was gently pushed open, and the courtesan of the falling immortal tower entered like a startled little sparrow, her delicate face filled with apprehension. Lu Nianli raised his head, his gaze scrutinizing Shen Baiwei. To become the courtesan of the falling immortal tower, her beauty was beyond question a natural beauty indeed. However, in terms of temperament, she fell short compared to a true noble lady, let alone compared to the beauties praised by the Rouge evaluations. "Are you very afraid of this young master?" Lu Nianli asked with a smile. Shen Baiwei lowered her head, lightly shaking it, not afraid. Yet her body trembled violently. "Your Chang'an opera is quite good. This young master has just arrived in Chang'an and wishes to hear some new tunes. I would trouble you for that." Upon finishing, Lu Nianli reclined in his chair, closing his eyes as if in feigned slumber. Shen Baiwei was momentarily stunned. Could this customer not be a pervert, but rather a truly refined young master? "Young master," she called out nervously, "if you wish to hear genuine Chang'an opera, this humble girl cannot perform its essence alone. A theater troupe is needed." "You can do it alone," Lu Nianli replied indifferently. Shen Baiwei immediately lowered her head, not daring to ask further, and began her performance. Once she entered the state of the dance, her demeanor instantly transformed. Her long sleeves fluttered as if countless petals were drifting gracefully down, carrying a waft of fragrance. Her jade feet tapped on the wooden floor. Her dance was dreamlike and ethereal. The soft and melodious sound enveloped the room. Even her unaccompanied singing was like a spring stream, refreshing and soothing the heart. The elegance of Chang'an opera was vividly presented by Shun Baiwai's dance, lacking the flamboyance of the northern region's dances, yet imbued with warmth, and instead of grandeur it was filled with delicate nuances. Well performed, you shall be rewarded. Lu Nianli generously tossed out a stack of silver notes. After all, his money was endless, spending it simply brought him joy. After the performance, Shun Baiwei stood there respectfully, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, constantly praying that the young master would not be too perverse. Shun Baiwei's body trembled slightly, and her fear of the young master before her seemed to diminish considerably. It appeared that this young master truly loved dance music. Shun Baiwei's body trembled slightly, and her fear of the young master before her seemed to diminish considerably. It appeared that this young master truly loved dance music and was well-read. To report to the young master what I played was indeed the 16th movement of Feathered Dress Tune. Not bad, let's have another piece. Lu Nianli walked over, picked up an instrument. This time I shall play and you will dance. Yes. Shun Baiwei was astonished in her heart, but dared not delay her actions. The strings were plucked, and she began to dance once more. As her graceful dance unfolded, Shun Baiwei grew increasingly astonished. This young master's mastery of music far surpassed her own, each plucked string perfectly melding into the ambience. The gentle melodies seemed to draw her into the dreamlike splendor of the Tang dynasty. As she danced, her eyes became moist. In this filthy gathering place, to encounter such warmth, the softness in her heart instantly turned to water. As the final note of her dance concluded, tears streamed down her face, rendering her speechless. Lu Nianli sat there, a look of helplessness on his face. Ever since he attained the realm of divine music, he had lost count of how many times he had sung to the tears of courtesans. Previously, he only sought physical pleasure. Now he sought emotional connection. In the path of indulgence, he had become increasingly perceptive. Congratulations to the host for achieving the new accomplishment, singing to the tears of courtesans 100 times, receiving the exclusive reward, Blood of the Lunar Goddess. Blood of the Lunar Goddess for female use only the refined essence of the lunar goddess body. Consuming it grants the internal spiritual root, an additional lunar attribute absorbing the celestial lunar power for cultivation. A system prompt sounded. There's also an achievement collection system. Truly, this system of indulgence understands me so well, even recording an achievement like singing to the tears of courtesans 100 times. Even the achievement rewards are so fitting. It resolutely prevents him from cultivating and only permits him to indulge. Young master. As she was lost in thought, Shun Baiwei approached him, kneeling before Lu Nianli with a thud. Young master, please take me. Lu Nianli glanced at her. Since he had paid, he could naturally take her back. It's just, damn it, system. Can you let this young master? Seeing Lu Nianli remain silent, is the young master dissatisfied with me? Shun Baiwei with tear-filled eyes pleaded, although I am in the falling immortal tower, I am still pure. Please take me away, young master. Can you let this young master? Seeing Lu Nianli remain silent, is the young master dissatisfied with me? Shun Baiwei with tear-filled. If she could win the favor of the young master before her, even being a concubine or a maid would be far better than becoming a discarded plaything of the powerful in a chaotic world. As she spoke, she directly lunged at Lu Nianli. Though this act was not graceful, it might be her only chance to escape her wretched fate. It would be difficult to encounter such a young master again, yet she had to seize the opportunity. Bang! At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. Young Master Wang Jia's Wang Qingru wishes to pay her respects. Hearing the voice, Shun Baiwei quickly retreated, and after a brief moment of impulse, fear once again spread in her heart. What kind of identity does this young master possess? How could he attract a noble young lady to visit personally? So you have finally arrived. Lu Nianli smiled. Please come in. He came to the moon-chasing tower not only to appreciate the charm of Chang'an's premier brothel, but also to meet the newly ranked 7th beauty according to the Rouge evaluations. The only daughter of the first general of the Great Feng Dynasty Minister of War and Grand General Wang Jinxi. The Rouge evaluations described Wang Qingru as radiant as a flower, gentle as dew, signifying she was like a resplendent and thriving flower, vividly striking. As the only daughter of the Grand General, Wang Qingru had practiced martial arts since childhood. When dressed as a woman, she was gentle and charming, yet on the battlefield, she did not lose her heroic spirit. Upon entering, Wang Qingru first glanced at the blushing Shun Baiwei, then her gaze fell on Lu Nianli. She sensed carefully. No martial arts cultivation at all. She frowned as if guessing something. Baiwei, you may step out. I wish to speak with this young master alone. His Highness the Imperial Prince graces Chang'an City. Why no prior notice? Wang Qingru gazed intently at Lu Nianli. The four hallmarks of the northern region's imperial prince: a penchant for courtesan houses and melodic performances, a preference for intimate discourse with the city's most renowned courtesans, no cultivation in martial arts, and prodigal spending. This young lord embodied all four. Moreover, among the myriad scions of the Great Feng Imperial Dynasty, Wang Qingru had already met every one, except Lu Nianli. Thus, she dared confidently declare him the long-unseen imperial prince of the northern region. Truly a daughter of a general. Your discernment pierces through my guise at first glance. Lu Nianli had never intended to maintain the pretense. Being unmasked posed no consequence. Only after Lu Nianli openly acknowledged his identity did Wang Qingru continue. Your Highness possesses astonishing audacity to enter Chang'an, a city thick with intrigue and peril, then stroll so brazenly into my Luoxian pavilion as if it were your own estate. The imperial court's machinations hold no relevance for me, Lu Nianli replied with a smile. All I know is this journey has proven utterly worthwhile. Not only have I beheld the Great Feng Dynasty's most illustrious pleasure pavilion, the Luoxian Pavilion, but I've also been granted the rare privilege of conversing privately with a general's daughter. It's evident you found yourself quite at ease and thoroughly indulged. Wang Qingru's brow furrowed, her voice deepening with gravity. Yet do you realize your life hangs in the balance of the entire Great Feng Dynasty? Should you perish, chaos would erupt across the realm immediately. Your life concerns the welfare of every common soul under heaven. Marshal Wang Zhenxian of Fengtian was upright and compassionate, devoted to the people, a virtue instilled in his daughter Wang Qingru. From childhood, she had often heard her father speak of Lord Lu Wudi, the northern region's supreme commander, the sole strategist whose military genius commanded her father's profound respect. Thus, she had long taken quiet interest in the northern region's imperial prince. Alas, a tiger sires a dog. Lu Nianli inherited none of his father's virtues. In contrast, Lu Changle, the second daughter of the Lu family, already bore a spirit and bearing rivaling her father's in his prime. Is this not moral coercion, binding my joy with the weight of the entire populace? What kind of logic is that? Lu Nianli retorted. And if it is Wang Qingru responded firmly. As imperial prince of the northern region, ought you not consider the well-being of your own people? That holds merit. Lu Nianli fell into thoughtful silence. Just as Wang Qingru believed she might sway him, he abruptly shifted course. Fortunately, I possess no moral compass whatsoever. Joy blows like the wind ever at my side. You cannot bind me. Wang Qingru stared dumbfounded. Indeed, this is the true northern region imperial prince. If Lady Wang has come here solely to persuade His Highness to flee Chang'an in secret, for the sake of imperial tranquility, then you may depart now. But if you wish to discuss life ideals or aspirations, I am delighted to oblige. Lu Nianli settled cross-legged upon the floor, utterly at ease. Do you imagine this is the northern region? Wang Qingru retorted bitterly. In Chang'an, the Son of Heaven possesses countless means to end your life. And let us not forget your father's many sworn enemies dwell within these very walls. She could envision it clearly. Should Lu Nianli die, the northern region's 30,000 ironclad cavalry would shatter mountains and rivers alike, plunging the Great Feng Dynasty into fire and flood. Her own father would be compelled to confront Lord Lu Wudi, an outcome she dreaded above all else. Rest assured, I am blessed with an exceptionally tenacious constitution. Countless have sought my death, yet each assassin lies buried while I remain very much alive. Besides, I have long admired Empress Dowager for her grace and wisdom. I have journeyed here expressly to honor her birthday banquet. How could I possibly leave before then? You admire the Empress Dowager, and you intend to attend her birthday banquet? Wang Qingru cried in shock. Indeed, Lu Nianli nodded calmly. Lady Wang will surely attend, as well will you not. When the time comes, might you grant me a small favor? As thanks, I offer you this bottle of enlightenment wine, my token of goodwill. Wang Qingru's temper flared. Could this imperial prince truly risk igniting nationwide chaos, with his own life as the spark, and dare ask her for assistance? Wait, what did you just say? She snapped back to awareness. Lu Nianli repeated patiently, a small favor. This bottle of enlightenment wine is yours as a gift. Only then did Wang Qingru confirm she had heard correctly. Enlightenment wine. Abandoning all decorum, she snatched the bottle from his hand, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. Immediately feeling her spirit calm, her martial insight crystallize. Truly enlightenment wine. She stood stunned. How could such a peerless rarity be casually offered as a mere greeting gift? She recalled recent rumors how the imperial prince had employed sovereign statecraft of unparalleled mastery to pacify 30,000 displaced refugees in Lingnan Commandery's rebellious cities. How his hidden bodyguards had thwarted the sword demon EK's assassination attempt, and how a venerable ancestor of the creation realm had personally shielded him, crushing a masked assassin from the Seven-Kill sect. Could these tales be true? Did Lu Nianli secretly command an empire of influence beyond imagination? Well, is this bargain fair? Lu Nianli pressed. I confess, I underestimated your highness. Wang Qingru's heart raced, her composure shattered. Clutching the enlightenment wine, she forced herself to speak. Very well. I shall meddle no further. She returned the bottle. This treasure is too precious. I cannot accept it. If your highness intends to use it to persuade my father to dispatch troops in aid of the northern region, please abandon such thoughts entirely. My father is not that sort of man. Lu Nianli paused, silently exasperated. Again, he sighed inwardly. I yield utterly to these layered, enigmatic young ladies. Must human interaction always be so labyrinthine, so veiled? Had I known, I'd have brought something far more trivial instead. Alas, the most trivial things in his possession, aside from stacks of silver notes, gold notes, and spirit stones, were ironically bottles of enlightenment wine. Ahem, your highness misinterprets me. Lu Nianli cleared his throat twice. Whether my father commands my father's troops is his concern alone, not mine. I merely wished. His gaze lingered meaningfully upon Wang Qingru. She instinctively stepped backward. Was he truly attempting to trade a single bottle of enlightenment wine for her lifelong service? Such an assumption insulted Wang Qingru's very dignity. A pair of dark lines traced down Lu Nianli's forehead. Clearly his reputation among these refined, scholarly daughters of noble houses left much to be desired. Was he truly that sort of man? Lady Wang, you are familiar with the Rouge appraisal, are you not? Lu Nianli explained. I previously announced to the realm that on the Empress Dowager's birthday, I would unveil the top 3 selections of the new Rouge appraisal. This very birthday banquet affords the perfect occasion for the 10 beauties of the Rouge appraisal to gather in Chang'an. As its founder, I intend to paint their portrait, a lasting memento of this historic convergence. Wang Qingru exhaled in relief, then recalled something and gasped. If my memory serves, the 5th-ranked beauty in the new Rouge appraisal is Luo Wuxin, the demon sovereign of the Jianghu's dark path. She despises decadent aristocrats and corrupt officials. Can your highness truly summon her? Lu Nianli smiled faintly. All men rush hither for profit, all men throng thither for gain. To fulfill her desires is to secure her presence. No challenge at all. Wang Qingru's expression turned solemn. She regarded Lu Nianli with newfound awe. If your highness can indeed gather the others, even a single collaborative portrait would suffice. Of course I consent. Agreed. Lu Nianli clapped once, pressing the bottle of enlightenment wine back into her hands. Then I entrust this to you, Lady Wang. We shall meet again at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Oh, and one more thing, Shen Baiwei is quite admirable. Please have her vacate the Luoxian Pavilion and reside with you until our return northward. I shall retrieve her then. In the Chang'an Inn, after finishing his visit to the falling Immortal Tower, Lu Nianli returned to his room, feeling quite pleased. His trip to the falling Immortal Tower had successfully secured a place for the 7th beauty in the Yanji, ranking the Queen Qingru at the cost of a bottle of low-grade Wudao wine. Tomorrow my father will arrive in Chang'an, and the day after is the Queen's birthday banquet. I wonder if we will manage to gather all 10 beauties for the Yanji ranking. Lu Nianli pondered to himself. He looked up and saw 4 maidservants practicing their combined attack techniques. After arriving in Chang'an, he could clearly sense the tension in their hearts. In the Chang'an city where the winds of fortune converged, his cultivation level in the asking mystic realm was neither high nor low, yet it still seemed insufficient to confront the court. They were eager to enhance their strength to protect the young master. If they could unite to withstand a single Nirvana realm expert, they would be able to lend their support to the young master at the upcoming Queen's birthday banquet filled with intrigue. Young master, why are you back so early today? Upon seeing Lu Nianli return, Chunyu smiled meaningfully. Normally the young master would spend the night in a brothel, but returning so early could only mean the princess had achieved something significant. Come here, I have something good for you. Lu Nianli waved his hand mysteriously. The maidservants displayed disdain. Something good. They seemed to often fall for his tricks. Though they feigned contempt, their bodies were quite honest, obediently walking up to Lu Nianli and looking down to see a small jade bottle in his hands. Young master, what is this? The maidservants felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the jade bottle, causing their blood to surge with excitement, making them restless. They had a premonition that whatever was in the bottle was undoubtedly a great tonic beneficial to their bodies. Lu Nianli smiled as he opened the lid. A faint bloody scent wafted out. Inside the bottle was a small amount of blue liquid radiating an astonishing chill, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop rapidly. Each of you take a sip and drink it. Lu Nianli instructed. The Taiyin divine blood was a good thing, but unfortunately men couldn't consume it. Young master, you are too good to us. The maidservants were deeply moved. Since childhood, they had grown up with the young master taking care of his daily needs. Although the young master was a bit lazy, he had never lost his temper with them. They had even been able to share meals with him at the same table since they were young, treated like family. In this world, maidservants and servants were generally regarded as items that wealthy young masters could easily trade, circulating among the powerful. Among countless noble families, how many maidservants could live as comfortably as they did, receiving equal respect? Now the young master was even willing to bestow such precious things upon them. To serve the young master was truly a blessing from their past lives. Hurry and drink up. There will be plenty more like this in the future, Lu Nianli urged with a smile. The maidservants then drank the tiny divine blood. The taste was only slightly fishy, but as it was swallowed, a cold current flowed within their bodies, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. The four quickly sat down to refine it. It's so cold. Lu Nianli silently hugged himself. Given the situation, it seemed the tiny divine blood would not be refined anytime soon. Thinking of this, he decided not to wait any longer. Taking advantage of the beautiful moonlight, he would visit the palace to have a chat with the queen. As he opened the door, 3 pairs of eyes immediately fell upon him in the 2 adjacent rooms. It was the white-haired witch Luo Wuxin and the 2 swordplay beauties from the Li family. The 3 had been drawn by the tiny aura emanating from the room. Cough, cough. Lu Nianli chuckled awkwardly. It's just my maidservants practicing their cultivation. You 3 need not be curious. Oh, just return to your rooms. Luo Wuxin's gaze flickered. When she was at the immortal sect's blessed land, she had never encountered such dense tiny aura. What techniques were the young masters for maidservants cultivating? How could they evoke this level of tiny aura? It seemed the young master's secrets were far beyond her imagination. Meng Xie and Li Shuanger also looked contemplative. The 3 exchanged no words, but nodded at Lu Nianli before returning to their rooms. Half an hour later, Lu Nianli quietly arrived at the Defeng Imperial Palace. Though he had no martial arts realm, with his perfected mysterious dragon step, the palace guards were no match for him. The Defeng Imperial Palace was vast and complex. However, to Lu Nianli, it was as if it were non-existent. The palace's exterior had been thoroughly understood by the 100 Knowledge Hall. The harem. It should be in that direction. After wandering around, Lu Nianli set his sights on the western hall. In the Haida Hall of the harem, the Defeng Empress, Su Yunxian, lay flat on the large bed after bathing and changing. The assassin Hong Yu was massaging her body. Amidst the flickering candlelight, a letter was burned to ashes. This young master from the North region is becoming increasingly bold, even stating in the letter that he will come to Chang'an to celebrate my birthday. Su Yunxian said with a smile. The old emperor now hated the Lu family to the bone, wishing to peel their skin and extract their bones immediately. If both the Lu father and son appeared in Chang'an at the same time, it would likely mean the end for the Lu family. There are many who think about the empress, but they can only hide it in their hearts. Hong Yu echoed. To dare to look at the empress for even a moment requires immense courage. To come to the palace to seek you. The young master from the North region wouldn't have the guts. I actually hope he comes. Su Yunxian smiled, her charm overwhelming. This Lu Nianli is not as simple as he seems. He has some depth to him. Hong Yu chuckled. If he truly comes, wouldn't that prove he is a fool? Tomorrow the king of the north will enter the city, and then we can see if this young master is just joking or if he truly has some courage. Moreover, entering the city is easy, but entering the palace is difficult. In my view, the young master from the North region is merely infatuated and cannot resist writing to amuse you. While the 2 were chatting, a commotion came from outside the door. Who? Su Yunxian immediately sensed something was amiss. Someone could approach the Haida Hall without a sound, and she only noticed when the door moved. What a strong concealment technique. Hong Yu, sensing something was off, immediately jumped off the bed and rushed out with her sword, only to see a shadow lingering outside, and without a word, she directed her sword's edge at the shadow. The long sword passed through the curtain, yet the shadow vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to her, the person had already entered the room, heading straight for the Empress, Su Yunxian, who lay on the bed. An assassin. Hong Yu, don't shout. This young master is here for an appointment, not as an assassin. Whether it is an assassin or not depends on the situation. Just as Hong Yu was about to shout, a familiar voice made her cover her mouth, immediately turning to see a familiar figure standing there. Su Yunxian on the bed also sat up in shock. The looks exchanged between the master and maid were filled with astonishment. The young master from the North region, Lu Nianli, had truly come. Lu Nianli, I greet your majesty the empress. Facing the surprised expressions of the 2, Lu Nianli first paid his respects, and then nonchalantly sat down on the adjacent chair. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. Lu Nianli's gaze fell upon Su Yunxian. Compared to her portrayal in the painting, Su Yunxian was even more charming, her mature and voluptuous body curled up at the head of the bed. After a brief moment of panic, Su Yunxian quickly regained her composure, calmly adjusting her clothing as she stepped down from the bed and approached the seat opposite Lu Nianli. The North region's heir Lu Nianli is much more formidable than the rumors suggest, Su Yunxian said with a smile. Among so many who covet me, you are the first to dare take action. Her voice was incredibly alluring, captivating the heart. Sitting there, her noble and elegant aura was fully revealed, yet it also unconsciously stirred one's desire for conquest. Your Majesty has summoned me. How could this heir dare to refuse? Lu Nianli replied with a smile. Is the heir not afraid that with a single command from your Majesty, he might not be able to step out of the Haitang Hall? Su Yunxian threatened. Staying in this room isn't so bad. Lu Nianli adjusted his chair slightly. Besides, your Majesty wouldn't want to keep this secret from the Emperor, would you? Su Yunxian's pupils suddenly constricted. The heir of the North region was simply too mysterious. First, he had his subordinates silently infiltrate the palace, then he had single-handedly avoided all scrutiny to arrive at the Haitang Hall, where she resided. She genuinely feared the heir discovering her secret. Years of planning were at stake. Just as success was within reach, she did not want it to be ruined. Feigning calm, she said, "What do you mean by that? What secret could I possibly have that the Emperor might discover? Your Majesty, do not panic, this heir was merely joking." Lu Nianli's lips curled into a smile. "I have come this time to fulfill a promise to paint another portrait for your Majesty. You should remember, right?" Su Yunxian nodded, appearing calm on the surface, yet her heart was filled with anxiety. She did not dare to act recklessly. From Lu Nianli's earlier intrusion into the Haitang Hall, she could not guarantee that she could keep him there. If she failed to do so, the consequences would be dire. "Since the heir has this interest, I shall accompany you," Su Yunxian added. "However, the heir must also assure me that today's events must not be known to a fourth person. The heir should understand that if this matter were to leak, it would be bad for both of us." She glanced at the dazed assassin beside her and commanded, "Hong Yu, guard outside. No matter who comes, they must be stopped for me." "At your command." Hong Yu accepted the order and retreated outside, gently closing the door. The room was left with only Lu Nianli and Su Yunxian, suddenly quieting down, with even their breathing becoming distinctly audible. Lu Nianli increasingly found Su Yunxian to be an extraordinary character. This empress was evidently not very conventional. He had specifically instructed the Baixiatang to gather information about Su Yunxian, but the results were minimal, only revealing that the empress had recently been in contact with several prominent ministers. "On the day after tomorrow, during my birthday celebration, are you truly going to publicly announce the Rouge rankings, placing me in the top position?" Su Yunxian said. "By doing so, you are openly provoking the Emperor. The outcome of this should be clear to you, heir." Lu Nianli scoffed. "Of course I am aware. If this heir does not act, will that dog Emperor not turn against our Lu family? He nearly caused the death of my second sister and even attempted to kill my father. Now he seeks to annihilate the entire Lu family. Why should this heir still care about him?" Su Yunxian's eyes sparkled. "It seems the heir is quite confident. Hearing you say this, I find myself somewhat looking forward to it." Lu Nianli replied. "This heir also looks forward to your Majesty's performance. Please proceed with your painting, heir." Su Yunxian was reluctant to dwell on this matter any longer. If chaos was to ensue, then let it be. The more chaotic, the better. If Lu Nianli could truly disrupt the dynasty, it would be her best opportunity. She could avoid many troubles, but conversely, Lu Nianli himself would also become a hassle. If she could control Lu Nianli, that would be perfect. Once the heir finishes the painting, do leave quickly. The Haitang Hall is not a pleasant place to linger, Su Yunxian advised. She had already made a significant concession by allowing a man she met for the first time to remain in her room. Moreover, she had allowed him to use her body as a model for painting without restraint. If Lu Nianli were to take further liberties, she would not hesitate to consider an alternative approach, even at some risk. This heir knows how to be prudent. Lu Nianli smiled. He said no more. Since the other party had no such intentions, he would treat it as a sightseeing trip. Some things are left to fate. The main reason for coming here was to witness the demeanor of this ruthless empress who had subdued 3,000 concubines upon entering the palace. Su Yunxian donned her phoenix robe. Lu Nianli also set up the easel. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. Picking up the brush, Lu Nianli's gaze became remarkably pure, his eyes focused solely on the painting. Su Yunxian sat there carefully observing this heir of the North region. His nearly perfect features and elegant demeanor made him unmatched among the countless young nobles of Chang'an. She secretly marveled, no wonder he was the son of the unparalleled Princess Nangong Liuli, inheriting all of his mother's virtues and even surpassing her. Lu Nianli was fully engrossed in his painting. With just a few strokes, he captured all of Su Yunxian's advantages. Her two greatest traits of nobility and elegance, along with her mature voluptuousness, were vividly portrayed. The rest of the painting was also impeccable. After a long time, he set down his brush. "Let this humble servant see." Su Yinxian was quite anxious, having heard of the North region heir's skill in painting as one that could transcend the divine. Her curiosity piqued. Please, Your Majesty, offer your critique. Lu Nianli smiled as he presented the painting before Su Yinxian. With just one glance, Su Yinxian was captivated by the depiction of herself in the painting. Compared to the previous bathing figure, this painting was even more lifelike, perfectly capturing her ideal self. Divine. Your skill in the art of painting is truly divine, Su Yinxian praised. Her earlier words had been filled with subtlety and testing, only this one came straight from the heart. With this painting to represent me in the Rouge rankings, it wouldn't be a disgrace. The bathing figure was too frivolous. Though it was more alluring than this painting, it was not suitable for public display. This painting would better reflect her status as Empress. This painting is a gift to Your Majesty the Empress. Lu Nianli took the painting from the easel, wrapped it carefully, and handed it to Su Yinxian. The latter accepted it gladly, her smile gentle and charming, yet her words were unrelenting. Now that you have completed the painting, we have fulfilled our agreement. I hope the heir will leave soon. Her words were abruptly cut off by a faint voice from outside. Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived. Lu Nianli was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Why is it suddenly getting intense? You hide first. Su Yinxian quickly composed herself, pulling Lu Nianli to the side. The Emperor is surrounded by many experts. If you go out now, you will undoubtedly be discovered. It is safest to hide in here. With your means of entering the Haitang Hall, the critically ill Emperor should not be able to detect you. Remember, if I do not call for you, do not come out under any circumstances. The noises outside the door grew louder. Under Su Yinxian's insistence, Lu Nianli was forced to hide behind the screen on the left side of the room. This scene felt somewhat familiar. The servant Hong Yu greets Your Majesty. Hong Yu's voice sounded from outside. No need for formalities. How is Yinxian? It was followed by the voice of the old Emperor, Su Xingmin. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress has already fallen asleep. Yinxian sleeps peacefully, yet I in the Yangxin Palace toss and turn, unable to sleep through the night. Without Yinxian by my side, my heart is unsettled. The old Emperor Su Xingmin pushed open the door. As he entered the room, he took a deep breath, thinking to himself that his beloved consort's fragrance was always so enchanting. He quietly walked to the bedside. There lay Su Yinxian, lying flat on the bed, her breathing steady, sleeping soundly. Beloved consort, I have arrived. Su Xingmin eagerly took off his dragon robe. On the bed, Su Yinxian sleepily opened her eyes, startled, and immediately tried to rise and pay her respects. This servant Su Yinxian greets Your Majesty. Why have you suddenly come to Haitang Palace in the middle of the night? Su Yinxian spoke softly. Is it that someone is unable to sleep? Hiding behind the screen, Lu Nianli almost laughed out loud. This new empress could easily win an Oscar for her acting skills, as she was truly talented at performing. Without Yunqian's company, it is difficult to sleep. Su Xingmin sighed. Your Majesty, I can accompany you at any time, but your health is paramount. The imperial physician has said you must not indulge in the harem for now. Su Yunqian's flirtatious eyes made the old emperor dizzy with desire. I don't want to concern myself with that. Su Xingmin's voice became urgent. If I cannot be affectionate with Yinxian for even a single day, it feels as if thousands of ants are crawling in my heart. As he spoke, he lunged directly towards Su Yinxian. Your Majesty, only this once. If your health suffers, I shall deserve 1,000 deaths. Su Yinxian supported the old emperor's shoulders, their eyes locking. The latter's gaze gradually became dazed, murmuring, Beloved consort. Beloved consort. Today I will surely cherish you well. With that, the poor old emperor began a series of actions under the covers. Lu Nianli, hiding behind the screen, was completely bewildered. My. He was still waiting for Su Yinxian to call out. Why was there only one voice throughout? Lu Nianli used the ethereal dragon step to move slightly outward. What he saw was entirely different from what he had imagined. The old emperor was panting heavily. However, Empress Su Yinxian was dressed neatly, coldly sitting at the edge of the bed. Lu Nianli instantly understood something. It seemed the old emperor's health had been deteriorating in recent years, and this empress of the Great Feng was the root cause. She had hidden her schemes so deeply that even the 100 Knowledge Hall could not uncover much. Whoosh. In the moment their eyes met, Su Yinxian instantly appeared before Lu Nianli. Clearly this empress was not only deeply scheming, but also possessed considerable martial prowess. Her usual fragility was merely a facade. Did you see everything? Su Yinxian spoke coldly. This young master can also pretend not to see. Lu Nianli grinned. Is that so? Su Yunqian's demeanor suddenly became filled with seductive charm, her eyes shimmering like spring water, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. A faint enchanting fragrance filled the air. It made Lu Nianli feel a moment of dizziness, but he quickly regained his clarity. The auspicious light of the auspicious beast, Bai protected him. No illusion or dark arts could invade Lu Nianli's mind. I didn't expect the Empress to possess such skills. Lu Nianli laughed. You even dabble in the legendary fox charm technique. Su Yunqian's expression changed completely. She had intended to use her charm technique to control Lu Nianli while he was unprepared, but unexpectedly, he had a great auspicious protection, causing her to suffer a backlash. What exactly do you want? Su Yunqian could no longer maintain her composure. After hiding for many years, she hadn't expected to be exposed by the young master of the North region upon their first meeting. It was all this old man's fault for becoming amorous at such a time. She had underestimated him too much and had been continuously toyed with by Lu Nianli. This young master merely wishes to engage in a deeper collaboration with the Empress. Lu Nianli smiled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You want the old emperor's life, and so do I. Why should the Empress harbor such deep hostility? How does the young master wish to collaborate more deeply? Su Yunqian understood that the initiative had fallen into Lu Nianli's hands. Perhaps collaborating with Lu Nianli was a good choice as long as his ultimate goal did not conflict with her own. This young master first needs to know when the dog emperor will die. This should be part of the Empress' plans, right? It is not yet the right time, Su Yunqian said. The fortunes of the Great Feng Empire are still intact. For now, it cannot be destroyed. Moreover, I could never openly harm him, or else I would surely be detected by the Dragon Guard Pavilion. I can only proceed gradually bit by bit to wear away his vitality. Lu Nianli's gaze flicked over to the old emperor on the bed. Once wise and mighty, commanding thousands of troops, he single-handedly established the vast Great Feng Empire. Yet in his later years, he became infatuated with beauty and was poisoned to this extent. One could only say he deserved it. Had the old emperor not indulged in wild suspicions in his later years, insisting on uprooting the greatest contributor to the founding of the country, the Lu family, even if the court faced great crises, his father would surely have assisted the Su family in placing the new emperor on the throne, preventing the dynasty from perishing in its second generation. For the upcoming birthday banquet, this young master has 3 matters that require the Empress' assistance. Lu Nianli had formulated a plan in his heart. Please speak. The first matter is that if there are any unforeseen circumstances during the birthday banquet, I hope the Empress can assist. Though Lu Nianli was confident, he dared not guarantee he could predict everything. All right. Su Yunqian nodded in agreement. She felt this matter likely wouldn't require her help. Who is the Northern King Lu Wudi? Since he dares to enter Chang'an City, he must have made full preparations. The second matter is that during the release of the new beauty rankings, I hope the Empress can speak a good word so that the 3 beauties ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th can collaborate with this young master for a painting. That is acceptable. Su Yunqian agreed again. However, she was curious about the Northern region young master's attitude towards women. Was he truly a man of pleasure who loved beauty, or was he a deeply scheming individual disguising himself this way? She found it a bit hard to see through. The third matter. Lu Nianli's tone became a bit heavier. After the banquet, if the Lu family and the Great Feng Empire fall out, I hope the Empress can persuade the old emperor to issue an imperial decree. Issue an imperial decree. Su Yunqian frowned and asked, what kind of decree does the young master want? Very simple. The content of the decree should be to convict this young master, preferably describing him as a heinous criminal along with some unfounded charges. A heinous crime. The greatest traitor in history. Su Yunqian had a strange expression. What is the North region's heir thinking? Does he want to completely ruin his image in front of the court officials and the common people? Is he at ease being a playboy heir? She couldn't help but ask, what is the heir's intention in doing this? It serves its purpose. Lu Nianli smiled mysteriously. The superficial damage to his own image actually allowed his father and second sister to become utterly disappointed in the Feng Dynasty. He would become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It is also a crucial part of the second sister's empire. Su Yunqian did not press further, only responding, I have already agreed to the heir's matters, and hope he can keep this secret for me. Your Majesty, what secret? I have never seen the Majesty's secret. The two exchanged a smile. Tonight the heir should hide here for a while. Su Yunqian said, he probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. With that crowd outside, you won't be able to leave either. I never expected that one day I would have to endure such suffering. Lu Nianli sighed. Being in the same room with me, do you still feel wronged? Su Yunqian replied. Lu Nianli must be very happy. Not wronged at all, Lu Nianli said. Su Yunqian smiled meaningfully and stopped speaking. The old emperor left the Haidang Hall. Lu Nianli also returned to the inn. In the inn, the maidservants had slept in for the first time, sprawled across the large bed, as if the power of the Taiyin divine blood had completely absorbed by the 4 women. Heir, you have returned. It was only when Lu Nianli entered that they noticed. Oh, the heir smells so nice. Look at the heir's tired appearance. The maidservants with keen senses began to tease. How do you feel? Lu Nianli asked with a smile. It seems that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than before. Especially at night, when the power of the Taiyin gathers, the cultivation speed is incomparable to before. Yes. The physical condition is also not comparable to before. Your Highness, what kind of treasure did you give to the sisters, eh? The maidservants looked excited. It's a secret. Lu Nianli did not reveal the origin of the Taiyin divine blood, as the maidservants probably hadn't heard of it. I can definitely become stronger. So can I. Me too. Let's all work hard together. The maidservants were all very excited. As death soldiers, they felt quite frustrated not being able to contribute. Lu Nianli was very pleased. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Hopefully the maidservants can advance quickly, ere the prince has arrived outside Chang'an City. At this moment, Lu Nianli heard the voice of the informer. Father has come. According to the original estimate, he thought the Lu family's convoy would arrive in Chang'an by evening, but due to his arbitrarily fast decisions, the Northern King entered Chang'an much quicker. The heir arriving in Chang'an first will probably earn the prince a scolding. The maidservants laughed. However, they weren't too worried. The prince had always doted on the heir since childhood, wishing he could pluck the stars from the sky for him to play with. How could he truly scold the heir? At most, he would just reprimand him a few times. Let's go. To welcome father. Since father had come, he also decided not to hide his identity anymore. At this moment, the entire Chang'an City was probably in unrest. With the arrival of father, the real drama was just beginning. He walked out of the inn. The streets were already filled with onlookers, each peering and craning their necks as the news of the Northern King's entry into Chang'an had spread throughout the entire city. Who in the Feng Dynasty hasn't heard of the Northern King's reputation? Naturally, everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of his true form. He's coming. The Northern King has entered the city. Someone in the crowd shouted. Where? Make way, I want to see too. Instantly, the crowd surged. Noble officials and splendid clothing, common folks in coarse clothes and straw shoes, spirited youths, eagerly waiting wives, toddlers learning to speak. Each one wished their necks could be longer than a goose's, filled with curiosity. Such a grand spectacle could only be compared to the day the Feng Emperor ascended the throne. This shows just how renowned the Northern King Lu Wudi is in the Feng Dynasty. Young master, it seems the prince is very popular in Chang'an as well. The maidservants were elated within the crowd. It's a pity the dog emperor is too blind to see it. Lu Nianli unabashedly scolded. If it weren't for this dog emperor's baseless suspicions, how could there be so many troubles? The gazes of the people around immediately turned to Lu Nianli, expressions filled with shock. Who dares to curse the current emperor in the street? What boldness! A few even secretly gave a thumbs up. Then they pretended not to see and looked away. The maidservants covered their mouths and laughed, saying, in comparison, the prince and the old emperor are clearly distinct. Who would disagree? Seeing Lu Nianli and the maidservants so daring, a scruffy old man with white hair joined in the conversation. If only the prince had ascended back, then the Feng Dynasty would surely have thrived 100-fold. Unfortunately, the prince is loyal and righteous, never engaging in unfaithful or unjust acts. This statement seemed to ignite the anger within the onlookers. Unfortunately, the emperor is foolish. This time, with the Northern King entering the city, it is likely to be disastrous. If something happens to the Northern King, it will surely lead to chaos once again, and it is us common people who will suffer. I hope the emperor still has some conscience. Hearing a few people curse the emperor, the maidservants smiled even more. As they spoke, someone shifted the topic. If I may say, the Northern King should not have given birth to a useless heir. If it weren't for this heir, perhaps the emperor wouldn't be so suspicious. Who would disagree? The scruffy old man added. If the heir hadn't been born, all disputes would naturally have dispersed. Yet the heir was born, and he is merely a debauched playboy indulging in romance and revelry as the Feng's #1 rake. If the Northern King dies, the good days of the North region's heir will come to an end. The expressions of the maidservants instantly stiffened. Indeed, wherever someone praised the prince's might, there would surely be someone cursing the young master. As he spoke, the old man looked at Lu Nianli again, smiling. If the North region's heir had even an ounce of the young master's courage, he wouldn't be so despised by the world. Lu Nianli chuckled dryly a couple of times. You really know how to flatter. The Northern King is coming. Just as they were chatting, the surrounding voices suddenly became loud, and countless gazes converged at the end of the long street. The imposing Northern King Lu Wudi rode in slowly on a blood-sweating horse. King of the North! King of the North! A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Lu Wudi smiled and gestured to the people. On the high walls and among the tea houses, there were many enemies of the King of the North, including several trusted aides of the old emperor, all of whom had grim expressions. How could a traitor in the eyes of the emperor be so adored and supported by the common people? What a joke! The King of the North rode on, eventually stopping at a place on the main street, turning his head to look at the crowd on the right. The scruffy old man discussing the gap between the old emperor and the king of the north along with the passers-by were stunned. Could it be that the king of the north heard what I said? With the king of the north's halt, the long street fell silent in an instant as everyone curiously followed his gaze to the crowd. Lu Wuti slowly spoke. How much longer will you hide? His powerful voice boomed like thunder filled with authority. After a brief moment of shock, the scruffy old man fell to his knees with a thud. Spare me, king of the north. The commoner should not have rashly spoken of the young master. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Seeing this, the several middle-aged men who had been cursing alongside him also knelt down, bowing and pleading for mercy. Cough, cough. Lu Nianli lightly coughed twice. Uncle and several other gentlemen, do not be afraid. This young master is not the kind of petty person who holds grudges. Saying this, Lu Nianli stepped out from the crowd, coming to stand before the king of the north, smiling awkwardly at his father. Father, you have finally arrived. He is the young master of the northern region. Did I really just scold him in front of the young master of the northern region? It's over. It's over. The scruffy old man felt a wave of panic inside. Even though this was Chang'an City, the young master of the northern region could easily crush a commoner like him as if he were an ant. The old man was shocked. The crowd was even more shocked. Even the nobles of Chang'an and the emperor's trusted aides who were watching from above were taken aback. The young master of the northern region actually arrived in Chang'an before the king of the north, Lu Wuti. The old emperor's intentions were well known. The father and son of the Lu family entering Chang'an together was akin to seeking their own demise. This young master of the northern region is likely to bring about the downfall of the Lu family. All of the king of the north's hard work will be ruined by this useless young master. If the old emperor knows this news, he will probably wake up laughing in his dreams tonight. Those who admired the king of the north sighed, all believing the situation to be settled. If only the king of the north had entered the city alone, the emperor might still have had some reservations. Now that the father and son of the Lu family had entered together, the emperor would undoubtedly not let such a great opportunity slip by. As long as the father and son of the Lu family are dead, how much power could a mere woman like Lu Chang'e command in the northern region? Their downfall was only a matter of time. Everyone was either gloating or lamenting. The only ones who remained calm were Lu Wuti and his son. Lu Wuti's expression was unchanged as he turned to his son and said, Nianli, mount your horse and accompany your father to the palace to meet the emperor. All right. Since Lu Nianli had shown himself according to protocol, he naturally had to enter the palace to meet the emperor, even though he had already secretly met him yesterday. Under the gaze of thousands of citizens, Lu Nianli rode alongside the king of the north and the northern region's convoy, heading straight into the imperial palace. Soon the grand southern gate of the palace, the Qinglong Gate, came into view. It was the time for the morning court session. Officials of all ranks were hurrying to attend when they suddenly caught sight of the northern region's Lu flag not far away, instantly halting in their tracks. The Lu flag, the king of the north. Looking at the magnificent palace gate, Lu Wuti couldn't help but feel emotional, reflecting on how things had changed since he last attended court 10 years ago. Lu Wuti dismounted. From the carriage behind, a voice came. Your Highness, may I accompany you? The speaker was the old sword god, Jiang Yongning. No need to worry. Lu Wuti replied with a smile. That one who wishes to kill me wouldn't dare do so within the palace. Just wait for me here. All right. The old sword god responded softly and said no more. Nianli, let's go. Lu Wuti, clad in a blue python robe, strode forward. Lu Nianli followed behind, his expression relaxed. Any remaining worry had vanished after yesterday's secret meeting with the Empress Su Yunxian. The father and son walked slowly through the city gate with all the officials bowing their heads respectfully on either side, not daring to overtake the king of the north. Lu Wuti looked up towards the grand hall in the distance. In the past year, his brother Su Xingmin had ascended the throne, promising the Lu family generations of peace in front of the civil and military officials alongside the imperial lineage. He granted them the 4 counties of the northern region and conferred upon them the title of the only non-royal king of the north. Everything once was lost to time. What remained was only the clash of power and interests. The old emperor aimed to eliminate the Lu family for the benefit of future generations, while Lu Wuti had to stabilize the northern region for the sake of his own children. Moving forward, Lu Wuti saw many familiar faces. Prime Minister Zhuge Sun, General Wang Zhun of the Heavenly Army, Minister of Rights Gong Sun Jun. These were all the meritorious officials who had established the foundation of the dynasty with him back in the day. The only difference was that these people were under the emperor's foot, making him feel secure, while he, far from the court, guarded the northern region, only arousing suspicion. King of the North Lu Wuti presents himself. As Lu Wuti stepped onto the steps before the Qiankuan Hall, the eunuchs shouted in unison, their sharp voices echoing within the palace. Young master of the northern region, Lu Nianli presents himself. The latter voice was much softer. The civil and military officials all respected the king of the north, while most looked down upon the young master of the northern region. The father and son of the Lu family walked up the 100-tiered steps, ascending the Qiankuan Hall. Crossed in their line of sight on the golden dragon-carved throne, the old emperor, Su Shengmin, sat there with the empress, Su Yunxian, respectfully seated beside him. The old emperor rarely allowed Su Yunxian to meet people. Most civil and military officials had only caught a glimpse of this new empress on the day she was conferred and had not seen her since. Today, as the king of the north entered the palace to pay his respects, she had this honor. The eyes of the ruler and the subject met. Lu Wudi stood there, his sword gleaming at his waist, slightly bowing as he paid his respects. Lu Wudi pays respects to your majesty. Paying respects to the empress. Lu Nianli followed suit. Lu Nianli pays respects to your majesty, pays respects to the empress. The king of the north, Lu Wudi, could present himself with a sword, could avoid kneeling, could break 10 heavy laws, and be exempted from punishment, and the Lu family could inherit without replacement. These were all promises made by the emperor at the founding of the dynasty. Bold. Before the old emperor could speak, the eunuch Chao Zitong of the Directorate of Ceremonies was the first to scold. Lu Nianli, why do you not kneel before the emperor? The king of the north could avoid formalities, but that does not mean you, the young master, can be so audacious. During the last northern region auction dispute, Lu Nianli had embarrassed him thoroughly, and Chao Zitong wished nothing more than to tear him into pieces. The emperor hasn't made me kneel. Why are you so anxious, eunuch Chao? What they say is true. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. Lu Nianli smiled. Your Majesty Empress, you shouldn't hold this child accountable, right? In an instant, the civil and military officials were shocked. The young master of the northern region actually dared to speak disrespectfully. Did he not fear death? Did he truly take Chang'an as his own home? It's fine. Though the old emperor longed to take Lu Nianli's head right then and there, he had to maintain a facade of magnanimity. The young master has grown up in the northern domain since birth, showered with countless favors. Upon entering Chang'an, he is unaware of the customs, which is understandable. In his eyes, the Lu father and son were already dead. Let them frolic a while longer. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. The king of northern defense smiled and bowed once more. You two ministers may leave for now. The old emperor waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the civil and military officials. Do any of the rest of you have matters to address? Hypocritical. Lu Nianli secretly scoffed as he found a suitable spot in the Qiankuan Hall to sit on the ground. This position was just right. To enjoy a close view of the empress, Su Yunxian. Remembering last night's scene, although he did not succeed in getting on board, there seemed to be a chance to buy a ticket. A scorching gaze landed upon her, and Su Yunxian noticed, glaring at Lu Nianli. This Lu Nianli truly has the audacity to be so bold. Daring to look at me so brazenly in the court. Have you not seen how those ministers are all bowing their heads? She did not dare to meet Lu Nianli's gaze. If the ministers discovered her exchanging glances with the young master of the northern domain, the consequences would be severe. Ding detected intermediate slacking behavior in the host. The court does not heed the proclamation, gaining 1 lottery chance, slacking points 200. Note, intermediate slacking behavior can increase the probability of the prize pool with a chance to enter a higher level item pool. Drawing lottery now. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ancestral Dragon, Sacred Chi. Ancestral Dragon, Sacred Chi, the unparalleled might of the ancient ancestral dragon, capable of stabilizing a country's fortunes and suppressing all dragon veins in the world. The one who holds the complete Ancestral Dragon Sacred Chi shall become the emperor of all ages. The system prompt sounded. Ancestral Dragon Sacred Chi. Lu Nianli sensed carefully. In the depths of his mind there seemed to be a golden sacred dragon, albeit a small one, exuding a sense of awe-inspiring might, as if it wished to soar into the clouds. Roar. In an instant, several ministers in the court, including Lu Wudi, as well as the emperor and empress on the dragon throne, all looked towards Lu Nianli. Just now it seemed they had heard a faint dragon's roar emanating from Lu Nianli. The dragon. It has always been a symbol of emperors. Even the king of northern defense, who was extraordinarily accomplished, could only wear a python robe. It is said that only those with the true dragon's celestial mandate can receive the protection of the earth's dragon veins, becoming the true emperor of this land. No one in the worldly dynasties has ever seen a true dragon. Yet now the sound of the dragon's roar appears from Lu Nianli. Could it be a prophetic destiny? Several ministers quickly turned their heads, not daring to look further, fearing to provoke the emperor. Linking it to the recent turmoil, they could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Could it be that in this struggle between the royal family and the northern domain, the ultimate victor would be the northern domain, and Lu Nianli would become the new emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ministers immediately dismissed their absurd thoughts. They would rather believe that what they just heard was an illusion or that Lu Nianli had learned some wicked sorcery than accept that such a useless young master could become the new emperor. The old emperor pretended to know nothing while his murderous intent grew stronger and an uneasy emotion continuously surged within him. Can it really be sensed? Lu Nianli also did not expect to be sensed. Fortunately, only a trace of aura leaked. If the full might of the ancestral dragon were to erupt, the dog emperor would probably die on the spot from anger. He looked up at the emperor of Defone. To his surprise, there was also a faint sense. He saw a vague little dragon coiling above the old emperor, but this dragon's connection to Su Xingmin was nearly severed. Could this be the so-called true dragon's celestial mandate? When he saw the dragon above Su Xingmin, the golden dragon deep in Lu Nianli's mind suddenly became restless, displaying a strong desire to devour. He seemed to understand something. Just like the emperors of various dynasties competing for territory, the slaughter between emperors was also a struggle for national fortune. Damn, is the system messing with me? Lu Nianli felt like cursing. If he truly became emperor, wouldn't he be schemed against daily by a host of treacherous ministers? He would be forced to attend court every day and occasionally deal with various uprisings. No way. It is much more comfortable to slack off as a young master. Being an emperor is nothing but a dereliction of duty. With that in mind, Lu Nianli turned his head to look at the Empress Su Yunxian, and another anomaly occurred. Dragon and Phoenix in harmony. What's going on? He suddenly recalled what Su Yunxian had said earlier, that the old emperor's vitality was not yet depleted, meaning he had not been completely drained by Su Yunxian. Was Su Yunxian's target the national fortune of Defone? Destiny and national fortune are both ethereal things, invisible and untouchable, yet countless people believe in their real existence. If it weren't for obtaining the ancestral dragon's sacred chi from the system, Lu Nianli would not be able to sense any of this. Buzz. The golden dragon in his mind stirred once more. Can you be a bit quieter? Lu Nianli cursed inwardly. This young master hasn't even absorbed from the Empress yet, and you want to absorb. The ancestral dragon's sacred chi trembled twice, then fell silent. Looking at Su Yunxian again, she completely avoided his gaze, not daring to meet him. This is interesting. Indeed, there are legendary secret techniques for stealing national fortunes and dragon veins, but very few master them. I never expected Su Yunxian to have such a significant background mastering such profound methods. Fortunately, only he can see the dragon and phoenix in harmony above Su Yunxian's head. She cannot see his ancestral dragon's sacred chi. Otherwise, wouldn't she come to absorb him every night? In the midst of his thoughts, the morning court finally came to an end. Court is dismissed. Su Xingmin waved his hand, and all the civil and military officials respectfully withdrew. Lu Nianli stretched lazily. The morning court reminded him of his previous life as a student. Slacking off was much more comfortable. Throughout the entire morning court, the old emperor had not taken any action against the king of Northern Defense. On the contrary, Lu Woody's enemies had repeatedly submitted memorials criticizing the northern domain, all of which were blocked by the old emperor, indicating that he did not want to openly tear the facade. Upon exiting the Qiankuan Hall, General Wang Jin approached. He was the only one among the civil and military officials daring to speak privately with Lu Woody. Both were military generals who had shared life and death bonds, holding deep mutual respect. Yet both sides were well aware. Once turmoil erupted, they would inevitably become bitter enemies. General Wang of Feng Tian could never betray Defone, and Lu Woody could not abandon the safety of his children. General Wang, long time no see, you still look as formidable as ever. The king of Northern Defense is the same. Wang Jin laughed heartily, but both of their smiles contained too much helplessness. Brother Lu, how about a feast today? The two walked side by side down the steps when Wang Jin suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid of people talking, Brother Wang?" "I act justly and sit upright. Why would I fear gossip? Today let's drink brotherhood wine. It doesn't affect my chopping you down on the battlefield another day." Wang Jin spoke with boundless bravado, embodying the spirit of a military general. "Since you say so, let's drink to our heart's content." Lu Woody clapped Wang Jin on the shoulder, as if returning to many years prior. He remembered a time when they had been trapped in the enemy's formation facing death. They had fought back to back and carved a bloody path out. The two strongest generals of Defone walked out of the imperial palace together. Just as they exited the city gate, Wang Jin saw his obedient daughter waving at him. He was about to greet her when suddenly a figure dashed past them and ran to his daughter. "Miss Wang, we meet again. The young master is here too. What a coincidence." Watching this scene, Wang Jin's mind flashed a large character for danger. Damn, this kid arrived in Chang'an just a day ago and has already hooked up with his daughter. The reputation of the young master from the northern region is well known. The courtesans praise him while the noble ladies denounce him. As a father, Wang Jinxian naturally wishes to keep his daughter from any entanglements with such a flamboyant young master. Lu Nianli glanced at his daughter and felt that this little thing might lure her away. Wang Jinxian turned his head, looking somberly at Lu Wudi. This lad bears no resemblance to you except for his mastery in courting women. Once before marrying the breathtaking princess Nangong, Liuli, Lu Wudi was indeed a dashing figure himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a saintess who was sent to the mortal realm for experience to bear him good things indeed. Lu Wudi smiled, surprised that his son had become so adept at conversing with the daughter of an old friend in less than a day. He did not wish to interfere in his children's marriages. As long as the eldest princess Song Qing was the legitimate wife, he had no objections to anything else. Those high-ranking officials and wealthy gentlemen often married 10 or 8 wives. If his son had such aspirations, he would not oppose, as long as it was consensual and not forced. Watching Lu Wudi's pleased smile, Wang Jinxian silently clenched his fist. He suddenly felt that inviting the Lu family father and son for dinner was akin to inviting a wolf into the house. This kid. Initially, he felt indifferent, but now the more he looked, the more displeased he became. Wang Jinxian approached, his smile sharp as a knife. My dear daughter, when did you become acquainted with Nianli? How come I know nothing about it? We only met yesterday. Wang Qingru smiled lightly. Yesterday, the young master came to Chang'an City, visited the falling Immortal building, and casually waved his hand to offer 1,000 taels of gold to book the month's top courtesan Shin Baiwei. My daughter wondered which young master in Chang'an City was so extravagant, resembling the style of the young master from the northern region, so she personally went to investigate. Upon meeting, it was indeed the young master. After hearing his daughter's description, Wang Jinxian felt increasingly vigilant. This little thing's first act upon arriving in Chang'an was to visit a brothel. It seemed evident that she harbored those crude desires. He must ensure his dear daughter keeps her distance from this fellow. The young master has quite the refined taste. Wang Jinxian maintained a cheerful facade, yet pulled his daughter to the other side. Hey Wang brother, let the two young people have a chat. Lu Wudi put his arm around General Wang's shoulder. Let us old geezers not interfere. Qingru, meet Uncle Lu. Wang Qingru looked at Lu Wudi with admiration in her eyes. Having grown up hearing tales of this formidable general, even without having met him, Lu Wudi's stories had profoundly influenced her growth. Good niece, you possess the spirit that rivals men. Lu Wudi praised her, reminiscing. Speaking of which, I once joked with your father, nearly arranging a betrothal between you and Nianli. Had it not been for your father's change of heart, you might have become my Lu family's daughter-in-law. Don't say such things. Wang Jinxian quickly pulled Lu Wudi away. That brat of yours marrying my daughter. Not possible. Tisk General Wang, so you are a daughter slave. Lu Wudi laughed heartily. But it's not impossible. Look at how quickly Qingru and my Nianli have become so comfortable with each other after just a day. That's destiny. Shut your mouth. Wang Jinxian was flustered. Lu Wudi, I tell you, after the birthday banquet for the empress, you take your son and get out of Chang'an, never to return. The two argued for half an hour before finally arriving at the general's mansion. The mansion was built with two vividly carved jade lions stood at the entrance bearing their fangs and claws. This was a unique honor of the general of Fengtian. In all of Chang'an City, only the general's mansion dared to use jade lions. Other civil and military officials were only allowed stone lions. Today, apart from you, there are 2 other guests. Upon entering the general's mansion, Wang Jinxian suddenly Oh, who else? Lu Wudi paused for a moment. Is it the Grand Chancellor Zhuge Sun or the Minister of Rights Gong Sun Jun? Neither. Wang Jinxian shook his head, his smile growing more pronounced. You'll know when you arrive, brother Lu. Lu Wudi felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. The two walked into the main hall. Upon seeing the figure sitting at the round table, Lu Wudi hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave. A cold voice came from behind. The King of the North fears neither heaven nor earth, daring to come to Chang'an City, even to the Qian Kuan Hall, with a sword, yet dares not meet a poor nun. What was going on? Lu Nianli was taken aback. It was his first time seeing his father with such an expression, one that seemed to convey guilt. Could it be that his father had left some romantic debts in the past, and now the creditor had come to collect? Looking ahead, there sat a beautiful nun. Though she was devoted to Buddhism, Lu Nianli sensed a murderous intent emanating from her. It was not a murderous intent directed at his father, but rather a natural accumulation of killing intent from having walked out of a sea of corpses. Having mastered the ultimate Azura sword intent of the Sword of Slaughter, he could perceive this killing intent very clearly. A nun harboring such intent was even more terrifying than a demon. What had happened in the past? The atmosphere became somewhat tense. After a long while, Lu Wudi slowly turned his head and said with a bitter smile, Sister Fong, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to come to Chang'an City as well. If the poor nun does not come, I fear I will not have the chance to see you again in this lifetime. The nun replied coldly like a god of death. Brother Lu, please take a seat. Wang Jinxian smiled, not minding Lu Wudi's glare. He was merely acting as a bridge, and what happened afterward was none of his concern. Nianli Qingru, come over too. Lu Nianli and Wang Qingru exchanged glances, both sensing the eerie atmosphere. This meal would likely not be pleasant. The five took their seats. One stool remained empty. Father, are there more distinguished guests coming? Wang Qingru asked. There will also be Sister Fang's disciple who should be on their way. Wang Jinxian explained. Sister Fang's disciple is the renowned Donga scholar, the esteemed teacher of the Black and White Academy, Ruanqiu. You must have heard of him. So it is the esteemed teacher of the Black and White Academy. Wang Qingru suddenly understood, astonished that even the esteemed teacher of the First Academy in Defoam was a disciple of Sister Fang. It seems this nun is not simple at all. No wonder both Uncle Lu and Father treat her with such respect. However, Lu Nianli was distracted and only caught the 9 words. Esteemed teacher of the Black and White Academy, Ruanqiu. Isn't that the third person I need to find for the new Rouge evaluation? The Black and White Academy, the foremost academy of the Great Feng. Countless talented individuals and wise scholars can be found within. The doctrines of the 100 schools, including military strategies, Confucianism, legalism, agriculture, and yin-yang studies, can all be learned here. Those who can be called great masters are the epitome of their respective schools. There are 11 great masters in the Black and White Academy, most of whom are over 100 years old, with only one, the disciple of Master Feng Ruanqiu, being merely 30. Thus 5 people sat at the table, none of them speaking. Until a moment came when Master Fang's gaze fell on Lu Nianli, the child of Liuli, born as radiant as Liuli herself. Her eyes were filled with deep longing. Nianli, wasn't that just the peerless consort Nangong Liuli? How could the North Guardian King, with such extraordinary talent, take 3,000 concubines, yet remain single for decades, refusing to take another wife for the sake of a vanished Nangong Liuli? Nianli, come here for our first meeting. I shall gift you something. Master Fang took out a white jade bead from her monk's robe. I have heard that you have faced hardships since childhood and cannot enter the martial path. This item from me can aid you in cultivating external skills. Even if you cannot enter the realm of transformation, you can still cultivate the supreme Vajra of the Buddhist sect, becoming invincible in the Vajra realm, and could annihilate through nirvana. Upon hearing this, Lu Wudi and the Wang family were astonished. Master Fang actually intends to pass on the supreme external skill of the Buddhist sect's Vajra to Lu Nianli. Wang Jin couldn't help but sigh. On the surface, Fang Rong had entered the Buddhist path and returned to her heart, yet she could never forget Brother Lu. Now she is even willing to impart the Buddhist Vajra to Brother Lu and the son of Nangong, Liuli, truly a tragic and devoted soul. Wang Qingru also sighed. The idol's son has his own blessings, favored by heaven. Even if born with a useless body, he still has various opportunities presented to him. Only Lu Nianli complained. The Buddhist Vajra. External skills. Why should I do such laborious? Seeing Lu Nianli unmoved, Lu Wudi said solemnly, Nianli, should you not thank Aunt Fang? Lu Nianli. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aunt Fang. Lu Nianli walked over silently. Fang Rong raised her hand and tapped his forehead, and soon he heard the sounds of Sanskrit ringing in his ears. Although he did not understand Sanskrit, it felt as if he comprehended it instinctively at that moment. A portion of the Buddhist Vajra technique was thus imprinted in his mind. He had just begun the gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Regardless, he had no intention of practicing it. Just after imparting the Buddhist Vajra, a commotion came from outside as a woman wearing a loose dark robe rushed in. It was Ruanqiu, the Eastern Pavilion scholar and a great master of the Black and White Academy. Great Master Ruanqiu was extremely mysterious, her teachings profound and difficult to grasp, seemingly chaotic, yet integrating the strengths of the 100 schools. She had the fewest students among the 11 great masters, yet her students were the most formidable. Disciple Ruanqiu pays her respects to the teacher. Upon entering, Ruanqiu first bowed to Master Fang Rong, and then greeted the North Guardian King and the General of the Heavenly Army. Please sit. Master Fang spoke, allowing Ruanqiu to take a seat between her and Lu Nianli. Ruanqiu sat down, smiled at Lu Nianli and Wang Qingru, and then turned her attention away. Lu Nianli felt a fragrant aroma waft into his nose. He possessed the wine path spirit realm and was equally sensitive to this aspect. According to the intelligence from by Xiaodong, although Ruanqiu was a woman, she was a heavy drinker. During her classes, she would teach behind a curtain while drinking wine. Because of this, few have seen the true appearance of this great master. Lu Nianli ranked her third in the new Rouge evaluation for a reason. The foremost characteristic of Great Master Ruanqiu is her grand stature. Although it may sound somewhat vulgar, it is undeniably a capital in the Rouge evaluation. In terms of exquisite beauty, Ruanqiu does not compare to Li Sword Tomb's Meng Xie. In terms of maturity and demeanor, Wan Xiu falls short of the Great Feng Empress Su Yunxian. Only the phrase "one cannot see their toes while looking down, yet they are an unparalleled beauty in the world" can earn her a place on the list, especially considering her academic achievements surpass those of the previous two. In terms of strategy and military tactics, Wan Xiu also ranks first among the women in the Rouge evaluation. Your Highness, has the North region been stable lately? At the dining table, the group seemed to chat casually, but Feng Rong appeared indifferent, yet her words never strayed from the North region or from the North Guardian King Lu Wudi. With Chang'e, even if I am not present, the North region can still remain peaceful, Lu Wudi stated. Chang'e is indeed commendable. Then how has Nianli fared in learning the art of controlling people? This. Lu Wudi forced a smile. He was utterly clueless about the art of controlling people, but was exceptionally gifted in the art of seducing women, being proficient in every aspect. Should I have my disciple teach the young master how to control people? Feng Rong certainly understood the young master's character. This was also her purpose for coming here. She could always guess the prince's thoughts accurately. From the moment the prince received the imperial decree to enter Chang'an, she knew he was contemplating abdication. This visit was also meant to awaken the young master. The North region, with its vast enterprises connected by a few major dynasties eyeing it greedily, was fraught with internal and external troubles. If the young master continued to be this inept, the fall of the North region would be only a matter of time. In the past, she was wounded by love and decided to seal her heart. Yet at this moment she realized she could not let go of anything. Wearing a monk's hat, donning a monk's robe, and practicing austerity and reciting scriptures for decades, as soon as the prince entered Chang'an, he effortlessly brought her back into the mortal world. Lu Wudi instantly understood Feng Rong's intentions. He owed her too much. Back then she accompanied him in battles, teaching him strategies, breaking through 16 enemy cities in a month, earning him the title of war god. Yet at the height of his success, she retreated, entering Buddhism, shunning fame and fortune. Hadn't he yet repaid the debts of the past? Must he have his son continue to owe debts? If the prince does not speak, I shall take it as consent. Feng Rong, seeing Lu Wudi silent, directly made the decision, looking towards her disciple. Xiu'er, are you willing to teach the young master the art of controlling people and the strategies of emperors? I am willing. Wan Xiu understood well who was responsible for her achievements today. Without the teacher, she would merely be a simple village girl under the divine Maiden Mountain, lacking today's accomplishments. Lu Wudi did not know whether to feel happy or sad, only able to kindly remind her. My child has always been accustomed to decadence, indulging in pleasure, occasionally showing ambition, yet most of the time prefers to be a despondent person. I have also invited many teachers to impart knowledge, yet the outcome was disheartening. I know, Feng Rong said with a faint smile, the young master likes to call it. What was it? Oh right. It's called doing nothing. Her eyes were filled with confidence. In a chaotic era, she could easily turn the tide. How could she not teach a despondent young master? Wan Xiu was one of her two disciples, deeply grasping her academic essence, likely to rival her in the future. How many powerful figures in the Black and White Academy has her disciple assisted in finding their rightful path? Even the grandson of the current chancellor had been taught by her. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will ensure the young master never utters the words doing nothing again. Xiu'er will surely teach him well. Your Highness need not intervene. The banquet came to an end. Lu Nianli inexplicably gained a teacher. Little did he expect that by relying on his father's connections, he easily secured this relationship. Your Highness, I will be staying in Chang'an for the next few days, Feng Rong said. We will leave once Your Highness returns to the northern region. Thank you. Lu Wudi understood Feng Rong's nature. Once she made a decision, no amount of persuasion would change her mind. There is no need for thanks, Your Highness. Feng Rong smiled. Even without Your Highness, I do not wish for the northern region to suffer the ravages of war. Ba. After saying this, Feng Rong joined her hands in a gesture of respect and departed. Though he appeared relaxed, every word and action at the banquet was filled with concern and reluctance. After Feng Rong left, Lu Wudi looked towards the Great Master of the Baihei Academy, Wan Xiu. Great Master, I entrust Nianli to you. As per the teacher's instructions, I will certainly take care of him, Wan Xiu replied with a rather indifferent attitude towards the Northern King. Lu Wudi was not offended by this. He understood the reason behind it. As long as his son could grow, what did a little indifference matter? Nianli, you must listen attentively to the Great Master's lessons, and do not let your father down. After advising Lu Nianli, Lu Wudi also stepped away. Having arrived in Chang'an, he had many matters to attend to. Lu Nianli also realized that the trip to Chang'an was far from as simple as he had imagined. He had thought that after reaching Chang'an his father would face various exclusions and targeting, but the reality was entirely different. Not only did his father face no opposition, but he also received assistance from all sides. For example, the beautiful Master Feng Rong, who resembled a god of death, clearly had a significant story behind her. Young master, let us be on our way. Yuan Xiao glanced at Lu Nianli, his tone equally cold. Great master, where are we going? Lu Nianli asked with a smile. Truly the great master, even his words carried a fierce tone. To impart teachings. To teach. To resolve doubts. Yuan Xiao put on a veil and left with Lu Nianli hurriedly following. In life there are so many teachers, each imparting different knowledge. Teachers of enlightenment, teachers of proper values, and so on. Throughout his life his father had found countless teachers for him. He was very familiar with the role of a tutor. After bidding farewell to Wang Qingru, Lu Nianli followed Yuan Xiao to a secluded courtyard. Great master, I have a question I would like to ask. Speak, Yuan Xiao replied. I would like to inquire about the story between my father and Aunt Fang. Lu Nianli was not interested in the art of controlling people, but he was much more curious about the past romantic entanglements between the god of death and his father. As the young master of the northern region, you are unaware of the events of that year. Great master Yuan Xiao was quite surprised. Unaware. Please enlighten me, great master. Lu Nianli shook his head. He spent his days in idleness. Where would he find the time to study the history of the northern region or the history of the dynasties? Never mind, as the young master of the northern region you indeed should know these matters. Yuan Xiao walked gracefully into the room. Come in with me. Upon entering, the aroma of various wines wafted into the air. There was aged wine as well as rare new brews. No scent could escape Lu Nianli's keen nose. The room was sparsely furnished. Other than the numerous jars of wine piled on both sides, there was only a curtain separating the front and back rooms in the middle, a mat in the outer room, and a stool and a table in the inner room. Yuan Xiao's voice came from behind the curtain. This is how I teach. Students are not allowed to bring paper and pen. How much you comprehend is how much you will learn. If you cannot comprehend, then it is simply a sign of dullness. The young master is no exception. Before the lesson begins, I will tell the young master a story about the Northern King and my teacher from back in the day. Please do tell, great master. Nianli is all ears, Lu Nianli said, sitting on the hard mat. The mat was somewhat uncomfortable, far less so than lying on the lap of Chunyu. He felt sleepy listening to the regular lessons, but he was very eager to hear gossip about his father. The teacher knew the Northern King 16 years before he met the peerless princess, Nianli. At that time the Northern King was probably only around 4 years old, making them childhood sweethearts. So, this is a story of childhood sweethearts overshadowed by destiny. How interesting. At that time, there was no Great Feng Dynasty, and this vast territory was occupied by 7 nations. The Lu and Feng families were both prestigious, yet they suffered from unforeseen disasters during the turmoil. Back then, Su Xingmin, the leader of the rebel army, passed through the northern region and invited your father Lu Wudi to join, leading to a crucial battle with Lu Wudi's assistance. Thus, the curtain of chaos between the 7 nations was lifted. Yuan Xiao narrated the events of those years at a leisurely pace. In order to help Lu Wudi, the teacher traveled far to seek knowledge of military strategies, but was refused. Fortunately, she received guidance from an esteemed elder and joined the small sect of Gigu, learning the ways of strategy. She studied there for a decade. By the time she returned, Lu Wudi had become a renowned hero respected by thousands, and had also met your mother Nianli. Having left for love for 10 years, she returned to such a scene. Though saddened, the teacher still used her learned strategies to assist the Northern King in achieving numerous victories. In fact, during one major campaign to eliminate future threats from the Lu family army, she ordered the slaughter of 600,000 enemy captives, bearing countless accusations. This is the decisiveness of Guega's strategies. Because of this massacre, the teacher and the Northern King had a disagreement, and her inner emotions were completely ignited. After the situation was settled, the teacher left without saying goodbye, going alone and shaving her head to become a monk, sealing her heart and returning to seclusion. She won everything. Except for your mother Nianli. Countless strategists mocked her as a god on the battlefield, yet a lowly person in love. As he said this, Yuan Xiao himself chuckled. Indeed, this is the truth. The teacher lost terribly. She strategized for the world, yet lost to a woman. The title of the peerless princess is truly deserved, with a celestial beauty that captivated the entire mundane world, able to make someone like Lu Wudi settle down and take no other concubines. Remarkable, truly remarkable. After finishing, Yuan Xiao took a large gulp of wine, feeling it was not worth it for the teacher. With the teacher's talent and strategies, if she just asked, half of the emperors in the mundane world would probably be willing to marry her, yet she chose to remain alone for Lu Wudi. Initially determined to seal her heart and return to seclusion. Now the Northern King had just arrived in Chang'an, and the turmoil had yet to begin, but the teacher hurriedly came over. This is a complete defeat. It is one thing to worry about the Northern King, but she even had to teach such a flamboyant and unruly young master the art of controlling people, which is truly sad. After all, this is the son of Nianli. Never mind. Thinking of this, Ruan Xiao felt a pang in her heart, forcing herself not to think any further. Since it was the teacher's task, she would do her best. She was about to impart her lesson when she looked up and saw Lu Nianli, who had unknowingly taken out a jug of wine imitating her and starting to drink. The key is, this wine is truly fragrant. Savoring the aroma of the wine, Ruan Xiao swallowed hard. She had tasted countless exquisite wines, but few could match this one in richness. What a fine young master. Seeing him drink and daring to drink along. This young master was indeed, as the teacher said, lacking in ambition, only seeking pleasure, spoiled by the Northern King and his two elder sisters. Young master, are you here to learn the Tao, or to drink? Ruan Xiao asked languidly. Does it conflict, great teacher? Lu Nianli countered with a soulful question. Just like great teacher can drink while imparting the Tao, I too can drink while listening to the teachings. Ruan Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not considered this question. Since gaining fame at the Black and White Academy, every student attending her lectures had been a son or daughter of noble families, all eager to learn who would dare to be disrespectful. She forgot that this young master was different. He was the greatest scion of the Great Feng Dynasty, and it would be strange for him to sit and listen attentively from the very start. Had it not been for the teacher's reminder, she would have long since kicked this scion out. Now she could only think of other ways to guide him onto the right path. After observing Lu Nianli for a long time, she attempted to find some redeeming qualities about the Northern King and the world-renowned princess from him. Yet she discovered, other than his outstanding looks, he had inherited no virtues. Great teacher, I have many fine wines in my collection. Would you like to try some? Lu Nianli took a small gourd from his waist. From the moment he learned about Ruan Xiao, he had prepared a strategy, brewing not only the Tao Insight wine, but also some other delightful wines. With his profound mastery of the wine path, any wine he casually brewed could become a rare treasure. Ruan Xiao, hidden behind the curtain, swallowed again. She truly had little resistance to fine wine. No way. As the great teacher of the Black and White Academy, I must maintain my composure. Ruan Xiao restrained her desire to agree and sternly said, It is currently class time. If the young master does not wish to listen, he may go back and inform the Northern King. Well then, Lu Nianli adjusted his posture. Great teacher, please continue. Seeing him sitting properly, Ruan Xiao also stopped drinking and began earnestly discussing the art of ruling people. Time passed slowly. Lu Nianli felt drowsy. Even the simple ideas expressed by Mr. Chi from the Northern Academy failed to interest him. This intricate art of ruling people was akin to a hypnotic drug for him. Entering a state of dreamy detachment, Ruan Xiao frowned. Are you asleep? How could one fall asleep while listening to her lecture? To be clear, the children of high-ranking officials in Chang'an City listened to her teachings with utmost attention, fearing they might miss a single word. To say her lectures were worth their weight in gold would not be an overstatement. The young master actually fell asleep. If he had even a hint of hidden ambition, this would not be the case. Could it be that Lu Nianli truly wanted to remain a playboy for life, forever avoiding serious matters, forever indulging in shallow pleasures? The Northern King would eventually grow old and pass away. Who would support the future? Could this young master continue to hide behind his sister Lu Changle? I underestimated him, Ruan Xiao pondered. If she could not teach even a playboy scion, would it not disappoint her teacher? She did not want to let her teacher down. Nor did she want to tarnish the reputation of the Gu Zong Hung Dao. No matter what, she had to bring this young master back on track. Only by fulfilling her teacher's wishes could her teacher focus on cultivating, making further progress, and having the opportunity to seek longevity in that celestial sect. Young master, wake up. Ruan Xiao swept aside the curtain and entered the outer room, not scolding him. Today's teachings end here. I won't ask how much you comprehend, but I hope you can reflect on it when you return. Even if you do not care for the common people or wish to manage the folk of the northern region, as a man you should at least protect your parents and sister. After saying this, Ruan Xiao sat on the steps at the door, took out the wine pot, and gulped down a large mouthful. Today's events had indeed troubled her. Lu Nianli also picked up the wine pot and sat next to Ruan Xiao. Great teacher, while I, Lu Nianli, may lack grand ambitions, I will certainly protect my loved ones. Huh? Ruan Xiao scoffed. Shall I teach you the art of ruling people again? Will you listen or not? I think I won't listen anymore. Lu Nianli forced a smile. Great teacher, since my father and Aunt Fong are so familiar with you, you will have plenty of time to come to my house for makeup lessons. There's no rush. Ding. Detected host's initial slacking behavior, refusal to learn the art of ruling people, gaining a lottery opportunity, once slacking points 90. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Drawing lottery now. Congratulations, host has obtained the Jianghu organization, Yihua Palace. Yihua Palace, one of the few Jianghu forces composed entirely of women, Mingyue Guxing Fenghua Tianxia. Given the unique nature of the host's current environment, you may investigate the details of Yihua Palace later. The two leaders of Yihua Palace, Yaoyue and Lianxing, are waiting outside. Another Jianghu force. Lu Nianli felt quite pleased that tomorrow was the queen's birthday banquet and his actions could very well lead to a beating. Naturally, the more forces he had to protect himself, while slacking off the better. What are you laughing about, young master? Lu Nianli's sudden smile made Ruan Xiu feel that he had ill intentions. After all, his reputation was just that. In the eyes of many talented young women, he was notorious. While her gaze was not so short-sighted, she could not help but regard the young master with a different perspective. I was just thinking of something happy. Lu Nianli quickly changed the topic. Great teacher, you really enjoy drinking, don't you? These wines are all my treasures, please try some. Before Ruan Xiu could respond, he uncorked the gourd and offered it to her. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon smelling the fragrant aroma, she swallowed the words back down and honestly accepted the wine pot with both hands. Just a bit of wine from a student should not be too much, right? So fragrant. The rich aroma of the wine made Ruan Xiu exclaim in delight. Young master, may I ask who crafted this wine? Ruan Xiu had visited many wine masters, from those of the Great Feng Dynasty to those of other dynasties. Clearly the young master's wine was not brewed by any of the masters she knew. This couldn't help but pique her curiosity. Could there be brewing masters in the secular world that she had never heard of? I had a friend buy it for me. Great teacher, please taste it first, and later I will ask that friend about it. That works. With fine wine before her, Ruan Xiu found it hard to resist, and she immediately downed nearly half the gourd with a bold demeanor starkly different from her usual seriousness. The wine spilled as it flowed down her fair neck, soaking a large portion of her robes. The sash tightened around her slim waist while her teaching robe was nearly overwhelmed, almost bursting at the seams. Lu Nianli dared not look too much, quickly turning his head, raising another pot of wine, and toasted to Ruan Xiu. Great teacher, cheers. Cheers. Ruan Xiu seemed serious, yet she was only a little over 10 years older than Lu Nianli. After consuming 2 cups, she had already begun to treat him as her peer in conversation. Before long, both were drunk, sprawled across the long ladder in front of the house, completely unaware. Outside, a cautious knocking sound echoed. Great teacher, the student Zhuge Jie pays his respects. Are you there? There was no response from inside the room. Master, your student Zhuge Jie pays his respects. Are you there? Zhuge Jie knocked on the door again. Strange. My father said the master has arrived in Chang'an. It must be true. Could he be asleep? Let's wait a bit. Zhuge Jie did not dare to intrude recklessly. Even though his father was the chancellor, he would not be rude to the master of the Black and White Academy. He could only obediently wait outside the door. As he waited, the sun began to set. Finally, the door opened. Master. Zhuge Jie's face lit up with joy, but his words halted when he saw the person stepping out. How could it be a man? Why was there a man in the master's house reeking of alcohol and appearing drowsy yet still handsome? Was he the master's hidden young companion? No. The master could not possibly be that kind of vulgar person. This young man was likely a distant relative of the master. He looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Excuse me, sir, is the master at home? I am her student, and have questions I wish to ask the master. Zhuge Jie respectfully inquired. She's asleep. Lu Nianli stretched lazily and replied casually. He glanced at Zhuge Jie's attire. Rich and elegant, clearly a child of a wealthy family, albeit a shy bookworm. Zhuge Jie felt as if struck by lightning. In an instant, the image of the master as a sacred and wise teacher crumbled in his heart. As the youngest son of the Chancellor Zhuge Sun, he had shut himself off from the outside world, focusing solely on studying the teachings of sages, holding the master in the highest esteem. In his heart, the master had always been perfect. Until this moment. This young man, please pass these books. Zhuge Jie held the books in both hands, presenting them to Lu Nianli. No need. Just then a voice came from inside. Zhuge Jie, you are not suitable for learning my techniques. No matter how much I teach you, it will be useless. You may leave. Master, Zhuge Jie was anxious, wanting to rush into the room, but was swept away by a gust of wind. Get lost. The second time she spoke, Ruan Xiu's temper was evidently less forgiving. Zhuge Jie got up, picked up the scattered books, and still wanted to push inside, but was stopped by Lu Nianli. Brother Zhuge, the master has said you are not suitable, so don't force it. Lu Nianli smiled. With your status, what kind of teacher do you not have access to? In Chang'an, the only prominent family with the surname Zhuge was the chancellor's. Lu Nianli easily guessed Zhuge Jie's identity. Perhaps I am too foolish to have angered the master. Zhuge Jie looked enviously at Lu Nianli, then shook his head and sighed, leaving in dejection. He thought to himself how fortunate this young man was. Not only could he attend the master's lectures, but he also enjoyed the master's favor, sharing a room, drinking and chatting. What a bookworm. Looking at Zhuge Jie's departing figure, Lu Nianli sighed. The chancellor's son, blessed, but unwilling to enjoy it, had to seek displeasure. Yet it seemed the master was indeed quite sought after, with even the most favored young son of the chancellor eager to seek the master's teachings. And yet he was sleeping, and had gotten the master drunk. Truly fitting for me. Young master, come in. As Zhuge Jie left, Yuan Xiu spoke again, inviting Lu Nianli inside. Lu Nianli smiled as he returned to the room. Master, why have you just woken up? Yuan Xiu glanced at him. I wake up when I want and sleep when I please. I just feel that drunkenness is part of the fine wine, and I do not wish to waste it. Also, the young master's wine is indeed quite good. Yuan Xiu never hesitated to praise fine wine. I'm glad the master enjoys it. Lu Nianli climbed up using a pole, smiling as he asked, for the queen's birthday banquet tomorrow, I have a request for the master to assist with. Yuan Xiu chuckled lightly. I believe this is the young master's true intention, isn't it? You cannot hide it from the master. Lu Nianli nodded in acknowledgement. The young master resists listening to the teachings, but is willing to lounge here for half a day, and even prepared fine wine in advance. If you say you have no other motives, do you believe it yourself? Yuan Xiu had already seen through it, but she did not mind. As long as the young master sought her, she could use that to guide him onto the right path. To help the teacher clear her concerns and take another step forward, she would definitely complete this task. Speak, young master, what do you wish for me to do? Yuan Xiu inquired. Has the master heard of the Rouge ranking? Lu Nianli finally brought the topic back on track. The young master's unparalleled masterpiece, how could I not have heard of it? Yuan Xiu seemed to have guessed something. Are you saying the young master has included me in the Rouge ranking? Yes, Lu Nianli nodded. Then what rank am I in the top 3? Yuan Xiu was not averse to this, and was quite calm. Third. As a woman, Yuan Xiu was very aware of her advantages. Though she appeared rarely, she was confident that few could surpass her in any aspect throughout the Great Feng Dynasty. At least she had only seen one. That was the Queen Su Yunxian. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the young master has also included the queen in the Rouge ranking? Lu Nianli nodded again. Yuan Xiu was momentarily stunned, then burst into a hearty laugh. I underestimated the young master. No one in the Great Feng Dynasty can compare to your courage. If the Northern King had the young master's courage when he was young, there would be no Great Feng Emperor, and the teacher would not have to live a lonely life because of it. Even though the Northern King was revered across the world in my eyes in this matter, he is nothing but a coward. You Lu Nianli are better than him. Yuan Xiu's reaction was completely different from what Lu Nianli had imagined. He never expected that the first time he would be praised for being better than his father would be because of the Rouge ranking. Perhaps it was because of Feng Rong that Yuan Xiu had always harbored a prejudice against the Northern King. As for the young master's request, I accept it. Yuan Xiu readily agreed. Master, I haven't said what I need yet. Lu Nianli said awkwardly. Just based on your daring to include the current queen in the Rouge ranking and announce it at tomorrow's birthday banquet, I will accept anything. Thank you, master. Lu Nianli cupped his fists in gratitude. He had thought that getting past Yuan Xiu would be difficult considering her strong prejudice against his father, but unexpectedly, he succeeded thanks to his father and became successful through his father. Successfully stepping up through the master's disdain for his father. All right, that's enough for today. Yuan Xiu waved her hand. See you at the queen's birthday banquet tomorrow. The student takes his leave. Lu Nianli performed a respectful bow as he departed. By the way, you should be cautious of that Zhuge Jie. As he reached the door, Yuan Xiu suddenly reminded him. Zhuge Jie, the chancellor's young son. Isn't he just a bookworm? Lu Nianli was taken aback. He had never paid attention to Zhuge Jie and did not know much about him. He is very ambitious, you will understand later. Yuan Xiu shook her head. Thank you for the reminder, master. Lu Nianli did not pay too much attention. As long as he did not provoke him, everything would be fine. Upon leaving, he hurried towards the inn. Ahead, 2 women were already waiting. One was cold and elegant like an ice mountain snow lotus. The other was sweet and lovely like blooming spring flowers. They were none other than the 2 leaders of the Yihua Palace, Yao Yu and Lian Xing. Yao Yu and Lian Xing, pay our respects to your highness. The 2 mistresses of the Yihua Palace bowed with solemn reverence. Lu Nianli's gaze swept over them. Lacking any martial cultivation foundation, he could not discern their exact realms, but the palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from both women was enough to confirm their formidable prowess. Compared to the 6 sword slaves, the 2 mistresses were far more striking in bearing. How many disciples does the Yihua Palace have, and what is their strength? Lu Nianli asked. Your Highness, the Yihua Palace currently numbers 3,002 members. I myself am at the early stage of the Zhaohua realm, proficient in both lightness arts and frontal combat. Second Mistress Lian Xing has reached the pinnacle of the Niepan realm. Her agility and footwork surpass mine, enabling her to hold her own against any peer-level opponent in open battle. In addition, we have 3 cultivators at the Wenshuan realm, 7 at the Jinggang realm, and 2,990 martial artists ranked 7th through 9th in the Wudao hierarchy. Yao Yu reported the Yihua Palace's full strength. Not bad. Lu Nianli nodded. Within the Jianghu of the Defeng Dynasty, such a force stood among the most elite, nearly rivaling the famed Li family sword tombs. With the Zhaohua Realm Guardian now at his side, he would finally be able to speak aloud, unrestrained, during the upcoming announcement of the new Rouge list. You two remain hidden for now. Lu Nianli instructed. Also dispatch several of your people to infiltrate tomorrow's birthday banquet as maidservants. Report any developments immediately. We obey, Your Highness. Yao Yu and Lian Xing withdrew. Lu Nianli strode back to his and humming a light melody, his spirits soaring. Tomorrow was Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and he had already prepared a most fitting gift. Lying upon his bed, Lu Nianli opened his system interface. Host Lu Nianli, age 18, martial realm mortal, slacking points 388, weapons Tai, sword, cultivation arts abilities Azura sword, intent, ethereal dragon drifting steps, offensive items, death-granting chi low-grade version 1 defensive items, invincible domain permanently fixed, radius northern garrison prince's mansion. Other items juvenile by Zay divine beast ancestral dragon, sacred chi 690 low-rank spirit stones, other proficiencies divine mastery of painting wine cooking. And music affiliated factions by Xiao Tang's 6 sword slaves, Zhuiyue Tower Yihua Palace. After a series of masterful slacking maneuvers, he had amassed a princely sum of 388 slacking points, sufficient to select an exquisite gift for Her Majesty the Empress in the system shop. His gaze shifted to the shop interface. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of bizarre and wondrous items filled page after page, yet most were too advanced, even electric toys appeared. He feared the Empress might find them utterly incomprehensible. Page after page scrolled past, until his eyes settled upon one particular item. Voice Link Watch Gold Chain Edition, a wristwatch disguised as an ornate golden bracelet sold in pairs. Once worn, the 2 watches enable instantaneous voice communication across any distance. Required exchange points 10. This one will do. With this device, communicating intimately with the Empress would be effortless. And one for His Imperial Majesty too. Gifts naturally came in pairs. Others would surely present offerings to the Emperor, and so must he. After further deliberation, Lu Nianli selected another item, Spirit Gathering Cap Emerald Edition, crafted from substandard Spirit Gathering pearls. When worn, it emits a vivid emerald glow, especially luminous at night. Required exchange points 10. Perfect. Without hesitation, Lu Nianli spent 20 slacking points to procure matching gifts for both the Emperor and the Empress. He was certain His Majesty would cherish this gift. After all, even a flawed, emerald-hued spirit-gathering pearl could offer some measure of benefit to the ailing, elderly sovereign. At the very least, it would ensure that, if enraged to death, he'd owe no debt to Yama, Lord of the Underworld. Exchange successful. 20 slacking points deducted. Remaining balance, 368. With a mere thought, 2 exquisitely wrapped gifts materialized upon his table. The slacking system truly excelled in thoughtfulness, even inscribing elegant congratulatory verses and his name upon each package, sparing him the slightest effort. All that remained was to await tomorrow's birthday banquet. He had originally intended to negotiate with Chun Jinjia, the daughter of the Jiangnan prefect and 4th ranked on the new Rouge list, and Chu Lian, the 6th ranked to deposed princess, but time had slipped away. He would have to rely on chance and seize opportunity at the banquet itself. He was confident his terms would prove irresistible, especially to Princess Chu Lian, whose acceptance he considered all but assured. Your Highness, someone has arrived with gifts. Chun Yu burst in, brimming with excitement. Gifts? From whom? Lu Nianli smiled faintly. Truly, are there fools in Chang'an so enamored with me they'd risk their lives to pay homage? In times past, it would have been understandable for Chang'an's idle aristocrats to curry favor with him. But now, anyone with sense could see war between the Defeng imperial house and the northern territories was inevitable. Who dared align themselves with him? Would they not fear the emperor's wrath, annihilation of their entire clan? It's Prince Qi Su Qingping. Chun Yu covered her mouth, giggling. Prince Qi. So, the dutiful son. Hearing the name, Lu Nianli laughed aloud, already envisioning Prince Qi's furious, flustered expression tomorrow. Show him it. As commanded, Chun Yu stepped outside and beckoned toward the waiting Su Qingping. Your Highness Prince Qi, His Highness invites you in. Moments later, a portly middle-aged man entered. None other than Su Qingping, the 3rd Prince of Defeng, Prince Qi. Your Highness honors us with your presence. I regret my tardiness in greeting you. Lu Nianli offered polite formalities. No, it is I who delayed my visit. Pray forgive me, Your Highness. Prince Qi smiled, eyes crinkling at the corners. To express my sincere apology, I have brought several tokens of esteem. Clap, clap. 10 young women, visibly nervous, entered from outside. I heard Your Highness favors such company. These 10 beauties were carefully selected by me from Jiangdong Prefecture, all untouched, guaranteed to delight you. Prince Qi well understood how to win over a scion like Lu Nianli by indulging his known tastes. Many thanks, Your Highness, Lu Nianli replied, lifting a hand. Chunyu, escort the ladies below and assign each a private chamber for rest. Your Highness, tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Might you reveal in advance who is the first-ranked beauty on the new rouge list? Prince Qi chuckled amiably. I shall prepare her in advance, delivering her to your chambers without delay, to demonstrate sincerity and solidify our alliance. I am a man of principle. I said tomorrow, and tomorrow it shall be. Why rush, Your Highness? All shall be revealed at dawn. Lu Nianli's smile deepened. Seeing this, Prince Qi refrained from pressing further, and instead returned a knowing, conspiratorial grin. Truly, Your Highness knows how to play. In this art, I must learn much from you. Lu Nianli laughed. Your Highness plays quite skillfully yourself. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. Having achieved his purpose, Prince Qi dared not linger, lest someone seize upon their meeting to spin dangerous rumors. Your Highness, I must attend to urgent matters, so I take my leave now. Rising, Prince Qi reminded him once more, do not forget our pledge. Tomorrow marks the day our alliance becomes absolute. The young master, it's time to get up. The prince is waiting for you outside. The next morning, Lu Nianli was awakened by the maidservants. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten, but the scene inside and outside Chang'an City was bustling with excitement, as today was the birthday banquet of the Empress, and the Emperor had decreed a nationwide celebration. How lively it is! Lu Nianli stretched lazily. His mood was quite expectant, looking forward to the announcement of the new rouge evaluation, as well as Su Yunqian's next move. He completed his washing, dressing, and descending the stairs in one go. Lu Wuti was already waiting for him downstairs, accompanied by the old sword god, Jiang Yongning. You actually prepared a gift. Seeing Lu Nianli carrying 2 classical and grand jade boxes, Lu Wuti was taken aback. When did Nianli become so sensible? This is not like his son at all. It's the Emperor's birthday, so naturally, I must be well prepared, Lu Nianli smiled. A sense of foreboding rose in Lu Wuti's heart. This little rascal wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about the Empress, would he? You better not have any improper intentions. Lu Wuti warned, then asked, how did your lessons with the Grand Teacher on mastering the Emperor's art go yesterday? I really like the Grand Teacher's teachings. The principles are just too profound. I can't comprehend them all at once. Lu Nianli chatted with his father while writing. What about you? How is it spending time with Aunt Fong? Lu Wuti, let's go. Hey father, why did you run away? Watching this scene of familial affection, the old sword god Jiang Yongning couldn't help but shake his head and smile, catching up on horseback. They rode along the official road and soon arrived at the main gate of the palace. Long before this, the palace eunuchs and maidens had prepared the decorations for the palace, creating a sea of red both inside and out. Inside the palace, the concubines and noblewomen were following the protocol to pay their respects to the Empress Su Yunqian. Many of these concubines had previously enjoyed the emperor's favor. Since Su Yunqian arrived in the harem, they had been neglected. Now that the emperor was hosting a birthday banquet for Su Yunqian, the nationwide celebration only fueled their jealousy. The crown prince King Qi, King Jing, and a host of princes, princesses, and grandsons all had to pay their respects to Su Yunqian one by one. After various intricate rituals, the senior eunuch of the ceremonial office, Chao Zedong, led the empress out of the palace to meet the emperor and the ministers. At this moment, the ministers had already been waiting outside the Qinshu Hall. According to their ranks, they took their seats from top to bottom, from right to left. Seated on the far right was the current Prime Minister Zhuge Sun, while on the far left was the King of the North, Lu Wuti. The second position on the right was occupied by the Grand General Wang Jinxian, followed by various ministers ranging from 1st to 4th rank, all seated at this table outside the Qinshu Hall. Those below the 4th rank extended back, lacking the qualifications to dine at the same table as the minister. Lu Nianli, as the young master of the northern domain, was too lazy to accept the court's title, lacking an official position. However, due to his special status, he still sat at the first table. Sitting there, most of the gazes on him were filled with disdain. The ministers, having struggled in the hall for many years, looked down upon this kind of wastrel second generation. Lu Nianli was indifferent to the gazes of others, enjoying fruits and drinking wine, feeling quite at ease. His demeanor stood in stark contrast to the atmosphere of the banquet, appearing out of place. The voice of the eunuchs rang sharply through the palace, announcing the emperor and empress have arrived. The emperor and empress are here. The gazes of the civil and military officials all gathered on the 2 figures in dragon robes and phoenix gowns in the distance. Lu Nianli chose to selectively ignore the old emperor, instead looking towards Su Yunqian. Compared to usual, Su Yunqian's makeup was even more magnificent and noble, and the phoenix robe showcased her aura perfectly, making her extraordinarily beautiful. Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress. The officials paid their respects. You all may rise. The old Emperor Su Xingmin had a beaming smile. Today is the Empress' birthday banquet, a nationwide celebration, and you all need not be so restrained. As long as my Empress is happy, I shall not hold anything against anyone today. Come here, bring up the gifts I have prepared for the Empress. A purple sandalwood box over 9 feet long was brought before Empress Su Yunxian. Upon opening the box lid, inside was a silk jade garment. Your Majesty, this is the fire silkworm jade garment woven from fire silkworm silk, unique to the Daiyan Empire, embedded with 14 pieces of warm jade. Wearing it can dispel any dampness and cold, warming the heart and protecting the vital organs, making it an extremely rare treasure. The eunuch from the ceremonial office introduced. Empress, do you still like it? The old emperor asked with a smile. Your Majesty is very thoughtful. I am overwhelmed by your kindness. Su Yunxian spoke softly, her every frown and smile mesmerizing, leaving the ministers in awe. Everyone wanted to look, but dared not raise their eyes. Only Lu Nianli, sitting at the end of the long table, admired this splendid beauty, sipping fine wine, feeling quite leisurely. Your Majesty, Empress, I also have a gift I would like to present. Prime Minister Zhuge Sun spoke at the right moment. This birthday banquet for the Empress had been announced a month prior, and the ministers had naturally prepared their best gifts. The senior officials knew the old emperor's fondness for the new Empress and dared not be negligent. Bring it forth. The old emperor nodded lightly. Zhuge Sun immediately bowed and presented the birthday gift. Your Majesty, Empress, this is an egg of the fire spirit sparrow, a rare beast from the edge of the Forbidden Sea. The fire spirit sparrow is highly intelligent. It will treat the first person it sees upon hatching as its master. In its youth it can dispel cold, and when it matures it can be equivalent to a master of the mystic realm, thus able to protect the Empress. Good. The old emperor clapped in approval, saying, as expected of my beloved minister, this birthday gift is splendid. I wonder if the Empress still likes it. Su Yunxian smiled and nodded. In front of the senior officials, Su Yunxian appeared as a delicate woman possessing a face that could topple kingdoms, yet she bore no airs. Truly the Empress of Shadows. Lu Nianli chuckled, eagerly awaiting his turn to present his gift. What a fire silkworm jade garment, making it sound so impressive, but in reality it pales in comparison to his big green hat. After Prime Minister Zhuge Sun presented his gift, King Lu Wudi of the North and Grand General Wang Zhenxian also presented their birthday gifts. The preparations of these two martial men were far less thoughtful than Zhuge Sun's, merely consisting of a set of exquisite jade wares. Other ministers dared not comment on this. After all, the two most formidable martial men of Defeng had the strength to be willful, and the emperor would not say anything, so it was not their place to intervene. Next came the crown prince and King Jing, King Qi, and the other princes. By rank, the princes were of the first rank, higher than the other kings. At this moment, however, they felt they were behind King Lu Wudi. The crown prince's gift was a statue of the Guanyin of childbearing. It was said in the palace that Su Yunxian had caused the death of the crown prince's birth mother, leading to past grievances between them. Presenting this statue was naturally a mockery of the new empress for not yet bearing a child for the emperor. The ministers were puzzled, thinking that it was merely due to the old emperor's severe illness and advanced age that he could not conceive. Unbeknownst to them, every time they shared a bed, it was solely the old emperor's personal display. King Jing and King Qi presented some elixirs and spiritual herbs. The gifts were presented one after another. After a full hour, it finally became Lu Nianli's turn. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was reignited. They all wanted to see what this young master, who had risked his life to come to Chang'an, had prepared as gifts for the emperor and empress. The North Domain's heir, Lu Nianli, presenting a gift. The voice of the eunuch reading the proclamation rose several notes at this moment. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lu Nianli walked forward along the long table, each hand holding a classical jade box. The boxes themselves were exquisite, elegant, and grand. The ministers commented, surprised that the North Domain's heir had truly prepared gifts with such thoughtfulness. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this is a birthday gift I have specially selected for both of you. With that, Lu Nianli opened one of the jade boxes. The emperor, the empress, and the ministers seated nearby, including the king of the north, all focused intently, while those further back craned their necks in curiosity. They had expected a unique and grand gift from the North Domain's heir, but to their great disappointment, there was only a gold bracelet inside the box. Though it was beautifully made, it seemed quite ordinary compared to the gifts from the other ministers. Your Highness, this bracelet was specially carved by a reclusive master from the North Domain, imbued with auspicious signs during its creation. I hope you like it. Lu Nianli spoke on sight. The other ministers scoffed. A reclusive master. Auspicious signs. These were merely empty claims. With great calamity approaching the North Domain, what auspicious signs could there be? Your Highness will know after trying it on. Lu Nianli continued. Xiao Rou, please present the heir's gift to me. To everyone's surprise, the Empress actually nodded in agreement. It was known that previously many ministers had presented gifts, including the Grand General of Fengtian, the Crown Prince, and various princes, but the Empress had merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Why would she be willing to try on the heir's gift? The old Emperor Su Shengmin also furrowed his brow, but said nothing more. The maid Xiao Rou, following orders, presented the gold bracelet to Su Yunxian. Upon closer inspection, the bracelet was indeed intricately carved, the patterns vivid and lifelike, but it appeared to be a pair lacking one piece. Su Yunxian smiled as she put on the bracelet. It fit perfectly as if custom-made. How does the Emperor? Before all the civil and military officials, the old Emperor Su Shengmin felt a mix of emotions, but could not express his anger publicly, so he smiled and asked. It feels very comfortable. Su Yunxian replied with a smile, this gift from the heir, I like it. Your Highness' fondness is my honor, Lu Nianli said with an unyielding smile. Without missing a beat, Lu Nianli immediately opened the second box, revealing a large bright green hat. The ministers frowned. Why were all the gifts from the North Domain's heir so peculiar? That ordinary bracelet had garnered praise from the Empress, but what was this glaring green hat? As the civil and military officials were filled with curiosity, Lu Nianli spoke again. Your Majesty, this second gift is for you. For me? Su Shengmin smiled with a strained expression. As the Emperor of Defeng, only the true dragon crown qualified to be worn by him. What was a green hat worth? Your Majesty, this hat is called the Gathering Spirit Hat. It is a treasure passed down from the blessed lands of the celestial sect to the mortal realms of 100 dynasties. Wearing it can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, with your health in decline, this item will help stabilize your condition. Lu Nianli introduced with a smile. Wow. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials were astonished. Such a precious treasure was actually offered to the Emperor by the North Domain's heir. Could it be that he wished to use this to curry favor with the Emperor and spare the Lu family? Whispers arose among some, especially from a few old officials from the previous dynasty, whose expressions were peculiar. They had heard a story. Once a merchant married a young and beautiful wife, but the merchant often traveled far and wide, leaving his wife alone at home. Unable to bear the loneliness, the wife eventually succumbed to an affair that spiraled out of control. To facilitate her secret meetings with her lover, the wife made her husband wear a green hat. Whenever he wore it while doing business, the lover would come to her home. When the truth was revealed, the neighbors laughed at the merchant. This story had circulated for a long time in the previous dynasty, but many in the Defeng dynasty were unaware. If someone were to present themselves before the Emperor, he might just behead the North Domain's heir on the spot. Yet the old officials pretended not to know and offered no counsel. After all, the outcome of the war between the royal family and the North Domain was still uncertain, and they needed to leave themselves an escape route. Xiao Rou, present the heir's gift. Su Yunxian spoke again, instructing the maid to present the Gathering Spirit Hat. Holding it in her hands, she could clearly feel the gathering of spiritual energy. Although the effect was somewhat diminished, it proved that the heir was not lying. However, the green was indeed eye-catching. She had also heard the story of the green hat merchant. Yet she felt no aversion. Getting close to the old emperor was merely a pretense. What she sought was the fortune of the Defeng dynasty. Grasping the green hat, she even felt a surge of excitement within. The North Domain's heir's performance was truly beyond her expectations, acting so recklessly, how perhaps only he could do so. Your Majesty, let me put it on for you. Su Yunxian turned and looked at the old emperor with affectionate eyes, gently asking, Your Majesty, do you feel anything? Not bad. The old emperor nodded. I can indeed feel a bit of spiritual energy. The heir has a good heart. This was the first time he found Lu Nianli somewhat pleasing. The green hat was worn high, shining brightly. Lu Nianli's smile grew even more radiant, eagerly anticipating the old emperor's expression upon discovering the meaning of the green hat. He believed that the well-informed ministers would advise him. However, by that time the Su family would be the rulers, and the Lu family might no longer be subjects. It must be said that Su Yunxian was quite adept at playing the game, even personally placing the hat on the old emperor. As Lu Nianli finished presenting his gifts, the ceremony of offering gifts came to a complete end. As for the ministers below the fourth rank, they did not have the privilege to present their gifts in person. All were managed and recorded by the Office of Ceremonies, and later the list would be submitted to the Empress for review. Thank you for your hard work, my loyal ministers. Su Shengmin, wearing the green hat and feeling the influx of spiritual energy, said with a smile, Next, I invite all my loyal ministers to enjoy freely and celebrate together. The ministers sat on either side. Dancers and singers heavily made up entered the stage, stepping with lively strides, showcasing graceful performances. Wonderful! Wonderful! The ministers applauded enthusiastically. Those performing at the Empress' birthday banquet were undoubtedly the top dancers in the country. Lu Nianli also appreciated the performances. He had to admit that these dancers were several levels above those in brothels, yet he preferred the enjoyment of listening to music in a tavern. His gaze locked onto the lead dancer. There stood a mesmerizing beauty, the former princess of the fallen Great Chu Dynasty Chu Lian. This princess possessed a heart-wrenching beauty radiant as spring flowers and fair as the autumn moon, her every glance captivating hearts. Alas, her fate was fraught with misfortune. Her country destroyed, her family lost. She had become a dancer. Amidst the joyful singing and dancing, Lu Nianli caught sight of the old eunuch from the office of ceremonies, Chao Zitong, suddenly striding towards the old emperor. Chao Zitong whispered something. The old emperor's expression gradually changed, becoming extremely unpleasant. The old emperor's changing expression caught the attention of many ministers. Your Majesty, what is the matter? The Empress Su Yunxian asked softly. An urgent report has just arrived from the southern border. The bandits of the Taiping sect are causing chaos again. The old emperor spoke with anger. The Chancellor Zhuge Sun, General Wang Zhenxian, and King Lu Wudi all listened clearly. The Taiping sect is causing chaos. With General Ping Nan guarding the south, there should be no problems, right? Su Yunxian said. General Ping Nan is severely injured, and the imperial army has been defeated. The old emperor sighed and said, if the south falls, the Great Yin dynasty in the south will not miss this opportunity and may very well invade. He looked at Lu Wang and Zhuge, saying, my loyal ministers, do you have any good strategies? Wang Zhenxian immediately knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the mere Taiping sect, please allow me to lead troops there. Give me half a month, and I can wipe out the Taiping sect. That is not acceptable. Before his words had faded, Zhuge Sun immediately spoke to stop him. With General Wang Zhenxian stationed in the court, we need to maintain a stern deterrent against the outside. The situation is uncertain at this moment, and we absolutely cannot let our guard down, giving other bandits an opportunity to invade. As he spoke, Zhuge Sun looked at Lu Wudi. I believe it would be better to dispatch troops from the northern region to the southern region to subdue the Taiping sect. The northern region's army has experience fighting the Taiping sect, and they achieved a great victory. Furthermore, the northern region specializes in border skirmishes. What does King Lu think? In 3 sentences, Zhuge Sun had shifted all responsibility onto the northern region. At this moment, if King Lu dared to defy the order, he would be branded a traitor, punishable by death. If your Majesty needs the northern region, I shall do my duty, King Lu Wudi replied. The emperor and the chancellor echoed each other. King Lu Wudi could see through this play. However, King Lu Wudi had his own bottom line. As long as the emperor did not show his fangs first, he would not raise a flag in rebellion. He did not want to be seen as a traitor in the eyes of the world unless absolutely necessary. Chancellor Zhuge Sun smiled with his eyes narrowed. I have heard that Princess Changel possesses talent that rivals that of Prince Lu, being adept in both military strategy and warfare, and she has recently been training troops in Yuzhou. Chancellor Zhuge Sun smiled with his eyes narrowed. I have heard that Princess Changel possesses talent that rivals that of Prince Lu, being adept in both military strategy and warfare, and she has recently been training troops in Yuzhou. To wipe out the Taiping sect is a great merit. Princess Changel would surely be willing, right? King Lu Wudi's expression changed slightly. Was the old emperor truly intent on eliminating them completely? Their father and son were still in Chang'an, yet the royal family was already plotting against his daughter. The sudden chaos of the Taiping sect was surely not as simple as it appeared. If Changel were to go, the odds would be grim. Your Majesty, what rewards will there be for subduing the Taiping sect? As the monarch and ministers were discussing, a voice suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere. Lu Nianli had somehow snuck to sit beside King Lu Wudi. The old emperor and Chancellor Zhuge Sun were both taken aback. Chao Zitong from the Ministry of Rites sharply reprimanded. Lu Nianli, this is a matter of military importance. What qualifications do you, a mere heir of the northern region, have to discuss this? Why is it that a mere eunuch like you has such a fiery temper? Lu Nianli laughed derisively. As the future king of the north, I am not qualified to discuss this. What then are you? Wang Zhenxian, who had remained silent, felt his scalp tingle. Good heavens. Currently, the most sensitive topic for the emperor was the hereditary rule of the northern region, yet Lu Nianli dared to say it openly in front of the emperor. Had this heir always been so bold? The old emperor forced a smile and said, if Princess Changel can truly wipe out the Taiping sect, it would solve a significant problem for the royal family. I shall appoint her as the Grand Commander of the southern region. She does not favor such military positions, Lu Nianli replied with a smile. But I know what rewards my second sister would prefer. Oh, do tell. To the old emperor, today marked the beginning of the fall of the Lu family. Any rewards no longer mattered, as the Lu family would not receive them. My second sister has some grievances with the sword demon EK. I have heard that EK is imprisoned in the lowest level of the Great Feng prison. If my second sister wipes out the Taiping sect, I hope your majesty can allow her to personally execute the sword demon EK in the prison. This statement nearly shattered the balance between the royal family and the northern region. The incident of the sword demon EK ambushing Lu Changle was known to the upper echelons of both sides, but it was an unspoken understanding. The heir of the northern region actually brought this matter to light. Wasn't this slapping the old emperor in the face in public? The old emperor could no longer maintain his smile. His expression turned extremely dark, and the others, including King Lu Wudi, wore grave expressions. Only Lu Nianli grinned widely. A conflict between the northern region and the royal family was inevitable, irreparable. Rather than continuing to suffer indignities, it was better to hasten the process and engage in an open confrontation. Lu Nianli, you have great audacity. Chao Zitong played the role of the royal family's clown and reprimanded again. The northern region is the subject and your majesty is the sovereign. The emperor's rewards are the grace of heaven. If the emperor does not reward as a subject, one must also obey the command. The heir refuting the emperor's majesty time, and again, do you wish to rebel? Boom. In an instant, the pressure from Chao Zedong erupted, charging straight at Lu Nianli. King Lu Wudi waved his hand to protect his son and said coldly, Chao Zedong, as a subject you also need to understand what should be done and what should not be done. This matter of mine is not for you to talk about. Get lost. The confrontation between the two caused panic among the civil and military officials below. Were the royal family and the northern region about to go to war? I underestimated the heir. The killing god master Feng Rong and the great scholar Ruan Xiu watched this strange scene from a distance, their lips curling into smiles. Indeed, Ruan Xiu scoffed. The heir is much braver than King Lu. Oh, Feng Rong asked. Xiu, you have interacted with the heir. How would you evaluate him? At first I thought this heir was infatuated with beauty, lacking ambition, and was a hopeless wastrel. But now I believe he deserves a different evaluation, Ruan Xiu said seriously. What King Lu dares not say, the heir dares to say. What King Lu dares not do, the heir dares to do. What King Lu can do, the heir can also do. What King Lu cannot do, the heir does not hesitate at all. Brave and fearless, possessing great wisdom masked in folly, that is the heir. Feng Rong laughed. Given the high praise from Qiu'er, it seems the heir indeed meets Qiu'er's expectations in certain aspects. The prince overly valued loyalty and righteousness. Loyalty and righteousness are not wrong, but misplaced towards a monarch. With things developed to this point, it was impossible for them to get any better. It was better to let it rot. What does it mean to be beneath 1 and above 10,000? What if one assassinates the monarch to ascend? History is written by the victors. It seems that the heir is more suited to the ruthless path of the Gigu school than the prince. In the future, Qiu'er should teach the heir a thing or two. The atmosphere was tense, as if swords were drawn. The civil and military officials dared not breathe a word. Faintly, a terrifying pressure descended, a standoff between the Dao protectors of both sides. The old emperor regained his smile after a long silence. Why should the Prince of the North be angry? I agree to what the heir has proposed as long as Princess Changlu can lead troops to annihilate the Taiping sect. The old emperor regained his smile after a long silence. Why should the Prince of the North be angry? I agree to what the heir has proposed as long as Princess Changlu. Lu Nianli narrowed his eyes and smiled. I happen to know where the sword demon EK is hiding, so I ask your majesty to send someone to capture him. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's smile abruptly froze. Bring the severed arm of the sword demon EK here. Lu Nianli waved his hand, and one of the 6 sword slaves, the blind swordsman Duan Shui, appeared outside the Qinshou Hall, holding a severed arm. The 6 sword slaves had acted several times, and their existence was already noticed by the royal family. Now that he had a new trump card, showing a few old ones to his opponent wouldn't hurt. A severed arm exuded a madly sharp sword intent. Lu Nianli said calmly, Our Prince of the North has discovered the traces of the sword demon EK in a mansion in Chang'an City, and we struck to encircle him. Unfortunately, the sword demon was too frenzied and ultimately escaped with his severed arm. Was it possible to silently encircle the hidden sword demon EK in Chang'an City? The old emperor and numerous ministers realized that the North region had likely been preparing for rebellion for a long time. Please, your majesty, send royal experts for reinforcement. Lu Nianli continued to press. Good. The heir has done well. The old emperor gritted his teeth and nodded. Chao Gonggong drafted a decree for me requesting the Hulong Pavilion to act and capture the sword demon EK. After saying this, he looked towards Lu Nianli. He could no longer fathom the heir's thoughts, yet the murderous intent in his heart grew more intense. Where is Zhao Chuanshan? Here, your majesty. You will immediately lead 10,000 Shadow Dragon guards to Yuzhou City to meet with Princess Changlu and cooperate with her forces to crush the Taiping sect thieves. Your command will be executed. The old emperor issued his decree and Lu Wudi could not stop it. Unless he issued an order right now for the 30,000 iron cavalry of the North region to overturn the Great Feng Dynasty. The Prince of the North was still hesitating. Firstly, he did not wish to see the people of the North suffer the pains of war. Secondly, if both the North region and the royal family were to suffer, they would surely be swallowed by other neighboring dynasties, eyeing them covetously. Nearby Feng Rong couldn't help but shake her head. The prince is getting old. Perhaps he worries too much for the heir losing the sharpness he once had in his youth. Fortunately, the prince is not foolish and has long anticipated the royal family's actions. Princess Changlu should be safe and may even seize the opportunity to control the key areas of the South region. Ruan Xiu sneered. Compared to the Prince of the North, I truly admire this heir of the North region even more. Although the emperor is old, his dragon might remains, and the concept of imperial authority is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Yet the heir dares to break the mold unafraid of imperial power, instead pressing forward step by step, putting the royal family on the defensive much better than what the Prince of the North has done. Amidst the discussion, 2 imperial edicts had already been drafted sent to the royal family's top combat force, the Hulong Pavilion, and the military stronghold Yuzhou City. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. The mindset of the crowd also subtly changed. Even the beautiful dancers' movements and the captivating melodies seemed to lose their allure, while only Lu Nianli continued to leisurely enjoy the performance. As if nothing had happened. After the dance concluded, the exotic dance troupe, led by Chu Lian, retreated, and another dance troupe took their place. In full view of everyone, Lu Nianli immediately stood up from his seat and chased after the retreating exotic dance troupe, drawing the attention of many ministers. What a Prince of the North! Just now he had confronted the emperor in front of the civil and military officials, and now he was openly pursuing the beauty of the dance troupe. The old emperor was nearly stunned. After the commotion caused by the Prince of the North, everyone had lost their spirits, yet the prince remained cheerful, as if nothing had happened. This mindset was unlike that of a spoiled heir who had indulged in pleasures for 18 years. Chu Lian. Following the dance troupe, Lu Nianli shouted loudly. Chu Lian acted as if she hadn't heard. She had heard far too many tales of the heir's romantic exploits, and being associated with him could only lead to trouble. Chu Lian, the heir is calling for you. The other dancers giggled. Lianer is so beautiful, the heir must be captivated by her dance, and has taken a liking to her. I've heard that no woman the heir fancies can escape. Lianer should be cautious. If you ask me, the heir is unmatched in looks and power. Rather than marrying a poor man, it would be far better to become the heir's concubine and enjoy life. You still want to be the heir's concubine. You wishful thinker. The number of women who want to be the heir's concubine could line up from here to the Prince of the North's residence. Lianer, you've had so many suitors, but compared to this heir, they all fall short. In fact, the heir may be a bit of a libertine, but he has never mistreated any woman. We come from humble origins and cannot compare to those noble ladies. To be noticed by the heir is an honor. If the heir wants me, I am willing to give myself to him right now. The dancers chattered among themselves, persuading Chu Lian to lower her guard and give the Prince of the North a chance, which would also provide themselves a refuge. Just as they were speaking, Lu Nianli had already caught up. This humble one has met the heir. The dancers all bowed, their eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. Only Chu Lian remained indifferent. Chu Lian, I have something to say to you. Lu Nianli smiled and waved to the other dancers. You may leave first. The dancers felt quite disappointed and silently retreated. Chu Lian said softly, if the heir has something to say, please speak quickly. I still need to prepare for the next dance. If the emperor takes offense, it would not be good for the heir. Come with me. Lu Nianli took Chu Lian to a secluded place and drew out a sword. It was the legendary divine sword of the Great Chu Dynasty, the Tian sword. Upon seeing the Taya sword, Chu Lian's expression changed drastically, her pupils constricting. How could the Taya sword be in your hands? When the Great Chu Dynasty fell as the youngest princess, she had been escorted thousands of miles away by her father's confidants, landing in the Great Feng Dynasty. Her father and mother guarded the nation, wielding the Taya sword to slay countless enemies. In the end, both her father and mother perished in battle, but the Taya sword went missing. Her father and mother guarded the nation, wielding the Taya sword to slay countless enemies. In the end, both her father and mother perished in battle, but the Taya sword. I intend to do nothing but ask Miss Chu Lian for a favor. Lu Nianli smiled. It's nothing major. When the Rouge evaluation is announced, I want to create a portrait for Miss Chu Lian. As for the reward, this heir will offer Miss Chu Lian a chance to exchange for the Taya sword. Chu Lian wished to restore the Great Chu Dynasty, and the Taya sword was essential. Only with this sword could the remnants scattered across various realms return to her. It seems the heir has long been prepared. Chu Lian's gaze deepened. I agree to the heir's request, but I hope the heir does not deceive me, otherwise even if I die, I will not let the heir have it easy. After negotiating with Chu Lian, Lu Nianli departed. As for the threat posed by this deposed princess, he did not take it to heart. He could easily eradicate those remnants of the Chu dynasty. Returning to the banquet, he continued to listen to music and appreciate the dance. The grand feast lasted until dusk before it finally concluded. With the final dance completed, all the civil and military officials let out a sigh of relief, glad that it had come to an end. Gazing at the old emperor's gloomy face, they feared that a single displeasure from the sovereign would lead to the random selection of officials to be executed. Let's disperse, Su Shengmin said. Upon receiving the old emperor's permission, the eunuchs shouted loudly, "The queen's birthday banquet has concluded." All officials leave the hall. The civil and military officials rose, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, your majesty, for your great grace. Empress, let us return to the palace." The old emperor did not wish to linger here. "Everyone please wait." Just as the officials were about to leave, they turned to see the heir of the northern region, Lu Nianli, standing atop the highest step of the Qianqiu Hall. What does he want? This northern region heir wouldn't be up to some tricks again, would he? You haven't been paying attention. A month ago the heir announced that he would reveal the new rouge ranking on the queen's birthday. Unlearned and unskilled. If it weren't for the protection of the king of the north, how would Lu Nianli have the qualification to discuss the rouge ranking? The officials murmured, many expressing disdain. Surprisingly, not a single person actually left. Prince Qi stood there filled with anticipation. Who could possibly be the first in the new rouge ranking? I have been waiting to see for a long time. The old emperor Su Shengmin and the queen Su Yunxian, who were just about to leave, also halted their steps. Su Shengmin coldly glared at the standing Lu Nianli, darkly stating, "This little brat has never regarded me with any respect. Once I remove the king of the north and eliminate all his supporters, I will make him wish he were dead." And those foolish commoners, such simple-minded second-generation heirs, actually fawn over a rouge ranking. It's truly laughable. A clamor arose outside the Qianqiu Hall. Lu Nianli smiled as he looked at the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, a month ago, I announced the 7 beauties of the new rouge ranking, specifically reserving the top 3 for today, which holds special significance. I am here, daring to bask in the joy of the queen's birthday banquet, to announce the top 3 of the new rouge ranking." All eyes of the civil and military officials were focused on him. Including those beauties already confirmed to be on the ranking, they all watched intently. Especially Chun Jinjia, who had been ranked first for 3 consecutive years, but was now pushed to 4th place. Her eyes gleamed with intensity. She had to admit the immense influence of the rouge ranking. Those on the list were known throughout the northern region. She used to not care about being first, but after being pushed down, a sense of competition inexplicably arose in her heart. At this moment, she desperately wanted to know which 3 beauties could have pushed her from the top. Heir, stop the nonsense and announce it quickly. We are all eager to know who the new beauties on the ranking are. A few second-generation heirs had already begun to stir. Lu Nianli smiled. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The next to be announced is the stunning beauty who has made it to the 3rd position on the rouge ranking for the first time. She is the 11th and youngest Grand Master of the Black and White Academy, Ruanqiu. Wow. This name caused an uproar among the nobility. Ruanqiu's name was well known in high society, yet few had actually seen the true face of this Grand Master. This Grand Master taught from behind a curtain. Unexpectedly, Grand Master Ruanqiu was able to surpass the daughter of the Jiangnan governor and ascend to the 3rd position on the rouge ranking. As such, the already revered Grand Master would likely have even more people eager to listen to her teachings. In the crowd, Ruanqiu, wearing a veil, shook her head helplessly. But it didn't matter. After this, she would resign from her positions as Grand Master of the Black and White Academy and Scholar of the East Pavilion to assist the heir Lu Nianli in becoming the next king of the north, or establish the Lu family dynasty. Instantly, countless gazes fell upon Ruanqiu. She paid no mind, still wearing her veil, yet the intense stares made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in major cities, including Chang'an, there were already people arranged by Lu Nianli to publicize the rouge ranking. Countless people awaited with anticipation. They believed they would soon see the prince's artwork and catch a glimpse of the magnificent beauty of the top 3 in the new rouge ranking. Everyone please remain calm. Lu Nianli smiled. Once I fully announce it, I will have another surprise for everyone. Next, I will announce the 2nd place of the rouge ranking. She is a genius girl from the Jianghu of the Great Feng, the new generation's swordsmanship leader, the current figurehead of the Li family's sword tomb, the future sword goddess. Mengxia. Regarding this name, the crowd had also heard of it, yet no one had ever seen her. Everyone was curious how the northern region heir knew such information. Could it be that the northern region had allied with the Li family's sword tomb? By announcing this publicly, was Lu Nianli provoking the royal family? Of course, more than that, everyone was filled with anticipation, wanting to see the true face of this swordsmanship prodigy. I believe everyone is eager to meet Miss Mengxia. Coincidentally, she is currently in Chang'an. As the sound of a sword ringing echoed above the Qinqiu Hall. Carrying the famed sword Mu Lu Ma Mengxia descended beside Lu Nianli. This time she did not wear a veil, and her nearly perfect delicate features were breathtaking. She appeared like an ethereal sword fairy descending to the mortal realm. Among all the women in the Rouge ranking, only Miss Mengxia made them feel a sense of immortality. However, it was precisely because she was cold and ethereal that she lacked a certain reality, more like a dream, making it hard for one to raise any thoughts of beauty. The old emperor's face darkened as he clenched his fists. The Li family's sword tomb was a transcendent force existing far longer than the Great Feng Dynasty, and now the new swordsmanship leader Mengxia had appeared beside Lu Nianli. Could this be interpreted as the northern region having allied with the Li family's sword tomb? If so, the Lu family would overtly have two masters at the transformation realm protecting them, which would be extremely detrimental to the royal family's upcoming plans. More people were focused on something entirely different from the old emperor. Now they were more curious about who could become the first in the new Rouge ranking. Miss Mengxia had nearly reached the pinnacle of beauty. If one were to say who could possibly surpass Miss Mengxia in all of the vast dynasty, there was only one person far away, yet close at hand, and that was the Queen Su Yunxian. In terms of exquisite beauty, the queen was slightly inferior. But the queen's noble elegance, her demeanor befitting a mother of the world, her mature and enchanting figure, and the captivating expression in every smile and frown, were simply incomparable to the seemingly young Miss Mengxia. If it weren't for the queen's noble status, the civil and military officials present would have likely been unable to tear their eyes away. But would the heir of the northern region truly dare to include the queen in the Rouge ranking? A fire seemed to burn in everyone's hearts, and the sense of anticipation reached its peak at this moment. The last to be announced is the new Rouge evaluation champion. I believe everyone has been eagerly anticipating this. Under the gaze of the crowd, the scroll slowly unfurled. Depicted within was a woman clad in phoenix robes, exuding a noble and elegant demeanor, the very embodiment of the Empress Su Yunxian. Wow, is it really the Empress? How dare Lu Nianli do this? How arrogant. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face of the emperor in front of everyone? Is the young master preparing to throw caution to the wind? Since the royal family intends to eradicate the Lu family, and with no chance for self-preservation, he might as well let it all fall apart, which aligns with his usual style. The civil and military officials were all stunned, their eyes widening as they looked towards the old emperor Su Xingmin and the empress Su Yunxian at the front of the crowd. The old emperor trembled with anger. Too much. This is too much. In contrast, Lu Nianli stood confidently atop the high steps, a smile beaming on his face. You all did not see incorrectly. The champion of this Rouge evaluation is indeed the Empress Su Yunxian. This young master believes that only a woman of extraordinary grace and the embodiment of motherhood like the Empress deserves to claim the top spot. The civil and military officials nodded in agreement. Overall, the Empress certainly surpasses the beauties of the Rouge evaluation. The question is, who would have dared to think of this before now? The young master of the northern domain truly shocked the entire court, this time completely overshadowing his father, the king of the north. To dare include the Empress in the Rouge evaluation is unprecedented. Lu Nianli, you are so bold. How dare you speak of the Empress in such a way, committing an act of treason? The royal court jester eunuch Chao Zitong immediately scolded loudly. Having said that, he bowed to the heavens. The young master of the northern domain, Lu Nianli, has insulted the imperial authority, a crime punishable by death. I ask the esteemed elders of the Dragon Guard Pavilion to take action and uphold the dignity of the Great Feng. As his words fell, ripples spread through the air, and a pair of silver flying wheels shot out, aimed straight at Lu Nianli's head. Buzz. At the same time, a deafening sword cry echoed through heaven and earth. The sword light flashed. The silver flying wheels were directly sliced apart. The old sword god, Jiang Yongning, clad in white, landed beside Lu Nianli, his gaze fixed on the direction of the royal palace's Dragon Guard Pavilion, his overwhelming sword intent ravaging the entire area. The ruthless sword intent. The legendary technique of the white-clad sword god, Jiang Yongning. The speculation of the world proved correct. After failing to cross the sea, Jiang Yongning became the guardian of the king of the north. Compared to his youth, the old sword god's strength has only grown. With countless experts in the dynasty, they quickly deduced Jiang Yongning's identity. The Lu family dared to enter Chang'an relying not only on the 300,000 iron cavalry of the northern domain, but also on countless martial experts from the northern domain, which was the foundation of the Lu family's confidence. In an instant, the Qinqiu Hall fell into an eerie silence where a pin drop could be heard. The Dragon Guard Pavilion and the northern domain's creation realm had already made their move. The atmosphere was tense, reaching its peak. Everyone stop. After a long while the old emperor, Su Shengmin, finally spoke as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. The green hat atop his head gleamed even more brightly. The empress being placed at the top of the rouge evaluation is the greatest praise from the young master of the northern domain to the empress. I believe the young master acted without malice. There is no need for all of you, my loyal ministers, to let this harm our harmony. With these words he revealed his perspective. Lu Nianli smiled, surprised at how tolerant this old emperor could be. He can be called a master of patience. Secretly plotting to eliminate the Lu family, yet on the surface, he doesn't dare to tear the facade, leaving everyone wondering what the royal family is truly up to. Your Majesty is wise. Lu Nianli bowed to the old emperor, leaped down from the steps, and walked to Su Yunqian's side. Your Majesty is truly beautiful, and my actions were indeed without intent. This statement was sincere. Su Yunqian was naturally charming, whether intentional or not she would shine. In that case, I dare to request one more favor from your Majesty. Lu Nianli smiled and said, it is rare for the 10 beauties of the rouge evaluation to gather here in Chang'an. Do I wish to paint a portrait of all the beauties as a memento? Would your Majesty grant me this request? As soon as these words were spoken, the civil and military officials erupted into chaos again. The 10 beauties of the rouge evaluation are all here. How much has the young master plotted for today? Could it be that the young master even invited the notorious leader of the demonic path of the Great Feng, the white-haired, which Luo Wuxin? At this moment, not only the civil and military officials, but also the old Emperor Su Shengmin, the king of the North Lu Wudi, and others like Feng Rong were filled with astonishment. Seeing the young master so confident, it seems he had already planned for this scene. The 10 beauties of the rouge evaluation appear to be just 10 women, but gathering them together is something that no one in the entire Great Feng Dynasty could achieve. If the young master truly managed to accomplish this, it can only be said that he has hidden himself too deeply. Such capability is even more terrifying than his father, the king of the North Lu Wudi. Gaze fixed on Su Yunqian. All right. Su Yunqian lightly nodded, ultimately agreeing to Lu Nianli's request. Lu Nianli could sense the old emperor Su Shengmin's killing intent peak at this moment, while the true dragon's fortune above his head was about to vanish completely. The civil and military officials noticed that things were becoming strange. Today's empress was entirely different from the one they remembered. Su Yunqian's actions at this moment were completely unbefitting of an empress. The same could be said for the emperor. Being able to endure to this extent was entirely contrary to his usual demeanor. Could it be that the threat from the northern domain truly made the emperor so fearful that he dared not express his anger? The old emperor watched as Su Yunqian walked step by step towards the steps of the Qinqiu Hall. Not only that, but also the third-ranked master of the rouge evaluation Ruan Qiu, the sixth-ranked fallen princess Chu Lian, and the seventh-ranked warrior Queen Qingru, along with the 8th, 9th, and 10th-ranked beauties, all followed suit. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to the civil and military officials. Lu Nianli stood there, his figure continuously elevated in the minds of the crowd like a mysterious and unfathomable immortal mountain. Is the young master infatuated with beautiful women? No. How could the illustrious scion of the Lu family be so obsessed with beauty, unable to extricate himself? They were thinking too superficially. The young master was likely using his actions to demonstrate that as the young master of the northern domain, he possesses the ability to control the world. The new 10 beauties of the rouge evaluation gathered with only 2 remaining. The 4th-ranked daughter of the Jiangnan prefect Chun Jinxiao, and the 5th-ranked white-haired, which Luo Wuxin. Luo Zhongzhu, please show yourself. Lu Nianli spoke lightly. After his words, a cold and frosty aura descended, and Luo Wuxin, with her 3,000 white hairs like snow, stepped through the air and landed beside Lu Nianli. While the Widowmaker has arrived. What is the young master doing? He even dares to provoke her. The witch Luo Wuxin, known for slaying the unfaithful, won't come to take my life, will she? The moment Luo Wuxin appeared, several young rascals in the crowd felt a tightening in their lower bodies, the legend of the white-haired, which made them tremble in fear. They had not expected this witch to have quietly entered Chang'an. Thus, only one beauty remained in the 10 beauties of the rouge evaluation, the daughter of the Jiangnan prefect Chun Jinxiao, who stood beside Prefect Qinshou. Lu Nianli stepped down the stairs, preparing to make the final invitation. To his surprise, Chun Jinxiao actively walked out from the crowd and approached the steps. The young master and Miss Chun exchanged gazes as they approached the steps. Given his demeanor, Miss Chun Jinjia, as a refined lady, should not have been so amiable towards him. Yet the reality was strikingly different. Miss Chun Jinjia smiled radiantly, a waft of delicate fragrance filling the air. If he were not afraid of appearing too obsessive, he would have closed his eyes and taken a deep breath. With a physique of celestial beauty, unforgettable to the senses upon contact. Truly deserving of its reputation. Since I am the last one needed, it seems the young master is unwilling to let go, so I will take the initiative. Miss Chun Jinjia spoke with a smile. Thank you. Lu Nianli was momentarily taken aback, then cupped his fists in gratitude, not probing further into the reason, silently marking this favor in his heart. As a talented woman of her generation, Miss Chun Jinjia had little patience for frivolity and had publicly criticized many a dandy before, yet she was willing to lend him a hand at this crucial moment. He did not believe it was genuine. He lacked the confidence to think that someone like Miss Chun Jinjia would fall for him at first sight. Miss Chun Jinjia ascended the steps and stood beside Wang Qingru. Thus the 10 beauties of the new beauty evaluation truly gathered together. Empress Su Yunxian and Meng Xia stood at the center, while the other 8 ladies gradually retreated, forming a V shape. Such a beautiful scene was a feast for the eyes. The officials were left in awe. Even the furious old emperor felt a moment of tranquility in his heart. The young master is a prodigy. Indeed, he has achieved it. I would call it the pinnacle of the art of captivating women. Without the young master, I would have likely never witnessed such beauty in my lifetime. I do not envy the pair of Mandarin ducks nor the immortals, but I envy the young master every single day. I only hope the young master can walk out of Chang'an City alive. If he were to die, there would be no more spectacles to watch. With the gathering of the 10 beauties, it was enough for certain individuals to consider it a unique era. Someone bring forth the easel. Lu Nianli snapped his fingers. Soon the guards collectively brought forth a massive easel over 30 feet long and 7 feet tall. Each component interlocked perfectly, further enhancing the enigma of this young master from the north. It seemed the young master had the entire situation under control today. The massive easel was set up and the officials eagerly looked on. The young master of the north, known for his divine skill in painting, had recently gained fame throughout the Defeng Empire, yet few had witnessed him painting in person. Today was finally the opportunity. Standing before the easel, Lu Nianli appeared to transform into another person, his entire aura markedly different. As he set his brush to the canvas, he became utterly focused. Even amidst the intricate and complex circumstances outside the Hall of Eternal Autumn, his eyes held only the image of the painting. The young master is truly remarkable. Beside Lu Wudi, the sword god in white remarked, the young master's mastery in painting is greater than my own in swordsmanship. Really? The old father was overjoyed. Zhang Yongning had entered the creation realm for many years, and through his sword path, he realized Lu Nianli's extraordinary talent in painting. Lu Wudi could not see it, only feeling that his son was impressive. Yet he had no concrete grasp of how impressive it truly was. He never expected such high praise from a legendary sword god. What a pity. After the joy, Lu Wudi could not help but feel regret. What a pity that Nianli's talents were not applied to the right path. Otherwise, why would he worry about the bleak future of the north? While the crowd murmured, Lu Nianli had already begun to paint. With just a few strokes, he sketched out a rough environment, then let his brush dance to depict the background of the gathering of the 10 beauties. The background of the painting was not the Hall of Eternal Autumn, but a celestial palace. The grandeur and ethereal atmosphere alone was enough to astonish countless onlookers. Several of the most renowned painters in the Defeng Empire were also watching, shaking their heads in despair. The skill required to paint such a background made them feel inadequate. However, the most challenging aspect remained the portrayal of people, especially a group portrait. To simultaneously showcase the unique characteristics of 10 beauties in a single painting was a feat that even they could not achieve in 100 years of practice. Furthermore, the frame of this painting was over 30 feet long, and any minor shortcomings would render it. Filling such a vast frame required immense depth of skill, and there could not be any mistakes along the way. A single error would ruin the entire piece. As the painting unfolded, the crowd could not help but hold their breath as if their souls were being drawn into the canvas. Once this painting was unveiled, it would undoubtedly become a monumental masterpiece. The young master's mastery in painting is indeed divine. I have never seen the works of Mr. Wu from the Great Feng Dynasty, yet I have studied them. When it comes to painting beauties, the young master surpasses that painting sage. To be able to express the demeanor, grace, and beauty of the 10 women so perfectly, the young master's obsession with beauty is truly profound. Many of the literati sighed in admiration. Several veteran painters from the dynasty were even more in awe, their hearts racing with anxiety, fearing that even the slightest mistake would ruin the Suntoba-born monumental masterpiece. Under the gaze of the civil and military officials, Lu Nianli painted with calmness, beads of sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. The enormous painting, measuring over 30 feet, demanded considerable effort even for his level. As dusk fell and the moon hung in the sky, Lu Nianli finally completed the last stroke. He set down the brush and exhaled heavily. The civil and military officials inside and outside the Hall of Eternal Autumn also sighed in relief. Thousands of eyes focused on the immense painting where the images of the 10 women sprang to life, each with their unique traits, yet seamlessly blending together without conflict. Rather, there was a sense of mutual enhancement elevating the beauty of the entire painting to a higher level. The young master is a divine being. We bow in admiration. Truly divine. Outside the now silent hall of eternal autumn chatter gradually grew lively voices rising from whispers to exclamations. Had it not been for fear of the emperor, the scholars would have likely already been shouting the young master's name. This was their first experience of having their souls moved by a painting. Perhaps it would also be the last. Lu Nianli took a deep breath and picked up the brush once more. He titled the painting, "The 10 Beauties Gather Through the Ages," and then tossed the brush aside. The brush fell to the ground, and a scholar suddenly rushed out from the crowd ecstatically, picking up the brush and shouting like a madman. A miracle! A miracle! Lu Nianli ignored this scholar and walked in front of the 10 women, bowing slightly. Nianli thanks all the beautiful sisters. Thus a vivid stroke was left in the beauty evaluation. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving a new milestone, creating the 10 Beauties Gather Through the Ages painting and receiving the exclusive reward Blood of the Ancestor Phoenix. Blood of the Ancestor Phoenix for females, only refined blood from the celestial Ancestor Phoenix. Consuming it can cleanse all impurities within the body, elevating one's spiritual roots to the highest level. Additionally, obtain the special divine ability of Phoenix Rebirth through flames. Ding. Detected host engaging in intermediate slacking behavior, failing to respond to summons in the palace, and bribing the beauties, earning 400 slacking points and 1 lottery chance. Drawing lottery now. Congratulations host for winning 1,000 Snow Dragon Riders 10,000. 1,000 Snow Dragon Riders unmatched in the Snow Dragon's ride through the skies. The 1,000 Snow Dragon Riders reign supreme. 2 rewards came in succession. Happiness arrived too suddenly. The blood of the ancestral phoenix can refine the spiritual root to the highest level. Lu Nianli's mind recalled the night his second sister cried drunkenly. For him, the second sister gave up the opportunity to go to the blessed grounds of the Immortal sect, which had always been a regret in her heart. That night, he silently vowed to help his second sister reclaim what she had lost, and the blood of the ancestral phoenix was the best gift to compensate for her regret. With an additional 10,000 great Snow Dragon Riders, they might play a crucial role in the impending turmoil. Meanwhile, the 10 beauties of Yanji Ping approached the painting, gazing at their own likeness, radiant like flowers. The prince's painting truly captured their inner selves and souls. What they thought was merely a transaction at first in this moment gave rise to an inexplicable sense of honor within their hearts. To become the prototypes of this magnificent masterpiece seemed to elevate their lives to another level. In the future, they would turn into old women reduced to dust, forgotten by the world, yet this painting preserved their most beautiful moments. They would also accompany this painting and leave their mark in history. That was the greatest affection time could offer to a beauty. The beauties looked at Lu Nianli with red-rimmed eyes and simultaneously said, "Thank you." Lu Nianli smiled. The most beautiful appearances should be preserved, and Nianli also thanks the beautiful sisters for their contributions. The officials were puzzled. How did this turn from the libertine prince's schemes into a mutual achievement of deep affection? Was it really this easy to deceive women simply by being good-looking? The 10 beauties dispersed. Lu Nianli turned to the crowd and exclaimed, "Thank you all for your support." Thus, the 4th edition of Yanji Ping has been fully released, and the prince will carefully explore more lists in the future. As long as the prince is alive, his admiration and research for beauties will never cease. The new list will be even more shocking, so please look forward to it. Lu Nianli did not directly mention the development of the 100 Dynasties Empress list, as that would invite backlash, and anything about the fairy list was even more distant. The same words spread across hundreds of cities in the Great Feng Dynasty. The influence of Yanji Ping expanded further. Especially among those pampered young masters and libertines, Lu Nianli was revered as a model for our generation, the goal they pursued throughout their lives. The common people were also happy to support him. Without the prince, they might never have seen such beautiful women in their lifetime. A prince who knows how to share is a good prince for the people. In the palace, the crowd dispersed with lingering thoughts. Today's birthday banquet had truly made the northern prince famous in the court. The old Emperor Su Xingmin was unaware of when he had already left. A grand beginning ended in a hasty conclusion. The civil and military officials all knew that from this moment on it was the true beginning of the storm in the Great Feng Dynasty. Not far away, the northern king Lu Wudi gazed at his son, feeling a myriad of emotions. How could he not see through it? Nianli deliberately teased the empress and provoked the emperor, intending to force the old emperor to act first and hasten the war between the north and the royal family. Lu Wuti could not help but sigh alas. Although I anticipated this day would come, my heart remains unsettled when the moment arrives. Old sword god Jiang Yongning smiled and said, in my view the prince has done better in this matter than the royal family is merciless. The prince, as the only noble of a different surname, will inevitably face retribution. Over the past decade, the prince has encountered numerous assassination attempts, at least half of which were arranged by the royal family. Rather than clinging to old feelings and bowing in submission, it is better to let go and fight for a truly peaceful life. The prince understands clearly that the outcome is already determined, hence, he simply allows it to decay. Lu Wuti could not help but glance at this old friend who usually spoke little and smiled bitterly. So you have been holding back for a long time too. Aside from this old friend and strategist Feng Rong, who else would dare to discuss such treasonous matters with him? On ordinary days, old Jiang remained silent to preserve his dignity. It seems that Nianli's plans during the trip to Chang'an have ignited the hearts of the northern generals. In the Yangxin Hall, the old emperor, Su Shengmin, lay on the dragon bed, his complexion pale. Today's birthday banquet had truly angered him. What a Nianli. I want him dead. I want him dead without a complete corpse. Coughing, the old emperor suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, feeling increasingly weakened. Your Majesty, the good days for the Lu family are coming to an end, the shadow replied respectfully. The scouts just sent urgent news that the Lu family's second daughter, Lu Chang'e, has already led 100,000 troops from the north to the south to quell the Taiping sect. Our people are already ambushed on all the main roads. Once the Lu army and the Taiping sect suffer mutual destruction, it will be Lu Chang'le's death knell. Your Majesty, please be careful. The Lu family's iron cavalry is unmatched in combat. We must not give them any chance to break through and escape. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the shadow said. The 2,000 Tian Songyun riders secretly cultivated by the royal family are even stronger than the Lu army, and eliminating Lu Chang'e is a certainty. She must die, without question. Once Lu Chang'e dies, the Northern King will surely be enraged, and his heart will falter. At that time, the Northern King will act first, and you will be able to command all lords from the perspective of the righteous king to jointly attack the north. However, it would be even better if we could directly strangle the Lu father and son in Chang'an. Have the three protectors of the Long Guard emerged from their seclusion? The old emperor inquired. He dreamt of killing the Lu father and son, yet he also knew that with experts of the fate transformation realm protecting them, the chances of assassinating the Lu father and son were too low. If the Long Guard were to mobilize all their members, there would be a chance. But if the royal family's trump cards were all exposed, even if they won against the north, they would inevitably fall into the jaws of other dynasties. For now, only one protector is able to take action. The other two remain in seclusion. Additionally, with Sword Demon EK, the royal family currently has only 2 fate transformation experts it can mobilize, while the 6 Nirvana realm sword masters from the north can counter the fate transformation. Moreover, with the white-clad sword god Jiang Yongning, their top combat power is not inferior to that of the royal family. After hearing the shadow's analysis, the old emperor sighed. Alas, the assassination of the Lu father and son can only wait until the other 2 protectors emerge from seclusion. First, let us kill Lu Chang'e, and then discuss it. Understood. The shadow accepted the order and added, Your Majesty, there is another matter. I am unsure whether to mention it or not. You mean the Empress, right? Exactly, the shadow replied solemnly. The Empress' behavior at today's birthday banquet was somewhat unusual. She completely disregarded Your Majesty. The dignified Empress was willing to pose for Lu Nianli in front of civil and military officials. I know she harbors ulterior motives. The old emperor smiled, but I am willing to give for her. Only in her presence can I find those long-lost moments of joy. After all, I am going to die anyway, so let her be a little willful. After I die, she will inevitably rest with me, and by then her ulterior motives will naturally dissipate. Since all she has is mine, why can't I be a bit more forgiving in my final years? In the northern region, at the military stronghold of Yuzhou City, which lies adjacent to Jiangnan Prefecture, is one of the 3 most crucial checkpoints between the northern region and the Central Plains. The second princess of the northern region, Lu Chang'e, received the imperial decree and led 100,000 iron cavalry from the northern region to the southern region to quell the Taiping sect. Before the gates of Yuzhou City, Lu Chang'e, adorned in battle armor, rode a white horse with a silver spear, exuding a valiant demeanor. Miss, the royal family harbors ill intentions. Are you truly going to the southern region? The guard Jinyo expressed his concerns. Of course I must go, Lu Chang'e replied resolutely. If my father has no other instructions, it proves there is no danger, so there is no need to worry. But there are no buts. Lu Chang'e insisted. As long as we act according to my father's plans, there will be no issues. The current situation is critical. The northern region cannot afford a second opinion. Whether right or wrong, orders must be followed. Moreover, the Taiping sect has repeatedly targeted my younger brother, and I have long wanted to eradicate them. Let's set off. Lu Changle shouted, raising her arm high, taking the lead. Ahead, Zhao Chuanshan had already led 10,000 shadow dragon guards in wait. On the surface, they were assisting in the battle, but in reality, they were monitoring Lu Changle's movements. The Grand Army marched southward with great momentum. In Chang'an City at the falling Immortal Tower, Lu Nianli, who felt uncomfortable if he did not listen to music for a day, left the palace and made his first stop at the falling Immortal Tower to enjoy a tune. Although the music at falling Immortal Tower is somewhat vulgar, he sometimes enjoys the mundane. Young Master the Sword Demon Yeek has headed towards Pingnan City in the southern region, likely intending to ambush the second princess. Bai Xiaodong was reporting various intelligence. Just don't lose track of him. Lu Nianli wasn't overly concerned. He had already dispatched 6 sword slaves to intercept, and with their presence, it was sufficient to ensure his second sister's safety. He also did not plan to intervene too much. This campaign to eradicate the Taiping sect in the southern region would not only establish his second sister's prestige in the northern region, but also provide her with experience in commanding large military forces. Most importantly, it would elevate his second sister's anger towards the royal family. The emperor's cultivation plan for his second sister would take a significant step forward. There have been new developments on the royal army's side. Bai Xiaotong continued reporting. Near Chang'an City, the 4 major prefectures each sent 5,000 armored yellow horses, well-equipped heavy cavalry, heading towards the southern region. These should be the secret ambush forces cultivated by the royal family. According to the brothers of Bai Xiaotong, this heavy cavalry is known as the Tiansong Cloud Cavalry, boasting formidable combat capabilities comparable to the prince's personal cavalry. 20,000 Tiansong Cloud Cavalry. This was indeed surprising to Lu Nianli. It seemed the royal family had made ample preparations. They had actually divided into 4 prefectures, secretly training dozens of armies to cultivate this heavy cavalry, which should be one of the royal family's trump cards against the northern region. Had he not known this information in advance, even if he could protect his second sister, the northern region's army would suffer heavy losses. Do not mind the Tiansong Cloud Cavalry, who just ascertained their positions. This young master has means to deal with them. He wondered how resilient these meticulously cultivated Tiansong Cloud Cavalry would be against the famed armor of the world Dashua Dragon Riders. Furthermore, the Dashua Dragon Riders operated from the shadows, while the Tiansong Cloud Cavalry was exposed under conditions of surprise. Breaking through the 2,000 Tiansong Cloud Cavalry should pose no problem. The final piece of intelligence. Tonight, several imperial physicians have entered the palace, frequently indicating that the old emperor Su Shengmin's condition has worsened further. He likely won't last much longer. The Crown Prince, Prince Jing, and Prince Qi are all restless, but currently there has been no substantial action. At this point, Bai Xiaotong couldn't help but chuckle. He had received professional training and usually wouldn't laugh unless unable to hold back. Prince Qi Su Chengping is about to go mad tonight. After you announced the Rouge ranking, he nearly charged out on the spot. After returning this, Prince Qi made a scarecrow, pasted your portrait on it, and spent the entire night stabbing it with a needle. Even more interestingly, he actually sent someone to monitor the movements of the Empress Su Yunxian. This left Lu Nianli stunned. Could Prince Qi really want to be a dutiful son? This isn't impossible once the old emperor passes away, and if Su Yunxian lacks protection, she would merely be an object. History is not devoid of similar occurrences. In fact, there have been many. These 3 princes, one more twisted than the other. Prince Qi is a devoted son, even daring to covet Mother Empress. Prince Jing, on the other hand, follows the path of killing his wife. He firmly believes in the doctrine of with no woman in the heart the sword can be drawn naturally. By comparison, the crown prince seems fairly normal, able to endure secretly stabbing knives like the old emperor, while outwardly appearing to be a patient tortoise. After the report was completed, Bai Xiaodong departed. Lu Nianli lay on his bed and took out the communication gold necklace. The effect of this item is quite simple. Although this world lacks signal stations, there are unique treasures like sound transmission stones. The communication bracelet functions similarly. Your Majesty, Lu Nianli began. The Empress Su Yunxian, who was lying in bed preparing to sleep, was startled too. She frowned as she looked at the bracelet. At that moment, she felt this item was extraordinary, and now it seemed to be true. Young master. It's me, Lu Nianli replied. Su Yunxian felt a jolt of surprise. What kind of sorcery is this? How can we converse across distances? Lu Nianli chuckled softly. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. This item is made from the sound transmission stone of the Immortal sect's blessed land, a rare treasure in the mundane world of 100 dynasties. Su Yunxian calmed herself, her tone returning to indifference. Young master can say whatever he wishes. Once we accomplish our cooperation, I will dispose of this item, Lu Nianli said seriously. By the way, I just want to ask when the old emperor will die. I do not know. Your Majesty's objective should be close to completion, right? At the end of today's birthday banquet, Lu Nianli personally witnessed the true dragon's luck above the old emperor's head about to vanish entirely, so Su Yunqian's goal should have been reached. A wave of fear arose in Su Yunqian's heart. How did the northern region's young master know her objective was nearing completion? She had initially planned to quietly withdraw amidst the chaos, letting the northern region and several princes fight to the bitter end, but unexpectedly, it was detected. Is he setting a trap for me? A thought flashed through Su Yunqian's mind. She immediately changed the subject. Isn't my goal the same as the young master's? Once the old emperor dies, both our objectives will be fulfilled. Does young master wish for the emperor to die because he is lusting after this palace's body like those vulgar stinkers? Lu Nianli couldn't help but admire this woman's vigilance. She knew to quickly shift to a topic he liked. He did not expose her, replying, "Your Majesty jokes. This young master has never been an elegant person. If this young master were emperor, I would ensure the civil and military officials understand what it means to no longer have the emperor attend morning court." In the southern region, near the Tianshu Mountain, Lu Chang'e led 100,000 troops from the northern region through Jiangnan County, entering the crucial Tianshu Mountain beyond, which lay Pingnan City. The princess received urgent news from the frontline General Pingnan had fallen in battle and Pingnan City had been captured, now occupied by the Taiping sect. Pingnan City has fallen just like that. The sudden news unsettled Lu Chang'e. After all, Pingnan City was the second largest border city, second only to the northern region's Jinbei City. General Pingnan was a valiant warrior who had fought for the Great Feng Empire across the lands. Only a few among the martial generals of the Great Feng could defeat him. Yet unexpectedly, within 3 days of the Taiping sect's rebellion, General Pingnan had perished on the battlefield. "Princess, this may be a trap." The guard Jianao expressed his concerns. "The prince and the heir have yet to return from Chang'an, and you have been summoned to the southern region for battle, which could very well be a scheme set by the royal family. Once we cross Tianshu Mountain and enter the Pingnan City area, there will be no retreat." The southern region was fraught with mountains and rivers, and the terrain was exceedingly complex. The army had little room to maneuver. If the rear were ambushed and cut off, the 100,000 troops from the northern region would find themselves in dire straits in an instant. "Jianao, you lead 20,000 troops to guard the main path of Tianshu Mountain. The rest of the soldiers will follow me to Pingnan City to exterminate the remnants of the Taiping sect." After careful consideration, Lu Chang'e made her decision. Her father had spoken to her before he left. "Chang'e, before I return to Chang'an, if the court issues a decree for you to lead troops to fight at the eastern, western, or southern borders, you must accept the order. No matter which border you go to after you achieve success, do not return to the northern region just yet. Secure the key locations first, and then await further instructions. Any subsequent decrees may be ignored." She had remembered her father's words closely. Although she was indeed worried about a possible trap set by the royal family, she preferred to believe in her father's capabilities when it came to military strategy. Set off. After a brief rest, Lu Chang'e once again led her troops towards Pingnan City, while the devoted Jianao commanded the 20,000 troops to secure the main path of Tianshu Mountain. After marching 10 miles, scouts brought more information. "Princess, ahead there is a remnant army claiming to be the Pingnan army, totaling 3,651 men. There are still remnants." Lu Chang'e was surprised. "Bring them over." Soon a group composed of defeated soldiers was brought forth, over 3,000 men, all injured and looking dispirited. One of them rushed to kneel before Lu Chang'e's horse, weeping profusely. "Princess Chang'e, you have finally come." The general. He was torn apart by those scoundrels of the Taiping sect, and tens of thousands of brothers were slaughtered. "You must avenge us." Lu Chang'e nodded lightly. "The remnants of the Taiping sect will be dealt with by me personally." The leading young officer added, "Princess, we still have strength to fight. Please allow us to follow you into battle and avenge the general." "No need." Lu Chang'e raised her hand and coldly said, "Someone take away their weapons and armor." The young officer's expression changed. "What do you mean, princess? I only want you to rest well." Lu Chang'e, mounted on her white horse with a silver spear, looked down upon the 3,000 remnants. "Rest assured, I will avenge General Pingnan, but to prevent the infiltration of spies from the Taiping sect, you cannot accompany me on this mission." The situation of this battle was unclear. She could not afford to take any risks. At the very least, she could not allow the 10,000 elite troops of the Lu family to be destroyed by unnecessary trust. Continue moving forward. After arranging for the 3,000 remnants, the army continued on its way. The signal fires blazed, and the troops were at the gates of the city. The Taiping sect did not hold the city gates, but chose to march out to meet them with an army of 150,000. 80,000 faced against 150,000. Lu Chongless gaze was sharp, showing no fear. The 80,000 elite troops of the Lu family were also filled with killing intent. Because the prince had said the soldiers of the northern region had no cowards. In contrast, the momentum of the 150,000 troops of the Taiping sect was significantly weaker. There was a considerable gap in the deployment of troops and equipment. The heavily armored cavalry of the Lu family had marched southward and northward, having trampled across thousands of miles of territory in the previous dynasty, far surpassing the mob of the Taiping sect. The leader of the Taiping sect, Wu Pingji, rode a fierce horse wielding a crescent blade, gazing at Lu Changel from a distance. His martial prowess had reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, just one step away from entering the realm of transformation. Even though the elite troops of the Lu family possessed overwhelming momentum, it did not shake his resolve in the slightest. The little girl from the Lu family, Wu Pingji of the Taiping sect, laughed maniacally, provoking. Your father and your useless brother went to Chang'an to seek death. Do you also want to come to the southern region to die? Rather than serving the royal family, you might as well submit to me, becoming my wife, and who knows, you might even be crowned empress in the future. That would be far more noble than your status as the second princess of the northern region. With a whoosh, the moment his words fell, a sharp arrow shot forth with a flash and directly pierced through the standard bearer of the Taiping sect's army, passing through his neck and severing the Taiping flag. Lu Changel put away her crescent bow and made a gesture of cutting her throat towards the Taiping sect's army. Go! She then spurred her horse forward. Kill! The 80,000 troops of the Lu family surged like an iron tide, following closely behind. Wu Pingji of the Taiping sect showed no weakness, positioning his crescent blade behind him, leading his troops to charge out as well. As they closed in, both dismounted simultaneously to engage in close combat. At their level, the horse was typically used to preserve energy. In true combat, fighting on horseback would actually hinder their combat effectiveness. Wu Pingji possessed innate strength, and his offensive was fierce, wild, and brutal. His crescent blade was wielded with unparalleled skill, quickly overwhelming Lu Changel. The charge of the northern region's cavalry, however, was extremely ferocious. The combat experience and team coordination of both sides were not even on the same level. The 150,000 troops of the Taiping sect were torn open by the elite troops of the northern region, their formation shattered into disarray. The entire battlefield was stained red with blood. 30 miles outside Tianshu Mountain, in a remote area, 2,000 yellow-armored and yellow-horsed Tian Songyun riders stood ready. The heavily armored General Su Xiaoyuan stood atop a mountain, gazing at the rising signal fires in the distance. He was originally an orphan, later trained by the royal family to become one of the shadow guards of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, granted the royal surname Su, and appointed as a general, secretly training 2,000 Tian Songyun riders. After enduring for many years, his goal was to directly crush the cavalry of the northern region. As long as he could defeat the cavalry of the northern region, it would greatly boost the morale of the entire Great Feng royal family. The invincible reputation of the northern region's cavalry would also cease to exist. General, we have received reports from ahead. Lu Chongless 80,000 Lu family troops have engaged in battle with the Taiping sect. Currently, the gap in combat power is significant, and the Taiping sect is completely at a disadvantage. Additionally, there are still 20,000 Lu family troops occupying the main path of Tianshu Mountain, which may cause us some trouble. Understood, you may leave. Su Xiaoyuan nodded calmly. These situations were all within his expectations. Among the elite soldiers of the northern region, many were warriors, while the 15,000 members of the Taiping sect were mostly ordinary people. Coupled with various factors, it was perfectly normal for them to be crushed by the elite soldiers of the northern region. The purpose of the Taiping sect was merely to exhaust the strength of the Lu family army. To truly annihilate the northern region, the wild approach would not work. They needed the regular army. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, for every enemy soldier from the northern region you kill, you will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. For the killing of a deputy general or a minor general, you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels. If anyone can take the head of the second princess of the northern region, Lu Changel the emperor has said they will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and appointed as the general of the north, soaring to great heights from then on." The 2,000 Tiansong cloud riders thundered forth with an overwhelming momentum, as steadfast as a mountain and as swift as thunder, charging straight towards Pingnan City. Su Xiaoyuan rode at the forefront, feeling elated. From this day forth, the Tiansong cloud riders shall gain fame across the world. Su Xiaoyuan shall stand at the pinnacle of the dynasty, one man beneath the heavens above all others. He would crush the northern king, a legendary hero, and the grand general Wang Zhun beneath his feet. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled suddenly. Arrows rained down from both sides, their penetrating power incredibly fierce, even piercing through the heavy armor of the Tianzong Cloud Riders. There's an ambush. Su Xiaoyuan was filled with fear, swiftly breaking through over 100 arrows. He could feel the power emanating from the arrows, which surpassed that of ordinary crossbows, clearly indicating that elite troops had long been lying in wait for them. Do the northern regions even know of the existence of the Tianzong Cloud Riders? Su Xiaoyuan was drenched in cold sweat. Being schemed against was not terrifying. What was truly terrifying was falling completely into the opponent's control, without any awareness, even feeling complacent. The Tianzong Cloud Riders who had set out on a bad note were thrown into disarray, and around them powerful auras began to rise, revealing that the forest was filled with women. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 1,000 of them, each a master of martial arts above the 7th rank. The tremors of the earth grew stronger with the sound of hooves echoing from the front and back entrances, a thunderous roar that sent shivers down the spines of the chaotic 2,000 Tianzong Cloud Riders. From both sides, thousands of cavalry charged in. Clad in white armor and riding white horses, their force was as overwhelming as an avalanche, threatening to engulf everything in their path. Retreat. Su Xiaoyuan immediately made the decision. If they stayed in place, they would be ambushed from all sides, whether facing 1,000 martial arts masters or nearly 10,000 white-armored cavalry, neither would be easy to contend with. In a situation of being surrounded, losing morale was extremely easy. The best strategy was to break through from one direction. After a brief panic, Su Xiaoyuan regained his composure. It was not difficult for the 2,000 Tianzong Cloud Riders to break through the encirclement, and even after regaining morale, they could launch a counterattack. Facing the retreating 2,000 Tianzong Cloud Riders, the 5,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders that attacked from the rear maintained their charging stance. Meanwhile, 1,000 martial arts masters from the Yihua Palace continuously assisted with crossbows and hidden weapons from the sides, wearing down their state. Su Xiaoyuan dared only to lead his troops forward. He could sense that among those women lay exceptionally formidable martial arts masters. As long as he dared to leave the formation, it would be his death. Boom. The two torrents finally collided. The 5,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders outshone the Tianzong Cloud Riders, with overwhelming momentum breaking through their formation at minimal cost, while the other 5,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders surged in from behind. In the chaos, the women from Yihua Palace joined the fray. The second palace master, Lianxing, at the peak of the Nirvana realm, charged directly at Su Xiaoyuan. The most terrifying tactic of the Iron Cavalry was a united charge. Once the formation broke, their resistance against martial arts experts weakened significantly. Whose subordinates are you? After 2 rounds of combat, Su Xiaoyuan was completely suppressed by Palace Master Lianxing. He felt unwilling in his heart. How could the northern regions possess such a formidable heavy cavalry? Where did so many martial arts experts come from? We oi. Lianxing's sweet face broke into a smile. Naturally, we are the subordinates of the County Princess. County Princess Chonglu is unparalleled in her scheming and had long anticipated that you would attempt an ambush. We are here on the orders of the County Princess, specifically to take your heads. Su Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How could this be? Lu Chonglu has secretly cultivated such a terrifying force. Could it be that she is the true trump card of the northern regions? Su Xiaoyuan panicked. All these years the royal family had closely monitored the Lu family, while relatively overlooking the threat posed by Lu Chonglu. Her recent performance was not inferior to that of the heir. First, she broke through the Nirvana realm from the Asking Xian realm, joining the ranks of top martial arts experts, and then commanded 30,000 refugees from the chaotic city, integrating them into the army. Over the years, the officials of the northern regions were more willing to serve Lu Chonglu than Lu Nianli. What surprised him even more was that such a terrifying iron cavalry and numerous martial arts masters were all subordinates of that second county princess of the northern regions. Could it be? A shocking thought flashed through Su Xiaoyuan's mind. Is it that the northern king truly wishes to pass his title to the second county princess, Lu Chonglu? The heir of the northern regions is merely bait. The second county princess, Lu Chonglu, likely aims to emulate the unparalleled empress of the previous prosperous dynasty, seizing the true dragon's fortune and ascending to the peak of the dynasty. In this way, it explains why both Lu family father and son entered Chang'an simultaneously, as the heir's fate would not affect the family business of the northern regions regardless of whether he lives or dies. It could even provide Lu Wudi with a reason to rebel, thereby supporting Lu Chonglu's ascension. No wonder Lu Chonglu came without hesitation upon receiving the imperial edict. It turns out she intended to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy the southern route, allowing for a pincer attack on the imperial city. What a clever scheme to deceive. We have all been taken in. Su Xiaoyuan exerted all his strength, driving back Palace Master Lianxing with a single thrust while quickly writing a blood letter. Lianxing meanwhile provided Su Xiaoyuan with enough time. Although she did not understand why the heir refused this chance for fame, she simply needed to carry out the heir's orders. Go. After handing the blood letter to his trusted guard, Su Xiaoyuan fought, with reckless abandon, to cover their escape, commanding his subordinates to assist in breaking through. No matter what the message must be conveyed. It's over. Seeing this, Lianxing breathed a sigh of relief. Acting was truly exhausting. If this wooden block did not send the message, she could not bear the blame from the heir. Her movements suddenly became ghostly and elusive, and before he could react, she struck Su Xiaoyuan's chest with a palm. The latter in disbelief flew backward, feeling his internal organs churn, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. Who exactly are you? Lianxing landed, stepping on his chest with force, laughing. I was just kidding earlier. I am actually one of the heir's people. Su Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in anger, and his last breath faded amidst struggle and confusion, dying with his eyes wide open. With the commander dead, the remaining Tiansong Cloud Riders were left leaderless, all annihilated by the great Snow Dragon Riders. Thus, the 2,000 Tiansong Cloud Riders secretly cultivated by the Defeng royal family perished in their first expedition, with only a few intentionally spared returning to Chang'an. Within Chang'an City, the Shadows soon received urgent reports. Upon seeing the bloodstained cloth, a thunderous shock echoed in his mind, causing him to stagger back several steps, waking the old emperor resting on the dragon bed. The heir is bait. The second daughter claiming the throne. How? How could this happen? P.S. The author initially wanted to slack off, but the book's data is only getting better. In what has you so desperately alarmed? The aged emperor asked, astonished. It was the first time he had ever seen Ing in such a frantic state. Your Majesty, look. Ing bowed and presented a blood-stained strip of cloth to the aged emperor. He peered closely, and when he made out the characters written on the bleeding letter, his great frame shuddered and his face drained of color. The heir used as bait, the second daughter proclaimed as emperor. 20,000 Tiansong Yun riders all annihilated. In guard Su Xiaoyuan, slain in misery. Has the Beiyu second princess Lu Chang'e secretly raised 10,000 white-armored heavy cavalry, even surpassing Lu Wudi's personal cavalry. The aged emperor had never imagined that the royal house's first clash with Beiyu would end like this. The court had spun countless schemes. Nearly all its energy had been poured into the Lu family father and son, yet none expected Jinbei Wang Lu Wudi to take an unorthodox path, to support his second daughter Lu Chang'e to the fore. More terrifying still was that Lu Chang'e had secretly wielded such a frightful force, and the royal house remained utterly ignorant. How formidable Lu Chang'e is. What a Beiyu second princess, she has deceived everyone. Does she aspire to emulate that peerless empress of the prosperous age? Does she possess such power? Coughing up a mouthful of black blood, the aged emperor wheezed. I fear I cannot hold out much longer. If Beiyu is not uprooted, House Su's realm will be unstable. I shall die with unrest in my heart. Your Majesty, we have only one path left. We must forcibly encircle and slay Jinbei Wang Lu Wudi to plunge Beiyu into chaos. That is our sole chance. If we wait until Lu Chang'e has completely seized control of Beiyu, it will be like climbing to the heavens for the royal house to triumph again. Under the original plan of Hulong Ge, they intended to wait for two of the Gongfeng to emerge from seclusion. With the three Gongfeng striking in concert, they could have intercepted and slain Jinbei Wang within Chang'an. Now it seemed they could wait no longer. The aged emperor hesitated. To act without absolute certainty risked burying House Su in an instant. He knew Lu Wudi's character well. As long as the royal house did not first commit an unjust act, the initiative would remain with them. But if the court tore away its mask, the old bonds between sovereign and vassal would be utterly severed, and initiative would shift into Beiyu's hands. Your Majesty, you cannot hesitate any longer. Once Lu Wudi returns to Beiyu, there will never be such an opportunity again. The 6 sword masters from Beiyu have already departed. Now Lu Wudi is flanked only by the white-robed sword god Jiang Yongning. Lu Nianli has many powerful followers, but most are only of the Nirvana realm or the Wenshuan realm. If the 3 Gongfeng can stall the white-robed sword god while Hulong Ge's other masters strike, they can surely slay the Lu father and son. The plan to force an encirclement was meant as a last resort, for its dangers were immense. But the upheaval brought by Lu Chang'e left Hulong Ge no choice. The aged emperor sighed. If that is so, then act. Even if the whole world reviles me, I am a dying man and will not hear it. So long as House Su's realm is secure, all will have been worth it. The consequences of a forced encirclement would set the Dafei court aflame, plunging the common people into suffering and bringing the royal house the scorn of the realm. But what then? If the royal house wins, it will write history. Jinbei Wang Lu Wudi will be labeled the greatest traitor of the Dafei court. At Luoxian, Lu Shunbaiwei lay blushing by the bed, a great weight finally lifted from her heart. With the heir, she finally had somewhere to belong. Even to be a maid or perhaps a concubine of small standing was better than a life of wandering. She did not dare imagine the title of princess consort. That seat was reserved for families of equal standing. At the very least, one would expect a woman of the level of Jiangnan Commandant Chen Jinjia's daughter or the daughter of General Wang Qingru. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a sword rang out from outside. It was followed by chaotic female screams. Luoxian Lu trembled as a dozen powerful auras rose at once. The door was thrown open with a bang. The four maids, Chun Xiaqiu and Dong, rushed in. Heir, quickly dress. Hundreds of martial experts are converging on Chang'an toward this place. The palace guards have also issued a siege order. Their target is likely you and the prince. Could they finally have been unable to restrain themselves? Lu Nianli dressed calmly, though not with practiced speed. As expected, the royal house will not let this single chance pass. Father will not hold back this time, will he? Shinbaiwei's face was pale. She had just given her first night to the heir, believing a better life would follow. She never imagined such events would unfold immediately afterward. Her heart throbbed with anxious unease. She feared abandonment, but Lu Nianli rose leisurely and poured her a cup of spiritual tea. You must be tired. Restore yourself a little. How you choose is your own matter. Fleeing with us may lead to a miserable death. Staying here offers a greater hope of survival. Shinbaiwei hesitated for a moment, then gripped Lu Nianli's hand tightly. I am willing to live and die together with the heir. Very well. Lu Nianli nodded. Dress warmly. I will take you north to see a vaster landscape. Heir, do you truly intend to bring her along? Chunyu asked. As a death-bound attendant, she had to consider the heir's safety. Bringing an untrained woman would be a great— It's nothing. Merely one more set of chopsticks, Lu Nianli said carelessly. Seeing this, the four maids ceased their questioning. They knew the heir's ways well. In recent years, the prince's mansion had taken in many women. The courtesan Shinbaiwei was only one among. Under the protection of the four maids, Lu Nianli led Shinbaiwei downstairs. Outside waited the witch Luo Wuxin and the Li clan's sword maidens. Luo Wuxin's alliance with him was one of mutual interest, yet she was a woman of her word. A month's protection meant a month's protection, even if it meant facing the royal house heathen. Meng Xia, however, would not be satisfied until she had seen that Shura Senior with her own eyes. All who received the intelligence assumed the one who had released the Shura sword intent was the white-robed sword god Jiang Yongning. Only she felt the sword intent most deeply. The white-robed sword god Jiang Yongning and that Shura elder were certainly not the same person. Shall we rendezvous with the prince? Xiachan asked. No need, Lu Nianli waved his hand. We will leave the city. First, the father will make his own arrangements. Having stayed in Chang'an these many days, Lu Nianli had discovered his father's many covert lines in the city. One reason his father dared to set foot in Chang'an at all. At this moment, the second confrontation officially began. The imperial city was in turmoil. Chaos reigned throughout. As one of the sources of the unrest, Lu Nianli sat leisurely in a carriage making his way toward the city gate. Currently, the combat power of the imperial city was not sufficient to warrant his concern. The white-haired witch Luo Wuxin and the two swordplay prodigies from the Li family galloped alongside him. The young master truly enjoys himself. Li Shuang'er wrapped her arms around Meng Xia's waist. Even at such a time, he still remembers to bring a little courtesan for amusement. If I had the same carefree attitude as the young master, I would surely be very happy in life. He is certainly happy. Meng Xia smiled. With that Azura Senior protecting him, the young master can do as he pleases. In terms of sword intent, the Azura Senior surpasses even the sword god in white robes. Perhaps this time he will have the chance to meet that senior. Li Shuang'er spread her arms and shouted, "Let the storm come," even more fiercely. Luo Wuxin glanced at the two women, thinking they were mad to enjoy the spectacle, truly believing that the dynasty had no unparalleled experts guarding it. The carriage sped forward. Moi. Luo Wuxin quickly noticed something amiss. What was going on? Why had the imperial guards not come to intercept them? If this continued, they would leave the city unhindered. Thus the carriage raced along the official road until it reached the city gate, where Luo Wuxin and the two Li sisters finally witnessed a horrifying scene. The guards at the city gate had been slaughtered at some point. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and the stench of blood filled the air. The sounds of battle echoed all around. The entire imperial city had descended into chaos at this moment. Lu Nianli lifted the curtain of the carriage and furrowed his brow at the sight. He had indeed given the order for the Yihua Palace to clear the roads, but it shouldn't have resulted in the complete annihilation of the nearby imperial guards. There must have been other forces involved. Most likely it was the killing god master Feng Rong. The decisiveness of the Ghost Valley was such that they would eliminate all threats without mercy. Having cultivated Buddhism for many years, Feng Rong had only found solitude, yet he liked it. If Aunt Feng hadn't left, why would the northern region have endured the royal family's humiliation for so many years? Young master, what should we do? Xiao Yi and Dong Shui were driving the carriage and dared not rush out, fearing ambushes outside the city, for this scene was truly terrifying. Continue out of the city. Aunt Feng had cleared some paths for him, but Lu Nianli knew that there were more than one force wanting to kill him. Besides the royal family, the Taiping sect and Prince Jing Su Taiyan also wanted him dead. Currently, the Taiping sect had been chased to the point of fleeing in all directions, no longer a threat, while Prince Jing had been confronted by him numerous times and would surely not let such a good opportunity slip away. Coincidentally, he had long been displeased with Prince Jing. When Prince Jing had put a curse on the second sister last time to him, Prince Jing was already a dead man. The carriage burst through the city gate. Outside the city, smoke and flames rose, the ground shook, and a large number of troops stationed outside Chang'an were rushing towards the city to save their master. At that moment, a melodious flute sound echoed from not far away. The horse suddenly let out a mournful cry, rearing up as if startled, and then bolted madly outward. Inside the carriage, Lu Nianli patted the sleeping Baizhe cub. This little thing was lazier than he was. It only wanted the best to eat, did no work, slept all day, and occasionally wanted to go out to mate. Woo! After being awakened, the Baizhe cub made a sound, and the horse immediately calmed down. They are coming. Xiaochan and Xiao Yu looked forward simultaneously. There appeared 6 oddly dressed figures from the martial world, all dressed like people from the northwest Yunzhou prefecture, likely the capable subordinates of Prince Jing, the 6 oddities of Yunzhou. The one who had played the flute just now was one of the 6 oddities. Further away stood 2 bald men with red and blue tattoos, their aura extremely powerful. Both were well-known martial arts masters in the Jianghu of Defeng. They were both at the diamond realm known as Water and Fire Diamonds. They had a notorious track record of slaughtering peak Nirvana realm opponents suspected of practicing foreign techniques similar to Buddhist Great Diamond. Northern region young master Lu Nianli, come out and die. The 2 bald men spoke in unison, their voices emanating from their bellies, sounding quite eerie. Lu Nianli stepped out of the carriage, smiling as he looked at them. Which one of you is the Poison Elder? To be remembered by the young master is an honor for this old man. Among the 6, an old man with a cane, a dark purple complexion, and a low-brimmed hat stepped forward. His sinister smile sent chills down the spine. Last time I failed to kill the northern region's second princess. Being able to kill the young master today would be a way to make up for this old man's regret, the Poison Elder said with a laugh. Very well. Lu Nianli clapped his hands. This old man should live, the others shall die. All 6 of them were merely in the mysterious realm, adept at peculiar things like poison beasts and witchcraft, posing a significant threat. Kill. The Water and Fire Diamonds were the first to strike. Luo Wuxin also flew out, wielding her sword to intercept, but was struck back by the 2 in unison, her arm going numb. Such strong external power. Relying solely on her was clearly not enough to stop these 2. Seeing this, Meng Xie and Li Shuang'er also took action. The 4 maids were about to intervene, but Lu Nianli held them back. Figures arrived like shadows, ghostly in movement, striking continuously. The 6 oddities of Yunzhou had not reacted when 2 of them were knocked away. No matter what peculiar techniques they cultivated, once struck by the Yihua Jiu palm technique, they had no chance to resist. Yihua Jiu, unfathomable as gods and demons. Peak Nirvana realm. The 6 oddities of Yunzhou were horrified how many martial arts masters were there beside the northern region young master. Gazing at the sweet yet ruthless Li Xing, the 6 oddities of Yunzhou prepared to flee, but before the lightness of her skill comparable to the transformation realm, all was in vain. Soon the Poison Elder was rendered powerless, his meridians sealed and thrown before Lu Nianli like a dog. Lu Nianli smiled as he looked at the old man. Do you know why Prince Jing, so powerful, does not dare to come personally to stop me? Because he is afraid of death. Not even a single one from the transformation realm shows up, clearly wanting you to die for him. You're foolish to serve such a person. The Poison Elder's eyes widened in shock. Lu Nianli slowly took out a vial and released several poison insects from it. These insects crawled into the Poison Elder's body through his orifices. Gradually, a large amount of cold air erupted from the Poison Elder's body. His limbs became stiff and frost formed on his skin. His life force diminished bit by bit, yet he did not die completely. His consciousness remained, but his body could not move. He could only struggle helplessly in the despair of death. Lu Nianli paid no further attention to the Poison Elder. He did not enjoy torturing people, merely using the same methods the Poison Elder had employed against the second sister on this fellow. It was acceptable to be lazy, but revenge was a must. However, Prince Jing is quite cautious. Killing a poison elder would not ease Lu Nianli's anger. He wanted to kill Prince Jing, but Prince Jing hid too deeply and never acted rashly. He turned to look back into Chang'an, the situation becoming increasingly chaotic. He saw a breathtaking sword energy soaring across the sky. The sword god in white had finally made his move. At that moment, all eyes in the city of Chang'an were directed toward the imperial palace. A silver-white sword aura sliced through the air forcefully, cleaving open the southern gate of the palace. The white-clad sword deity, Jiang Yongning, single-handedly obstructed countless experts of the dynasty, his hair and robes billowing, radiating sword intent, fully displaying his grandeur. A figure in white, one man with one sword suppressing the dynasty. Is this the true strength of the white-clad sword deity, Jiang Yongning? Countless sword cultivators in Chang'an marveled as their swords resonated with a tremor. Your Highness, let us go. The Slayer Master Feng Rong stood beside the Northern King with Professor Yuan Xiu from the Black and White Academy, her heart remaining relatively calm. Especially Feng Rong, how many bones lay in her hands? She understood clearly that grand ambitions are forged with blood. From the moment the old emperor took action, a bloody battle involving millions of soldiers had already been sealed. Sigh. The Northern King cast a complex glance toward the direction of the Qingquan Palace and offered a distant bow. This bow marked the severance of the bond between ruler and subject. In truth, he knew this day would come from the moment his son Lu Nianli was born 18 years ago. Let's go. After the bow, Lu Wudi resolutely turned around and spurred his horse away from the city. The imperial city had long been stained red with blood. Corpses of royal guards and martial heroes littered the official road. May Buddha show mercy. Feng Rong recited in a low voice before the countless corpses. Half of the imperial guards had perished under her schemes, and she had not anticipated that she would have to break the killing ban for the prince right after coming down the mountain. As a practitioner of Buddhism, the only thing she could do was to guide the souls of the deceased. The three of them galloped furiously, quickly reaching the outskirts of the city. The white-clad sword deity fought while retreating. After all, he was merely one person, withstanding countless experts of the dynasty was only a temporary measure. If he continued to fight without retreating, he would ultimately be overwhelmed. Outside the Qingquan Palace, the shadow supported the old emperor. The two gazed into the distance as the figure of the white-clad sword deity gradually faded away. Did we still let them escape? The strength of the white-clad sword deity has increased tremendously compared to the past. He has likely reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The shadow spoke unwillingly. The three offerings united so many experts of the dynasty, yet he alone with a sword was able to hold them off. We can only wait for the great offering and the second offering to emerge from seclusion. The old emperor sighed. He had anticipated the failure of the encirclement. He just hadn't expected Lu Wudi to have set so many hidden lines. At least half of the troops defending Chang'an had turned against them. Moreover, there was Feng Rong from the northern region who had cultivated Buddhism for many years. Not only had she not returned to her homeland, but she had also mastered a vast number of martial sects and had laid countless hidden lines in Chang'an long ago. Very well, the old emperor declared. In this way, it is a fair battle. With the northern region's hidden lines completely uprooted, the dynasty's actions will be much more convenient. At this moment, the old emperor suddenly understood. Over the years, he had feared the northern region like a tiger, always thinking of various strategies to reclaim it without bloodshed. As the emperor of the Great Feng Dynasty, what was there to fear from a king of another clan? At least in terms of military strength, the royal family still surpassed the northern region. Since that is the case, another battle for the throne is warranted. Outside the city of Chang'an, Lu Wudi's party converged with Lu Nianli's group. Aunt Feng, you are truly impressive. Lu Nianli smiled as he looked at Feng Rong, who wore a kindly expression in her nun's attire, sincerely praising her. The others, however, felt a chill run down their spines. A practitioner of Buddhism reaching the point of killing without hesitation is indeed terrifying. Even with hands stained in the blood of the world and stepping upon countless bones, Feng Rong could still calmly eat vegetarian and chant sutras. This is enough to testify to the strength of the Slayer Master's mindset. Does the young master wish to learn? The poor nun can teach you. Feng Rong said kindly with a smile. Lu Nianli quickly waved his hand. I don't like fighting and killing. I'd rather be a carefree young master. If Aunt Feng wishes to teach, you may teach my second sister instead. What joy is there in fighting and killing compared to playing cards with beautiful women? Feng Rong chuckled. You seem quite concerned about Changlo. Of course siblings should care for each other. To be honest, Aunt Feng, my second sister, is more suited for the art of ruling than I am. Feng Rong shook her. She uttered a jaw-dropping statement. Girls are not suited for schemes and combat. The crowd responded. Indeed. This person before them was not a mere girl. You are a goddess. All right, let's discuss other matters when we return to the northern region. Lu Wudi glanced back at Chang'an. Do not underestimate the royal family, their power goes far beyond this. The true confrontation has only just begun. Father Yuan Fong and Professor Ruan Qiu should return to the northern region first. I want to go to Pingnan City to see my second sister. Lu Nianli still had the blood of the ancestral phoenix in his hands, and he needed to use it on his second sister first. Other matters could wait. The plan to cultivate his second sister into an empress could not be delayed. Lu Wudi gave him a lingering glance. You seem to be quite attached to your second sister lately. You were never like this before, avoiding Chang Lo like a tiger or wolf afraid she would urge you to marry or cultivate. Isn't it just growing up and caring for my sister? Lu Nianli replied with a smile. All right, you may go. Lu Wudi did not press further. If there are any other actions, I will send word to you. Having said that, Lu Wudi and his party turned their horses northward. Phew, Lu Nianli sighed in relief. He had successfully avoided a calamity. If he had followed his father back to the northern region, wouldn't he be forced to practice Buddhist Great Vajra every day? After that, he would also have to attend Professor Ruan Qiu's classes and learn the art of ruling. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. With that time, he could have deep conversations with how many beauties. I wonder if the music from the southern region is pleasant to listen to. Sitting in the carriage resting on the lap of the young courtesan Shun Baiwei with his gaze obscured, Lu Nianli thought of others upon seeing objects, as the grand and white Chang'an city was both mundane and unrefined. The music from the southern region's border must also have its own charm, right? In the southern region at Pingnan City, the Lu family's 80,000 valiant soldiers successfully defeated 150,000 followers of the Taiping sect, with the Taiping sect leader Wu Pingzhi leading the remnants to escape towards the border with a neighboring dynasty. This battle was much easier than Lu Changle had imagined. Where did that team that intercepted the royal heavy cavalry come from? Lu Changle sat in the general's residence in Pingnan City, feeling quite puzzled. When her scouts arrived at the scene, there were only numerous charred corpses. No one knew exactly what had happened. However, from the traces nearby, it seemed that two large cavalry units had clashed, and the royal heavy cavalry unit had almost been annihilated. Had it not been for that team's interception, the Lu family army facing attacks from both sides would likely have suffered heavy losses, perhaps even being completely encircled in the Tianshu mountain area. To occupy such an important location as Pingnan City is like a dream come true. Lu Changle felt dazed. I wonder how my father and younger brother are doing. She couldn't help but think of the worst outcome. If her father and younger brother were harmed, what would she do? Lead an army, raise the Lu family's banner, and declare herself empress. Young master, wake up, we have arrived at Pingnan City. Second princess is calling for you. Lu Nianli, still drowsy, was shaken awake and lifted the carriage curtain, realizing they had reached the city gates of Pingnan. Nianli, a joyful voice called from outside. After learning that his younger brother and father had safely evacuated from Chang'an, Lu Changle finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Knowing her brother was coming, she went out to greet him personally. Inside and outside the city, thousands of soldiers and common people looked at this scene, feeling emotional. Reincarnation is an art. Why is it that none of them had a good father or a good sister? The gap between people is too vast. In this cruel world, sometimes they are hardly even considered human. Elder sister, I finally see you. Lu Nianli jumped out of the carriage, grabbing his sister's hand, and began performing right there. During these days, I couldn't eat or sleep well in Chang'an, fearing that the treacherous emperor would ambush us, and then I would never see you again. Elder sister, do you know? The treacherous emperor is madly trying to kill me, and father, we have gone through countless dangers just to escape from the sea of corpses and blood. Elder sister, you must avenge me. Watching this scene, the onlookers felt disdain. The young master of the northern domain is indeed weak and incompetent. Aside from causing trouble for beautiful girls when faced with a real situation, he only knows how to hide behind the northern king and second princess, crying and begging for mercy. The key is that both the northern king and second princess have spoiled him like a treasure. It truly makes one envious and jealous. Is that so? Lu Changle glanced at the little courtesan Shun Baiwei inside the carriage and said with annoyance, in such a dangerous situation, you still remember to bring a little beauty with no cultivation by your side. You truly are my good brother. Well, as long as my brother sweetly calls me elder sister, it's never a good sign. Calling me second sister is the norm. Lu Nianli said seriously, this is a show of brotherly affection. Baiwei has devoted her body and heart to me. How can I let her down? Oh, Lu Changle smiled. Not bad, you even remember her name. You've made progress. The siblings chatted and laughed as they headed into the city. Along the way, Lu Nianli's gaze was scanning everywhere, and Lu Changle directly pierced through his little scheme. Stop looking during my watch. All the brothels were closed. Lu Nianli. How ruthless. No wonder she is my real sister. She knows me too well. Lu Nianli had no choice but to change the subject. Elder sister, I heard you defeated the Taiping sect and severely injured the royal ambush. That's incredible. Many common people say you have the demeanor of a female emperor. There are even people saying that your first time leading troops for a large-scale battle resulted in such astonishing achievements, even stronger than father back in his day. The second round of brainwashing began. Faced with her younger brother's flattery, Lu Changel was both amused and helpless. She couldn't explain. Should she say that there were high-level experts secretly assisting her? Her brother definitely wouldn't believe that. Elder sister, now that the royal family and the Northern Domain have completely split, if the Northern Domain wins, the Su family banner will fall, and it will be the Lu family banner that rises. At that time, you will be the second unparalleled female emperor after the prosperous dynasty. Lu Changel, what are you thinking? Leading troops and fighting isn't that easy. Who wins and who loses is still unknown. Holding a high position, one must not be too arrogant, otherwise one may not even know how they died. Moreover, even if father does not sit on the throne, the new emperor will still be you. Lu Nianli said weakly. Elder sister, you wouldn't want to see your brother killed by all the treacherous ministers, right? Lu Changel paused. Enough, these things are very distant, we will talk about them later. She was unwilling to discuss this topic further. The martial arts realm of her younger brother is indeed a big issue. If only her brother could enter the realm through painting like the painting saint of the prosperous dynasty. Elder sister, shall we drink a bit more? To celebrate your great victory over the Taiping sect and dominating the southern region. My brother learned a trick called fiery wine brewing in Chang'an, let me show you. As they spoke, they had already returned to the Pingnan general's residence. Lu Changel looked suspiciously. You're not planning to do something strange while I'm drunk again, right? Last time with one day nirvana, I still haven't figured out the reason behind it. I swear on my character and morals. It's just for drinking, absolutely no other purpose. If I break this oath, I won't go to the pleasure houses for a month. In order to gain his sister's trust, Lu Nianli made a toxic oath. Alright, just a little. Lu Changel couldn't resist her brother's coaxing and smiled helplessly. Lu Nianli took out the prepared wine flask. It was still the enlightenment wine. Although the effect of the enlightenment wine weakens with each use, each time he drinks such a large quantity, the effect shouldn't be too bad. He didn't dare to tell his second sister that this was enlightenment wine, or else he would definitely be scolded as an ultimate prodigal playing with such precious enlightenment wine as if it were water. Elder sister, watch closely. Lu Nianli tossed the wine flask into the air, the blood of the ancestral phoenix dripping into it. Roar! The scorching flames surged up, transforming into a magnificent phoenix circling in the air, letting out a long cry before finally returning to the wine liquid. Quite a mixed performance. Lu Changel pretended to be disdainful, but inside, she was overjoyed. She didn't expect her younger brother to go to Chang'an to learn some juggling, just to make her happy. The fiery phoenix from earlier was vivid and majestic, and for a moment it made her feel as if a real divine beast phoenix had descended to the world. It proved that her younger brother had learned with great effort. Her younger brother had high talent learning quickly, yet he never engages in proper matters. Elder sister, hurry, drink it while it's hot. In order not to reveal any clues, Lu Nianli poured the wine into his second sister's mouth. The latter was also stunned, and she opened her mouth to swallow the enlightenment wine infused with phoenix blood. Immediately, a scorching sensation rose from her lower abdomen, as if a small flame was burning within her, and the heat kept spreading. Soon every limb, every vein, and even every drop of blood began to burn. Even her soul felt scalding hot. Her body surface was emitting thick smoke, and her clothes began to ignite under the high temperature. What's happening? Lu Changel was horrified. She even felt the threat of death, as if the flames were about to consume her, incinerating everything. She looked at her younger brother. Her throat was scorched, rendering her speechless. She could only see her brother standing there in a fluster, circling in place, not knowing what to do, and she immediately stepped back. Her brother had no martial arts cultivation. If he got burned by the flames, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder sister, catch. Put it out. After a long while, Lu Nianli finally took out a large water jug and tossed it over. Lu Changel caught it in her hands. She didn't care about anything else. The burning sensation inside made her extremely uncomfortable, and she gulped down the water from the jug. Then, she only noticed a rich wine aroma. The next moment, her clothes were instantly burned to ashes. Looking ahead, the improperly viewing Lu Nianli had long since disappeared. Only Lu Changel remained, her heart silently roaring. Lu Nianli, who the hell told you to use wine to put out fire? P.S. It's been over 1,000 reminders, dear readers. I apologize for speaking too loudly. JPG, I will apologize to everyone today. I won't slack off anymore. Dear readers, click for a free small gift. It's better with the God certification. Flames engulfed her body. Her consciousness was hazy. When Lu Changel woke up, she found herself lying naked on the ground. Even at that moment, she could still feel the blazing heat within her body. In a panic, she scrambled to her feet and ran to the bronze mirror to take a look. Seeing herself in the mirror, Lu Changel was stunned. She had thought that the raging fire would cause severe damage to her body, but the reality was entirely different from her expectations. Her once long black hair had vanished, replaced by flowing fiery red locks. Her features seemed to have become more exquisite, yet she couldn't pinpoint the exact differences. As she delicately caressed her skin, all the scars and calluses from her previous martial arts training and battles had completely disappeared. Her skin had become incredibly soft and as white as jade. With each breath, vast amounts of spiritual energy flooded into her body, rapidly restoring her physical functions. What on earth happened? Lu Changel thought back to the events of last night in disbelief. Her little brother ultimately didn't keep his promise. He had done something strange to her again. If the previous Onadi nirvana could be considered a coincidence, this time's rebirth through flames was undoubtedly related to him. I must ask my little brother for clarification this time. Lu Changel put on her clothes and rushed out the door, heading straight for Lu Nianli's room. After confirming that there were no strange sounds inside, she barged in. Lu, Nian, Li, what did you do to me last night? The four maidservants and the newly joined courtesan Shun Baiwei were all stunned, their gazes fixed on Lu Nianli. What had the young master done this time? One truly cannot. Sister, you look beautiful today. Lu Nianli gazed at his transformed elder sister in sincere admiration. Her flowing red hair looked extremely regal, and her phoenix-like eyes were sharper than ever, giving her an even more formidable aura. If she could wear a phoenix crown and don a dragon robe, she would surely possess the grace of an unparalleled empress. His efforts were not in vain. Upon hearing this, the four maidservants focused their attention and gasped in awe. The second princess had truly changed a lot. Her appearance remained the same, yet she looked like a completely especially the subtle aura of authority emanating from the second princess, which seemed to form a natural field of pressure akin to that of an empress, surpassing even the prince's majesty. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, and little courtesan, you all step outside first. I have something to discuss privately with the young master. Lu Changel had made up her mind to uncover the truth. Understood. The maidservants and Shun Baiwei respectfully exited. With a wave of her hand, Lu Changel closed the door, her gaze intense as she stepped toward Lu Nianli. Speak. What happened yesterday? Don't try to deceive me with coincidences. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. She slammed her hand on the table. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will. As she pondered for a moment, Lu Changel realized there was nothing that could threaten this lazy brother of hers except for running away from home. Lu Nianli sighed. Sister, at this point, I won't hide it from you. Actually, that night in the chaotic city, I heard your heartfelt voice. Half of it was sincere and half was an act. Sister, you sacrificed so much for me. I have nothing I can do for you except for finding various ways to make up for the regrets in my heart. All the resources I secretly accumulated over the years were exchanged for various treasures, and that's how I found these few items suitable for you. You already knew. Lu Changles's heart trembled. The matter of giving up the opportunity of the immortal sex-blessed land had been deliberately concealed from her little brother. She didn't want him to feel too much pressure, yet he still knew. Sister, if you can't accept this little goodwill from your brother, then I don't know what else to do. Lu Nianli expressed his deep feelings. Forget it. Lu Changel said helplessly. I chose this back then because I felt that you were more important than the opportunity of the immortal sex-blessed land. If I had to do it again, I would still choose this way. I have no regrets then, and I have no regrets now. It was the first time Lu Changel saw her little brother's expression so serious, and she couldn't help but feel touched. Nianli, you must not feel any psychological pressure. I will accept all these things from you. The fact that you can care for your sister means that I did not make the wrong choice back then. However, you must clarify where these items came from. Such treasures that can help one undergo a complete transformation are rare in the mundane world of 100 dynasties. Lu Changles's awareness of her own transformation became clearer. Calling it a complete transformation was not an exaggeration. She was worried that her little brother might take the wrong path to make up for her inner regrets and attract some unresolved troubles. It's called Fire Cleansing Elixir, which can help a Nirvana realm expert eliminate impurities from within and enhance the purity of their bloodline. As for what you refer to as a complete transformation, it should not be the efficacy of the cleansing elixir. Lu Nianli had already prepared a set of explanations in his heart. Silly sister, what mundane world of 100 dynasties. This is ancestral phoenix blood, a divine object that could cause various big shots to fight over it in the immortal sex-blessed land. Fortunately, the immortal sex-blessed land is completely cut off from the mundane world, otherwise he would have a hard time fabricating a story. Lu Changel was puzzled. But I not only feel that my meridians and bones have been cleansed, even my spiritual roots have undergone a transformation. The fire cleansing elixir couldn't possibly achieve such an effect. Sister, don't forget that our mother is not an ordinary person. Lu Nianli said mysteriously. Did father not say that the eldest sister also experienced a bloodline transformation after accidentally consuming something when she was young? Now that this phenomenon has appeared again in you second sister, it only proves that mother is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps after some time my 5 elements waste body will also change. After hearing this explanation, Lu Changle seemed to think deeply. Oh, the eldest sister awakened a very rare constitution when she was young, and Nianli was also a naturally waste body of the 5 elements. In contrast, she had always been ordinary. Now she had finally undergone a transformation. This explanation was quite reasonable that the fire-cleansing elixir had triggered her latent bloodline, perfectly matching the situation of her eldest sister. Then when we returned to the northern region, Il asked father again. Lu Changle finally accepted. Second sister, your transformation now bears an increasingly empress-like aura. As fate would have it, the heavens must have great responsibilities for you completing your nirvana transformation at the moment of breaking ties with the royal family in the northern region. This proves that you are indeed the true person of destiny. Lu Changle squinted her eyes. Are you trying to fool me again? Really? Lu Nianli said seriously. If you don't believe it, you can invite the old heavenly master from Longhu Mountain to take a look. Perhaps you have already developed the true dragon's fortune. Sai, I see that you just don't want to inherit the family business. Lu Changle sighed. She knew her little brother well. Once the war stabilizes, we will go to Longhu Mountain. If there is no true dragon's fortune as you said, then you will honestly inherit the family business for me. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Nianli nodded with a smile. True dragon's fortune. If he released the ancestral dragon's holy chi, the entire Longhu Mountain would be overturned. How could he not handle his second sister? There are still many matters to handle in Pingnan City, so I must take my leave now. Stay honest in the city. Don't go visiting brothels, understood? Wait a moment. Lu Nianli called out to her sister, I have a small request. Go ahead. I want to create a painting to commemorate your first transformation, sister, Lu Nianli said. I will fulfill your request. Lu Changle didn't pay much attention. Moreover, the skill of my younger brother in painting is so high that ordinary people are not even qualified to ask him to take up a brush. It's still the second sister who treats me well. Exactly to my taste. Setting up the easel, Lu Nianli began to paint. Since creating the gathering of 10 beauties in the palace, his painting skills had reached new heights, making it increasingly effortless for him. With each stroke of the brush, it felt as though he was touching an ethereal realm. He was on the verge of entering another level. Yet he remained just a bit short of a breakthrough. Perhaps he needed to create another masterpiece akin to Gathering of 10 Beauties to help him step into that level. He did not enjoy cultivation. He loved painting beautiful women. If given the opportunity to create another piece, he would naturally be willing. Just a stick of incense worth of time. With a stroke of the brush, the painting was complete. Lu Nianli let out a breath. Come, let me see how the painting turned out. Lu Changle walked over with a smile. As a girl, she naturally hoped to look good in her portrait. Her gaze fell upon the painting. Lu Changle's eyes suddenly froze. In the painting, she appeared cold and proud, sitting upon a golden chair adorned with dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by a misty, ethereal realm, with citizens faintly bowing below. Wearing a phoenix crown and draped in a dragon robe, her beauty was unrivaled, looking down upon the world. So beautiful. Lu Changle had to admit that deep down she had also fantasized about this scene. Nianli's painting perfectly captured her inner desires. The Empress countenance. Looking at herself in the painting, she momentarily felt dizzy, as if she truly possessed some semblance of an empress. Could it be that what Nianli said was true? Sister, what do you think? Lu Nianli smiled. No matter how you see it, this is my perfect sister in my mind. Humph. Lu Changle chuckled lightly and rolled up the painting. I'm taking this painting with me. You are not allowed to mention the term empress in front of others in the future. With that, Lu Changle hurriedly left. At the same time, a system prompt rang in Lu Nianli's mind. Ding detected that the host has exhibited intermediate slacking behavior. The progress of second sister's empress cultivation has greatly increased, granting 1 lottery chance and 300 slacking points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique, Tai Chi Health Preservation Technique. Tai Chi Health Preservation Technique. After cultivation, one can absorb the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth, focusing on internal cultivation rather than external, greatly enhancing the foundational aspects of the internal organs and the meridians. Considering the host's dislike for cultivation, 400 slacking points can be spent to upgrade it to an automatic cultivation version. Internal cultivation without external. Lu Nianli began to understand its meaning. No wonder it's a slacking system, it's truly considerate. Previously, a not-so-strong kidney had limited his performance, but from now on worries would no longer exist. He is good, and the courtesans are even better. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Lu Nianli spent 400 slacking points to upgrade the Tai Chi Health Preservation Technique to an automatic cultivation version. He only needed to lightly guide with his consciousness to specify the parts where the yin and yang energies would strengthen. The weakness he felt after yesterday's battle with Shun Baiwei gradually disappeared. Better than the all-healing soup. Lu Nianli sensed carefully he could feel that some minor ailments within his body were dissipating under the nurturing of the yin and yang energies. Just as he was practicing, the door was pushed open. The four maidens and the courtesan Shun Baiwei walked in. Seeing the young master in meditation, the maidens rubbed their eyes thinking they had seen it wrong. When did the young master learn to cultivate? No, wait. I don't sense the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The maidens were confused yet dared not to disturb. They sat to the side concentrating on watching, always feeling that the young master looked much better today than usual. After a long while, Lu Nianli opened his eyes. He hadn't actually cultivated just now, he was merely guiding where the yin and yang energies converged. Having familiarized himself with the operation process, he would be able to do it at will in the future. Young master, what were you just doing? The four maidens stared wide-eyed, curiously asking. Do you want to know? Lu Nianli smiled meaningfully. Just now I practiced an indestructible skill, and I will use you all to test it. The four maidens' faces flushed red, already realizing what the young master meant. Only the courtesan Shin Baiwei was still somewhat confused, exclaiming, Young master, you can cultivate now. Yes. Lu Nianli smiled, but Shin Baiwei finally realized, but it was too late. Next door, Li Shuang'er sat there listening, murmuring softly. The young master is truly fierce today. Completely different from his usual state. This is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Could it be that such things can also have breakthroughs like swordsmanship? Looking at Li Shuang'er, who was analyzing seriously, Meng Xia felt a headache coming on. Shuang'er's mental issues seemed to be getting more severe. Can a normal sword cultivator comprehend swordsmanship from such matters? It's simply impossible. Yet Shuang'er came to a series of absurd conclusions. She was almost at her wit's end. When would she finally meet that senior Azura and then leave with peace of mind? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the northern region formally severed ties with the royal family. Under Lu Chongless arrangement, many key locations along the southern border had been occupied by the Lu family army, leaving only the vast Jiangnan prefecture. The royal family had stationed heavy troops in Jiangnan prefecture. General Wang Zhen personally guarded it. Even if the northern region's elite army wanted to take a bite out of this tough nut, they would be severely weakened. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that Lu Changel finally received a message from her father. It contained only 5 words: attack Jiangdong Prefecture. Jiangdong County is the foremost among the 5 counties in the southeast under the domain of Prince Qi Su Qingping. In comparison to Jiangnan County, which connects directly to Chang'an City, Jiangdong County serves as a secondary strategic point. Now that Jiangnan County could not be conquered, the northern region has chosen to shift its target. Are we finally going to take action? Lu Changel felt a surge of excitement, the pent-up frustration within her dissipating. Jin Yao informed all troops to prepare. Pass down the military orders. I let Wang Lung and Ouyang Su each lead an army of 20,000 traversing through the regions of Nujiang and Donglin to attack the 2 border cities of Jiangdong County. 20,000 troops will remain stationed at Pingnan City. The remaining 20,000 will join me in assaulting the main city of Jiangdong County. Lu Changel issued command after command. In the skirmish with the Taiping sect, the Lu family's 100,000-strong army suffered a loss of 20,000, but achieved a great victory, forcing 150,000 Taiping followers to abandon the city and flee. Now as the war intensifies, the main forces are under her father's control, leaving her with few troops at her disposal. 20,000 soldiers attacking the main city of Jiangdong County are certainly insufficient. Fortunately, she had previously gathered 3,000 refugees for her younger brother, and now was the time to make use of them. Meanwhile, Lu Nianli, having just achieved a resounding victory with a spear, also received the message. Second sister is going to attack Jiangdong County. I've heard that the tunes from Jiangdong are the most alluring into foam. Lu Nianli immediately made a decision. I must experience it for myself. He quickly dressed and rushed outside. Soon he arrived at the general's residence where Lu Changel was discussing the specifics of the assault on Jiangdong County with the various generals. Watching his second sister strategizing with keen insight, Lu Nianli felt a deep sense of pride. He eagerly anticipated the sight of her shedding her general's armor for the glorious golden dragon robe. He did not interrupt, quietly sitting for a while. When the meeting concluded and the generals dispersed, Lu Changel approached her younger brother. What brings you here? Of course I want to accompany my second sister to Jiangdong County, Lu Nianli replied with a smile. Do you think I would believe that? Lu Changel scoffed. I suspect it's not about your sister, but rather that Jiangdong lady. Only one who knows me well would say that, sister, Lu Nianli said with an awkward smile. War is not child's play, you shouldn't go. Lu Changel replied. I cannot guarantee that we will definitely conquer Jiangdong County this time. You'll have plenty of chances to go in the future. It's fine, I can be a good luck charm, Lu Nianli said confidently. As long as I'm here, we will definitely win. Sai, do as you wish, Lu Changel conceded, unable to argue against her brother. If they encounter a real defeat with numerous experts protecting them, as long as they do not choose to fight to the death, retreating with Nianli would not be a difficult task. Then I'll go get ready, Lu Nianli thought to himself. With 3,000 masters from the Yihua Palace and 10,000 great snow dragon riders assisting, breaking through Jiangdong County would not be a challenge. The difficulty lay in how to ensure the credit reached his sister. Returning to the courtyard, the 4 maids of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had already dressed and come out. Prepare the luggage. We will accompany the army to Jiangdong County. Where's Bai Wei? Chunyu giggled, covering her mouth. Bai Wei probably can't make it as she's still bedridden. It's all the young lord's fault for not cherishing the delicate. Even I feel a faint ache, not to mention Bai Wei, Xiachan teased. The young lord must have practiced some divine skill. Xiao Yi and Dong Shui looked at him with flirtatious expressions. It truly is intoxicating. You will have plenty of time to experience whatever divine skills there are, Lu Nianli chuckled. Go prepare the luggage. Bai Wei should stay in Pingnan City to recuperate. The maids departed. Another figure appeared. Young lord, there's new information from the palace. The old emperor has not attended court for 5 consecutive days. He should be nearing his end. At this rate, he will pass in less than 7 days. The old man should be dead soon, Lu Nianli scoffed. Once he dies, it will mark the true beginning of the fragmentation of Defeng. There have also been new developments in the intelligence gathering regarding Empress Bai Chao. Bai Xiaodong produced a bag of documents. As of today, we have gathered information on 36 empresses, but progress may slow from here on out. The realms of the worldly empires are vast. Some dynasties are extremely far from Defeng, even having different ethnic groups, making it an immense project to collect all the information. Lu Nianli had a premonition. If he could complete the emperor's portraits of the 100 dynasties, he might indeed enter the realm of creation through the art of painting. What about the information on the princes? Lu Nianli asked again. Crown Prince Su Qingshu is still consolidating various officials in the court, and currently over 90% of the guard forces in Chang'an City are his people, giving him a significant advantage. Prince Qi's master, the sword god Wei Hongyue, is suspected to have emerged from seclusion, possibly to assist Prince Qi in seizing the throne. His senior brother Wei Zong is also extensively gathering Jianghu disciples. Prince Jing is raising a large number of gu in the northwest Yunzhou County, using people to raise gu, even refining medicine, with them creating a troop that is neither human nor ghostly. These gu soldiers and medicinal soldiers feel no pain, possess extremely strong vitality, and their combat power far exceeds that of ordinary armies. The number of the medicinal gu corps is approximately 5,000 and is still expanding. Bai Xiaotong reported all the information. Good, you may withdraw for now. Lu Nianli pondered. These princes truly are more outrageous than the last, each one resorting to any means necessary for the sake of power. If the people of the world were to learn of Prince Jing's actions, who would dare to support him as emperor? Yet what worried him most was still the matter of attacking Jiangdong County. Sword god Wei Hongyue is a legendary figure renowned alongside the white-clad sword god Jiang Yongning. Wei Hongyue's emergence to assist Prince Qi Su Chengping poses a significant challenge for the northern region, especially since the very Jiangdong County his second sister intends to attack is where Prince Qi resides. If they were to encounter sword god Wei Hongyue, he might have to resort to using his trump card Moon Invitation Palace Master. Alternatively, he might directly eliminate Wei Hongyue with Deathly Sword Qi. He wished to avoid both scenarios. By keeping Wei Hongyue alive, he could continue to exhaust the power of Prince Jing and the Crown Prince. Killing Wei Hongyue would only invite caution from his sister and the northern region, making them the target of all. As he contemplated this, the 4 maids had finished packing their bags. The northern forces, known for their thunderous efficiency in battle, were preparing in an orderly fashion under Lu Changle's orders. Having been in a state of readiness, they acted swiftly once the commands were issued. By noon, all troops were fully prepared. Finally setting off, Lu Nianli, rarely not riding in a carriage, took turns riding a horse, with the 4 maids bumping along the way with occasional strange sounds echoing. It's so damn romantic. I can only envy that I am not a young lord. Sigh, in this world some things one is born without, and one will never have the chance to possess them throughout life. Such conduct is improper. Treating military campaigns as a joke will surely lead to suffering. The soldiers looked at the young lord riding the horse, filled with envy and resentment. They thought to themselves, once they conquered Jiangdong County, they would surely vent their frustrations thoroughly. In Jiangdong County, at the Qi King's residence, In the main hall, the seat of honor was not occupied by Qi Wang Su Qingping, but by an elderly man with a rugged face, white hair, yet still vigorous. Master, have you broken through that realm? Qi Wang Su Qingping asked cautiously from his lower seat. I am still half a step away. The blade god Wei Hongyue shook his head, saying reaching beyond creation is not so easily attainable. If I were younger, perhaps there would be hope. He looked at Su Qingping this time out of seclusion. One purpose is to assist you in ascending to the throne, and the other is to meet the white-clad sword god Jiang Yongning. I've heard he is single-handedly resisting hundreds of royal experts in the palace, with just one sword advancing further than in the past. If I could battle him with all my might, I might find an opportunity for breakthrough. Recalling the past, both were top figures in the Great Feng's martial world. One blade, one sword, they severed the entire martial world. As they aged, they gradually withdrew. Both sides had contended over 100 times to prove who was stronger, the blade god or the sword god. In fact, they had once fought a duel before retreating. In the end, he lost to the white-clad sword god Jiang Yongning by half a move. After that, Jiang Yongning crossed the sea alone to seek the fabled lands of the immortal sex, while he chose to withdraw from the martial world. Master, the white-clad sword god is now the protector of the northern region and will not rashly duel you, Su Qingping said. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Wei Hongyue smiled lightly. I will not seek him out for now. The most important thing is to assist you in claiming the throne. Indeed, we cannot provoke the northern region. Su Qingping breathed a sigh of relief. While they were talking, Wei Hongyue's eldest disciple Wei Zong rushed in from outside. Master, junior brother. Wei Zong's expression was grave. Scouts from the front line report that the second princess of the northern region, Lu Changel, is leading 20,000 troops of the Lu family and 30,000 refugee soldiers toward Jiangdong County's main city. The two border cities Nujiang and Donglin are also under attack by 20,000 Lu family troops each. They have indeed come. Su Qingping narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated this scenario. Jiangdong County borders Jiangnan County, where the Grand General is personally defending Jiangnan with the Imperial Guards. The northern region is unwilling to expend great resources to take that tough nut, so they will inevitably turn their attack to Jiangdong County. In this current situation, facing the northern region is not a wise choice. He must maintain sufficient strength for the struggle over the throne. Qingping, what do you plan to do? Wei Hongyue asked calmly. Let's retreat. Su Qingping replied. It's fine to temporarily give Jiangdong County to the northern region. They only want to use Jiangdong County as a springboard to attack Jiangnan County. We can hold the other 4 counties. Currently, the morale of the northern region is at its peak. Confronting them head-on is not a wise choice. Why not let General Wang's forces wear them down first while we observe the situation? Wei Hongyue nodded lightly. You are Qi Wang, you make the decisions here. My senior brother and I are just here to assist. Junior brother won't giving up like this inflate the northern region's ambitions. Wei Zong expressed some concern. If the northern region aims to seize the 5 southeastern counties and forces us into a fight, wouldn't we be losing a county for nothing? Senior brother makes a valid point. Qi Wang pondered for a moment. The battlefield situation is ever-changing. If the northern region doesn't follow the conventional path and treats us as soft persimmons to be squeezed, that would be troublesome. I have a plan. Wei Zong said, since Master has already emerged from seclusion, why not let Master show himself a bit to give the northern region a warning? They will weigh the pros and cons. A peak expert of the creation realm is enough to make Lu Changel feel intimidated. Master, what do you think? Su Qingping asked. In that case, I will make a move. Wei Hongyue nodded. You all take the troops and depart first. We will meet again in Jianghan County. Thank you, Master. Su Qingping and Wei Zong clasped their fists in salute. The two immediately led the troops, taking all supplies, abandoning their defenses, and retreating from Jiangdong County, handing over this fertile land to the northern region. With people gone, the city was empty. As for the common people in the city, the timid fled, becoming driftwood in the chaotic world, while the brave stayed in the city, leaving their fates to chance. The blade god Wei Hongyue, carrying a blood-red long knife, walked leisurely step by step toward the city wall. Though he could not face 10,000 troops alone. But if he wanted to leave, no one could hold him back. Gazing far into the distance, he still saw no sign of the northern region's army. He was not in a hurry, bringing a pot of yellow wine and a wooden bowl sitting on the city wall to drink alone. The mighty blade god, drinking alone. Shall I accompany you for a drink? A somewhat teasing voice rang. Wei Hongyue looked up and saw a woman dressed in a white long skirt, coldly beautiful, sitting on the other end of the city wall. Such an eerie lightness and movement. I only realized when you were close. Who are you? Wei Hongyue thought back to both the old and new generations of the martial world and found no one like her. Yuhua Palace Yaoyu. I come at the behest of the second princess of the northern region to meet with the blade god. Though Yaoyu was merely in the early stages of the creation realm, she showed no fear in facing the blade god Wei Hongyue. She was not here to kill him, just to stall for some time. At the same time, she revealed the important information that she is subordinate to the second princess of the northern region. The younger generation truly emerges exceptional. Wei Hongyue chuckled softly and slowly stood up the blood-red long knife, pointing at Yao Yue. It has been a long time since I've drawn my blade. You are a good sharpening stone. You are also a good stepping stone. Yao Yu spoke coldly. Swish. In the next moment, the red long knife rushed forward in an instant. Yet it only cut through a beam of moonlight. Wei Hongyue was somewhat astonished. His opponent's speed was faster than he had imagined. He tightly gripped the knife handle, assuming a posture to draw his blade, the sword intent converging like a rushing river. In broad daylight, a red moon rose above the city. It was a manifestation of ultimate sword intent. This move was also the blade god's signature skill, Red Moon Blade Draw. The blade light like night, the moonlight fills the sky. Buzz. At the moment the sword intent reached its peak, a full moon blade arc was slashed out, unavoidable. Yao Yu's complexion slightly changed. Ihua Jai Jade. A jade light blossomed from her hands. This palm strikes at will, growing stronger when meeting stronger foes. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more powerful her counterattack. As she unleashed her palms, both hands could channel different inner energies of heaven and earth, yin and yang, executing various ultimate techniques, changing as desired, intricate and profound. With the miraculous and enchanting Ihua Jai Jade palm technique, Yao Yu barely managed to withstand the overbearing and unparalleled Red Moon Blade Draw. Such an exquisite palm technique that it can layer by layer dissolve my sword intent. Wei Hongyue marveled, no longer drawing his blade. He also knew he could not kill this cold and graceful woman before him. He did not expect the second princess of the northern region to be so formidable. Previously, he had heard that Lu Changel had trained 10,000 elite white-armored cavalry, decisively annihilating 20,000 imperial secret cavalry. Now, with such experts guarding her, coupled with the northern region's 100,000-strong army, they have the foundation to claim the throne. Is the recent rumor of the heir as bait, the second daughter as emperor, about to come true? The Jiangdong River. Lu Changel led the northern region army across the river, and ahead 50 miles away lay the main city of Jiangdong Prefecture. Whoa! With his red hair and white horse, Lu Changel suddenly halted, gazing into the distance. Meng Xiali Shuang'er and Luo Wuxin felt the same. They all saw a crimson moon rising in the distance, faintly sensing a domineering blade intent. In the realm of transformation, one gains the blessings of celestial fate and constructs the bridge of creation. It can also seize the creation of heaven and earth. The means to provoke celestial phenomena can only be achieved by a peak expert in the realm of transformation. It's him, the blade god Wei Hongyue. Lu Changle's expression changed slightly. Although she had reached the mid-stage of nirvana, surpassing others of the same realm in strength, facing the blade god still left her without any chance of victory. The blade god, huh? Meng Xia sighed. It's a pity that this blade intent pales in comparison to that of the senior's Shura sword intent. After witnessing the Shura sword intent, Meng Xia always felt that the true intent of the world is nothing more than this. Li Shuang'er said, I wonder which expert is dueling with the blade god, forcing him to unleash his famed skill, the crimson moon drawing blade slash. Lu Changel was also puzzled. Her greatest concern in this expedition was that the blade god Wei Hongyue would intervene as an expert of that caliber alongside a small number of soldiers could turn the tide of battle. To her surprise, before the northern region army arrived, someone had already engaged the blade god in combat. Continue advancing. Lu Changel recognized this as an opportunity and immediately ordered the troops to move forward. Has Yao Yu already clashed with Wei Hongyue? Although Lu Nianli could not sense it, he could tell from the reactions of others. This indicated that his plan was very successful. In his plan, Yao Yu's role was to hold back the blade god Wei Hongyue, while a force of 10,000 great Snow Dragon riders and 2,000 experts from the Ihua Palace would launch a surprise attack on Prince Qi's troops. He did not seek to kill Prince Qi. Merely cutting off his supplies of food, weapons, and horses would be considered a victory. Moreover, it was crucial to convey the key message that my second sister possesses the demeanor of an empress. The troops continued to advance. Approaching Jiangdong Prefecture from 30 miles away, scouts brought new intelligence. Jiangdong Prefecture has surrendered without a fight. Prince Qi's army has completely withdrawn. Seeing the intel, Lu Changel was initially taken aback, but soon understood. During the struggle for the throne, Prince Qi likely did not wish to engage the northern region, he did not wanting to lose his forces to allow the crown prince and Prince Jing to gain an advantage. For the northern region, capturing Jiangdong Prefecture without shedding blood was the best outcome. This would allow them to retain more forces to attack Jiangnan Prefecture. Prince Qi's army has already retreated. Accelerate the advance, swiftly take control of the cities in Jiangdong Prefecture. Lu Changel immediately gave the order. The appearance of Wei Hongyue was likely a warning to her, advising her not to overreach and covet the other 4 prefectures. But who was the expert fighting Wei Hongyue? Did her father have another expert in the realm of transformation guarding him? Second sister, has Jiangdong Prefecture been taken down just like that? Lu Nianli rode closer, smiling. I told you, with me as your lucky charm, victory is assured. Oomph. Lu Changel shot him a glare. Second sister, just admit that I had a significant contribution in this battle, will you? Lu Nianli Yes, you had the greatest contribution. Is that enough? Lu Changel smiled helplessly. As a reward, I want to open a branch of the moon-chasing pavilion in Jiangdong Prefecture. With such a grand achievement, my sister should not refuse, right? Lu Nianli thought of the most popular Jiangdong tune of Da Feng, feeling excited. Lu Changel replied irritably, Lu Nianli, can't you have a bit of ambition? All you think about is opening brothels. Don't you have any slightly grander ideals? Of course I do. Lu Nianli said earnestly. My ideal is to have branches of the moon-chasing pavilion spread throughout the secular realms, providing a refuge for the pitiful women suffering throughout the world. Sister, in the future you will conquer the world, and I will shelter the world's unfortunate women. Is that ambitious enough? Lu Changel, unable to communicate. At the border of Jiangdong Prefecture, at the junction with Jianghong Prefecture, Prince Qi's troops were slowly advancing. Inside the carriage, Wei Zong and Su Chengping sat across from each other, engaged in a game of chess. Check. Senior brother, you lost again. Prince Qi. Su Chengping laughed heartily as he placed his piece. In chess I am no match for my junior brother. Wei Zong shook his head, glancing outside the carriage. Why hasn't Master caught up yet? Prince Qi also felt something was off. At Master's speed, after intimidating Lu Changel, he should be able to catch up quickly. Could there be a problem? Impossible. Wei Zong frowned. In the current secular realms, there are very few who can rival Master. There are no such experts within the territory of Da Feng. Then, the two's expressions turned grave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Enemy attack. Just then screams rang out from outside, arrows rained down from both sides, and the sound of iron hooves thundered, indicating at least 10,000 heavy cavalry were lying in ambush. Prince Qi's face fell. To be ambushed on his own territory at such a large scale was quite alarming. The Northern Region army truly appeared and disappeared like ghosts. He looked outside the carriage and saw the red Lu family flag rising in the distance. The red Lu family flag represented the personal guard of the Northern Region's 2nd Prefecture Lord. White armor, white horse. Snow without a trace. It's the divine soldiers that annihilated 20,000 royal cavalry. Prince Qi suddenly realized. Until now, Master still had not returned, evidently falling into the Northern Region's 2nd Prefecture Lord scheme. It seems the 2nd Prefecture Lord commanded not only 10,000 white-armored cavalry and a multitude of martial arts experts, but also a mysterious guardian in the realm of transformation. The rumor of the heir being a bait and the second daughter claiming the throne was indeed not a falsehood. Retreat. Abandon the supplies, break out to the west. Prince Qi immediately issued the order. Faced with an ambush of 10,000 heavy cavalry and numerous martial arts experts skilled in assassination, any forced resistance would lead to a dead end. The troops of Prince Qi were well trained, immediately setting fire to their supplies while breaking out towards the west. After all, this was his territory, and he figured that the 10,000 heavy cavalry would not dare to pursue too deeply. Cultivating such a heavy cavalry composed of numerous martial arts experts requires resources tenfold that of ordinary cavalry, and losing even one would be painful. As they retreated westward, Prince Qi breathed a sigh of relief, as he had expected the enemy did not pursue, but chose to extinguish the fire and seize the supplies. Lu Changel, I will remember you. Do you not know the saying, greed leads to downfall? The fierce light flickered in Prince Qi's eyes. I allowed you to have Jiangdong Prefecture, yet you still wish for my life. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if he did not wish to provoke the Northern Region, he could not swallow this humiliation. Senior brother, I would like you to do something for me. Junior brother, please say. Wei Zong replied. Please let the scouts of the Intelligence Hall release all information regarding Lu Changel. 10,000 white-armored cavalry, over 1,000 martial arts experts, and a guardian in the realm of transformation all have severely crippled my personal army of Prince Qi. Even more bizarre information can be fabricated. Doesn't she want to be an empress? I will make her the target of everyone's criticism, letting her understand just how difficult it is to ascend the throne. When the Northern Army arrived at the main city of Jiangdong, the city gates were deserted. The once grand gates had been cleaved in two, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors, emanating a domineering and icy blade intent. Wei Hongyue must have left. Sensing the chilling blade intent, Lu Changel let out a sigh of relief. If the blade god Wei Hongyue had held the fort here, he would have had to borrow troops from his father to capture Jiangdong County. Fortunately, the three princes were embroiled in intrigue and power struggles, which instead provided the northern domain with an opportunity. The scouts entered the city, first investigated the military situation, and confirmed there were no ambushes before Lu Chang'e issued the order. Enter the city. The 20,000 Lu family troops and 30,000 refugee soldiers entered the city in an orderly manner. Princess, we discovered large quantities of food and weapons in the various military camps. The Qi army seems to have retreated in a hurry, taking only a small portion of their supplies. They left behind a large amount of food and weapons. Lu Chang'e was puzzled. After all, this was a time of war. No matter how much the Qi king calculated, he wouldn't simply leave supplies for the northern domain to attack Jiangnan County. After all, depleting the northern domain's resources would also benefit the Qi king. Even if they couldn't take everything away, they should have burned it all. Could it be that the Qi king has other plans? Jin Yao, take people to check the food and weapons. If there are no issues, bring them to supplement the 30,000 refugee soldiers' supplies. Naturally, Lu Chang'e would not refuse the free supplies. As for what the Qi king was thinking, she did not wish to speculate too much. At least the current situation was more favorable for the northern domain. Jiangdong County had already been secured. What remained was to cooperate with her father in besieging Jiangnan County. Her gaze swept across the assembled generals. Where is the young master? Lu Chang'e frowned. Reporting to the princess, the young master went to a brothel on the way into the city, a general below replied. Sigh. Lu Chang'e sighed helplessly. She couldn't be bothered with it. Her younger brother had his own interests, and she couldn't control him. The most important thing now was to arrange the troops and prepare for the upcoming siege of Jiangnan County. Meanwhile, Lu Nianli had arrived at Jiangdong County's largest brothel, the Intelligence Pavilion. One must say that the people of Jiangdong County were quite bold. Knowing that the Qi king had already retreated, most citizens still did not flee, and even the panicked ones were few. Although the northern army was fierce, it would not sway the hearts of the local populace. If the Lu family were to truly ascend to the throne, they would require the support of countless commoners, and naturally would not engage in pillaging within their own territory. As young master Lu Nianli entered the building, he immediately attracted the attention of the courtesans. Just as the tales suggested, the reputation of the young master among noble families and well-bred maidens was as poor as it was among the brothel girls. Young master, you have finally arrived. The girls of Intelligence Pavilion have been waiting for a long time. The madam of the pavilion, along with the courtesans, had received news in advance and personally welcomed him. Welcome, young master. The girls all bowed in unison. Such a display astonished the patrons within Intelligence Pavilion. Even Lu Nianli had to admit, no wonder they said the songs of Jiangdong County were the most seductive. He hadn't even joined in yet, and he could already smell the allure. However, this suited his taste perfectly. Young master, are you satisfied? The madam bent, slightly flattering Lu Nianli, almost desperate to participate herself. She also knew, however, that although she was referred to as still possessing charm despite being middle-aged, and even though some guests were willing to pay heavily for her, the young master would certainly not be interested in her old self. Lu Nianli glanced around. He leisurely walked to the center of the first floor and slammed a stack of gold tickets onto the table. Here is 1,000 taels of gold. Select 10 to accompany this young master. Is that enough? That's plenty, that's plenty. The madam's face lit up with joy. Lu Nianli nodded and tossed a large silver ingot to the madam. This is for you. Let the beauties call out my name, and I will listen. Also, those who are not virgins should step aside and give the newcomers a chance to experience. He was not a fool and would not spend 1,000 taels of gold to take back a multitude. Upon hearing this, the girls present sighed and dispersed by more than half. The remaining ones were half delighted and half apprehensive. With war approaching, who wouldn't want a good backing? To be favored by the young master was enough to secure a lifetime of food and clothing. What they feared was that the great house would collapse, leaving them with no good outcome. Of course, they didn't have the right to choose. They could only silently accept the fate that was about to come. Let's begin. Lu Nianli reclined on the chair, closing his eyes to listen. Then, accompanied by a cry of awe, the others were stunned. The seductive essence was indeed present, showcasing the local flavor of Jiangdong County, but the sound he wanted to hear was not this. I meant songs. This young master wants songs. Lu Nianli glanced at the madam. The latter broke out in a cold sweat, murmuring to herself that he was indeed here to listen to songs. Ladies, sing. With the young master present, your chance to change your fate is here. I hope you can seize it. The situation was finally brought back on track. The courtesans each sang a segment. Lu Nianli listened with closed eyes, and when he found someone good, he would call to stop and select, ultimately choosing 10. As for their looks, those who could be protected by Intelligence Pavilion in their virginity would naturally not be too lacking. After all, not everyone had the qualification to sell their art without selling their bodies. Having made his selections under the envious gazes of various wealthy young masters, Lu Nianli led the 10 girls upstairs. The songs of Jiangdong are lively. This young master quite likes them. Lu Nianli sat on the bed in the private room smiling. Each of you play a song. Whoever sings the liveliest will receive a grand reward. In such times few could sing lively songs. Most were heavy with concerns for the country and the people or grandiose war tunes of steel and hooves. Compared to these, the songs of Jiangdong were more to his liking. The courtesans were first taken aback, then each picked up an instrument knowing this was a chance to shine. If they could attract the young master's gaze, their future lives would be completely different. The 10 beauties vied to display their talents. Listening to the lively tunes, Lu Nianli felt elated. Accompanying his second sister to Jiangdong County was indeed the right choice. After a song concluded, "Good. Very good." Lu Nianli clapped in praise, stepping forward to select the one who sang the best. "What you just sang was the jade tree in the courtyard." "Yes." The courtesan lowered her head, responding softly. "I heard this song was composed by a king of a fallen nation. Your courage is commendable." Lu Nianli smiled. The courtesan's face turned pale, and she knelt down, pleading for mercy. I mean no harm, young master, spare my life, spare my life." Lu Nianli chuckled. "Relax, this young master is not so rigid. You sang quite well, though some of your notes were off. Now this young master will play the music, and you shall dance." Ever since acquiring the skill music path to divinity, he had brought countless brothel beauties to tears. Wherever he went, he would surely make the local brothel girls sing with tears like pear blossoms. The harmony touched the heart, capable of healing or causing melancholy, not to mention his divine level of musical attainment. The courtesans were bewildered, but dared not defy him, obediently cooperating. The music began. In just a few lines, the courtesans felt a spring breeze sweep through their hearts. Their apprehension dissipated, and their steps became lively, swaying to the rhythm, as if they had entered a celestial realm or a dreamlike paradise. There was no more worry in the world, only a life of intoxicating luxury. That sensation was a marvel they had never experienced in their lives. As the melody gradually approached its end, they returned to reality, tears silently sliding down unexpectedly, crying tears of joy. Along with the flowers weeping, a system prompt also echoed in Lu Nianli's mind. Ding! Intermediate slacking behavior detected in the host. Upon entering Jiangdong weeping over the 10 flowers, you have received a lottery opportunity. Once slacking points 200. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine spear Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang, a spear with immense growth potential capable of accompanying its master in continuous growth, slaying true dragons across the world and gathering fortune for oneself. Divine spear Feng Qiuhuang. Slaying true dragons across the world, gathering fortune for oneself. Upon seeing this introduction, Lu Nianli was overjoyed. The system truly understood him. This spear was simply tailor-made for his second sister. Before she set out, he had to find an opportunity to present this spear to her. With this spear, it would be difficult for her not to become an empress. After enjoying 5 carefree days in Jiangdong County, Lu Nianli finally received a military order from the northern region. His father personally led 1500 troops to guard the vital path to Jiangnan County, scheduled to attack Jiangnan County 3 days later. By then, his second sister would also lead troops to assist in attacking several counties to the east of Jiangnan. Jiangnan County's defenses were as solid as a fortress. No military strategy could easily take it down. There were only 2 paths, either to break through hidden or to cause internal collapse. With General Wang Jun personally guarding, both paths were difficult to tread. After 5 full days of leisure, Lu Nianli finally left Intelligence Pavilion. Ever since practicing the Taiji nurturing technique, his former troubles had ceased to exist. Even while plowing the fields, he felt increasingly powerful. Returning to the governor's mansion, his second sister Lu Changle was practicing spear techniques. Since that day, she drank a large amount of enlightenment wine and entered the nirvana realm. Her spear skills had reached a state of perfection. Her dragon snake spear technique was extraordinarily marvelous. The spear moved like a dragon and transformed like a snake, making it nearly impossible to defend against. As she thrust the spear, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed, with dragon and phoenix images soaring toward the heavens. She retracted the spear. "So impressive, my dear sister." Lu Nianli admired from the side and couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you finally had enough fun?" Lu Changle shot him a glance. Only you, Lu Nianli, could play in a brothel for 5 continuous days without coming out. Others may have the heart, but they lack the ability, Lu Nianli replied with a smile. "Are you proud of that?" Lu Changle was exasperated. "Sister, you're sweating. Let me help you wipe it off." Lu Nianli hastily changed the topic, taking out a handkerchief hanging nearby to wipe her sweat. "Sister, I also brought you a gift. Wishing you victory in the upcoming great battle. Come have someone bring the gift." 4 burly men entered carrying a wooden box, sweating profusely and finding it quite difficult. Lu Chongless' expression softened a bit. Her annoying little brother was considerate, knowing she was sulking and specially prepared a gift. No wonder those young ladies liked her little brother so much. Sister, open it and take a look. I guarantee you'll love it. This was procured at a high price from the Baichao Merchant Association. Lu Nianli waved his hand, dismissing the four burly men. Lu Changle stepped forward, opened the wooden box, and gazed inside. It contained a long spear entirely white in color, intricately carved with a phoenix design. At the moment she saw the phoenix design, she felt a faint burning sensation in her bloodline. The sound of a phoenix's cry echoed in her mind. She could sense that this spear was extremely compatible with her. A fine spear. Lu Changle raised her hand, the spear's handle perfectly fitting her grip as if it had been custom-made for her. The moment she gripped the handle, her aura completely merged with the spear's intent. With the spear in hand, she couldn't help but practice. With each thrust, Lu Changle felt an overwhelming sense of admiration, as she had finally found the feeling she had been seeking, where the spear's intent and her soul became one. That wonderful feeling made combat feel like a pleasure. Roar! As she retracted the spear again, a vast aura erupted from her, and the sound of phoenix cries resonated throughout the governor's mansion. Nearby residents and soldiers looked up at the center of the governor's mansion. They seemed to see a white phoenix flying out from the governor's mansion, soaring into the heavens. Did she break through? Lu Nianli, watching the scene, asked in a daze. Lu Changle also nodded in shock. She hadn't expected to break through to the late Nirvana realm so easily. Did I really break through? She widened her eyes, still in disbelief. Had she comprehended the fusion of spear intent and mental power so easily? She pinched Lu Nianli's thigh hard. Does it hurt, little brother? Lu Nianli replied. What do you think? Your little brother is quite fragile. Next time could you pinch yourself? Before she finished speaking, Lu Nianli suddenly felt his body lifted into the air as his excited second sister spun him around wildly. He almost foamed at the mouth from being spun around. After a long time, his second sister, realizing her conscience, finally put him down. Did you really procure this spear from the Baichao Merchant Association? After the excitement, Lu Changle gradually calmed down and asked seriously. Of course. Lu Nianli had learned his lesson this time, and immediately took out the merchant ticket from the Baichao Merchant Association as proof. Forging one was easy for him. It seems this spear is destined for me, Lu Changle sighed. She carefully stroked the patterns on the spear. It didn't appear particularly precious, but it perfectly matched her. This time her little brother had chosen a thoughtful gift. Does this spear have a name? Feng Qiuhuang. What a good name. Lu Chongless' thoughts stirred, and it seemed Feng Qiuhuang responded to her. Sister, the battle in Jiangnan County will be perilous. With this spear by your side, it will surely help you charge through the northern troops and achieve success. Lu Nianli prayed for his second sister to win many battles. Each victory would allow her to devour a portion of the true dragon fortune of the Great Feng Dynasty, paving the way for her to become an empress. I will. Lu Chongless' gaze was firm, her fighting spirit soaring. Wait for me to return victorious from Jiangnan County. I will help you take revenge for the grievances in Chang'an City. When I return to Chang'an City, I want everyone there to dare not look down on you. On the city wall of Jiangnan County, General Wang Zhenxian stood gazing into the distance at the approaching Northern Domain army. After decades of military service, he found himself facing the one thing he dreaded the most. The royal family had the qualification to engage with the Northern Domain, but due to the internal strife among the princes, the Dragon Guard Hall issued a decree commanding the armies to hold the city gates and never engage in battle. Wang Zhenxian had never fought such a constrained battle. Father, are you afraid of Uncle Lu? Having grown up listening to stories of the Northern King, Wang Qing's admiration for Lu Wudi surpassed that for her own father. Is father afraid of him? Wang Zhenxian raised his head proudly like a swan. In the past, I fought across the south and north, and my achievements are no less than his. Really? Wang Qingru blinked, but father seems very nervous. Of course I'm nervous. Wang Zhenxian sighed. After all, this battle has been awaited for 18 years, and from the moment that little brat Lu Nianli was born, I knew this confrontation was inevitable. If it weren't for the world-shaking Princess Nangong Liuli and the little brat Lu Nianli, perhaps old Lu's character would really lead him to lay down his weapons and return to farming. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. For this son, old Lu is destined to clash with the royal family. Wang Zhenxian did not believe Lu Wudi was wrong. If anyone threatened his daughter, he too would take reckless actions without hesitation. He could only lament that the bond forged through life and death would come to an end. Father, do you think we can win? Wang Qingru asked. In terms of military strategy, looking across the myriad of worldly kingdoms, no one dares to say they can defeat Lu Wudi. How can you expect me to answer that? Wang Zhenxian felt uncertain. Wang Qingru continued, Father, if we win, will you kill Uncle Lu? If Uncle Lu wins, will you be willing to surrender? Enough. Wang Zhenxian glared angrily. Qingru, with the great battle imminent, such words may shake the morale of the army. You must not speak further. If this reaches the emperor's ears, I cannot protect you. He knew his daughter admired Lu Wuti, but with war approaching between the northern domain and the royal family, this was undoubtedly a major taboo. If heard by those with ill intentions, the Wang family would face disaster. Wang Qingru's eyes flickered, and she chose not to say more. On the city wall, tens of thousands of soldiers stood ready. 200,000 imperial troops were distributed across the various counties of Jiangnan, leaving only 80,000 in the main city alongside 20,000 permanent troops from Jiangnan. Report. General, an urgent report has come from Nanchun County. Please take a look. Before the battle began, a scout suddenly rushed up to the city wall, delivering an urgent message that made Wang Xingxian's heart sink with an ominous premonition. He took the urgent report and opened it, revealing a few hastily written lines. Jiangnan County Guard Chen Shou led 5,000 personal soldiers to rebel. Nanchun County has fallen. Upon seeing these words, Wang Xingxian staggered back several steps, feeling a surge of pressure in his chest that made it hard to breathe. He never expected Chen Shou, the county guard of Jiangnan, would be the first to betray them. The betrayal of the county guard would be a tremendous blow to the morale of the entire Jiangnan. The fall of Nanchun County was even more fatal. Wang Qingru's expression was equally complex. I can't believe Chen Shou has betrayed us. It's truly incomprehensible. He shouldn't have had any dealings with Uncle Lu before, right? Don't forget, the northern domain is not only terrifying because of Lu Wuti, but also because of a strategist named Feng Rong who has blood on her hands and has stepped over countless bones. Clearly a great villain, yet she claims to be a nun who could not feel fear upon meeting her. Back then she seemed heartbroken and withdrew from the northern domain to enter the Buddhist path, but it seems it was far from that simple. Her entry into the Buddhist path and the martial world was to better lay plans for the northern domain. At that moment, Wang Xingxian finally realized. Years ago, when Feng Rong shaved her head to become a nun and entered the Lingyin Temple in Jiangnan to practice, when Chen Shou's daughter Chen Jinjia was born, his wife even took her to the temple to pray for blessings. Since then, she has continued to observe fasting and pray diligently every seventh day as a sign of devotion. Even after Feng Rong retreated, the Chen family still upheld this tradition. Perhaps it was then that Feng Rong had already begun her schemes. Wang Qingru was dumbfounded and hesitantly said, but at that time Lu Nianli hadn't even been born yet, and Princess Nangong was still in the northern domain. Feng Rong should have been furious, right? How could she possibly scheme for the son of her rival? Back then, Chen Shou was just a 9th-rank minor official. How could Feng Rong be certain he would become the county guard of Jiangnan? Wang Xingxian smiled bitterly. Isn't this the terrifying aspect of Feng Rong? 20 years ago she had such plans. Who could have guessed? If they waited until Chen Shou became the county guard to act, do you think the royal family, which has been on guard against the northern domain for so long, would not notice? Wang Qingru was utterly shocked. She finally understood the phrase used by numerous strategists to describe Feng Rong, a celestial being on the battlefield, a base person in matters of the heart. This was no exaggeration, every word was true. To plot for the kingdom of a rival's unborn child is indeed a divine strategy, yet truly base. Wang Xingxian said helplessly, what we can guess is probably just a small part of Feng Rong's schemes go far beyond this. With the royal family in constant infighting and facing such formidable enemies, it's perilous. Then, Father, what do you plan to do? Wang Qingru finally felt a sense of urgency. She thought it would be an evenly matched game, yet before it even began they were struck a fatal blow by the northern domain. Relying solely on our strength is difficult. Wang Xingxian seemed to foresee the upcoming situation. With Nanchun County breached, the other counties would surely suffer one after another, and the main city of Jiangnan would be completely besieged. Even if he wanted to send reinforcements, he could not break through Lu Wuti's blockade. He did not believe he could contend against the entire northern domain on his own. To change the situation, assistance from other factions within the royal family was essential. In Nanchun County, Lu Changle wielded the divine spear. Phoenix captures Phoenix, slaying the county magistrate and securing the first victory in the Jiangnan battle. After capturing Nanchun County, she felt a formless, indistinct aura converge within her, granting her clarity of mind and immense comfort. Princess Changle, I've long admired your esteemed name. Seeing is believing. The might of the second princess is even more impressive than the rumors. County Guard Chen Shou welcomed the Northern Domain army into the city with a smile. He marveled at Lu Changle's extraordinary demeanor. With her flowing red hair and the phoenix divine spear, she emanated an imperial majesty that made him involuntarily feel a sense of submission. Recalling the saying that had been circulating in the military recently, the young master is bait, the second daughter claims the throne. He had thought it was just a joke, but upon seeing her in person, he realized that Princess Changle truly possessed the aura of an empress far beyond that of an ordinary female general. However, that was fine compared to the debauched young master Lu Nianli. He was far more willing to follow this princess. In Jiangdong County, at the Fragrant Return Pavilion. Ever since his second sister set off for Jiangnan County, Lu Nianli has completely gone mad with joy. After experiencing the charms of Jiangdong tunes, he has solidified his resolve to establish a branch of the moon-chasing tower here. The sounds from the outside world were much the same as usual. Aside from the praises from the courtesans, the noble families and military officials secretly derided him as a wasteful scion. After finishing his daily farming, Lu Nianli lay on his bed. Having heard enough of the flirtatious tunes, he began to miss the masterpieces. He calculated the days, knowing the estimated death of the old emperor was drawing near, but exactly when he would die remained uncertain. Your Majesty the Empress. Lu Nianli took out a communication bracelet. If one were to speak of the finest tune in the Great Feng, it would undoubtedly be that of Empress Su Yunxian, and he did not hide his desires for her. Such a beauty, he desired her. Lu Nianli, what are you up to again? This palace has said it before. I have no intention to chat with you every night. If there's nothing important, do not disturb me. After several late-night calls, Su Yunxian no longer referred to Lu Nianli as young master, but called him by his name directly. I have asked many ladies, and they say women often say one thing while meaning another. When they say no, they actually mean yes. Surely your Majesty must want it then. Otherwise, why would you keep the communication bracelet instead of throwing it away? Lu Nianli teased with a smile. He could naturally see through Su Yunxian's little schemes. Every time she feigned disdain, yet never refused keeping him in suspense. In the midst of the royal turmoil, Su Yunxian could not guarantee her own safety, thus treating him as a card to play and a retreat. Similarly, he was more than willing to engage in this transaction with Su Yunxian when she needed his help, but could not afford the price his goal would be achieved. It was merely mutual exploitation, and Lu Nianli felt no guilt or burden. Just like how he could buy a courtesan who would sell her art, but not her body for 100 gold, it was a matter of mutual needs. Emotions and interests should not be mixed. It is not about whether something can be bought, but rather if the offer is sufficient. The other side of the communication bracelet fell silent. Lu Nianli asked again, how is the old emperor now? Barely clinging to life, hanging by the last. Su Yunxian replied, currently the entire harem is in chaos. If the old emperor dies, likely the entire harem will be buried alongside him. So many beauties would be pitted. Lu Nianli sighed. Alas, this young master has limited abilities and cannot save so many. However, if your Majesty seeks help, this young master is still willing to lend a hand. Someone's coming. Do not speak. While they were talking, Su Yunxian suddenly lowered her voice, and another voice came. Your Majesty, His Majesty summons you to the Yangxin Hall, and I have come to inform you. Dismissed. I will come shortly. After sending away the old eunuch, Su Yunxian felt heavy-hearted. After so many days, the old emperor finally summoned her to the Yangxin Hall. He likely could no longer hold on. She felt an uneasy tension within her. The closer one is to death, the more frantic they become. She did not know what the old emperor would do. In such a place, even seductive illusions could not be cast. I will not speak with you anymore. With that thought, Su Yunxian felt vexed and prepared to cut off the communication with Lu Nianli. Let this young master listen too, will you? Lu Nianli laughed. We are already deeply cooperating, can't we go a bit deeper? After all, it is bound to reach the bottom. Oomph. Do not sweet-talk me too much. Su Yunxian coldly huffed. Remember, do not make a sound. She also felt a hint of worry in her heart. Facing the Dragon Guard Pavilion, she felt no confidence and wanted to use Lu Nianli to bolster her courage. As long as she succeeded in the final step, she could leave with the stolen true dragon fortune. She might even have the opportunity to enter the blessed land of the Immortal sect. Covering the bracelet with her sleeve, Su Yunxian walked lightly towards the Yangxin Hall. The atmosphere of the entire palace became serious and heavy due to the old emperor's grave illness. The palace maids and eunuchs walked with a pace more hurried than usual. The number of guards inside and outside the palace also far exceeded normal. Approaching the Yangxin Hall, Su Yunxian's pupils constricted as she saw a figure standing outside the hall. It was one of the 3 guardians of the Dragon Guard Pavilion. The 3 great guardians of the Dragon Guard Pavilion rarely showed themselves, even during celebratory banquets throughout the dynasty. Their status was exceedingly special. Similar institutions exist in various mortal empires. Most of these guardians come from the blessed lands of the Immortal sects. Having aged too much, and with no hope of breakthrough, they chose to cultivate esoteric methods, binding their fates to the national fortunes of mortal empires. When one flourishes, all flourish. When one suffers, all suffer. They relied on the prosperity of a nation to seek breakthroughs above destiny. In a sense, her purpose was the same as those guardians. Both came for the true dragon fortune, but she chose to steal, while the guardians chose to coexist. Both approaches have their pros and cons. I have seen the three guardians. Su Yunxian took the initiative to bow. Though she was the empress, her status was still a level lower than the three guardians. Your Majesty, the empress may enter. His Majesty is waiting for you. The three guardians gave Su Yunxian a deep look, feeling something was slightly off, yet unable to pinpoint it. Su Yunxian stepped into the Yangxin Hall. Cough, cough. Upon entering, she heard the old emperor's violent coughing from behind the screen. The mingling of the smell of blood and medicine filled the entire room, extremely unpleasant. She walked directly to behind the screen. This humble servant greets your Majesty. Yunxian, you are here, no need for excessive formalities. The old emperor's complexion was ashen and his smile was extremely unsettling with a strong aura of impending death. The true dragon fortune was nearly invisible. In contrast, the crown prince, Prince Jing, and Prince Qi each recently displayed a faint trace of true dragon fortune. However, such a level of fortune was ultimately insufficient to form a grand trend. Yunxian, I have called you here today because I wish to ask you a few things. This humble servant listens attentively. Among my sons, who do you think can govern the Great Feng's realm? The old emperor inquired. This humble servant dares not make arbitrary claims. Su Yunxian did not expect the emperor to ask this question. Her answer, of course, was that none of them were worthy. They would be better off serving the Lu family. I ask you to speak, just speak, the old emperor commanded with an air of authority. This humble servant knows little about court matters. If I speak carelessly, I may mislead your Majesty's judgment and the fate of the Great Feng, which I dare not do. Su Yunxian spoke without slipping. The old emperor did not pursue further, but gently said, Yunxian, do you know why I made you empress? To receive your Majesty's grace, this humble servant is deeply grateful and dares not speculate on the reasons behind it. Su Yunxian lowered her head, afraid to say more, fearing that this old man might go mad in the end. The old emperor smiled, a faint glimmer of spirit emerging from his lifeless eyes. Because you look very much like my foster mother, I suffered greatly in my youth, and the only tenderness I knew was from my foster mother, but she was killed by the scum of the previous dynasty. For her, I massacred the entire previous dynasty, yet I could never find the gentle light of my childhood until I met you. So, I wish to be with you forever. Yunxian, do you agree? The final sentence left Su Yunxian's face pale, nearly causing her to fall. In the distant Jiangdong County, Lu Nianli was taken aback upon hearing these words through the sound transmission bracelet. He never expected the old emperor to have such a peculiar obsession. Was the sole favor bestowed upon Su Yunxian merely because she bore a resemblance to his foster mother? Most importantly, the old emperor on the verge of death still wished to be with the empress forever. Wasn't the implication that Su Yunxian was to be his burial companion? Lu Nianli could only lament the waste of talent. It was one thing for the old emperor to be ignorant of the situation, but now he wanted to take the real person away. This young lord hadn't even absorbed her essence yet. Although the sound transmission bracelet could not convey emotions, Lu Nianli could already sense Su Yunxian's despair and panic. Yunxian, do you not wish to? The old emperor's voice grew heavier, tinged with madness. Seeing that Su Yunxian remained silent, the madness in his eyes intensified. Yunxian, have I not treated you well enough? I have tolerated all your caprices. You conspired to harm the crown prince's birth mother, yet I did not hold it against you. You colluded with ministers in court aiming to seize power after my death, yet I never blamed you. I let you play around as you wished. I have done so much, only wishing to be with you forever. Do you still wish to reject my heartfelt intention? The old emperor's relentless questioning grew increasingly loud, resonating like a tolling bell, his eyes bloodshot, a phenomenon of returning light. In his dying moments, the old emperor finally revealed his true feelings. Su Yunxian felt her heart turn to ashes. How could she still be oblivious? Her seemingly flawless plan was merely the old emperor's indulgence. He had let her do as she pleased without interference. From the day he established her as empress, the old emperor had laid the groundwork for this day. The emperor never intended for her to continue living. Indeed, Su Yunxian laughed self-deprecatingly. How could someone who became the ruler of a nation be a fool? Even in old age, burdened by obsession, his insight into events was still unmatched by ordinary people. The old emperor looked at Su Yunxian, hoping she would nod in agreement, but the brilliance brought by the returning light gradually faded. His gaze grew increasingly blurred. In his haziness, he seemed to return to his childhood, seeing the only tenderness and sincerity of this life, the kindly face of his foster mother. Mother, have you finally come to visit your child? He reached out to touch her, but could only grasp at emptiness. His arm fell weakly, dropping to the bedside. In unwillingness and regret, his eyes dimmed and his breath vanished. The era of the emperor who extinguished 7 nations and established the Great Feng came to an end. In the first half of his life, the world fulfilled his every wish. In the second half, friends and loved ones departed, as if repaying karma, ultimately leading to a death that left his eyes wide open. Su Yunxian collapsed to the ground, neither fleeing nor able to escape. Ahead, a figure cloaked in, he approached the dragon bed, crouched down, gently caressing the old emperor's face, closing his eyes, and then turned to look at Su Yunxian. Your Highness, knowing you must die, why do you not fulfill the emperor's wishes, eh? Does his favor not merit a nod from you? The figure in black spoke. Looking at him, Su Yunxian was not surprised, as she had long heard of a death warrior beside the emperor named Shadow, who was also the emperor's most trusted aide. One could say that the figure in black was the emperor's shadow. Faced with Shadow's questioning, Su Yunxian forced out a bitter laugh. Favor? What favor does he have for me? In the end, I am merely a substitute for his mother, a means for him to alleviate his obsession and comfort himself. Knowing the hope was slim, Su Yunxian no longer hid her feelings. Shadow sighed, softly, not bothering to argue with Su Yunxian, as it held no meaning for him. A shadow just needed to do what a shadow ought to do. From today on, your Highness will stay in the Yangxin Palace and accompany the emperor well. According to the emperor's decree, the news of his passing cannot be released today. I must trouble your Highness for now. Once the traitors in the northern region are dealt with, I will send you to join the emperor in ascension. With that, he struck out with a palm, and before Su Yunxian could react, her meridians were sealed. The shadow vanished. Su Yunxian sat there in a daze, unable to speak. On the other end, Lu Nianli felt a mix of emotions. The old emperor had died just like that. He had wished for the old emperor's death every day, yet now that he witnessed it, he felt a bit dazed. More accurately, the old emperor's death was too simple, not quite at ease for him. He wished he could inspect the corpse himself and burn the emperor's ashes. From the conversation between Shadow and Su Yunxian, it was evident that the old emperor had decided everything before his death. Even after he was gone, they still did not know who the successor would be. He couldn't guess who the old emperor would support. Whatever. Lu Nianli dismissed his thoughts. Such complicated matters were not for him to ponder. Regardless of who ascended the throne, in the end, only the second sister would become the empress. Anyone else who obstructed would be killed. After a long while, the sound transmission bracelet emitted a faint voice, that of the self-righteous, yet thoroughly beaten Empress Su Yunxian. Lu Nianli, save me. Cornered, Su Yunxian finally cried for help. Lu Nianli could only sigh. One mountain is higher than another, and the royal family's schemes were ultimately beyond what a woman could contend with. Su Yunxian was somewhat fortunate, preserved for a time by the old emperor's obsession. Otherwise, the consequences would have been 1,000 times worse than mere burial. Do you trust this young lord so easily? In response to Su Yunxian's plea, Lu Nianli smiled. The Great Feng is split in two. The royal family wants to kill me, and aside from you, no one in the northern region can save me. Before Lu Nianli could respond, Su Yunxian proactively added, haven't you always wanted my body? If you save me, I am willing to accompany you playing until you grow tired of it. She knew this was the only condition that would compel Lu Nianli to act. Without offering her body, no one would save her for free. All right. In this young lord's heart, the empress is worth this price. In Lu Nianli's eyes, this was an equal trade. Breaking into the imperial palace may seem perilous to others, but for him it was not that difficult. If he wanted it, he would certainly obtain it. You heard just now, the news of the emperor's passing will not be announced for the time being. The old emperor must have left behind several imperial edicts. Perhaps we must wait until all these edicts are announced before the news can be revealed. This period will be your opportunity to save me. Su Yunxian regained her composure, analyzing the current situation. Rest assured, if this young lord says he will save you, he will indeed do so. Even if the old emperor rises from the dead, he cannot stop this young lord. In the prince's hall, Prince Su Qingshu was attending to state affairs when a sharp cry rang out from outside. The imperial decree has arrived. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingshu hurriedly stepped out to receive it, bowing to accept the decree. By the will of heaven and the command of the emperor, it is decreed, I am ill and weak, the court is in turmoil, and the traitors of the northern domain are plotting rebellion. The ministers of the Great Feng Dynasty must unite to eradicate them, and Prince Su Qingshu should set an example. It is specially ordered that Prince Su Qingshu lead the army in person to take the heads of 40,000 northern domain traitors to boost the morale of the troops. Thus decreed. This son accepts the decree. The sudden imperial edict left Prince Su Qingshu feeling flustered. There were many matters in the court that required his attention. How could his father suddenly decree that he lead the army in person? Was he not the heir apparent in his father's eyes? Chao Gonggong, why would my father suddenly decree that I lead the army in person? Who will handle the affairs of the court? Su Qingshu asked as he received the decree, turning to the old eunuch Chao Zitong. Your Highness the Emperor did not explain the reason, and I dare not inquire. I only know that the Emperor has issued 3 decrees, and the other 2 have been sent to Prince Qi and Prince Jing. Additionally, there is a personal letter from the Emperor that requires Your Highness to open it personally. Chao Zitong replied respectfully, taking out a letter and handing it to the prince. Su Qingshu took the envelope on which were written the 7 large characters my son, Su Qingshu, personally opens. He opened it, and upon seeing the content within his heart trembled. To kill Lu Nianli and Lu Chang'e is to be worthy of the throne. Just a few words, yet they completely seized Su Qingshu's attention. Was the final test left by his father to kill the son and daughter of Lu Wudi? Then Prince Qi and Prince Jing must have received the same directive. He did not want to confront the Northern Domain too early, but with the imperial decree issued, he had no choice but to comply. He and Prince Qi, Prince Jing each held part of the power in the Great Feng Court and the martial world, yet the overall power still lay in his father's hands. For example, General Wang Jun, who commanded 300,000 elite troops, did not obey any of them, only responding to the summons of the imperial decree. Among the civil officials, there was also Prime Minister Zhuge Sun. The military and civil forces continued to stabilize the court. Only by receiving the imperial decree could they gain the support of these 2 factions and the Dragon Guard Pavilion. Perhaps now is the best opportunity. Su Qingshu gazed at the armor and sword hanging in the hall. The world believed that Su Qingshu was a frail scholar with martial arts not comparable to Prince Jing and Prince Qi, but 6 months ago, he had already reached the peak of the Xian inquiry realm. In military matters, he was not weak. He had been closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield in Jiangnan County, where the Northern Domain's means were extraordinary, and the hidden lines he had previously set up were being pulled one by one, dealing a heavy blow to the royal family from the start. Now the various counties in Jiangnan were being successively breached, and only the main city was protected by General Wang Jun, yet it had fallen into a siege predicament. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. Although the Northern Domain seemed to be in a favorable position, their defenses were actually weak and scattered. If he and Princes Qi and Jing attacked simultaneously, they could easily break the current deadlock and make the Northern Domain suffer. Let's attack Nancheng County. Su Qingshu smiled slyly. The rumors of the heir being bait and the second daughter claiming the throne are now spreading throughout the Great Feng. I want to see what qualifications that Princess Chang'e has to dare claim the throne. In the southeastern region in Jianghan County, Prince Qi, who had retreated here, also received the same imperial decree and personal letter. I must lead the army in person to take the heads of 40,000 Northern Domain scoundrels, and to kill Lu Nianli and Lu Chang'e in order to ascend the throne. Prince Qi Su Qingping was taken aback for a moment, then immediately cursed. Do you think I would listen to the imperial decree with this kind of strength? I would have long declared myself emperor. How could Lu Nianli and Lu Chang'e be so easily killed? Saying this, he looked at Wei Zong. Senior brother, has the news about Lu Chang'e been spread? It is already being circulated, Wei Zong replied. In the short term, it is likely that not many will believe it. Once Lu Chang'e gains some momentum, it should work out. Gaining momentum. Prince Qi's face darkened. If she gains any more momentum, she will truly become the second unparalleled female emperor. He could only seek help from the sword god Wei Hongyue. Master, what do you think? Wei Hongyue stroked his beard and said, it is impossible to kill Lu Nianli and Lu Chang'e relying solely on our forces. The hidden experts in the Northern Domain are more than we imagine. If you are bold, then disregard the imperial decree and let the prince and Prince Jing fight, exhaust their strength, and at worst rebel in the end. Prince Qi twitched his mouth. His master truly had a simplistic way of thinking. The Dragon Guard Pavilion and Wang Jin Zhuge Sun will only listen to the imperial decree. With them around, how can you rebel? Fool. Wei Hongyue said, can't you think of the problem from another angle? If you can't kill Lu Nianli and Lu Chang'e, can you not kill the prince and Prince Jing? If the 2 of them die, who would dare contend with you for the throne? That's right. Prince Qi suddenly sat up, almost losing himself in the face of an imperial decree. When the prince and Prince Jing focused on dealing with the Northern Domain, wasn't that the best opportunity to kill them? Once the prince and Prince Jing fell, the other princes would be nothing but useless mud. Wouldn't the Dragon Guard Pavilion, Wang Jun and Zhuge Sun all have to support him? In the northwest in Yunzhou County, haha. Prince Jing, Su Tian laughed madly upon receiving the imperial decree. His father emperor finally unable to hold on. He should have died long ago. Prince Jing's eyes were cold. An emperor who is infatuated with women can never achieve anything. The prosperous empire of the Su family should be initiated by me. I will make all the worldly courts submit to me. Since killing his wife to attain enlightenment, Prince Jing increasingly felt that women were a hindrance on the path to an emperor's dominance. If he continued to indulge in women, he would find it difficult to perfect his heartless and absolute demon technique. To kill Lu Nianli and Lu Changle is to be worthy of the throne. Prince Jing's expression was indifferent. Do you think I am a fool? If Lu Nianli and Lu Changle were so easy to kill, how could they still be alive today? He understood clearly. Even if he could actually kill Lu Nianli and Lu Changle now, it would only provoke the endless wrath of the Northern King and relentless pursuit at any cost. At that time, it would be hard to even secure his life, let alone ascend the throne. Prince Jing sneered. Sorry, dear brothers. Who made it easier to kill you than to kill the siblings of the Lu family? The opportunity to gather in Jiangnan County was the best chance to kill Prince Qi and the prince. As long as the prince and Prince Qi died, the other princes would be nothing but waste. The Dragon Guard Pavilion Wang Zhun and Zhuge Sun would only support his ascension. At the northeastern border, the shadow came alone with the imperial decree. In front of him stood a 9-feudal man dressed in attire completely different from that of the Great Feng Dynasty, with a large Liang character emblazoned on his chest. The visitor was indeed the envoy of the Great Liang Dynasty. The shadow came here to fulfill the second task entrusted by the late emperor. The inherently suspicious late emperor knew that his 3 most outstanding sons were all as suspicious as he was, yet being overly suspicious during military operations could lead to missed opportunities. The infiltration by the Northern Domain strategist Feng Rong also made the late emperor realize that relying solely on the Great Feng was already insufficient to withstand the momentum of the Northern Domain. External forces were the key to breaking the deadlock. Whether it is inviting wolves into the house or driving tigers to swallow wolves, borrowing the power of the Great Liang Dynasty is imperative. As all factions within the Great Feng Empire were maneuvering around Jiangnan County, Lu Nianli successfully established a branch of the Zhuyu Tower in Jiangdong County. On that day, all the brothels in Jiangdong County sent their congratulations. Hundreds of madams gathered. The courtesans and young flowers stood atop the Zhuyu Tower, each one more charming than the last, resembling a celestial paradise. Such a grand scene was rarely seen in the world. Lu Nianli personally cut the ribbon extravagantly, setting the rule that patrons could enjoy free tea and music for a month, attracting countless admirers. The commoners were overjoyed, relieved that they had not followed Prince Qi out of Jiangdong County. Here, with the young master leading, they would surely be spared from the ravages of war. After the ribbon cutting, Lu Nianli ascended alone to the top floor of the Zhuyu Tower. Countless guests followed suit. Young master, a personal letter from the prince requires your attention. Just as Lu Nianli was preparing to enter farming mode, a secret letter was delivered. A personal note from father. Lu Nianli wondered, why did father suddenly have time to write to him? Recently, Jiangnan County had been embroiled in continuous warfare, which he had been monitoring. The Northern Domain currently held the upper hand, and his second sister's popularity in the army was rising. The entire situation was unfolding according to his ideal plan. Opening the personal letter, Lu Nianli was taken aback by its contents. An engagement? What's going on? When the engagement was mentioned, the first person that came to Lu Nianli's mind was naturally the Grand Ming Princess Song Qing. However, the bride in this engagement was not Song Qing, but Chen Jinjia. Possessing a heavenly fragrance, constitution unforgettable to those who smelled it, and irresistible to those who touched it, her beauty evoked envy from songbirds and flowers alike, and she was unparalleled in talent. Chen Jinjia, the daughter of the Jiangnan County Magistrate. Lu Nianli seemed to understand a bit. A few days ago, the Jiangnan County Magistrate Chen Shou had defected with 5,000 personal troops, betraying the Great Feng imperial family. This enabled his second sister to successfully conquer the crucial area of Nansheng County. Moreover, recalling the incident before the Qinshu Hall, where Chen Jinjia had actively stepped forward to complete the last piece of the puzzle for the beauty contest, it was evident that the Northern Domain had already laid its plans for Jiangnan County. The letter stated, Nianli, my son, the matter of marrying into the Chen family was not meant to be hidden from you. This is of great importance, and it was arranged solely by your Aunt Feng. I only learned of it recently myself. 20 years ago, Jinjia was born with the heavenly fragrance constitution, but misfortune accompanied her, and she would not live past 24. Your Aunt Feng sought a glimmer of life for her through the divination arts of Gigu, and that hope lies with you. Jinjia will arrive in Jiangdong County tonight to discuss this with you. This matter is not forced by me or Jianjia's father, it is for you and Jinjia to decide for yourselves. If all goes well, then a good match will be made. If not, it is simply fate. After reading the letter, Lu Nianli could only sigh that Aunt Feng truly understood him. She had arranged for him such a beautiful wife. Compared to the ambitious Song Qing, who held a unique status, Chen Jinjia, being a graceful and demure Jiangnan beauty, was more in line with his desires. But what amazed him even more was Aunt Fang's far-reaching strategy. The Northern Domain had developed to this extent, and Aunt Fang's contributions were indeed indispensable. However, he seriously suspected that there was a degree of manipulation involved with the Jiangnan County Magistrate. How could someone predict what would happen 20 years later? This seemingly all-seeing plan must have required far more effort from Aunt Fong than what was visible. From his understanding of strategists, Aunt Fong must have sown many seeds back in the day, and Jiangnan County Magistrate Chun Shou was one of the fruits that had grown. Even without Chun Shou, there would be Li Shou and Zhang Shou. Turning chance into necessity is the true way of a strategist. Aunt Fong, you have been a bit too good to me. Lu Nianli felt a bit complicated. After all, Aunt Feng's departure from the Northern Domain was closely related to his parents, and there should only be hatred between him and Aunt Fong. In the end, what he received was nothing but care and affection. The time spent in revelry and music passed quickly, and night fell. Lu Nianli sat in front of the city gate, which had been split in two, waiting for Chun Jianjia's arrival. In the hazy moonlight, the shadows of the convoy gradually emerged. Upon seeing Lu Nianli sitting atop the city wall, the convoy came to a halt, and a soft, light voice came forth. The young master has come to personally welcome me. Jianjia is quite flattered. Miss Jin, shall we have a cup of tea? Lu Nianli said with a smile. Since the young master has invited me, I will graciously accept. The person in the sedan stepped out, taking several light steps in midair before gently landing on the city wall. She casually spread a cloth and adjusted her skirt, sitting gracefully on the cloth. Elegant. Truly elegant. Lu Nianli poured a cup of tea with a smile and handed it to Qin Jinjia. The latter looked at him with a beaming smile. As the spring breeze brushed her face, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nose. Having experienced it once before, the scent seemed even more intense this time, making Lu Nianli feel as if he were in a daze. It felt as if even his heartstrings were about to be melted. This was indeed the true marvel of the heavenly fragrance body, truly unforgettable and irresistibly captivating. It seemed that during the Empress' birthday banquet, the fragrance of the heavenly fragrance body had been deliberately concealed. Young master, does it smell nice? Chun Jianjia smiled softly, her brows curving like crescent moons, exuding the gentle warmth of a neighborly older sister, while also embodying the lively spirit of a quirky young girl. It does smell nice, Lu Nianli replied sincerely. That's good to hear. Chun Jianjia playfully winked. After all, it was obtained at the cost of my life. Ooh, if it didn't smell good, that would be quite a loss. Lu Nianli recalled something. The personal letter from his father mentioned that Chun Jianjia, born with the heavenly fragrance body, also bore misfortune, destined to live no longer than 24 years. It seemed there was a connection between the two. But what did Aunt Fong mean by saying that a glimmer of life lay with him? Could it be another method of dual cultivation? Miss Chin, you have quite an open mindset. The young master was born with a five-element waste body, surrounded by wolves and tigers, yet you live freely, crafting your own life. In terms of mindset, you surpass Jinjia. Indeed, both of us are born with our share of suffering, but also our share of luck. Life is unpredictable, and no one can see the future. Yet that is precisely what makes life so fascinating. Living in the present, going with the flow, and following one's heart is what matters most. Being happy is all that counts. The words nearly made Lu Nianli feel he had found a kindred spirit. Could it be he had encountered a true carefree girl? Lu Nianli tentatively asked, so was our marriage a matter of following your heart, or were you compelled to go along with it? Since I am here, it is naturally following my heart, Chun Jinjia replied. There are certain actions of the young master that I indeed do not favor, but they are not intolerable. I am willing to marry you. Jinjia has tasted the various flavors of life, but has yet to experience the life of supporting a husband and educating children. I must try it to feel fulfilled. She took a sip of tea, her smile growing even brighter. What are your thoughts, young master? If you marry Jinjia and invest a bit of true affection, falling in love, you might find yourself in a tragic situation. Perhaps you will only be happy for 3 or 4 years, but the heartache may linger for a lifetime. Are you willing? Lu Nianli felt a heavier weight on his heart. It seemed that Chun Jinjia had already accepted her fate, and perhaps this marriage was also a glimmer of hope for their families.